such a beautiful, bright and early day here in Malta. We're going to be having a lot of fun. I'm going to be your host, Nat T. And joining me for half of the day is going to be Quinn. Don't worry, for all of you those who are already closing the Twitch chat, there is going to be a swap over. T and Kez will be coming in halfway because we got long days. There's been a little bit of a change up when it comes to format. We've condensed all of our best of ones into 3 days. Yeah, that's right. All the way down to 3 days across 2 streams. Then we're going to transition into our best of 3s that are going to be condensed down to 1 stream. And then, of course, we take a bit of a break. And then we have some new, funky, fresh best of 5s when we get to our top 6, Quinn.
I'm very excited for that. I'm curious to see how the meta changes and shifts. If it changes more because there's more best of 5s and there's more sort of that funky late stage thing that shifts. Or if it changes less and there's, you know, teams sort of stick to their own thing. I think you go either way.
Yeah, and you've been in Malta now for, I want to say, just over 24 hours. I can't really do maths. I think it's actually longer than that.
It is longer than that.
It's 48 hours, isn't it? It's 2 days. Have you enjoyed it so far?
It's been really nice. We're very close to the water. It's got that Southern European...
That's what happens when you're on an island.
Yeah, that does check out. The
water.
Australians, they know about that water.
We know about that. We know about being on an island, yeah.
I guess my place is kind of an island too, just like really big. No, not really.
How long would it take you to get to the water from where you live, if you drove?
Oh, man, like, I don't know, like 7-8 hours?
It's like...
Texas is really big.
Yeah, that's true. It's like 60 meters for us to get down to the water right now.
Yeah, I mean, you're like right there.
No, I meant here in Malta.
Oh, yeah. But Australia right
and
there
Australia too.
Yeah,
we're at that too. Yeah, well, look, Malta's been a lot of fun so far. And the fun just is only beginning here as we haven't even had our first game. We haven't even seen any of our 12 teams just yet. You guys are seeing them all right there. And as a little bit of a special fun moment that we thought with our talent on site is we would put in predictions, I want to say, Quinn, of how we think the best of 1 rankings or standings are going to be after these 3 days, because it's one big group, right? Everyone is shifting around. We're all going to see each team play up against each other. And so
you put Spirit, huh?
Yeah, well, I thought it wasn't a final. It's just a group stage, so they would probably do really well.
Well, I put them top 2.
You did put them top 2? No one... Oh, Kezu also... Wait, why did you call me out for putting Spirit first when Kezu did as well?
Because he's not here. I'm not gonna, I mean, I can flame him behind his back.
Yeah, do it.
Bozo. No, I mean, I think I don't like the other 2 putting Gamer Legion at 12th. I think that's disrespectful. We got him at 11th. I think that's a much more realistic...
respectable placement,
right.
I think
Not
so
last.
Too. Yeah.
Not last.
I didn't see the middle of the pack. I think XG was also one of the teams that had a big discrepancy between all of us. I think I might have placed them the highest, and...
I placed them somewhat low.
Okay.
I think it's a weird team to place because they're so inconsistent.
Yeah.
Like at Last Blast, they looked horrible. And
well,
then,
not day 1. They looked fantastic.
Did they look fantastic day 1?
It was like day 1 and 2. They looked really good, and then it kind of like teetered off a little bit for them. Yeah, so Kezu put them at 5th.
Kezu at 5th. T also
you put them
5th.
at 8. Oh, okay, wasn't that one? We both put 8, and yeah, they both
Okay, this is not
put
scripted, by the way.
Okay. No, that wasn't.
I mean, I think either one of those is possible. Like, I think they're in better shape than they were before.
8th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think they have much better chances of making the second stage than they did before. Like, I think they've had more time to gel and work better together. I think FY individually is playing much better than he was before. I think he was honestly quite a weak link. He was a bit of a burden, if I'm being totally honest. And I think now he's looked a lot better. He's looked like more of a tier 1 4 player compared to, I don't know if we want to talk about what tier he was before. So.
Yeah. Well, when it came back up on the screen there as well, I was looking at where we were placing all the teams, and whilst XG might have been the same for us, it was very different for where T and Kezu put them. Heroic was kind of one of those teams, though, that it felt like we all had them within 1 spot of each other, and that was, unfortunately, in that lower 4, which we know is a pretty disastrous spot to be in with the Blast format. So they've kind of done this 180 from how we saw their post-TI 14 season really start, right? They won that online event, and then we thought it was really going to be an upward trajectory. It did do well, right? They placed in that top 4 at Blast Singapore. That's why they got that direct invite here for Blast Land Malta. But ultimately, from there, we haven't seen too much coming out of their back pocket, and it's been a change up in the roster too now.
Yeah, 2 change-ups. I think the Schofield kick is really shocking to a lot of people, and I think a very dangerous roster decision. I think their identity was very much shaped in this chaos, in this gung-ho, we go, 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 we run people over. And Schofield is like the guy for that. He's the poster child for being a psycho in-game. I don't know, I don't know out-of-game.
Not out-of-game, but in-game, my goodness,
in-game, I'm going to
psycho.
specify. He's crazy.
Yeah.
The man has sniped more chickens than I've even seen. And I'm from the South. You think I've seen some chickens?
You've seen a lot of chicken.
And so I think kicking him, when you kick someone who's sort of core to your identity, that's a risky change because not like you can think from when you're making a roster change, someone who has made roster changes that didn't go well, you can think about, okay, we want to play this other style, or we feel pigeonholed in this one way of playing, and we feel that punishes you. But I think a lot of teams, when you try to make that change, when you try to play a different style, it's not just about this one guy. The whole team is suited to that. You've practiced that style. When you try to switch that up, it can take a long time and maybe never that you actually get over those growing pains.
Sorry, I forgot if we were talking about the Schofield
We're
kick
talking
out of
about
Heroic,
Schofield.
or if we were talking about the Doracho kick out of Gaming.
Okay, well, no, let's not. Water under the bridge. Water under the bridge, all right?
Well, look, sometimes you live and you learn, and do you think this is going to be one of those things where we have seen Heroic in the past go back to players that they've let go of before? Could Schofield potentially fall into that? Or you're like, no, we really should give them at least 3 months. Like, we don't want to see the traditional SEA lower region thing where it's like they bring in someone new, doesn't work out for 3 qualifiers, all right, you're out, let's bring someone else in.
I think they're gonna stick with Theo. I think he's a nice guy. He's a hard worker. He's someone who like listens, and he's also Brazilian, so they have that sort of like that cultural bond a little bit more, as they already have 2 Brazilians between Cafurtado and KJ. So I think it fits culturally and also what they want from a player. The real question is, how does it fit play-wise? They've also got the young gun and Tai Lung coming on. I think there's a lot of questions. Like, he's got a lot of potential, but can he perform on the stage with, other top teams? You see him in pubs, he's like ranked 30, which I think is a great spot for a mid player. You want them to be sort of that top 50. If they're below that, it feels kind of bad. It doesn't look very good when they're below that sort of top 50 range, and he's around 30, and that's a good look. But can he compete on stage? Does he feel that pressure? And I think there's some question marks there.
Sure, it is a question that a lot of people have. Where does the translation of those rankings in pubs come to competitive play, right? And I mean, a key example of that is also in an ex-teammate of yours that has done wonders for himself. Obviously, in Watson, there was that question early on for himself. Well, he proved all the haters wrong there. Recently, Yandex having won the last tournament, Tier 1 tournament of 2025, that Dream League win for themselves. It was phenomenal. And this was sort of the inverse story, right? They started off their season post-TI, question mark, high expectations, because looking at all of these players, they can amount to a lot. The ceiling is so astronomically high for them, and they really hit that. That's where they ended last year for themselves. Haven't had to go through the qualifiers at all, and so now we're wondering, you've had over a month break. We're now, into February. We didn't see them at all during January, so where is the kicking off? Is it slow going for them? Obviously, they would have been scrimming, so there is some motion under the wheels, but is it enough when it comes to playing on a stage?
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for having to play the qualifiers. It lights a fire under you. It forces you to improve, to constantly be in that mesh of right on the bleeding edge of the meta. And so I think for a team that has new players, right, Cheer Junior and Natus, they haven't really played on a Tier 1 team before this team, and they've only very recently become Tier 1. So I think continuing to play those games, like you said, scrimming a lot, that the fire remains there is important for this team. Because while they do have Soxa, who is just like this goated player, as soon as he's on a team, they're Tier 1. I don't care. This guy cannot be on not a Tier 1 team. He's actually too good. Watching him play is nuts. And so I think anytime he's on a team, you have to believe in them. But they do have young players, and a lot of them, even, Malady has not really competed. Besides last year playing with us, since then he's not really played on that Tier 1 stage outside of that. So he's quite new to the Tier 1 scene as well. So I think
I do forget about that, actually, because like he came in and you're just like, you're straight onto this GG lineup with a lot of you guys who had like achieved so much. You're like, oh, he fits so perfectly. Goes on to another roster that does so well. I actually do forget. It's like only been not even 2 years.
Yeah, he's very fresh on the scene,
Insane.
and it doesn't feel like that exactly. No. So I think it's a roster that's fun to keep an eye on and see how their trajectory continues over time. I think also when you look at new players like that, when it gets closer to the big tournaments, the TIs, the EWCs, can they actually maintain that as more time passes compared to, tournaments near the beginning of the year? We can see some deviation. So I think their continued trajectory is interesting to watch.
Yeah, where did you place them in your post best of one?
I think I put them at 5th, maybe 4th or 5th.
Okay, so you don't actually believe in them.
I put them 4th or 5th. I think in the top 4 is top 4 is high ceiling. 1 and 2.
That is true.
I think it's tough. I think it's possible, but I think somewhere in the top 5, top 6, I think is they would be very disappointing for them if they were outside of that.
No, I put them at second. I have a lot of faith.
You put it second. Okay,
yeah,
that's high praise.
It is very high praise. A team that might not be getting any form of praise and mostly just question marks about them is REKONIX, right? They came through the qualifiers, people having question marks. Who exactly are these players? I mean, outside of FPZ, and I want to say even in your dream, you probably haven't really heard of these players. Those two definitely have had some history for themselves in competitive Dota. I mean, FBZ, we don't really need to explain him too much, but the others, yeah, in your dream has kind of had 1 foot in, 1 foot out for so long, and then you really have three newcomers on the scene who did phenomenal for themselves in a qualifiers. One that's like, sure, random SEA stack probably won't go too far.
Yeah, it's also, it's not like they had bracket luck and they snuck all the way to the end. They beat all the best teams. They beat Execration, they beat Nemesis in the final, and they also beat the Cuckoo stack, which has, gives a lot of people a run for their money in some of these qualifiers. So they clearly earned their spot. It was also a 2-0 in the final, I think. So they're definitely impressive. And I think, we've seen from OG the potential of some of these SEA rosters to actually perform on grander stages. And so I think it also gives a lot of these teams hope, right? I think before OG, you look at some of these rosters and it's like, yeah, they won the qualifier, but can they really do stuff against the international teams?
Sure.
And OG has proved it's still possible for SEA to have those results on a bigger scale. And so I have a lot of hope for these guys.
I will put a caveat to that, because I remember before this, this lineup was OG, we did see them at Blast Slam, and they did not have a good time. And so I do wonder, is it the first time an SEA roster makes it to an international stage, your expectations aren't there? Or now that and then, if we see them a second time or a third time, that's when the expectations should come in? Like, where should we monitor that for ourselves?
Yeah.
As fellow SEA fans.
Of course.
Of course.
No, I think it's a fair point, and I think reps matter a lot as you play in this. Like you said, the first time, there can be some jitters, and it can be a little shaky. And so I think low expectations, but high hopes.
Just like the first 4 years of your career.
That's right.
We can look at our schedule, though, and just see where you'll be placing those expectations, or at least your eyes. Because like I said, with the format change, there are so many more best of ones happening in our next 3 days. So it's going to be 2 streams happening, but 11 best of ones in each of them. And so whilst there's a lot of matches on your screen there, Quinn, I'm going to make you do the hard work for us right now as a duo. Best one to look forward to. A cannot miss. Or top 3.
I think this OG Liquid is very exciting. We haven't seen OG play in a while.
Yeah.
And so it'll be the first time, because they just made it straight through.
They did. That's right, because they
placed
placed top 4 in Blast Slam Chengdu.
Yeah, and they also got enough points in ESL to not play some of those qualifiers.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. So they haven't played in a while, and so where is their format? And Liquid has also been real shaky.
Yeah, they had some issues in their qualifiers, and then they played the most recent online tournament as well, which they definitely did do much better, but we didn't see them in the finals there, which obviously would have been a really big confidence boost for themselves. So you're right, I think that's a good one. I was kind of looking at Spirit Liquid, but I think your OG Liquid is a much better choice. This is why we pay you.
That's right.
That's right. There's no other reason. You bring nothing else to the table.
No,
I've seen you playing Deadlock.
It's just the prediction. Hey, don't get me started. Don't get me started. I won't start.
Okay, all right. We can start, though, talking about our first matchup of the day. We've got Falcons and GamerLegion. This is also why we pay you. NA squad in GamerLegion. So you're going to give us all of the download, all of the lore here, because this roster used to be the old wild card roster. Yep. Unfortunately, lost sponsors there, but picked up by GamerLegion now.
Yeah, I think all these guys are really hungry. They care a lot about playing and about getting better and working hard. I've talked to them some while they're playing the qualifiers, helping them a little bit.
Specifically?
I talked to Fade, and I took a call with Fade and their coach to try to help them with some things. You got to help out the NA homies. And I think they're very hungry. They're trying to learn. They're trying to improve. The real difficult part for me, I think, for these guys coming up against Falcons, some of the big dogs, is individual skill. We talked about some of the other players, like Tai Long being top 30. They don't really have that in terms of a lot of their players being high OR. Fade is pretty high, but the rest, I don't think any of them sit above that top 100 mark. And I think some of that does translate to individual skill, especially laning. And some of these early games, you look at a Malrine and Amar, they're top 5, both of them, right? That shows, you see it in their games, the individual skill, the laning there. And so that's what I worry about when I look at these guys. Can they actually keep up on just the clicks and those mechanics? I don't know if, what would you call this, chat?
Don't start again. Don't start again.
Anyway, yeah, I worry for that for them.
Am I just snap into place. Then a quick point about Falcons, right? Because we saw them last year. It was this real, I want to say hot and cold with them, right? Singapore looked great. Chengdu kind of fell below their expectations. Didn't play in the Valahia. Dream League didn't make it to the point where they could skip qualifiers. So now we've seen them playing qualifiers for the last month, I want to say, falling into that lower bracket, but still qualifying for everything. So I really don't know where to place my chips right now with Falcons.
Yeah, the birds, they're a big bird, an albatross even some might say, but
I think most people would actually say a falcon, but you know, each to their own.
Nah, I think they're an
You don't
albatross.
really know your birds. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Sure.
But no, I think they are a team that should do amazing, right? You look at the players, they should own.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they will, genuinely. They also always lose the first series going into a tournament.
Who did they lose against in the previous?
They lost to Colt.
Yeah,
who ended up going like 0-200 or 1-200.
That's a bit. All right, relax.
I don't know if I'm exaggerating that much.
Fair. So you genuinely, this isn't like one of those things where
I mean,
you're
Falcons
trying to like
Giga
play
favorites, for sure.
When you say Giga favorites, arbitrary numbers placed onto it.
Are
you saying like 90-10?
Yes, I would say 90-10. That was actually the number I was going to say.
No, it wasn't.
It was.
On God?
Dead on.
Damn.
No cap.
No
All facts,
cap.
no printer.
Okay, geez, all right. So 90-10, that's where we're going.
90-10, but I also think because it's first series, maybe I bump it down to 80-20 or something like that. My real thing is I think Wildcard is a team that can get a little shaky against the big teams.
Do you think they might have draft advantage?
Unless I think there's a possibility Game Legion has some cheese.
Yeah, that's best of ones. We've seen that. I remember Husker.
Yeah, they had Venomancer.
Yeah.
They had, for that period where they were playing Veno jungle, and every team would leave Veno. They pick Veno. They'd lose to Veno, and then they ban Veno next game because they're not stupid.
What's that meme where it's like you come up against Gamer Legion, you don't ban Veno, you lose to Venomancer. You think you can beat Veno. So that's it. Do you think then in this patch there are heroes that fall into that, or do you feel that we've actually kind of balanced it pretty consistently now, and we're not going to be seeing Veno Husker type things?
I'm curious to see how they prioritize Largo, and maybe we see the big frog have some make some waves as frogs do on their lily pads.
Did they?
I think they jump on lily pads.
They do jump on lily pads. I don't know if they.
I mean, he's a big frog.
He's a very big. We didn't even speak about him at all. Do you like Largo? Have you played him?
He's cute. I haven't played him, but I like him. He's very cute. I like his little baby frogs.
What role do you think he's best suited to?
I think it's 5 or offlane.
Okay. Well, we're going to see exactly if Largo is going to show up at all here, because we got our first game here for Blast Slam 6 in Malta. Let's get into it. Falcons up against Gamer Legion. Well, seeing some of the bands coming out in this best of one is giving me flashbacks to when Amar first came onto the scenes, because Gamer Legion themselves, Razor banned out, Husker banned out. You guys will be seeing it very soon on your screens there. And on the side of Falcons, taking out Chen and Tramp Protector. So Timbersaw too. I really am getting this is like OG Amar, and I don't mean like original Amar. I mean like when he was actually on OG.
Yeah, it is all of those heroes. The Timbersaw is a bit surprising. We've seen a lot of teams step back from it. It's gotten nerfed, and I think also some of the heroes that are in the meta right now are pretty decent against him. So he's not been the creme de la creme. So there's the frog ban. I think this is not a hero that Falcons is going to play. We were talking about it on the way over here, but it's not very much of an Amar.
I wouldn't say we were talking. I was listening about it.
Oh, that was deeply contributing. But the Flying Snake is, I mean, this hero is very, very good. It's very hard to counter. Nothing really beats it in lane per se, and heroes that you can pick right away that nothing beats in lane just tend to be, they're just nice for a draft. You get this thing that's just sort of this rock. You can't respond to this really, so you get a little more information that you can then respond to later.
You say in lane though, but Viper does show some issues later on in the mid part of the game. I do feel that he is very open to being jumped on if you can get those sorts of heroes.
Yeah, he's definitely a little bit clunky, and if you do get ganked, or there is some way you can lose the lane, the hero is very prone to being a complete bot if his early stages aren't good, because he's so dependent on those early stages being good. Beast response to it is interesting. In my head, Viper is good against Beastmaster because the W, you just put it on the ground. The boars can't spit on anything. And so maybe Mallory has some idea with pulling waves with boars. Maybe he's just stacking camps and chilling and farming. But if I'm Viper and I see Beastmaster, I'm like, I want to lane against this guy. This is a great matchup. Because I think when Falcons picks Beastmaster, it's much more likely to be mid. And I think Viper should be pretty good against it. Like, even if Beast is stacking, you can go and steal his stacks by just spinning the W on the ground and tanking it. You've got a lot of magic resistance, which is great against Beastmaster. I think this is a surprising counterpick to me.
Okay, all right. They are a team, though, we know for Falcons, that love their opening picks to be very stable, even when we do feel that it's like already counted in what the teams, their opponents picked up. They still love it. It is like, oh, a Dragon Knight every time we're going to see them open with. They're going to open up with this Beast. They're going to open up with a Husker if it's still in the pool. Like, they are a team that I think is very methodical about their openers, and it's like the rest of the draft that is giving us more.
Yeah, I think they've also evolved to have this mentality of, we don't care about counter picks. We're going to know the matchup so well, and we're going to play our heroes so incredibly well that it doesn't matter what you have against it, because we know how to itemize and how to lane against these counters. It's interesting, though, whenever you pick it into that, compared to first picking, like you said, a Dragon Knight, something like that. The enemy responds with Viper, and you know what to do, compared to you pick Beastmaster into Viper. So I wonder if they are going to lane it against that. But you're right, it does fit Falcon's style very, very well. You first pick your tanky core with your stun. It's a very good way to open a draft because it gives you a lot of things that you want in a draft. Ideally, you leave later picks open to pick more specific things that are countered. But the thing you need in every lineup is you need some big dude who goes in with a stun, because it gives you structural integrity to your lineup. And so Falcons, they've historically prioritized picking that first because it makes the later stages of your draft much easier.
Okay. Well, Jakiro coming out for Falcons doesn't feel too crazy by any means. I don't even know if this hero has felt like he's had any changes to him done.
Yeah, they keep nerfing him, and it feels like it keeps not mattering.
It's the Pengo treatment.
It is.
Until he's so bad that it's literally, you don't even think about him as a hero anymore.
They keep hitting him with a little stick, and they hit him with a little stick, hit him with a little stick.
And then, honestly, the whole forest falls down around him, and you're like, is bro even in the game still?
At some point, you got to pick up like an entire tree trunk and bonk like this guy's playing whack-a-mole.
That's why they banned Tiny.
That's right. They knew about the tree trunk strat. Tiny is a hero that is interesting to me because there was a period of like a week or two where everyone was first picking Tiny and just playing at 4, which I think is very sus. Like, Tiny 4 is okay, but it's certainly not first pick in my opinion.
Are you saying, like, as in you don't think Tiny was buffed enough to be back on the cards of first picked, or it was like it needed to be in a core role?
I think just Tiny in general first pick is just, especially in a meta where there's a lot of pipes, and there's a lot of these heroes that are these tanky boys. There's Vipers, there's people buying pipe a lot, there's some Largo that makes everyone tanky, there's Chens and Treant Protectors. And
well, not in this game.
Well, not in this game.
Okay, just making sure you saw that.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you forget your glasses. So.
No, that's true. Today I remembered them. Chat's on. Warlock is a pretty classic counter to Beastmaster. He's a hero that's sort of one-dimensional in the way he fights. He walks in, he roars a guy, and he just hits that one guy, beats his drums, and tries to kill him. Warlock is standing behind, so the guy you go on and roar, he drops his rock, he bonds everything, and then all of Beastmaster's crap dies, and the Bongo Boy doesn't get the kill. So I think when I look at Gamer Legion's heroes, they've got 3 heroes that are great at, you roar a guy, we're countering that. We're Willow ulting, we're dropping the rock, we're Viper spitting. You know, they've got a lot of counterplay. So I think if you're Beastmaster in this game, you're going to need to farm a lot. You need to almost AFK farm BKB, I feel like.
And so you don't see it then moving away from the mid lane because it's going to really need that.
Yeah.
And that early, like, online pressure.
Yeah, I think this guy's going to be farming on Beastmaster. And so I think in some ways, okay, I mean, it's super good at bad in game against the 2 supports. They don't do anything against him. And so I think from Skitter, what you classically look from this guy is, we want some tempo. We want someone who can fight, they can win their lane, and they can use gate, or they can gank mid, and they can get active, because, you know, like we were talking about, Beastmaster, he's farming this game. So from Skitter and Amar, you want good lane matchups, you want strong lanes, so you can have some of that counterbalance, some of that tempo that Beastmaster is probably not giving you this game.
Okay. Do you think there is the pressure in an Abba Jakiro lane? Like, what would you say it needs to play out as a safe lane duo, assuming that it's Abba 1, Jakiro 5?
Yeah, it's definitely a very powerful lane that I think you want to pressure through your lane. You've got all these, it's just oppressive. Jakiro is a broken trading hero.
So true, so true. I hate coming up against this hero, especially trying to de-ward or ward against him.
Yeah, it's just miserable. The hero he just spits on your head. And Abaddon slows you too. It's like the double slows of Misery lane, so they will be pushing the wave, they'll be pulling the small camp. It's difficult to contest. It's it's a miserable lane to play against. Ooh, Andreas Hoodwink. Holy.
You didn't even call him AFN. You literally just called him by his first name. Someone character. Are you feeling okay, Quinn?
I need to check my temperature.
Yeah. Jeez. Hoodwink, yeah, been a while. What was it? He almost broke 100 games in that year that he played Hoodwink, that first year of Falcons?
It was something like he played it every game.
Crazy, yeah.
It was out of control.
Yeah. So why is it back on the menu then?
It's just standard guy, really.
Okay.
I genuinely think that is. I think in a lot of games, Falcons, they've got their stun guy, they've got their strong safe lane, and so when they come to the 4 pick, it's just like, yeah, we're just gonna pick just a guy, someone that's okay laning with your more options. I think there's some amount of conversation that's had in these situations about, okay, what is our last pick? Do we want a melee hero or a ranged hero, most likely? And then you talk about, okay, we'll pick a melee or ranged 4 based on that. Generally, you want a mix of those, so you want ranged offlane, melee 4, or melee 4, ranged offlane. And so you talk about that a little bit. I think especially for a team like Falcons, they don't pull waves that often. If you're picking double melee, you're pulling waves.
Yep.
So if they're picking ranged offlane, they're probably picking melee, or sorry, range 4, they're picking melee offlane, and they're gonna try to play that lane, try to win the lane.
Okay. Well, now a center for Gamer Legion, which gives Viper in the mid. They're reading that Beast is gonna go to the mid. A center and Dark Willow as the off lane. Is this good enough to be able to have trades against what you have coined the oppressive Jakiro Abba safe lane?
Yeah, Centaur is just a surviving bear, I think. He's got all that HP regen. He's going to buy the helm. They may even try to... It's just so hard to pull waves against Jakiro, but I think they're just going to try to survive. I think that is the name of the game.
So it's a Dark Willow that's going to stay with the Centaur to survive until a certain point and then leaves? Or it's like you need to stay with him for longer than you would like?
No, I think at some point you want to leave and just say, whatever you get, you get.
Good luck, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Once you get to 5 minutes, right, you can cut the waves like deeper into the lane. So once you get to that nighttime period, Centaur can just run to the tier 3 like a psycho and just sort of die to get the waves. Jakiro's gonna follow him, he might kill him, but hopefully in that time, Willow is playing through his Viper, he's making kills happen in the safe lane potentially. He's getting that snowball going because with these heroes, right, these supports, they don't do anything to a Batten. He presses 1 shield, it purges all their spells, and so the kill threat is not going to be there in Gamer Legion's offlane. They're trying to chill there, and they're trying to play through this Beastmaster and attack this guy, right? He wants to farm stacks. He's not great at fighting against these heroes, so you focus the heroes that you're good against. You look at these heroes, you say, Batten, we ain't touching you, brother. You can farm your Radiance. We're gonna mess with your team instead.
Okay, all right. Put a lot of pressure and weight on that shoulder of the Abba there. And the final few bans from Gamer Legion, being Mars, being Brewmaster, so really fitting that archetype that you already talked about of ranged position 4, giving away some more of those melee position 3s that Amar wants for himself on the side of Falcons. But picking first is going to be Gamer Legion, and a Conquer and a Shadow Fiend will be those 2 final bans coming out from Falcons and taking it out of the pool for Gamer Legion to pick up.
Yeah, the Kunkka one's interesting. It makes me think that maybe they're considering putting Beastmaster offlane. Kunkka carry was like a classic response to Beastmaster offlane, and other than that, I can't think of another reason why they would ban it. So to me, it says for Falcons, they're considering putting it offlane. They're saying maybe this mid lane is bad, and it was intended to be offlane all along.
Got him.
That is very possible. Beastmaster is... offlane is okay. I think it's not as good as mid Beastmaster. So it's actually Viper carry or Storm carry, I guess. It's a flex.
Which would you prefer, though? Because you kind of said it with an intonation in your voice that didn't instill me in confidence.
I mean, I don't like Storm carry. I think it's kind of
yeah. Okay, that's what I was reading.
Yeah, it's not great. It is probably a pretty strong lane with Warlock. But it's just weird because your scaling is very magic damage heavy. If you look at Storm, Viper, Centaur, Willow, Warlock, nobody is clicking in that lineup. And so if Falcons goes for a hero that buys a pipe this game, you can have some serious damage issues. It's why people have a right-clicking core in almost every lineup. When you only have one type of damage, it's very easy to be itemized against. Suddenly the enemy's got glimmers and pipes and things like this, and it's difficult to actually dish out the damage when you get to that 30+ minute mark, which Falcons is likely going to be able to stall to.
They do like playing to that minute mark.
They do.
Is it a Beast now shifted to the off lane, wants to go more of the auras? You keep that Beast in mid, really farm up a game for himself, and you pick out something else in the off lane that goes for the auras. Is there even anything left in the pool, right, to fit that archetype of a melee aura? I mean, yeah, there is. That's a silly question, but I still have to ask you.
I don't know if it is a silly question, because
You don't like Underlord? You don't like Tidehunter? None of those are ringing bells?
Underlord's definitely not a bad option, but the issue with Underlord is then you're laning against Viper Warlock.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that. Yep.
So that's the weird part about the flex here.
Yeah.
Viper Warlock is kind of a bad lane in that Viper wants people to help him spit, and Warlock wants people to help him like press his W, right? The Warlock's all his damage. Holy crap, it's a Pango. I have not seen that hero in eons.
It doesn't mean that long. Don't act like that.
It's been a few months.
It's been like 2 tournaments.
It's been like 3 months. The build now on Pango is 4-0-4 because Shield Crash is just dead. It's a trash can spell.
Yep.
And also, you don't have this constant slamming and roll because they nerfed that part of it with the Ags. So I'm curious what his item build is going to be. And he's not a pipe buyer, so GamerLegion, they have some more potential for some kill threat. But I'm curious to see, because Falcons has not gone for the pipe. They've gone for typical Falcons heroes. I don't know.
And now we can also see where the Viper and Storm are going to be, because that's what they were hovering for a while. They weren't really locking in who was going who, but we can see that Yamson is the Viper there. And so you're like, yeah, I like this just a little bit more.
Yeah, it's worse for the mid lane for sure. Beastmaster can actually beat Storm in lane. And so they're creating a little bit of a risk here. I think their safe lane is going to be very strong. Or at least I hope it is. If you lose the lane with Viper, like we talked about earlier, it's pretty rough.
Okay.
And so I think somehow they went from, I feel like it would have been better to put Storm safe lane, because I think this mid lane is now a risk, right? RCY needs to lock in, because you can definitely lose. This lane is slightly Beast favored, I'd say. And if now suddenly this Beast has a good time, your Baden's not losing his lane, you can end up in a position where Falcons, they're just farming and they're chilling, and then some of those magic damage issues, we run into them later for GamerLegion.
Okay, well, I was really hoping for a different story. I thought, you'd have your NA bias on and you would just not really tell me how it is.
This is my NA bias.
Really, you were downplaying it. It's actually really heavily Beast favored in mid, and you're really trying to build up the
That lane
GamerLegion
can
boys.
be really, that lane is a scary lane. You can draw as Storm, but you can't win as Storm. They want to draw. That's what they're hoping for. If they can get a draw and they can win their safe lane with Viper Warlock, then they've got some chances. But then you just
keep ganking the Beastmaster, farming in places you know he's going to constantly be in.
That's right. But
I knew what you were going. I see it now.
That's right. But you got to get the draw mid. You need that draw, and you need Viper to win his lane. If you can check those 2 boxes, then we got chances.
Okay, all right. 2 boxes to tick for chances, but look, all our boxes are ticked right here on the desk. We're going to head on into it. Our first best of 1, Falcons up against GamerLegion.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get in the action here between GamerLegion and Team Falcons. I'm ODPixel here, joined by Fogged. Fogged, how are you doing today? Looking forward to this one?
Good morning. Yes, I'm very much so looking forward to it. I haven't seen some of these heroes in some time, so.
Absolutely. I mean, from the draft perspective, whilst we were going through it, right, it did seem the Falcons, they got a lot of comfort.
More
they
standard.
kind of threw a bit of a sort of spanner into the works with the last pick, coming in with a Pango that I don't think anyone would have necessarily expected, considering the fact that this hero just isn't really considered by a lot of the teams right now, and a lot of the pub players as well. It's just not really touched too much. And then on GamerLegion's side of things, they opened strong with the Viper. The support duo, it's definitely a risky one, right? But they do kind of round it up nicely, at least with the solid Centaur pick.
Yeah, like I actually was I'm happy with Warlock. I think it's a pretty safe pick right now. I think it can work in a lot of situations, especially with what they saw, right? They saw Beastmaster, Quinn, the beautiful Quinn, had said exactly pretty much what I was going to say as well, too. A great hard, not hard counter, but a counter in terms of initiation versus counter initiation, right? So, but the Willow for me is just, it's a hero with a lot of question marks. I don't know what it's going to do in terms of threatening. I don't know what it's going to do in terms of game either, because it's just been an underwhelming hero in general. Because you don't really pressure too much in lane, so we'll see. It's Bignum on his specialty hero, so I'm hoping to be impressed by him with some of these things. But yeah, definitely not the easiest game for him to do so, since he's playing versus, lots of abilities that hit through the Shadow Realm as well, too, right? There's going to be Macro Pyres, Axes, Pangos sometimes, etc. So we'll see how he endures versus it. And yeah, let's see what ends up happening. Because yeah, it's definitely... they were saying it a bit on that panel. This is probably the top seed versus the bottom seed, at least for me as well. Maybe like 1 and 2 I have Falcons, and then I have GamerLegion, unfortunately, as bottom 2, probably. So this is a very tough matchup, just to put that up for everybody, just in terms of teams, of course.
Yeah, but who knows, you know, sometimes, especially at the beginning of tournaments, right, we have seen before Falcons sometimes stumble coming into some of the tournaments on the first few matches, so maybe that'll give the chance that Gamer Legion need to take this game against them.
Perhaps. Also, Viper can be a pretty disgusting hero, right? Like, honestly, if this hero has a good start, it can really just enable your entire draft in a lot of ways. However, I will say, there's a lot that Falcons have to go through this hero. It's not some type of draft where it's like, oh, they have a lot of magical and they don't have to worry. It's a lot of hybrid damage they have going on here, a lot of big damage as well to his game progresses, and a built-in break, right? I think that's the other thing that I liked from the Hoodwink pick this game, is that they do have that as well with the sharpshooter, so.
No, absolutely, absolutely. They definitely have the tools to be able to blow up the Viper in those earlier stages and make sure that the Viper can't really get the ball rolling, so early on, Yamson will have to be careful.
And that sometimes is, I know me and you are really on this. It's been 3 months, you know, so it's been some time at least for me, casting, but I know me and you are really on top of the saving heroes, right? And usually if I see like a Beastmaster, I see a lot of commit heroes. That's where I'm like, imagine this like Willow or something was a saving hero, right? You could do some, but we'll get there when we get there, so. Because he has the fear at least, or the terrorize to counteract, but he won't have an ability to just, you know, like a Shadow Demon Disruption, a Bane Sleeper.
No. No. And sort of, we'll see if they're able to get the kill here. The shield comes into play, so Snaking should be fine. Both the supports getting pretty low to one another's harass. And yeah, because I guess overall as a team, they do have the Stampede, but it definitely feels like that was addressed in the draft by Falcons, and they've also just got means to deal with or kill heroes and ensure that the Stampede isn't always going to get them out of there.
Yeah. Let's see how Mar does. This is definitely not going to be an easy one for him. This is the choice that was made, of course, by Gamer Legion. They picked this Storm, which means on paper, his lane is a little bit worse versus the Beastmaster. Sure, Storm can win, but Beast can threaten. But they're going to have this really strong safe lane because of it. With Viper, Warlock versus the Pango, should be able to shut down Amar quite well. And I'm going to have to just, yeah, like Quinn said, I'm looking forward to see what the build's going to be from this Pango. Because I've only seen, I think, once in 3 months in all of my games. And I've been watching a ton of games as well, too. I'm very, very rarely seeing this hero.
All right. Yeah, Quinn mentioned what the 404 build is what we should look out for.
Yeah.
As Shield Crash has been nerfed into the ground over the various patches. So yeah, let's see if Amar can make it work.
And to be fair, Swashbuckle, it feels nice to use now, I do have to say. The cast range increased level 1s, these early dig dashes, etc. It does feel decent, but that might be about it. It's the early game for Pango, because it's just weird now. Amar?
He's getting super low again. Down to his last couple of tangos. Fatal Bonds is going to bring him down pretty low, especially with this creep wave that Yamson's going to continue to bring down.
He's going to do a fair bit of damage onto him. If he gets hit even once, it could be the death of him.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. He's really living on the edge here, Amar. I'll get just a bit of a bait. And it allows Crit to turn around, get the Bushwhacker and Acorn Shot, and the Swashbuckle back onto speed.
Nice
so,
hit.
yeah, trading some good damage back there the way of Gamer Legion. Amar, that will be the final tango taken.
Oh, and Crit got the drag, actually. This is a pretty big one, that drag on this wave, because they're trying to keep that in a position right there, Gamer Legion, to pressure the Pango, and now Crit can reposition this, so Amar can get...
Oh, look at mid! He just got him under the tower! He gets the birds out, the Hawks, and he's diving the tower Malrine, and he's killing him off solo. Strikes at a perfect time, catching him at level 4. I mean, that's a painful loss there. Losing that 1v1. Yeah. I mean, this is sort of what the concern was, right, when you do look to play this matchup. If the Beastmaster's good, which in this case, hey, hello, it's Malrine, he's going to be good. he could turn up and take you down.
Yeah, you know, it's like you make this choice, right? You put this Viper safe lane, you have the Storm, you have the kill potential, but this is what Quinn was saying also, is the individual skill matchups, right? You're playing versus some of the best, if not the best of the best on each of their positions and heroes. So RCY, even though he's a very good Storm, I do have to say this guy is a top-tier Storm. You know, this can just happen in a Beastmaster matchup. These boars are so annoying.
Oh, that's rough, that's rough. And of course, this is just going to accelerate their level 6 timing, so there's going to be this whole window now where, as the Storm, you're probably just going to have to hit the jungle that little bit sooner, right? I don't know. Can you even turn up and play the lane once 6 is online for the Beast?
I don't really think so. You can try to do some wave drag, but the thing is that the Beastmaster is actually going to mess with you, because Malrine always does this. He's going to pull the wave, move the wave into your tower, so you have to react to stuff like this constantly. They always do this. A lot of the top tier mids have pretty much been abusing this a lot. And in the meanwhile, look at Malrine, he's stacking, so he actually missed one. But either way, he is maximizing as much as possible while pressuring and also forcing a movement from RCY to at least show himself constantly in mid.
That's going to be super difficult for RCY to keep up with this. Well, we'll see how it manages.
Lane we haven't gotten a touch on is, this was my worry, at least with the Willow pick, is you don't pressure lanes. I swear I've played this hero 1,000 times. I love this hero too. But every time I watch it, unless you're like perfect on the hero, it's extremely difficult to pressure a safe laner, and he's into a Batten. So there's always going to be a way to bail out of a difficult scenario. And right now, Skeeter is farming very well. And they're pressuring the Centaur as well.
Yeah, I mean, they try and get aggressive just with the two of them onto Skeeter, who's able to just turn, pop the shield, and cause Fade to have to head back to base. We'll see over in the mid again, RCY. Getting bullied a little bit from Maureen. Was able to hit the jungle, get his own 6 online, RCY, so at least we'll have Bull Lightning to rely on. He's going to have a +1 coming in on the mid.
Kind of have to.
Yeah, 6-minute power in. Can they really stop Maureen from picking it up? They can't. He's still going to be able to grab it. Snake King's headed over, and now Bignum could be in trouble. The Brambles will momentarily hold Maureen back, but he's got the Illusion Room ready to remove it off. Steps up with the Roar, gets himself another kill.
No hesitation. I was like, he might just throw axes and no, doesn't. He's like, I'm roaring. I want the kill. Guaranteed. Gets it. Pressure on all fronts, at least early here. Viper, still getting some good farms, slowing down the Pango, but yeah, this Beast oppression, see what they do to deal with it for now.
So yeah, who do you bring over to sort of slow down the domination here in the mid? It doesn't seem easy, right, for these two supports to do much at all until they've hit their 6s, and that's not going to happen for some time. See Crypt, he's going to be able to go straight for the TP out. Nothing to do about it. Easy escape from him. They can't get the kill.
Up top, Owen, the Wisdom's in jeopardy. Two Skeeters level 5. They're rotating Malrine over. They've got to bring numbers. They're bringing the Viper.
Oh, they have to. But even if with the numbers, can they have much to say about this? Making the ice path. That's going to be the Wisdom already taken. RCY's going to jump forward. Can they at least get a support kill out of this? They will. They'll get snaking, but they had to bring, what, 4 heroes over for this. They didn't stop Falcons from taking the Wisdom. They just get a support kill. It's not what they were looking for.
No. It's expensive rotation. I was like, oh, is the Warlock TPing for a Grimoire charge at least? No. So they don't even get a Grimoire charge, but at least it's a kill. But Snag does claim the Shrine. Beautiful Ice Path onto 2 or 3, and they make the executive call just to ditch him. So Falcons on top of things. As Beast is definitely going to be an issue. And I don't know how long we're going to have to deal with. I think Beast needs to get the Pango treatment, dude. I'm so sick of this. It's been years, I think, that I'm seeing this.
Well, this here.
Beastmaster. Because it's going to be incredibly strong versus the entire lineup here, because there's not going to be any heal negation for a very, very long time, especially
now, who buys
their lineup, how it goes. Yeah, it's like eventually maybe, but that's way, way, way down the lines. And yeah, just a very strong team fight lineup that Falcons has put together with it. And now, looking at the lanes, so for me, what I'm looking at for Gaming Legion is like they had to kind of stomp, at least especially the bottom lane when you do this Viper thing. Now Viper's actually in the same position as this Bango because of these rotations and small movements and everything, so Falcons very comfortable, very happy with what's going on here.
Yeah, there's just all 3 heroes. Oh, yeah, exactly. You know, Gaming Legion, they're going to have to hit the jungle across all fronts with the 3 cores for this point of the game, which is definitely going to mean that Falcons have a lot of control and space in the lanes.
What's wild to me is Yamsun's also only level 5. Not even level 6 on the Viper, where sometimes it's like you've had a pretty good lane, and you just go somewhere and you Viper strike someone and you can kind of get a kill or set up. He's still 5. Same as level Sports, in fact, on the side of Falcons, at least snaking.
That's tough. And his lane's completely gone. They're going to lose the tier 1 tower down here on the bottom lane as Falcons are able to take this out. Of course, all meanwhile on the other side of the map, you know, Skeeter, he's just having complete comfort in his own corner of the map right now, as Gaming Legion just don't really have any means of getting over there and threatening this carry at Batten at this point of the game with their lineup.
And we should say, you know, yes, they will have a break eventually, perhaps maybe some type of, maybe not a silence actually, they probably won't actually get one since Storms just don't go that build anymore. Skeeter has a lot of ways to just mess with them. This shield, we haven't even really talked about how good the shield is this game. The Dispel is going to be fantastic either for himself or for his teammates too. So it feels like Falcons are in a very comfortable spot in terms of what they like to usually do. You know, win these lanes early, sit back, hit their first core timings, and then be extremely oppressive. You know, Amar, he's level 7. So he's actually in a very good spot on this Pango, which, you know, we're wondering to see what this hero can actually do. He hasn't had a rough lane, so no, on paper, should be able to do pretty good.
Yep, the fuse time's coming in pretty hot. I mean, so Gaming Legion, what do you imagine the plan's going to be? And now that they've got the 6 on speed, yeah, do you go straight for some sort of smoke play with a good number of you? Yeah, we'll see RCY and speed head with the smoke. Looks like they're going to go and pick up Yamsen as well. So with the three of them, looking to make this move by the looks of it down towards the bottom lane, see if they can catch Crit or Amar. Amar at the moment does have a shield rune, so that might cause some extra issues in this play. Let's see if they get away with anything.
Yeah, let's see what they get here. Might just have to settle
spells. That doesn't feel good. They see him, but indeed they really want Amar. As I say, he's got that shield rune upon him, so he's not really a tasty target. RCY will settle now to look towards Crit, and they'll be able to get him without having to commit with the golem, so it's something, but again, not really the big thing that they were fishing for, and now if they want to try and redo that play, it's going to come a less of a surprise, and Falcons are just unlikely to get caught out by GamerLegion at this point when they're trying to make the most of this opportunity they have with the goal.
Look at these.
It's just not going to surprise Falcons.
Okay, so I wonder what they're going to do with this. So Falcons now has this information that Fade has triple stacked the creep wave top. Literally, triple stacked with his Dark Troll Summoner. So maybe they look to pressure the tower with it since they still have a T1. I see Amar rotating, so I think that's a call. You know, usually some teams just like go, okay, he's just going to farm the wave. I think Falcons is that type of team. They're going to say, okay, we have a catapult, we have a triple wave. Let's see what we can do with it. Because this is a monstrous wave.
I mean, what did GamerLegion do about this? Do they bring the full team up here? Yeah.
You don't want Fade not to get all this juicy experience, right? So you want people behind here, but this could catch him off guard with the Mars rotation. This wave is massive.
Let's have a look. TP's now coming in from GamerLegion. The Shadow Word healing Fade up. Bramble will catch on to the two of them.
Got it all.
Nice to set it up, yeah, for Fade to clean the creeps up under the tower safely. Falcons,
nice.
they'll very quickly split back up across the map.
I think GamerLegion will be, I mean, they're pretty happy with that. His job was done, right? Triple stack the wave. They double stacked the Ancients and the hard camp in the meantime, too, for the Centaur to get toward that next item. So that was pretty solid. They didn't have to do too much. All they had to do was protect him, and they did that. They still have Golem as well, too, and they're getting that farm going. So they're at least keeping that, you know, that net worth. It's just sitting at that 1K, so they're maximizing pretty well right now with these movements.
Slowing down the game. In terms of kills, just 2-2 at the moment. It is just the fact that Falcons are being that little bit more efficient with the map. And they do have Malrine in this top spot, very close to the Aghanims, just 400 gold off it on the Beastmaster. It's going to be a super fast timing from him. And
that'll be the question.
In general, yeah, if they can fight into this Aghanims Beastmaster and this very soon to be Radiant Sabaton.
And that does not look easy because they don't really have any of these core items. Gonna jump Malrine.
They need this kill.
Back up.
They'll drop the Golem. The Brambles aren't going to connect, though. RCY committing with the rest of his mana to dive in. They will get the kill. A big one there for GamerLegion. They needed to slow down that Aghanims on Malrine, and they will manage to do so a little bit there with that play.
I like the way that they did this, actually, with the Stampede plus the Bedlam. That's actually one way to make this Willow look a little better, because sometimes getting in with your Bedlam can be complicated, but Stampede Shadow Realm on top, hell yeah. I actually like to see that from Bigdom. Less than 1K now. Fade gets a deny too. He's starting to get that farm with his Dominator built up too. Not too shabby. 3-2.
Okay.
They slowed things down nicely. Stop the pressure.
Yeah, yeah. And you know what? I think they won the game, Fog. Because there's an item being queued up that I think's terrible.
saw the Midas.
But what do I do? There's a Midas. My eyes go Midas. Talk to me about this, Fog. Sell me it. I've been the biggest Midas enjoyer for forever. But today's
you know, I'm the biggest Midas hater.
It just ain't what it used to be. It's at a point where nowadays even the griefers don't buy Midas in your games.
There's only 5 kills. I think he's just no one's doing anything, and maybe what Amar's thing, or maybe he just doesn't buy it because it's Amar. You know, he does like.
Sure, he's just memeing,
and he likes. He usually likes when we say it as well. He likes to listen to the VOD and likes to listen when we.
There
say
we go. You got your reaction, Amar.
He's a silly boy.
Let's see if it commits for it. But I would be surprised. I mean, would you be surprised? Is there a reason for the Midas in this situation?
To farm.
But I feel like even nowadays, there's better ways to spend your money if you want to farm. You know what I mean?
It's gotten 20-second cooldown reduction.
I know.
Reduction, but still, I know.
No, it's a big num. He's going to get the setup on a crit. Now it's going to be a dead hookwing. GamerLegion starting to pick up the action.
I like how they're doing these moves too. It's not like they're really forced. Like the mid one, that was kind of quite a forced play, but I like the way they did that one because they identified a lot with the move in top. Then they rotated mid. They made the move and committed with the golem. And now with this downtime, golem's gonna be back up in 40 seconds. And they're playing around their Storm Spirit nicely. Look at this, the amp damage. They've got the 2 supports with them.
Let's see what they want to do down there. Lamar. Can they go for the setup on the Viper with the 2 of them? Looks like they're not feeling confident on that.
No, not quite. This Viper is getting close to that Manta, too. Actually going to start to be a little annoying to kill. Can definitely make them work for it once he's got that. They're going to try. He is far.
Remember the Rolling Thunder. Yamson, he's got the Stampede to try and get him out of there. Good jukes as well. He's getting the heal coming in from Speed. He's still alive. Yamson's going to live. The golem gets dropped down onto Amar. Amar to swashbuckle away, but RCY's ready to jump in, get the catch, get the kill. They get the 2 of them.
Now crit, baby.
Very nice moves here from Gamer-Legion. Falcons, they're going to try and strike back in. Maureen with the Roar onto Bignum with the Houston's there from Fade. RCY's
here's their 2-eye.
They've got the Vortex pullback onto Maureen. Crit's dead. Maureen's dead as well. What's going on, Fog? Gamer-Legion, they are absolutely showing up Falcons in these last few minutes. And, yeah, 3K lead now for Gamer-Legion. Falcons, after a very calm, controlled start, they're starting to lose the plot.
They try to go for an aggressive move, right? They try to go for the Viper, and there's that Stampede. So I guess that one is enough for the save, right? Gets him out. They have the Warlock back up, and then, wow, great movements. I mean, playing around their Storm Spirit beautifully. And now he's got another Power Rune, so looking to continue this movement around the Storm. After getting that kill with the DD, now he's got a regen. Can look to continue this pressure. Up to 4K lead.
Absolutely, they're crushing it.
And this was,
Falcons,
you know,
just looking...
The timing.
Yeah.
Right? Aghanim's, it was there. The Radiance, I believe, was just finished too. They just caught them before all of it was kind of put together at the same time. So, that was very heads up. Midas.
We will. Yeah, indeed. So we see the change up. You know, there's no time for memes, especially after that scenario of events.
No.
Mark's going to get the Blink Dagger out. Has to make sure he gets that solid connection.
All right. Let's see where they go here.
I mean, Skeeter wants to, you know, try and get involved in the action here with this Radiance. See how Gamer-Legion go about dealing with this. I mean, they're not too scared of him. In fact, they're kind of happy to get in on this. Ice Path and Macropire will come out on towards RCY. Mario with the Roar as well. They're focusing the Storm. They can't quite kill it though. RCY's going to be able to live. Gets out. Even considering getting back in potentially. We'll see Yamson turn up, take Snaking down. The Fatal Bond's causing issues here for Maureen, and Maureen has to back off. We'll knock Yamson down to the low ground here with the Rolling Thunder. They'll still manage to get him, so at least this time Falcons getting a trade back their way. They take the Viper out. Can they get anything more? Fate's pretty tanky here with the pipe. See if they can burst him down. The bushwhack control comes into play. RCY, he wants to get back in on this. Zips in, Vortex on the crit. He'll manage to pick up another kill. He's very low on the Storm, so does have to be careful. This time round, things not going too hot for Gamer-Legion. Falcons, they'll be able to survive through the fight. Skeeter on this Abaddon definitely being that issue on the front lines with the borrowed time, with the Radiance. They couldn't deal with him. You know, they tried their sort of best Gamer-Legion to dance around him and get some pickoffs here and there at the edge of the fight. But at the end of the day, it became too much for them as the fight, you know, the sort of seconds passed.
That was actually a 5v5 fight rather than these like little pickoffs of 2v2 small engagements on the sides. And it was a 5v5 fight with no golem. So I think that actually also really hurt Gamer-Legion quite a bit. Also, yeah, like you said, Skeeter kind of played that one perfectly, right? He absorbed everything. I think it was 9 shields, if I counted correctly. 9 shields and 7 sets of action. So the 2 main heroes kind of got everything off.
RCY, he's popping up. He just got himself a 1 versus 2. Snaking couldn't even save Amar there in that situation. RCY, yeah, after pretty much just that 1 death in the lane where he made that slip up against Maureen's Beastmaster, he's now 2-1-6. You know, since that point, he's made a fantastic recovery. He's now top net worth there, just a little bit ahead of Maureen's Beastmaster. I mean, you said it right. This hero, RCY, it's one of his best.
It's his best, in my opinion, by far. Another grab.
That's going to be another kill.
Got him.
Very nice stuff there on the Storm from RCY.
of the build too. You know, we talked about who's going to buy the Shivas, right? He's rushing it. So he's got the Kaya Sanj. He's going to go for that Shivas to counteract versus the Beast. Very strong versus actually everybody on the opposing side. Just the Shivas effect, not even just the reduction, can be very annoying this game. 16 Galvanize. I think they should just, keep playing around him, right? I think Bignum and RCY can definitely look to stick together, especially with the way that he's getting the ball rolling and getting the kills. I think just, like we were saying, just maybe Skeeter is the thing that they kind of have to avoid and figure out how they take the fights versus him. But yeah, if they can keep this Storm in this spot, RCY is definitely very happy.
Falcons going to look to get active again here with the smoke up top. I want to try and ensure that there's not space for the Tormentor to be taken by GamerLegion.
This is a hard one. Aegis BKB on Malrine. So let's see how GamerLegion approaches this.
I mean, can they approach this? Or do you just have to avoid this fight completely? We're going to see Fade found at the start here at the fight. Golem's going to be dropped down, but Fade's already gone. See an attempt to TP out from speed, but the Rolling Thunder catches him as Amar's able to swing across, ensure that they get the double setup for Malrine. Chase continuing off towards the end of the Rolling Thunders. Amar gets in on towards Bignum as well. Lovely Rolling Thunder from Amar that time round. Means that they get the 3 kills. They'll be able to move towards the Tormentor, take that for themselves. And that was always going to be a difficult fight, right, for GamerLegion to set up for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, into Aegis, into BKB also, but then probably the worst case scenario happened to them. Their Centaur got roared, so that's their save, right? If he gets roared, he's very likely to get full controlled by the follow-up there from the Pangos we saw. And yeah, tons of damage. So Falcons regaining that footing when they actually get their 5v5 team fights rather than just these small skirmishes on the side. Crit does get that free shard. Very nice one.
GamerLegion looking to strike back. They know that at this point, there's a high chance that Falcons are split up after the objective, and they can go back to that sort of chance of finding these pickoffs, finding Falcons split up.
Yeah, I think that's their best bet. It does feel like it, right? Because I feel like the 5v5 we now saw a couple times, 2 times back-to-back, what it's probably going to look like in a lot of situations. So ideally, pick off into fight is probably the best, or just play the pick-off game until your Viper feels like he's good enough to actually fight.
This is turning into a therapy session.
It's difficult though. Falcons
Yeah.
keeping themselves very well hidden and deep on their side of the map, so no kills to be found with the smoke. They'll be able to find the space to finish off the tier 1 tower. Not getting that catch that they were quite hoping for.
Mars requeued the Midas. Things are back into state.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's the difference with the Mars Midas. I feel like we see some other players, right, they cure the Midas when the game's going wrong. He kind of does it when the game's going right, and you know he's chill. You know,
if it's 1 Midas. If it's 4, that means the game's disastrous. So remember
it depends on the quantity. Okay, 1 is good.
The quantity for Amar.
4 is that's really bad. Yeah, at the moment, especially after sort of the situation up around that top Tormentor, Falcons back in control of the game for now. We did see obviously GamerLegion able to shake it up earlier. We'll see if they can do it again. What do we got coming up soon?
I mean, Fade is just being annoying. I'm just watching these gathering creep waves. Right, the Dominator meta continues as he tries to manipulate as much as possible to stop some push and get whatever he can afterwards.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They even cut the wave with the Warlock who's there in the triangle. That's actually a pretty funny one. We'll be able to take out that double, triple wave. Falcons ready for the fight. 15 seconds still on Aegis.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Let's see what they want to do about this. Tier 2 getting pressured.
Shivas is done for RCY, but
RCY just gonna start to try and scare them off. Falcons still ready at the side here to back up Skeeter if required. Yamsen's going to try for the lead in, but the Roar and the Rolling Thunder coming in straight away down on towards the fight, but Yamsen's gone. They kill him off during the duration of the stun. Stampede will be there. RCY will see who's going to try and get his hands on. Fade jumps in, gets the stun connection onto Skeeter. Skeeter getting caught very low, get the shield off, trying to run, but they have to set up here with the Yule Scepter. Skeeter will get left behind. GamerLegion bring down the Abaddon and force Falcons to back off.
I mean, a lot of pretty much everything committed from both sides there. Both end up losing their carry. It's maybe a slight benefit for game. I mean, very close on the numbers, so. Cool patience on the Golem.
Yeah, they kept the tier 2 alive. Yeah, well, would you think there was maybe sort of an opportunity to drop it down sooner to maybe help Yamsen?
I mean, maybe, but it looked like he intentionally hesitated because they knew that the Viper was going to go down. Amar?
Gonna get a catch on him. The roll up, crits in with the backup. Ramble's still catching Amar at the side and be able to swashbuckle away. They turn with the burst, they blow up big num. RCY's gonna try and push forward. Starting to run a little low on the mana. He's still got a healing Lotus or two to help him out, and Speed will come in with the mana boots.
Sure.
Raw back online, but there's the backup. Fade jumps in with a Who Stomp on towards Maureen. They've got control on towards RCY and Fade, but they don't have the damage to kill them, so RCY and Fade can just turn, kill Maureen off, and RCY is ready to potentially go in for more with the Shiva's Guard. He'll now back off as he's run out of mana, goes for the Zip TP. He's out of there. Fade also able to back out. So whilst they took sort of the trade between the carries here around the mid, GamerLegion able to push straight over to Falcons side of the map and end up picking up 2 extra big kills on top of the defense of the tier 2 mid.
Honestly, Yamson's not the carry by any means, right? RCY, he's showing why we're talking about his Storm Spirit. His build is honestly doing so well. The Shiva it's doing a lot of work. I just saw these last 2 fights. Versus this Abaddon, versus the healing in the mid from his ulti, and then afterwards also versus the Beastmaster Ags, it completely stops the healing pretty much, so really cool. And he's tanky from it. He can stand his ground pretty decent.
He's ready to keep going. Crit tries to poke at the midway, but straight away RCY on top of him. Keeps that kill streak going. They're going to try and find a way to slow down the Storm, and we've seen even in these situations where they do get the roar off on towards him, they don't necessarily have that overwhelming burst damage to blow him up at this stage. He's just a little bit too fat.
No, agreed. I honestly, I can't keep saying how much I love that he just absolutely rushed this Shivas this game. It's so good for the armor, the heal negation, everything. He's very hard to bring down. 32 armor, 2,500 HP, backup of Team H2 with Solars and Yules. Looking pretty good for him. So for Falcons now, wondering what the next big pivot is. Maybe it is going to be this Orchid that I guess Skeeter is going to go for to have that extra control versus the Storm. That plus the refresher, but yeah, I feel like RCY could definitely run away with these next few moments. If he doesn't get picked off, he could kill everybody.
Are they going to catch Naking? The kills continue to roll in here for GamerLegion.
Storm. And oh, and he's going even more armor. Gets the Witchblade, so high damage plus armor. Gives you like everything you really want on these Storms too. This is pretty ridiculous how tanky he is.
Yeah, again, sort of a couple of times where Falcons, after they've been able to push ahead with their sort of team play, they do get punished by GamerLegion's maneuvers.
They're having
pretty much even on the net worth. You've got RCY again ahead of Maureen on the board, and they're just being that bit more proactive, looking for the moves. We'll see them look for Amar. He'll have to try and run himself away with a disperser, and will survive.
I think
they just have to dodge the Storm completely.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, RCY is running away. I think they give him a gem now too, though, so he has great control to keep vision. But yeah, I think this Dominator thing has been messing with them too, though, because it keeps cutting waves. It makes Falcons split up, and then that's when they've been having some difficulties too, when the Storm can catch them split up like this. Refresher.
The next
is done.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Maureen. And I imagine with that, what's sort of the play going to be in this team fight? Is it sort of just to hold it, to have that double duration stun, or is he looking to lock down 2 heroes?
I think he might just double roar the Storm, I gotta be honest with you. It depends on who Show is in the fights, though. Like, if they see the Centaur, they're gonna commit, they're gonna full commit and kill Centaur. But if Storm shows himself, now they can actually full commit onto him. So we'll see. Because they have the Orchid, too, so maybe he doesn't even have to double roar with that Orchid. We'll have to see.
At the moment, GamerLegion nowhere near this smoke coming in from Falcons. So it doesn't look to be a clear and easy play for Falcons to get the catch.
Okay.
They might just settle for the smoke into Roche.
Seeing more path of Amar's build now, too. He goes for a Echo Saber now.
Yeah, so just full in on the right click and the swashbuckles with this build.
No way to contest the Roche, so they'll have to just give this one up.
Just see, obviously last time round, around the Aegis, that was kind of where Falcons were able to find their strength again. So once more having the Aegis on them, this time on Maureen. They might just try and push it up to the high ground, see how much they can kind of get out of these moments.
Taking a look.
We'll see Amar. they might just get the chance to go on him here. He's headed back to try and clear off the wave, but bit of a surprise waiting for him. He'll get the roll-up off in time, and TPs are coming in. So as soon as they poke that out, they'll get out of there. Pushback from Crypt will come into play to catch Big Number, stop him from TPing out. But the rest of GamerLegion will make it out of there. They look towards the mid, of course, knowing that they just managed to split Falcons up and go straight for this play onto Skitter, of course. It's not the one with the Aegis this time, so has to use the borrowed time to just get away. We'll survive, we'll get out of there. But again, just so these little sort of pokes and pulls from GamerLegion, you can really get a sense of what they're trying to do. Even in these moments where Falcons have the strength of the Aegis, they're doing whatever they can to try and split them apart and punish them still.
Yeah, RCY, honestly, the RCY and the two supports are really, they're doing as much as they possibly can in terms of trying to find these pickoffs. Amar is very ready for it, though. Every time he instantly rolls up, so it looks like both teams are very understanding of what they're each trying to do, at least at the moment, so both kind of poking and prodding with each other for now. See what these next items, because I'm seeing some pivots come out, so I did want to mention these. We did see Yamsum go for BKB, pretty standard, but we did see Fade. He had the BKB queued on the Centaur, and now he's pivoted toward Ag, so looking to play perhaps a little different in terms of who he thinks Falcons is going to focus fire, because BKB is to, of course, save himself, Agnims is to protect an ally, so Fade definitely has to just be a little careful for his positioning to not get initiated on himself now.
This time around, GamerLegion will be able to head over to the Tormentor, take that out. Whilst last time we did have Falcons head over there to try and look to go aggressive with that Aegis fight. Looks like they're opting for just the split push down on the bottom lane, get the tier 2 tower.
This is a much closer game than I anticipated.
It really, I think that I think that a lot of people tuning in expected. I mean, we heard it from the panel as well. This was a matchup where I don't think at 31 minutes you're expecting there to be kind of this 1k gold difference between the two of them. You know, no. GamerLegion absolutely turning up this morning and giving a very competitive showing here against Falcons, and yeah, absolutely giving them a run for their money in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Quinn did say it. You know, we have seen it at times too with Falcons. The first game of a tournament, first series, etc., can be a bit, but this is still, you got to give it to them. It's very impressive, especially with RCY after getting solo killed in mid. That's the one thing too. Got solo killed, and that's his only death so far. So he's doing pretty solid in terms of everything because of that. Because sometimes if you get solo killed, the game can just be completely over for your entire team. So
it really can, especially on Storm. I feel like we've seen countless Storm games where just over the years that that one early death and that setback, and you're just not recovering.
You just never get galvanized.
Quite some skill to be able to pick yourself up, especially against something of the nature of Maureen's Beastmaster. You know, keeping yourself level with the progress of this Maureen Beastmaster. Yeah, RCY having a great game here.
Fade continued to be very obnoxious, cutting the creep waves. Maureen was actually looking for a pickoff on him. Maureen can kill him, so the Centaur does have to be a bit careful on those sides. If Maureen is able to find him, but he was careful, got out. They will find crit.
It's coming, what, just a minute and a half left on the Aegis. They got the tier 2 down bottom, but you know, you would imagine that maybe Falcons would have hoped to achieve that little bit more, especially with just how they know that when they don't have the Aegis on Falcons, it's not an easy game for them. It's not even an easy team fight for them at this point.
No. They're having lane difficulties on. I gotta be honest with you. Like, even though they're the ones with like the Beastmaster and they have great ways to get these little like split pushes on the side, it's this Centaur with the Dominator constantly cutting waves, some Manta. Mark?
A little bit stuck, but we'll still get it.
I didn't know you could go there. I gotta be honest. I have not fallen into that corner yet. Yeah, I haven't fallen there yet.
Actually, that's true. I didn't know. Can you even blink into that point? I guess you must if you can shield crash into it. Can you blink there?
I want to say no. But honestly, I would never really click to blink there.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Nobody's ever blinking there, but if you blink there, something's gone horribly wrong. But I guess if you can shield crash there, maybe you can.
Another BKB. So RCY does have that finished up too, so doesn't have to worry about some casual ice path or something as well. Can really full commit onto a hero. Falcons. I think looking to more stick together. I think that I mean, they've been noticing for a while, right? Like, if they split up, there's the chances of them getting picked off. So they're looking to really at least stick together as 4, while Amar plays on the sides with the roll-up to prevent the catch. But RCY is yet to be caught. This, let's see, will this be the one?
I'd love to catch him. He gets the BKB off very quickly. And that means there's just no follow-up damage. He is perfectly fine. Out with the zip TP. I mean, that was an immediate reaction there. As soon as he sees anything. he hears anything, he senses anything, just BKB's press. And at that point, doesn't matter if the Roar still comes through, you're just not going to have the follow-up to kill him.
Amar.
And the moves. Let's see if they can chase him out here with the Stampede. They're going to drop quite a bit for him. They want this Pango dead, but he did get the roll away off with the Rolling Thunder. And yeah, he'll be having the last laugh on that one.
So this is, I gotta be honest, this Disperser pickup, it's been some times he's had it, of course, but man, this pickup has been genius, really. So many different ways it's prevented him from getting caught. Just little speed ups. I mean, little, I say. It lasts an eternity, it feels like, since you move so fast. He's just getting away. No Rolling Thunder now for the fight, but no Stampede either. Skeeter?
Skeeter. Borrowed timeout. Backup's coming in. The Bramble and the breakdown on towards him. Maurin jumps in with the Roar onto Fade. Once the BKB has the second Roar ready here with a refresher. We'll drop it down again onto Fade. But even with the two Roars committed onto the Centaur, they're not killing him. Fade's perfectly fine. GamerLegion as a team continue to push on. They get the grab onto Amar. Fade comes in with the car, closing in onto Amar with the Hoostomp. Amar will swashbuckle away up to the high ground. He's caught stuck in the trees. The poison comes in. He's out. Amar's gone. Fade dives in again. Gets his hands in on towards Snaking. Fade just completely toying with them. They commit everything. Both Roars trying to kill the Centaur. They couldn't kill him. And he basically turns around and leads the charge on killing them. They've taken two heroes out. GamerLegion, they've got everybody alive. They're ready to push the high ground.
It must have been like miscommunication, it seemed like, from Falcons in terms of if they wanted to fight or not, because Maurin was gung-ho. He's like, let's go. I'm going to Roar, let's double commit. Skitter's probably like, I have no borrow time. And Amar's in there, I have no Rolling Thunder. So a jump with lack of coordination, it felt like, as GamerLegion completely coordinated there. They didn't even have Golem, and they can take that fight pretty handily. No Stampede either. They just stand their ground because the way kind of the way he kicks off. And now to Rex. Very impressive. RCY continue to have I'm going to just call it a flawless game, I will say. Because besides that level one, that was 35 minutes ago or something, 33 minutes ago. This is incredible.
That was early. You know, it's early days. You know, he's still waking up at that point of the game. Now that he's playing, no mistakes coming out from the Storm.
Yeah, really impressive, honestly. And now he's got the Parasma after the BKB too, almost level 25. Continuing to love the way that he's played. And Fade, a Lotus after now with the Ags, going for the Heart next. Even though the commit double Roars, I think if they have everything, they can probably still commit for him there, but if they don't have everything, you're gonna see him survive.
And it just sort of leads the question for the next fight to be, is Maurin gonna still want to do that? Or is he just gonna have to try and open up with some sort of different play?
I'm curious. Because right now, you know, you're letting the supports free cast. That is one of the problems, right, on Falcons,
yes.
But they need to address these cores. So I'm just wondering how they adjust. Because like most situations, you want to jump supports, right? But in this game, I'm also wondering, like, I don't know if you ever really want to. You have to find some type of distraction and coordination where the supports are just naturally getting killed, not from some ultimates or something like that. But yeah, it's starting to get quite a bit more difficult, it feels like, to approach the fights. Unless you have absolutely everything up and you full commit properly. But from what we've seen, you know, Falcons a couple times have slipped up with that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And RCY, I want to say he's getting every power room, right? Almost every.
It's in. The fire snaking. The ice puff down, but the BKB's out from RCY. He wants this kill and he'll get it. He's going to see if he can try and find more, but the blink out there from Maurin will save him. Will just be snaking to fall.
Some of the higher galvanized I've seen in a bit. Amar.
He's going to look for Yamsen. Get the opening. They'll pop the Lincolns, they'll get the Robert. Fades in with the save. Comes in with the workhorse. Picks him up on the car. Ready to try and get him out of there. Yamsen's got the free and the bottom. They have the Vortex control onto Maurin. Maurin's dead. The buyback's coming from Snaking here to try and rectify the situation in this fight. They will manage to kill off Fade, but they can't stop RCY. He's cleaning up the support. Crit's dead. A buyback now will come into play from Big Num over on GamerLegion's side. They'll look to see if they can bail Yamsen out. They can't. Yamsen, he's already sort of done what he needed to do. He's got both Amar and Skeeter low. Sets up for RCY to clean up Amar. Yamsen, he's going to buy back. They want to put everything into this push. They know with the way that they've just shaken up Falcons in that team fight, they can go up to the high ground, potentially take a second set of racks, maybe even more. There's only 2 buybacks available on Falcons here.
Yeah, it's potentially, and they could even potentially end the game. They're gonna think about it. That fight, they got the Lotus Reflect too. Malrine ended up roaring himself. Doesn't get to attack during the entirety of it. And RCY is cleaning up everything.
Yeah. He really is. All of these fights, the way that he's sort of prioritized his targets, it's been perfect. Even in sort of those harder ones earlier, we saw him sort of take the time to sit at the edge, but then also come back in and just really do everything he could, even on the lower HP sort of situations that he was playing through early in this game. This Storm might have to be sort of the top of the list of things that teams consider when they go up against GamerLegion in the future games this group stage.
100% agreed, honestly. RCY is an absolute beast this game. Malrine will be forced to buy back on the tail end of it.
Sin, if he can get some sort of catch here, might at least get Bignum. Bushwhack will catch onto him, so they'll get a Dark Willow, but they won't, by the looks of it, get anything else. Skeeter and Crit and Amar frantically trying to chase GamerLegion down. And get their hands on them. RCY's got plenty of mana, and Yamson, he's got a BKB and a TP. They'll get away and will indeed come out very happy from what they just managed to achieve there as a team with that play. GamerLegion are getting the objectives they did and forcing the situation where I guess they also, so both teams now having 3 heroes with buybacks used after those events, but obviously GamerLegion very much having something to show for that 2 sets of racks taken away from Falcons, and just that final exposed set of barracks sits on that top lane for Falcons.
As long as they just don't literally feed on those 3 heroes, should be in a pretty comfortable position. Roche is up. It's roared. Falcons attempting to start it here. They're going to smoke to look for the fight. Double roar, cooldown 35 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it is the diebacks could still flip this game either way.
They can. They can. They have to be a little careful with these. Bignum still 25 seconds. Fade approaching.
Pretty much who wins this fight might just win the game, and the BKB's come out pretty early here from Malrine. Still 15 seconds or so until he's got the refresher back online. The RCY trying to poke out the ult here from Skeeter. Will be there. That's the borrowed time fade with the pickup. Bails RCY out of this for now. Malrine's trying to finish the Roshan. It's getting very low. Malrine wants to finish the job, and he'll do so. They get the pickups. Aegis and Refresher and Cheese are secured by Falcons. Amar, he's caught off to the side, though. RCY swings back in with the Vortex. He's sort of trapped on the corner, Amar. Amar, he's dead and gone for 2 minutes. And now Fade, he's even got his hands on more. Gets his hoof stomp onto more Skeeter. Skeeter's going to try charging in on this. Does have the Cheese, the BKB, and the borrowed time. Borrowed time to come out first. Will get sent up in the air. RCY still, it's got enough mana to play with. Gets in onto Snaking. The roar comes out, but Malrine is caught by the stop. The fear comes in as well from Bignum. Skeeter's dead. He's out. We'll see here on round 2, Malrine, he's going to be quickly dealt with again. He's dead. No buyback. This game is over. GG is called. GamerLegion taking the game here against Falcons, and yeah, no doubt about it, right? Falcons, whilst they might have had that kind of slow and steady start from the laning stage, when it came to the moves, came to the plays, they weren't on the ball. And GamerLegion, incredibly proactive. They knew exactly what to do and what moves to make. And Falcons, for a lot of that game, just ended up looking pretty lost, Fold.
Yeah, honestly, this was an RCY show. Absolutely beautiful from him. Not to take credit away from his teammates, but he was absolutely amazing. I think they did it kind of exactly what they needed to in this game in terms of splitting up the map, forcing Falcons to react to them constantly, and then they were getting these pickoffs. And yeah, the fights were pretty disorganized, I would say, from Falcons in a couple of them, where GamerLegion could just take advantage of that. And the supports are free casting every single team fight because of the Storm and the Centaur just tanking everything. So very impressive stuff. Honestly, I did not expect that from GamerLegion. So I'm
absolutely. What a game here. GamerLegion, they take it against Falcons.
Look, it's definitely something we've seen before. Falcons come in, maybe a little rusty. Quinn. GamerLegion, get the win.
It's a classic Falcons losing the game 1, and I'll be honest, Falcons looked very bad. It's very reminiscent of last Blast, where they lost the Occult game 1. The heroes, we questioned them. The Pangolier, a little bit sussy. He did okay in his lane, but he did not do very much in the game, and GamerLegion just looked more solid, and that's not what you want to see from Falcons.
Sure, but it's massive for GamerLegion, especially because at the end, you had a small caveat about the Storm Spirit coming out, then moving it to mid, how it would fare against that Beastmaster as well.
Yeah, I mean, he had a whoopsie in the lane. He got solo killed, right? That's what we were worried about, but past that solo kill, he had an amazing game. And I think he was sort of the glue that held them together. I think it felt like he was a part of every single kill the entire game. If something was going good for GamerLegion, RCY was a part of it. And I think a big step up for him. I think a lot of players, especially younger players, you get solo kill like that, you end up shaky the rest of the game. You kind of grief and feed, and you succumb to that pressure. And he did not. He stepped up in a big way.
I would also say I'm very impressed. Obviously, the later ends of the team fighting coming out of GamerLegion. But the center off lane we know is like, okay, you're willing to leave him in lane. He's that sort of hero that can really fend for himself. But the way that Fade was able to manipulate the waves for himself and really go unpunished, it was that aspect that I really liked. It isn't necessarily 100% on him being able to get away with it, but the fact that he saw the opening, happens once, doesn't get punished, is able to do it over and over again. So RCY having an amazing bounce back for himself, and then Fade on top of that is like, I didn't really get super punished in lane by an oppressive Abba Jakiro lane. Now I have the Dominator, and I'm able to manipulate and get 3 stacks of waves and get all that farm.
Yeah, and it's also, people talk about the wave dragging a lot as if it's like this thing that's super easy to do, but it takes quite a bit of mental awareness and also practice to do this stuff.
Yeah.
Like, not every player buys Dominator on all these heroes because it's something that you need to understand and do well. Fade is like a Lycan player, an Enigma player. He's someone who's really comfortable with summons, and so the Dom fits very naturally in his wheelhouse. I think not a lot of players would be able to do this wave dragging stuff because you have to have it in the right place at the right time. You miss that wave, suddenly the opportunity's gone. So yeah, kudos to him.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the overall last pick, right? It came out for Falcons. They got to have their hands on a Pango. And I say it that way with, you know, the caveat of you did not like this hero. In fact, we were making fun of it before it even got picked up, Quinn. And now we wonder, you talked about it, Shield Crash not really being a skill for himself, but also, what do you build now? It's not as straightforward of a hero.
We saw Amar queuing up the Midas like 5 times at different points.
Okay, but that's like an Amar thing.
Yeah, he never bought it. He bought pretty standard items in that he went for this Diffusal into Blink into Shard. Okay, that looks like normal Pango, we're all good. The issue comes after that. You can't buy Ags anymore. And it was a really huge part of this hero's kit is doing damage during roll. Now his roll, he's just stun bot. And then afterward, he's going to try to be a right clicker, right? You see the Pike, you see the Disperser. He's got the big dreams of being some sort of like suit of right clicker carry. But the hero is just not suited for that. He doesn't have any like real steroids that allow him to keep hitting. He's not buying BKB, and he's not a ranged hero. So he doesn't fit into these boxes of typical right clickers.
He's kind of just there, right? And it's like you have the Centaur, which is doing a lot for the team where he's being a menace. He obviously has extremely high HP, and it's just like this distraction for the side of Falcons. Whereas now when I see Pango as an off lane, the item build not being straightforward, you also really wanted a pipe to come out from this team too. You were like, Falcons, they get a pipe, things are so much easier for them. There's a lot of magic damage on the side of GamerLegion. That's where they're putting all their stocks. We don't see any sort of semblance of a pipe or any auras being brought in, and Pango is not that sort of hero either.
No, he's not, and I think in some of the high-level professional games, people pick heroes for the item. They're almost picking the item more than they are picking the hero in some cases. Yeah. And I think this is a game where they should have picked Pipe. And instead they picked Pango. And I think that came back to bite him. It's a game where you look at these heroes, it's Warlock, it's Viper, it's Storm, it's all these mid-range magic damage heroes, and you need to pick Pipe. And they chose not to, and it bit them. I think this is their Pangolier try, right? They probably tried it in some scrims, if he tried it in pubs. He had middling success. They last pick it in some game. This is the right choice for it, and I think it came back a big no, thumbs down, that this hero just sucks.
Can you ever buy Pipe on Pango? Like, you see this and you're like, this is a Pipe game. You want Pango for all the other things that he can do. Can you still force it in there? Or do you really sit by that the hero is the item and the item is the hero? I think
it's not great, but it's probably doable. Like, it might have been better than what he did this game. It might not have. I think a lot of the issue came down to the fact that RCY, he kind of outplayed Malrine after that initial period, right? We saw a pretty creative item build that's a little bit unorthodox, and Malrine also got his chicken sniped right when he got Ags, which the hero is a timing hero, right? We saw him, he AFK farmed the entire early game after that solo kill. He's like 1-0-0 at 12, 13 minutes or something. Or maybe he died one time. But anyway, he's just farming this Ags. His Ags dies. Now he's AFK for 18 minutes. Like, guys, where's my mid hero? They're out scoping around. They can't find this guy. You can't have that.
It's the complete opposite of Storm Spirit as a hero archetype, but also the way that RCY played. You already noticed it. Young players, sometimes you get that killed solo mid, and you're just like, all right, I really just want to farm up. Like, I don't want to take a fight again until I know I'm the strongest hero in the game. This time around, he plays it that he's still going for the supports. He's so active. He's there when the Viper gets going on. He's there when the Centaur gets going on. He's being brought to everything with his supports as well. And he goes for the Shivas, an interesting pickup. And this is what we're talking about. Do you pick an item to a hero or a hero to the item?
Yeah, and I think in this case they definitely picked Storm for the hero, but having the wherewithal to recognize Shivas is great this game. It's an item that is incredibly powerful, and when it's a good Shivas game, you do just have to sort of slot it in. You're not necessarily picking Shivas, but it is at some point you realize in the draft, you're like, okay, I don't care what my item build was gonna be. I'm just buying this item because they have so much healing stuff. They have 3 heroes that need to right click to do damage, and you buy the Shivas, it slows all their attack speed, and it's one of those items that you don't see the effect it has. But if you went back and had sort of some way to gauge the impact of different items, Shivas would have had the highest impact this game of any item.
That's literally your job. Is you're supposed to gauge that for us.
That's right, and I'm telling you, I'm the gauger, the official gauger. That's my title when they hired me. And
Quinn the Gauger Callahan.
That's right, and as Quinn the Gauger Callahan, I gauged that Shivas was very good.
Top item pickup in the whole game. All right, so RCY doing a lot for his team there, and I know right at the end, Owen and Fog's talking about, you know, you're coming up against GamerLegion, you're going to have to be really careful about letting the Storm Spirit through. I just want to say it right now, after one best of one, I think it's RCY you're going to be careful of. It's whether he gets his Storm or not, this man's he's bringing it to the table.
I agree, and he's also just a Spirit Bear. Like, he's gonna play Ember, he's gonna play Void Spirit, he's gonna play Storm. Those are his guys, and so you know which he's gonna play one of the guys. And so I think you want good stuff against all the guys, or you ban them, because those are the heroes he plays. Right? He is very much sort of like an emo style player in that way that he plays those heroes. He doesn't play much else generally. He's sort of a smaller hero pool player, I'd say.
Do you want to guess what my favorite spirit is?
Earth Spirit?
No, it's Team Spirit, who we're going to be playing next. So that's right. We've got Team Spirit coming up against Na'Vi, so we're going to talk about it because, you know, we've given GamerLegion their flowers right now, getting that win off of Falcons. They got to keep it going, though, all right? A lot of best of ones, 11 for each team here, and Spirit are kicking off their first best of one. Let's talk about them and where we can expect, because they just played an online tournament. They made it to the finals, and ultimately ended up losing that. It went all the distance. It went to game number 5, and we still weren't able to see Spirit transition that into a win despite making it to another finals.
And I think that is worrying for them, and it continues to be a weird trend. When you think of Spirit, you think of the clutch masters. I think that's one of their best traits when you look at them historically. When it comes to a final, if they're in zone, they just win. They just win. They just do.
They just do. That is it. It's inevitable.
Yes, it does. They're
what
like
is it, death, taxes, and Spirit winning.
That's right. It feels like they're going to do the snap, and then the trophy's in their hands. It just time warps. And that's not been the case. They've lost 3 or 4 finals back-to-back, and a lot of them have gone to Game 5. Especially in a Game 5, you think about this team, they're going to clutch up, and they're just going to win. But they haven't been doing it. They have Panto instead of Maposhka, and they have now Morel instead of Laurel.
As a stand-in.
That's right. As a stand-in for whatever reason. I don't know the reasoning.
Yep.
So it is a newer player. And Morel, he's sort of like this up-and-comer playing on like the Yellow Submarine team. He's in their farm squad, so you give them a little bit of grace that it's not the full normal roster, but still, it's a worrying sign, and so it leaves some question marks for this team.
Sure, and I don't know if we can still call their opponents up-and-comers, but, you know, only a couple months ago, they were Na'Vi Junior. Now they're the full Na'Vi roster. That happened for TI. They got that full big upgrade for themselves, and we've seen them at the Blast Slams for Singapore, just missing out on making it to LAN. Chengdu, they made it there. It was really fun to get to see them all in person in China, and now it wonders, is this trajectory going to go? Do they just take it that one step further for themselves?
I hope they do, but they've shown themselves to be incredibly inconsistent. I think this is a team that's very hard to really know what they're going to do next, and so I think we're just going to have to wait and see.
Would you blame it on their coach?
No. I wouldn't.
I always got to try. Every time Na'Vi comes up, I got to try. But look, that is something that's going to help them at least in the next steps in the best of one. It's going to be a draft between Na'Vi and Spirit. Well, one lineup, it felt that forever it was going to be inevitable that they had trophies lining the cabinet. For the side of Na'Vi, it's been a while even in the Dota scene since we've got to talk about them. Up until this year, we're getting to see them more and more, but that doesn't mean they're getting that consistency that you really want to see coming out for them, Quinn. And maybe a new patch is going to be the stepping stone for themselves, give them that consistency and maybe make it a bit more straightforward. But so far, no consistency across bans except for the Razor, Timber, Largo, and Shadow Fiend, which was a last phase in our previous best of one, but being moved up a little bit. So with Treant in the pool, that is a hero Team Spirit want to get their hands on.
Yeah, we do see it sneak through, and I think it's a hero that fits Spirit very well because Yatoro is so good at these range carries, right? Similarly, in the off lane, when you want this range melee pairing, it's generally even more important in the safe lane. Safe lane is a lane that's naturally favored because you can spam the pull camp, and it's difficult to actually come contest that camp if you have a strong lane. Now you have Tree, he's invis. If you sneak up to try to block the small camp, he's going to punch you in the head. So they're going to get this Drow range or this Muerta or whatever fancy Yatoro hero they want on 18, a Morphling, a Terrorblade, something like that. So they have great options laid out on the line, and I think Tree suits Team Spirit very well.
Okay, outside of just suiting Team Spirit, I want to know where this high priority of Treant has come from, right? Because there's been a lot of, I want to say a lot of changes, because he doesn't really necessarily play the same way old Treant used to do. Yes, he still has that impact of a big ult that you want to try and get as many people caught in as possible with his overgrowth, but his invis works slightly different now, and I do think that the hero lanes slightly different too now that you can't ground target the sapling. What is that skill called?
Lead Seed?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the reason this hero is popular now is because your invis at the start of the game, you don't need to wait for 15 minutes. So you can just skill that spell and be invis, and it's a big pain, it's a nuisance. And your shard is also really good. It's the old Ags. Now it's a little bit nerfed, but the trees that you can, Eyes in the Forest, you can put randomly around are very powerful. And having melee 5s is really nice for drafts because oftentimes the melee 4s are going to weaken your laning, especially for a team like Spirit or teams that want melee offlaners. If you have melee plus melee, now you're pulling waves. So if you've got a melee 4, that means you can still have this sort of pressure potential offlane with a range 4 melee offlane, and then still have this fight starter support that ties your heroes together. So it gives you a little more glue. I think in an ideal draft, having one melee support and one range support is really nice for enabling different types of hero picks on your carry and your mid. So when you get that tree, not only is the hero, like, he's nice because he's this invis stalker dude that gives you some map hunting potential and he's a strong laner, but he enables other heroes down the line, and that's a lot of what your first pick is picking something that's sort of open and helps future heroes.
I'm not really sold, you know, I'm an old Treant endurer, and like, I like what you're talking about. Obviously, I'm not playing at a competitive level, so I don't have that draft integrity that I give a shit about when I pick him. So I wanted to see if you'd win me over. Nah, not really, you know, you might have to work harder there on your persuasion skills.
I'll try better next time.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe you could try with Batrider, because Batrider never really fell out of flavor, but he definitely has a higher priority. First phase banned in our previous game. Now he's getting picked up. I know that he was played on the B stream as well, putting on a show over there. So where does Bat sit for this current meta?
He's been popping up more as a core recently, specifically as an offlaner. Collapse was playing it offlane in that best of 5 the other day. 33 was playing it on the other stream, so it is rising in prevalence. If I'm totally honest, I'm not exactly sure why. The hero got some small buffs here and there, but nothing super crazy. I think a lot of these things, there's some flavor of the week, flavor of the month, flavor of the day even sometimes.
Oh,
so
that does happen actually. You're right. That one I do subscribe to.
It does. So we may see this hero ebb and flow a little bit. It's a hero that's classically great against Tree and Protector. He needs to run in and punch you, and you kite him with sticky napalms, you bounce him around, you cut the trees with...
It's the cutting the trees that's so infuriating.
That's right. He's got a lot of tools against the Treant, so it makes sense as a, you know, in a meta where Treant is very popular, that Batrider correspondingly also gains some popularity. So it makes sense.
Anything else that's sticking out? I don't feel like the Tidehunter to me rings any bells. We obviously saw him on post big patch have a skyrocket. There are obviously some slight changes to him, still somewhat favorable. Shaman, Marcy, Disruptor, Gyro.
I think stylistically, these first 3 heroes are a bit weird together from Na'Vi. And I think the Tide is very good against them. If you look at all 3 of these guys, they're somewhat lower damage and they're catchy bros generally. Now you've got a Gyrocopter there on the last pick the last pick they've picked to help with some of that damage. But Tidehunter is a hero that's great against all of this. He can shirk a lot of that damage off. You've got tree armor to help shirk it off. Shirk.
Sure. How do you spell that?
I think it might be S-H-I-R-K.
Well, if you can't spell it, you're not allowed to say it. So.
But I think that's how it's spelled. And like you shirk your responsibilities, you sort of.
I've never done that. I'm a very responsible person.
Mm-hmm.
What is actually the definition of
that? It's like to like. Anyway, I'm not describing words.
I'm curious. Oh my God, a woman can't be curious these days, huh?
Yeah, that's right. I'll indulge your curiosity. Okay. It's to sort of shed off something, whether it be responsibilities or in this case spells and disables.
Okay, cool.
The Tide is very good at.
Thanks.
So they're low damage. Tide is very tanky, and so he fits very well against those heroes. And in general, you don't want one hero to be the source of all of your damage. In this case, Navi's case, Gyrocopter is the epicenter of all their damage, and when one hero is your damage potential, if he gets countered, then suddenly you've got some big problems because your other dudes all need him in the gank squad. So your potential for kill combos is reduced. Now this one hero needs to be in all the fights to actually kill heroes, and that causes problems for how you can push out waves.
You don't think Marcy brings a little bit of that?
She brings a little, but she's going to get overgrowth, right? It's a support Marcy most likely.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because they killed
we just talked about that being most likely in off lane. We did talk about that.
Yeah, because you killed Fleeting Fist. So now it's just pick me up. So core Marcy.
In the water.
It feels a lot worse.
Yeah.
A lot worse.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm curious to see. I haven't seen that much of the Marcy here. I've seen it support sometimes. Core is definitely fully dead. And so it's interesting to commit to that so early. Against a tree, I would think in some ways Tree should be good against Marcy. So maybe this is a combo they've practiced, and they're not looking so much at Tree as they are just Batrider Marcy. That's a scary lane. There's a lot of kill potential there. And now there's no kill potential. So it's a good response.
They squandered that.
Yes, they did.
They shirked it.
They shirked all that kill threat. Well, Weaver's shirking that. He's not really shirking. He's shirking.
He's
shirking.
Why does Weaver take it away?
Well, I mean, you're all about the bounce back into the Weaver, or not the Weaver, the Marcy throwback. There's a lot of the throwing it back. And Weaver, he's just a slippery guy. He's not really a hero you can kill in lane with practically anything. No heroes have the damage to bring him down and really any disables early in the lane. And so Weaver is just a classical hard counter to Batrider because that early game, you don't care about the slows, you don't care about the suppressive stickiness, and Weaver also uses Wand really, really well, which is like the best item in the game against Batrider.
Okay.
Holy, what the heck?
I'm a big IO fan. This tidbit has absolutely nothing to do with the game here.
It's mid-IO.
But I was going to say, I always felt really good. I played him for my Atlas, and I would never used to be an IO enjoyer, but there is something to him. There is genuinely something to an IO core position. I don't know about mid specifically, but I've even somewhat enjoyed him in the off lane, like watching him.
This is really interesting. I mean, there's some pub players like Starry Bog is the classic one who is like IO spammer. There's one other guy who can't remember right now. But they make this hero feel really good when you play against them specifically. And so I think for me, has Niku practiced this hero enough? Because this is a hero I think you need a lot of games on to play at core and have it look good enough. So if he's on the ball, then hey, it's cute. I think it pairs well with Marcy 4. It's a hero that can run around with the Marcy and give you some damage there. So I like that. But is it good enough? And is Niku good enough at it? I think those are important questions. He also has Medigun queued up right now, which I think is horrendous.
Whoa.
So I really want him to switch that.
Medigun is the increased healing and mana.
It's the armor one.
No, it's the armor one. Okay.
Yeah. I think
the other one is the attack?
Yeah, it's attack speed and magic amp.
Yeah.
Which, if you're playing a core IO, you want that magic amp, you want that attack speed, because you're playing for damage, right?
Yeah. So this is even more playing into you think Gyro has too much on his shoulders, where he needs to be in every gank. Now with the IO locking in that facet. Yeah,
he did lock it in. He locked it in.
All right, so there's a lot on this Gyro here. Spirit, we didn't really get to talk too much on their lineup and what they drafted for themselves, but that's okay because I know Owen and Fogs need something to talk about as they get us into this best of one.
Yeah, very much looking forward to this one here. Spirit versus Na'Vi. And you ended the draft here with a mid-IO coming out from Niku. What do you make of this, Fog? Because as you were saying to me, when you look at what Spirit's got against it, it doesn't necessarily scream at you at a game that you'd imagine you want to play IO into.
Yeah, I mean, first things I'm glancing at, but this is from an IO from a support perspective, so I'll say all that first.
Sure.
But Ember and Weaver are pretty obnoxious to play against versus as a support IO in a lot of situations, because you go Vessel on this Ember, and then bugs are pretty annoying. Yeah, you can hit them when you're tethered, blah, 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 but it's annoying. It definitely is. So I would say this looks interesting. I would say for Na'Vi, at least on paper, it looks to me that they came in with the draft idea that they wanted to try, and they just went with it. Because they opened with Bat Marcy, and they're like, we're playing this, and then they go with Disruptor Gyro, which is a very strong duo, which is kind of working a lot of games, and then they go with this IO. So it just seems like a very, just draft that they had a draft complex that they had idea already before. So I'm looking forward to see what it's going to do. I think that Spirit has some pretty good answers. I like that they talked about the Weaver. Great hero to use stick. Great versus Batrider and Marcy in terms of being able to get away if they mess up even one little combo. Can be very, very strong. So I'm looking forward to this. I don't know. I'm worried for Na'Vi, but excited.
Absolutely, because as you say, there's a lot of great synergies between Na'Vi's heroes. Just the nature of the fact that they have, two supports that can very much set up for relocate plays down the line, and then sort of just potential pairings, right? Just turning up, joining forces with Got the Juice on the Gyro, one of the sort of classic Gyro IO combos in the past. There's a lot of things that Niku can do, and we'll see how well he's sort of able to get that online, how easily he gets through the laning stage. I mean, because what do you expect from the laning stage? Like, how's this going to go down? At the moment, he's taking quite a bit of harassment from Morel. We'll be fine for now. I mean, can this lane get a bit spooky for him, or does he sort of manage okay with the Spirits against the Spirit?
I honestly have not seen an Ember IO matchup, but the thing is, IO works really well with regen because of the way the innate works, so it can probably sustain, I guess, versus it, even though Ember can do high damage. So I think Niku should actually be pretty okay, but we'll see in terms of last hits how he does, because I do think that the Ember can trip you up with that higher base damage and the better animation. But yeah, I don't know. I'm really curious to see what's going to happen in this game, because I think there could be some situations where the game gets to be like, Niku?
He's got tethered. Oh, no, he's got nothing.
Faster.
Well, he's dead. Sleight of Fist comes into play. Morel cuts him down. Gets that first blood. It's not always, that's not what you want to be seeing if, if you're Na'Vi and you see your IO mid go down first blood.
Got hit by the chains. Really nice play there from Morel. That's definitely a concern. So I was actually about to say, there could be a situation in this game where it ends up being this triple support plus Gyro. But I will say the Gyro may be one of those that actually can benefit from it in a pretty okay manner, because it's the IO plus the Gyro. But yeah, definitely not wanting to be in that situation either, right? So
no, you don't pick your mid to not be a mid. That I can't imagine that would have been.
What you do? What do you mean?
That's not. Wait, hold up. That's at least not plan A for Na'Vi.
But what I will say for Na'Vi that is a decent plan A at least is this bottom lane. Their Batrider plus Marcy duo that they at least opened up with. Not getting killed, but look at the CS. 8-3 to 5-3. So right now at least messing with Toro decently in terms of that.
It does have one charges and Verifier at the ready if they do manage to get a jump on him, but evidently having to be very cautious on these first few waves as the Weaver.
My biggest concern in this game is, of course, the Ember getting this the first blood, but it's mostly it's just the Ember in general was what I was going to talk about. I think that there's just some difficulties in terms of how they're going to have to expend spells. Top will go down, committing spells, and then catch lack for the Ember. You're going to have to use a lot of your spells to either catch the Weaver or the Ember. One of them is going to run rampant very likely in those fights. And if the Ember is off to a good start, this hero can take over games.
Top lane, they're able to run down Collapse as well with the Rocket Barrage. Very nice couple of kills to be found there between Riddies and Got the Juice.
Super strong lane. Gyro plus pretty much anybody just feels incredibly strong versus these tanky melee heroes. Tide is still getting that farm, but nice little kill setup. They find Rue. And Collapse.
Five's going to be hit soon. I mean, he's still watching this mid. Niku's got to be careful. He's only got kind of like one stick charge to rely on at the moment, so cannot afford to be caught anywhere near Morel.
His last hits are okay, but yeah, he's definitely struggling quite a bit. And this is going to be a very fast level 6 for the Ember Spirit to make rotations.
Yeah, or just to go straight for the IO.
Oh, for the IO, yeah, absolutely.
Like the aggression from Morel can definitely cause issues for Niku.
I really do have worries in the mid game of how Navi's going to catch heroes without expending everything, right? Like I think they're going to have to lasso plus disruptor ult a lot of times, and that means that one of the two, either the Weaver or the Ember, are going to do a lot. So I'll have to see after these lanes what ends up going down, what the idea is from Navi, because as I said, they came in with an idea.
Top lane collapse again, getting pulled down very low.
Yeah. Not really an aggressive lane, I would say, from Spirit by any means. You know, you're tied, you're Shaman. This isn't usually one of those lanes that's looking for kills. You're usually just trying to, you know, deal with the lane.
Still just sort of Yatora at the moment. They're having the slowest start out of the laning stage.
Which is
a little bit behind everyone else.
A bit surprising to see that. I mean, PMA is he's doing fantastic. I'm always super excited to see a farm Batrider. So even though he is playing versus some of these counters with the Ember and the Weaver, and I guess the Tide in a lot of ways because of the way that it works, but he's gonna be farmed on this Bat.
Both teams are bringing in the numbers up on this top lane. 3v3 for now. We'll see who can sort of bait who in.
You just want to put the 1v1 of the Weaver versus the Bat because the Weaver should be very good in that matchup, but the Bat does have at least an advantage in terms of the start here. Morel 6. Missed all 3 CS there. Wait, what? I was kind of unlucky.
Oh yeah, that's exposed him there with the cap on it. Poor
that was
Morel.
Unluck. Come on, the Flame Guard didn't get the 2 CS, and then the catapult switched to the money creep. That was not his fault. Maybe. Power Rune.
Have a look. So who's going to get their hands on that one? Zayat's eyeing up top with Niku, but Rue is here, and Morel ready to swing across. Niku did get the pickup, so at least they're going to make sure that that damage rune doesn't fall down to Morel. Might not matter though, they still get the Hexen onto Niku. Niku will fall, jump in with the Remnant. He's ready to dive the tower and look for more here, Morel. They'll get their hands onto Zayat. Zayat will put the Fairy Fire, won't save him as the chains come back in. As Team Spirit able to pick up the 2 of them around the mid. And yeah, Niku getting taken down again. His game's going to continue to suffer, still yet to hit the 6. Whereas Morel, he's just about to hit the 7. So a full level lead here for the Ember against the IO mid.
This almost looks like, I gotta be honest, this looks like almost one of the worst matchups for the IO. It looks very reminiscent to when you're playing support IO versus an Ember. This one though, you have spirits, but you can't even break the frame guard. He just walks right through it. So that was actually like, that was a bit of a concerning first glance at what happens when the 2 supports go around the mid. So we'll see next time. It looks like top, they are setting up for this around Got the Juice. He's not 6 on the gyro yet.
They do have a decent amount of damage to try and threaten Collapse. They're going to try and get him out of here with the Glimpse.
Ember's coming.
Backup's coming in. Collapse getting low, but here comes the backup. Remnant into the 3-man chains, jumps forward. Collapse is surviving through this. They've tried to bring the numbers, Na'Vi, but they are not getting away with this one. They've lost 3 here. Niku, is he going to get taken back in time? He is not. Morel picks him up again, gets the kill. Double for him. Starting to look a little bit rough here for Na'Vi.
Could be that Ember show that I was kind of thinking it might be, because he's going to have this vessel super fast. Those levels make a big difference, like you're mentioning, a full level advantage. Even though the relocate comes in, they try to bring the numbers. Same thing coming up for Spirit.
And Na'Vi have got to ensure that Niku somehow is just not getting caught out again. They'll get the glimpse set up onto Panto. They've got the cooldown coming in, so Panto's trying the best to sort of dodge them around the tree line, but could only do so for so long. Got the Juice, still able to pick up the kill, take him out.
Still farmed on Juice, and PMA is still getting pretty absolute free farm, right? So all things considered, even though that top situation happened, this Bat is still pretty massive. He's going for the bearing build. Yeah, the stuns are definitely lacking for Na'Vi. The control, the stuns, and overall, Niku. Back-to-back deaths now. Bottom of the course by decent margin.
This is such a huge problem. His eyes are trying to turn up and get some levels in the mid, but it's just a level 3 Mars. He hasn't got a chance at all there at survival. Morel gets another kill. Pressure on onto the mid tower. pretty much nobody wants to turn up from Na'Vi to try and do anything about this tier 1 right now. This middle area of the map is very scary.
No, and the most times that I've seen IO when it has its success is when it kind of snowballs, to be honest with you, too. So I do have some big concerns for Nico. Hope perhaps the 2 side cores, because they're having that good game, can maybe bail him out to stall things, but this timing on his Aghanims is going to be incredibly slow, unless he literally just gets all the freedom in the world to farm. But I don't think the Spirit's going to give that. Mid tower already looks to be probably brought down, and that's before Serpent Wards, too. So Rue could potentially look for that next target when he hits that 6 to go for another tower pressure. So see how Na'Vi looks to react versus this Ember who, yeah, the Vessel is essentially done, 150 gold.
Yeah, that's going to
be a very good Vessel game.
A lot of issues for Na'Vi. If they do try and find these early fights. And as you say, it's definitely something to be said that Na'Vi are at least, even though they lost their mid-tier 1 tower as early as they did, and Niku in the mid lane, has ended up going 0-3-0. The fact that they're only 1k gold behind overall definitely shows that there is potential still to come from them, from other members on the team right now, whilst Niku tries to get his game back online.
Yeah, I mean, I could say that, yeah, for sure. It's the 2 cores are doing it. My worry is just the 2 supports are having a rough time too, right? Like sometimes it's the supports that kind of bail things. Riddy's is at least 6, but in terms of gold, they're very poor. I think Riddy's 6 is very important though. They've got the Static Storm to potentially threaten.
There we go, Morel. Ready to get aggressive, has the Vessel, 4 charges ready to go, also has an Arcane Rune in the bottle, so next fight he's gonna be picking up some kills, that's for sure. Looking up towards this top tier 1. We get the Remnant in, just a chains onto got the juice for now, but there's the jump with the
nice static.
You had the Static Storm onto him, but Morel, he's going to be able to make his way out of it. They pick him up though, drag him back into it. Morel is gone, collapsed dead as well. Na'Vi, they make the magic happen there. They get the 2 kills, one of them being the huge kill. And yeah, absolutely, Morel, he was ready to charge in there. As I said, he had the Vessel ready, he had the Arcane Rune. He goes for it, but somehow, somewhere, yeah, Riddy's, and even sort of Zayat's coming in with the dispose of the end. Well, Rue's going to be able to pick that one up with the Shaman Ward, so got the Juice getting a bit of a nasty surprise. But before that, Jaro died. That whole hold up top, very impressive from Na'Vi.
100%. I mean, this was all the fact. I think, I was mentioning the supports were poor, so I think they also thought similar with me. I was like, wow, Riddy's is level 6. It actually was a bit surprising. So perfect Static Storm, predicted the Ember jumping in, and then great play there from Zayat, throwing him back into that storm. That was a really heads-up defense there from Na'Vi. But unfortunate for Juice. Rue comes in, gets a... I mean, these solo kills really matter, Owen, especially on these some of these 4 positions. Oh, yeah. That's going to be a blink almost guaranteed to be done pre-15 minutes now.
Yeah, that's scary. That is scary.
An ideal spot to put it, too, because he's going to farm both camps, too, so he's very happy on Rue. That's like the dream.
Oh, what's that?
Ooh, Light, need 5 minutes. I guess he lost power.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's
usually Light means,
PC fault.
Sometimes they say, what do you mean?
Well, the PC needs power, so I don't think he's lost power. How's he powering the PC?
Riddy's wrote that, I think PMA.
Oh, yeah, that's true. He's not the one who see one of them. That's true. The one that's DC's lost power. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So hopefully the power comes back soon. Yeah. I thought he was saying for himself, so I got really confused. But you're right. It does make much more sense that he's talking for the teammate that has disconnected. So, yeah, hopefully they're able to get the power back.
Okay, so, I mean, that was a pretty big deal. Honestly, they do at least get some type of ball rolling for themselves. There's a lot of time that we do see Yatoro is just getting to sit back and farm. PMA also is just chilling and farming full farm build from him. But at least they protect from the first big hit from the Ember, at least. That Arcane Rune hit, they'll be able to at least push off, get a little bit of breathing room, perhaps, especially for Niku, who needed to get a little bit here. He does have the point boost. He's actually going to have 2 components now done, so that was pretty needed for him to survive and get some extra stuff.
Well, let's see what they go for next. A close start. Close start.
I don't know if you've seen these IOs mids.
I've not seen any of them.
So I will say, it's funny because we tend to go through these like cyclical stuff of Dota, but you throw back to when the OG thing when we casted. You remember when we talked about a lot about how buy the Tome of Knowledge, get the 15 talent, you get the spirit damage, right? When Ana got the crazy kind of thing. It's similar to this kind of thing. 15 talent is a 50 spirit damage increase. You start to do absurd damage when you start to get into these fights with your Aghanims. So I am looking forward to see what it can actually do, if he can get enabled. And right now that fight did get him 1 step closer at least. So
Yeah, I mean, there's maybe a chance, right, you know, that you pick this hero in this situation, and you know that the mid matchup's not going to be easy, but you don't care because of the fact that you understand the potential that you're going to have down the line, as you say, which can absolutely be there on the IO if you get there. So,
yeah,
let's see if Na'Vi can do that.
And I do like that he has two heroes that he can actually use to tether. He has the Gyro and the Bat Rider that he can use to be able to be very oppressive with extra damage and right clicks. Even though he's got Metal Gun, which I still think is a little strange, we could maybe perhaps see anyway what he wants to do.
Back in action, look at the setup onto Zayat. PMA and Riddies, they can't do anything to get Morel off him, but they might be able to do something about taking a life in return. They'll get the glimpse back onto Morel. PMA held back by the chains, and indeed Morel's getting slowed down, chased down. These deaths are going to start hurting here on the Ember Spirit. Morel dead again. Rue will at least get denied by a neutral creep. Let's see if Collapse, though, can deal with the three of them. Got the juice coming in with the rocket barrage, trying to block off his escape. They're ready to run down the tide. Further TP backups coming in. Yatora has turned up here, trying to see if they can maybe turn the fight to help Collapse out, but they cannot. Collapse is dead. I mean, for all the start that Morel had in that mid lane popping off, these two kind of back-to-back deaths
really hurt him.
They're going to hurt him massively. These are huge deaths to give up as the Ember Spirit after you've had such a good start in the mid.
I mean, Spirit kind of... I've watched actually a lot of Spirit recently, a little all over the place. You know, this one a little reminiscent of some stuff that I saw in the, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago when they played. Just kind of split up, making individual plays, just, yeah. Maybe not fully respecting that Navi's going to bring the numbers there, but yeah, you can see Yatoro is just kind of hitting the tier 1, and his team is fighting way past toward the tier 2, and he has no way to really connect to join in there, so. Great play from Navi to continue getting these extra little kills as Spirit gets slipped up again. And Niku, that's the third component pretty much going to be finished for that Aghanimus now too.
Yeah,
getting the time to farm it.
It really is. And it really does feel like, yeah, Spirit, they have to be much more careful with the way that they try and coordinate these plays. I mean, because you mentioned, right, Na'Vi, they don't have a crazy amount of lockdown and setup. That doesn't really matter, right, when the enemy is running into you and you're just sort of holding your ground and getting the kills yourself.
Absolutely. I got the juice, I want to say 7 barrages off, maybe even 9 or 10. Because he just is running down an Ember, then he runs down into the Comet, then he runs down to 3 in a Tide. So it's kind of the dream for the Gyrocopter in that situation. And now smoked up again. They've got Disruptor ult, I believe, ready. They've got the Lasso too. Could potentially look for another catch here. Rue? It still is going to probably be that pre-15-minute blink, so he still should have a very good timing on it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Feels like next fight. That Aghanimus, it's pretty much going to be there unless they get a pick off in between on him. And Niku did get the liberty of getting a haste rune. Yes, there's a lot of lockdown for him, hard lockdown, but this could be tough. If they don't kill him on the initial lockdown, he's going to be able to disengage and re-engage pretty quickly.
Yeah, just pump out that consistent sort of damage. Spirit, I can only imagine that the next move they go for, which might be around this pickup, you know, Rue with the Blink Dagger has smoke ready to go. It's got to be a much cleaner move. They cannot afford for Morel to go charging in and to die at the start of the play next time round.
And what's so crazy too is that last play, that was without the Static Storm on him, right? Like he used all his remnants. He committed very far forward with the aggression and just got ran down afterwards. Spirit does have, I mean, excellent information, so they are seeing like everything, that deep ward they have on the far right side. They do see Niku just kind of farming, so they have good info of what's going on here. Just unable to make that aggressive move. Maybe being pushed away from making that aggressive move because of the two things that just happened before, and just maybe just waiting for that timing. You know, collapse, wait till he's got the pipe. They are looking to play around that ward vision they do have on the right side because they saw the IO there before. Maybe wanting to get at least one more pick off on him before he does have this tag.
Oh, here he comes. There's the jump. Into the shackles. TPs are coming in.
And I think
Niku, he's a little too tanky. He's just able to tether away. They don't get the kill. They're going to lose Panther. I mean, Yatora's going to get out, but the Glimpse coming into play on a Rue. It's again another one of these moves that Spirit's making, Fogged. Their moves just aren't working out. This is pretty much what the third move that they're trying to make as some sort of unit. And it's just not even close to working out. Na'Vi are easily turning around these attempts.
I'm surprised they do this move without the Ember. Like when you're going for the IO, right? The Ember, especially the Vessel, plus just like, yeah, the control that he can do in the damage is absolutely necessary, so. Yatoro getting glimpsed.
But they're gonna have to drag back. He's caught in the kinetic field. He does have a time lapse
Nice
at least
time
to rely on to get him out of there. But yeah, Spirit, they've got to tighten things up. These last few moments and plays, they've just been playing into the hands of Na'Vi, and Na'Vi are just looking incredibly comfortable.
And Niku's got the Yang, so he's got the timing.
And got the juice. Are they able to come with any sort of backup to help him? You know, get the cooldown off, and there's the tether. Niku comes in, allowing got the juice to start to back away. He'll survive despite the additional efforts. I mean, if Viral's going to jump in, we'll at least make sure they kill off got the juice, but in return, they'll lose Yatoro, lose Panto, and they might just lose Moira Root. Starting to tick down low. They've got the Collapse with the Ravage at the ready, and Na'Vi, they'll respect that. They just turn with the Glimpse, take Collapse out of the fight. Morel still feeling strong with the shield rune. I mean, can he really get back in on this? Collapse has managed to come through the Twin Gate once more, and of course still has the Ravage ready to pop. Na'Vi, they'll respect that. They'll back off.
Good to respect the tide. I think they saw the pipe as well too, so they're like, okay, maybe we shouldn't engage because they're going to start respawning. So, I mean, either way, they got the juice, but honestly, only just. He almost got the reload hit out.
He nearly lived. He
almost got him. That was super close. So, yeah, we're seeing the power, for sure, of how Na'Vi can take these fights now.
Morel.
Hits.
I mean, Niku is around if Niku wants to try and help out. Come in with a bit of an assist here with the tether. The Spirit Vessel taking Zayats down low, won't kill him. Indeed, Niku in the neighborhood to make sure that even so these lower level support Stalgits aren't getting punished by Morel.
I mean, super hot stuff. There's a lot of really cool little plays that we can talk about there too, like Yatoro doing the time lapse, waiting patiently after the glimpse. He waited for the time to get it to disengage and all that. But yeah, there's very good relentless aggression there coming out from Na'Vi. These timings are looking good. Look at this Batrider. Continues to have a very solid farm game, not dying. 206 playing pretty safe. He's going to have the Lotus after that bearing. He's tanky.
Yeah. And it's a pretty great Lotus game, right?
Phenomenal one. Always good. I mean, I think if you see Ember, Lotus is always going to be good. Sure, you're not reflecting, but just the Dispel, and then, yeah, the other ones, of course, are going to be nice. Britties. Set up around top here.
You've got some good wards set up here. So information's pretty high. They don't get to jump onto Yatoro. Well, we'll look for the Remnant set. They're going to drop the Serpent Wards here just onto Zayats. They want this support dead. They'll get Zayats. Na'Vi coming in with the numbers. I mean, can they push on for more Spirit? They'll look for the grab onto Niku. They'll get the Hex. They've got 5 heroes onto him. This time, they'll be able to bring the IO down. Yatoro, he'll get that double kill.
Awkward too. Na'Vi, they had the vision. They were the ones looking for the fight. You know, Riddies, he placed this ward down, but things just collapsed literally on top of them too quickly, right? Panto got the initiation on him, and they got the initiation on the Marcy. So both supports were kind of taking out the fight at the start, and then Niku, I guess he felt forced to maybe try to save, but puts himself in a very dangerous spot.
Yeah, it's just got a little bit awkward when Zayats, he tried to get that set up with the rebound on towards Yatoro, but couldn't quite get in range of him.
That the Weaver is going to be slippery. You know, we were mentioning, even though things had started to look pretty good for Na'Vi, a lot of little kills, there is going to be some slipperiness that can be problematic, right? The Weaver or the Ember in a lot of these fights can definitely run rampant because of, you know, what we were mentioning with the lack of lockdown, perhaps. And Yatoro now at this point, he does have Deso, so his damage, it's very high. He's going to be bringing down these heroes very quickly that don't have that much armor in particular.
Clean up the Tormentor. Shard to go the way of Root.
Radiant are scanning.
Always a nice shard. I always like to talk about this one. It essentially gives you 2 lives as a shaman because you can pop your lotuses and whatever and reset. So it's actually, I think, underrated pretty massively.
I'll be with the smoke.
Their initiation is really weird on Na'Vi. You know, it's not like they don't have like a blink lasso. Zayats, as we saw there, if he jumps and misses the rebound, things can get a bit complicated, so.
Yeah, very much as a sort of run at them and hope that Spirit kind of take the bait and try and fight you back.
Kind of in a way. Rue looks to be pretty dead.
I'll clear the tower up as well. Got the juice able to finish that off. Ruin Deep will fall. Space is there for Na'Vi to protect and take their own Shrine of Wisdom. And Niku working well on the way towards the BKB. Just over on the Spirit. South of Deso, looking for that Lincolns and then back into Daedalus. So pretty standard progression here for Yatoro. Weaver. And mid, Got the Juice very much has all those early tools to really get stuck in and look to sort of frontline some of these moves.
They're looking to maybe to fight. Collapse is TPing in, has Soul Ring, so he does have mana for the Ravage. He's a little lacking on mana, but there we go.
Just how do you start these sort of plays if you're Spirit? Like, can you afford to just kind of go in, walk in, and just drop everything on the gyro, or do you have to find someone making their way towards the back lines first against this sort of composition?
I think you want to see the IO. As long as you have information of where the IO is, you can do a lot. You can either blink Ravage past, cast the IO, and hope that you don't let them relocate. You have options.
Collapse. Look for the jump in. We'll get glimpsed back. We'll get the Ravage off. It allows them to take Riddies down. They're now looking at what's got the juice, but the relocate's there. Niku takes got the juice out of the action. Zayats will fall to the Sleight of Fist. So Spirit, they're able to get away with getting the 2 support kills. See if they can get anything here on the relocate back in. Niku will be surrounded, caught by the Hex. He's able to get the tether off, though, off to the side as the Lotus comes in clutch there from PMA. Collapse wants to dive in beyond the tier 2. Same for Rue. They're looking for Niku. He'll get the Hex in on towards him, but Niku, he's away. Rue will fall. They couldn't quite get their hands onto Niku completely as the IO survives. Na'Vi, they turn. They'll take Collapse out as well. As they were so close there, they had to reach in so deep to try and kill Niku off, dropping down the Serpent Wards. But with the Wards drop, they couldn't quite find the angle to get the complete lockdown and hold him up close to the Serpent Wards. So Niku survives. Sure, Na'Vi had to use a buyback, but you know what? I think they'll take that. Na'Vi ready to run it down the mid lane and put some pressure back on the Spirit.
So this was my concern of why I was saying you want to see the IO. That's literally exactly what I was thinking about. I'm like, if they don't get the IO, he's going to be able to relocate and re-engage. I actually thought Niku was going to die afterwards, but the fact that he lives with that Lotus is massive. So that's pretty much everything there for Na'Vi. Now that they can do that too, that's Ravage is down, they can exactly go into Roche. That was really heads up, honestly. Niku pushing the limits.
He really is. He really is. And off the back of a game where he suffered in the mid lane. You know, sure, he did still get kind of a decent amount of farm, but 3 deaths. You know, he gave up quite a bit to Morel on the Ember Spirit in the early game. But at this point of the game, it's showing it has not mattered. Still able to getting to play his game plan here as the IO, hitting perfectly respectable timings here with the BKB right round the corner on top of the Aghanims about 24 minutes in. I think, you know, just goes to show, you know, Niku's ready to do this on the mid IO in this sort of situation. I think he's ready to do this mid IO in a lot of situations.
Yeah, and I will say, you know, I'm sure Quinn will talk about it afterwards too, because I want to hear what he thinks. Is like, I don't see this Medi gun very often, but I'm absolutely seeing why, because he has this gyro and this bat. Yes, sure, amplification of your gyro and your bat are fantastic, but right there, this probably just saves him. The extra armor, magic resistance, etc. Like, it's actually little things that matter quite a lot. Sure, he's not doing as much damage, but he has heroes that do damage, so yeah, very cool. And he's gonna have BKBs soon too to protect himself versus the lockdown and versus the Vessel. So yeah, very cool strategy that we're seeing from Na'Vi.
Spirit. See what their move's going to be next. Very close to having the Lincoln stun, just 100 gold away for Yatoro. And Morel, he is pretty much done with the money for the BKB himself, ready to pick that one up on the Ember.
That'll be big also. Then he can just pretty much full commit, as he has been a lot of times on those supports, but now, you know, with the BKB should have like very limited options for him to get Brock down. This wraparound, Yatoro, they are set up on bottom. It's a 3v5 potentially if Navi's not prepared.
It is into this Aegis. Of course, I've got the juice. So they get the Hex for the first opening. Yatoro's going for the backlines. Look at the squishy heroes will find Riddies. Dig managed to get off the Static Storm. Static Storm soon to be coming to an end. They'll get the control end on towards got the juice. He's definitely going down the once. And by the looks of it, he'll be going down a second time. There's no backup in. He does have BKB if he wants to try for the BKB TP play. He will. Have they got the damage to kill him? They actually don't. So the BKB TP play will save him. Got the juice getting out of that. So a little bit of something to sort of walk away with from Na'Vi. But overall, that time round, the play from Spirit, it catches Na'Vi off guard. They weren't ready for that.
No, they got completely surrounded. They didn't have the other two heroes even realms of close to them, so perfect play there from Spirit. And they still have Ravage, too. That's the big thing, is they didn't expend absolutely everything, so they can still look for the fight potentially right afterwards, because there's no gyro BKB.
Yeah, push coming in now. Onto the tier 2 down bottom.
Amp damage bottom. Big rune.
Yeah, Na'Vi, I don't want to be a part of the action until they at least get that next round of items done. Got the juice very close to having that huge amount of damage. I think. Yeah, he did. Yeah, that was on the courier that was
just
with him.
kidding.
It gets sniped. I wasn't careful
like,
with the courier. I was a little, because I was clicked on him. I saw the Demon Edge, get picked up from perched from the quick buy. I'm like, hang on, isn't Spirit around that area? They were, and yeah, that's the Demon Edge and the Daedalus recipe gone. So that's Daedalus on the sidelines for 2 extra minutes. Yeah, that hurts. Got to be careful with your couriers.
I mean, it's 2 minutes with no Daedalus, Owen, and it's 2 minutes with an amp damage in the bottle for morale. Like, they actually could potentially look for the smoke up here. And look for Na'Vi. Na'Vi definitely has to be a bit careful, at least. Wait till that Daedalus. Don't want to fight when you don't have all your potential.
Aru? Does he want to drop the wards here? What's he looking for?
Just getting info. It looks like he's just doing casual information things.
Oh, might be able to steal that 28-minute wisdom, I tell you what, with the way they push this wave out.
Yep, definitely possible. They do have IO reload. He's going to just TP down. They'll see him.
He's got to be quicker than that if he wants to stop him. Yeah, Rue's just going to get to the chance to take this. So
he snuck around the Watcher vision, because the nighttime vision, right? The Watchers have limited vision, so he actually snuck around it very nicely.
And they're turning up for the fight, but as we say, this is 1 minute without that Daedalus, so they should find Rue pretty easily. So a little bit of a freebie here as Rue is caught alone, but Rue, he already came and did what he wanted to. He stole their wisdom rune, so he's happy. Doesn't matter
if he saw 5
or not. Yep. Space created.
Yep. Space created, but they do see collapse. This ward, sneaky ward there by Radius, did see the tide going up there, so some information for Na'Vi. Looking around, how are the healing Lotuses doing? I was watching Na'Vi collecting quite a bit of them. I always like to keep track of this when there's any healing heroes. Since there's an IO, he had one. Marcy has it now. Okay.
They're making the moves towards this top lane. Yeah, they saw Collapse step up here. But Collapse looks like he's a step ahead and is not going to stick around any longer than he needs to. Pushes the wave out, switches over to the other side of the map.
Heads up. Panto now does have that shard. It took him a while, but we decided to go for Greaves first, I guess, just to... I mean, Mac is an amazing item, so why not? So, but does have the shard, so that's going to be very annoying, the vision they can provide.
I love the big item pickups now. So got the juice. You better be careful with this courier. This courier's coming in with a completed Daedalus and a full Shadow Blade. Unfortunately for him. Doesn't look like there's anyone anywhere close on this side of the map, so it's a safe delivery. Massive step up in power there with that pickup. Full Daedalus and Shadow Blade ready to go on the gyro.
I feel like I've been seeing people not use Chop Shop as much anymore, Owen. I gotta be honest with you. I'm watching him sending his Falcon Blade back, and he's gonna sell it fully without disassembling. So, oh well, minus some gold, but...
So what they can get around this, because the smokes come in from Spirit.
Riddy's Blink is coming full Daedalus for Yatoro. His damage has spiked. He's not just Daedalus, he's got the 20 talent.
Yeah, that's a crazy amount that can come out from him.
PMA has the BKB. They got the Hex.
Well, they've got the catch on him. That's going to be a dead bat.
Okay. Rue, if Rue gets hit by the stun from the neutral, the bat might live. Because he was shackling. Yeah. It was like actually 25 range. That was pretty funny. Tormentor.
Set up for the Tormentor. Yeah, it's going to be theirs. Yep. Na'Vi's not going to be able to have a say about this one, so another Tormentor for Spirit.
It's the first death. PMA has played, honestly, so careful this game. It's pretty crazy to say, but that was his first death. But a pretty big one, I will say. The vision. It's too much vision. I don't know if Navi's prepared for this tree shard. It's giving a lot of information.
Some of the TPs are starting to come back in now from Spirit. We've got Collapse here by the side of Rue. Rue just looking for the opening. He's just gone in. He's ready to try and start the play. He will almost certainly lose his life for this, but let's see if he's found the setup for maybe Spirit to find something themselves. Na'Vi, they're backing off. Is there any further control or chase here from Spirit? There's not going to be. So, you know, Rue, he really wanted to start something there for the team. Doesn't manage to end up finding a way to open up the move to allow them to get any kills. And if anything, you know, Na'Vi, they're ready to come running straight back at Spirit here.
No BKB on the IO. That's the one thing we have to look at here.
Got the lasso. Themselves to
nice catch.
Back and support. A little bit of a glimpse onto Collapse into the kinetic field. He has just picked up a BKB though, Collapse. So he'll pop that. Start to walk this off. Still taking a heavy amount of physical damage, of course, from Got the Juice. But will survive. Collapse gets out. And Na'Vi, they still want to try and poke him for more, but Yatoro and Morel will stay safe over to the other side of the tier 2, get up to the high ground. So nothing more than sort of Na'Vi just getting those 2 support kills over those last few moments. He's getting closer and closer towards the Roshan respawn. So something to bear in mind. Collapse, whilst he did have just a BKB, still does have that Ravage. And they will have the time spirit for everyone to get back out on the map and highly likely get into position to contest the upcoming Rosh.
Yep, gem on PMA, swap it over from Zayats. Yeah, Rue, honestly, it looked good, right? Because like Rue had all this information to jump, but the team was just a little lagged behind, so it actually ends up hurting them a lot here now. They're gonna smoke, they have Ravage, BKB is back up on Niku, the IO, in about 5 seconds. Na'Vi seems very ready for this.
And if you're Na'Vi, do you have to look for some sort of kill or action before you consider Roche when you're playing against this lineup?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to get caught by some huge Ravage play. They also have great ways to get pickoffs. Yatoro.
Get the jump on it. Navi's very grouped up. A Ravage could go pretty hard, and here it comes. Jump forward for Collapse. Gets the fight with them. That's going to be a dead Bat and a dead Marcy. We'll see Got the Juice try and fight back, but he's sort of caught awkwardly in the shards. It's the Serpent Wars. He has to TP out. So he's gone. Safety, you know, for him and Niku at the least on Na'Vi, but the rest of the 3 of them caught out, and my goodness, yeah, Collapse. He was ready to go straight for that. You can see that coming from a mile off. Jumps in, easy 5-man Ravage, shakes up the team, and sets up for Spirit to head into the pit and get this Roche.
I swear, I think Collapse is one of those players that I see get like 5-man hook stomps on Centaur, 5-man Ravage is more like anybody else. It's pretty insane. Pretty much
plays from Spirit there. Aegis on Yatoro. Game just definitely got a whole lot harder after that move there for Na'Vi.
Yeah, they lost their gem too, which is a really big deal when you're playing versus this annoying tree, who's not only just walking around invis, but placing these eyes and all this too.
And we'll see this again on the replay. You know, Collapse, bam, straight in, immediate Ravage, no hesitation, all 5 caught. And honestly, Na'Vi kind of lucky that they did get Niku and got the juice out of that one. You know, the rest of the 3 of them dead and no chance of turning around a fight where it starts off with you getting ravaged like that.
Honestly, Juice, I'm surprised he got the BKB off. I thought Rue would get the Blink Hex afterwards and then they just full CC lockdown, but... Juice? I love that interaction. Silver Edge looks so funny nowadays when you're playing versus these quote-unquote haste heroes, since you just set them to a maximum, or minimum, I will say.
Yeah, it's one of the most annoying things. If you're playing like Weaver against like a sniper with a Silver Edge, it's just... Like, why does it slow?
Have you seen Lycan? Have you seen Lycan? Sniper hits him and then Lycan's just moving 100
Lycan's never in my games, but you're right. That definitely sounds like it would look the funniest. Yeah, seeing a Lycan crawling around. Na'Vi.
Rue. Drop. Okay, so double catapult wave. He's like, let me push this. Hit the catapults though. Hit the. Wait. No, he switched.
Well, the idea was there, but easy money for Got the Juice.
Execution not there. Idea there.
Yeah. The idea was there. He tickled the 2 catapults. That's as much as he achieved with those Serpent Wards, unfortunately. Still their Spirit. You know, they don't need no Serpent Wards to push right now. Very strong here around the right click of Yatoro, coming in down the tier 2 mid lane. Na'Vi, do they want to fight this? I mean, what's the call going to be for Na'Vi after they got shaken up in that fashion in that last team fight?
They want to try to get pick off, like you were mentioning from before, right? Like get a pick into a fight, not just a straight up engagement. So at least they'll get one here for Panto. But yeah, it does feel like for them, ideally trying to get at least something before a fight start, because it does feel hard for them to approach, because their team fight, it's not really a big team fight lineup when you look at it, right? It's a lot of single target things. It's the Static Storm, which is the big team fight with the Gyro. When you look at Spirits, they have Ravage, they have Trio, they have the Ember Spirit, which naturally everybody kind of does too. So I would say, yeah, maybe trying to split up the fight and get a pick off somehow. Obviously, it's not the easiest, but they do have the bat to at least attempt for it. Zayats.
He'll get caught here by Morel. I mean, the thing is, when you look at Niku and Got the Juice, once Got the Juice sort of has his next item, the Butterfly, and if Niku's able to kind of get this heart online, I feel like there's definitely a world, right, where even if that sort of last situation happens again, where you're losing the other 3 heroes, these heroes might be able to 2v5.
Perhaps it's all going to be depending the BKB situation though, because you know the heal like Vessel, and I believe it's going to be a. Did anyone go Shivas on the enemy team? Ember, I imagine, right? Yeah, Ember.
Yeah, Morel's got it. Yeah,
they have Vessel plus Shivas, so it's going to reduce a lot of that healing. The Butterfly vision will be nice because of the Weaver having just Scotty, but.
Actually, he's going for Satanic. So he was switching between it, yeah. So he's settled for Satanic instead, so going full in on the sustain. The lasso, they don't have the follow-up lockdown though, so Morel's still able to get the BKB off and jump away. He is perfectly fine, and same to be said for Yatoro. So again, the catch from Na'Vi is just not going to always be there.
Nice try. He tried to get the glimpse play from Riddies, but the Lincolns does end up breaking it there. Yeah, it's just their follow-up, right? They have a lasso, and then... Yeah. Panto.
They'll catch him. Toro's watching from the side. Does Spirit want to try and fight back into this? They're going to attempt to do so. They've got the shackles here. Good chains on the one for 3 of them, but the BKB comes out straight away. Got the juice. Zayat's taken down by Yatoro. Yatoro now turns his attention over towards Got the Juice. The Manta starts to back away. Chains comes in and there's collapsing with the jump. Ravage catches the 2 big targets. He gets both Got the Juice and Niku. Static Storm will get laid down. Niku trying to find a way to get Got the Juice out of it, but will not succeed. Got the Juice goes down. Niku will at least be able to take out PMA instead in those final moments with the relocate. But it's again, Na'Vi are just getting destroyed in these team fights. Niku comes back, will get dealt with very quickly by Spirit. Just a bit too much in these team fights and collapse. He's always ready with these Ravages.
I mean, a beautiful Ravage catching everyone. Rue controlling in the back lines as well, beautiful. But it's honestly looking like there's not enough damage from Na'Vi, and Spirit just has too much. I'm seeing the Gyro hitting targets, but there's a Pipe Crimson that's blocking a ton of it. Sure, he's got Daedalus, but it's still just not enough. And now he'll have his own Butterfly pretty soon to boot, as Yatoro, level 25, has been hit. Yeah, the team fights for Spirit just easier to execute and just better execution in general from them, even though they lost Panto at the start of things.
Yeah, it really has been. They very much got their act together this game after those kind of early to mid-game moves that were not kind of falling into place.
Yep.
But sort of in this little later portion, the way they've moved around as a team, set up these fights, it's made it very difficult for Na'Vi to survive through. Godlike on Yatoro, as this mid lane Rax looks to be in trouble on top of the bottom one. The wards are dropped down. This game getting very, very difficult for Na'Vi to recover in now.
Yeah, they had a couple good moments, but I do really think that thing that we were talking about really happened, right? The Weaver and the Ember. You got to pick one, and then sometimes you kind of can't pick both either, and then they both run rampant. So 2 deaths for Morel, only 1 for Yatoro. They've completely run rampant, as Collapse is the one leading the charge of those catches of Ravage. So Na'Vi, let's see what their next move is, because they've been completely halted. Progression has completely stopped too, and yeah, wondering where they go from here, because I was hoping that I kept checking Riddy's neutral item. He never got lucky with Greedy, so the Aghanims is still quite some time away from him.
Yeah, it definitely feels like one of those games where Got the Juice, he's got to be considering that Divine Rapier.
Probably.
They're going to need something crazy. I mean, at the moment, obviously looking towards the MKB. Butterfly is online for Yatoro. cleans up another Tormentor, gets the money for the team. 20k gold lead now for Spirit.
What does Juice want to get rid of?
Yeah, that's a tough one. He's kind of got 6 great items. I mean, I don't know, what do you get rid of for the MKB?
Maybe it is the Pike, but that sounds also kind of grim. I don't know. You can do disassemble data list, go to MKB, so you lose less gold. I'm not sure. I don't know. He's got options, but it looks like
Actually, he might do that.
Maybe fight
He might have
first.
to do the disassemble play, you're right.
That's what I'm thinking, but I don't know. Some people just don't do chop shop. Collapse.
Collapse sees it again, and this time it ain't a 5-man, but it's a 4-man, and it's a pretty good 4-man as well, as he takes out Reddy's here, Yatoro with the damage. Zaya's to fall. Got the Juice is going to try and fight back here against Collapse. They'll get the lesser one to Rue. Rue, he's still alive though. Yatoro, he's pretty much full HP. They take out PMA. Spirit ready to chase Na'Vi in towards the base. To relocate for Niku will at least take out the Juice out to the side. But Yatoro's diving in, trying to finish off Niku. Won't manage to do so. Has the timeouts back. But now got the Juice. He's left vulnerable, surrounded, locked down. He's out for 90. No buyback on him. GG is called. Spirit will take the game.
Na'Vi came with a game plan, I will say. They did have this whole idea. They did have some moments, but overall, it really did feel like Spirit. The fights that they lost were some pretty forced errors by themselves, so cool game from Spirit. Overall, really strong.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Had those few sort of blunders earlier on, Spirit, but they really got their act together, came in with some fantastic plays, and yeah, Collapse showing us some beautiful moments with the Tidehunter, especially with that 5-man Ravage. Pretty much was the beginning of the turnaround and walking away with this game. Spirit, they take this game against Na'Vi.
A great showing from Spirit. We obviously were able to see them playing an online tournament not too many days ago. We wondered if the form would continue, and I feel like it really did, Quinn, because as the one with the far superior memory of the two of us, how many times can you remember a 5-man Ravage in a competitive Dota game in the last 3.5 years?
Not many. Very few.
At least one.
None come to mind besides this one.
That one was pretty good. So.
It was good, and he's very good at Tidehunter. But on the flip side, I feel like Na'Vi did pretty well with not a lot, genuinely. I think given their heroes...
but that's kind of on them as well, though.
It is. I think they dug themselves a hole, and then they were like, yo, we got to get out of this hole. And then they were like climbing really well. They were looking like Alex Honnold out here climbing skyscrapers.
Oh, I thought it was going to be like a rope ladder, and then the rope snapped. But
no,
the ground
it was
came
like
out
Alex
from underneath
Honnold, but
them.
then like their hand slipped.
Not enough chalk.
Yeah, that's right. Need to chalk up. Because their draft is just, it's just hard to play with. They don't have enough damage. I think we saw it throughout the entirety of this game. The Gyro is, he's trying so hard to dish out all the damage. They're saving him, they're helping him, but it's just not enough. It's Tidehunter, it's Tree and Armor, and it's the hardest Batrider game I've ever seen. He's playing as Tidehunter with Kraken Shell. He's playing as Ember, who is the slipperiest fish you'll ever find, and he's playing as Weaver with Lincolns. He can't lasso any of the cores. You see he goes for, what was it, Drum into Lotus Orb. He's full tanky build because he knows he can't buy Blink. He can't play the typical Batrider way.
Oh, I thought there was going to be more to that number.
Nope.
No, that's it.
You can't do it.
Batrider, Batrider, Io. This is my viewpoint of Io.
I think that's pretty accurate. I honestly think the IO had more potential than some of the other stuff. My issue is really that it's paired with Disruptor. I think that pairing is a little sus because I think IO needs a little more oomph, or he needs his offlane to have better core matchups because you need more than just one hero to play with on IO. But he's got a Marcy who's kind of useless, he's got a Disruptor who's 0 damage, and he's got a Bat who's Giga countered. So his only buddy is Gyro, and you need more buddies than that.
And on top of that, he did have a rough lane.
Yeah, he got solo killed.
Well, I wasn't going to say it how it is.
I'm
Pop
gonna be it real.
Do it.
Yeah, he got solo killed. You can't get solo killed. You saw your lane, and I'm also gonna be even more real. Niku has a problem with his laning phase. This guy is.
Oh, it's a bigger issue, huh?
It's not just this matchup. Niku has been really inconsistent in his laning phases. He's been solo killed a lot. We saw it in Chengdu. He played multiple lanes where it was a favored lane or an even lane. He got solo killed, and it totally altered the course of the game. I think it's a real problem with him as a player. It's not just this matchup, and I think he needs to get it under control because I think the biggest trait you want from your mid player is consistency. You need to be able to rely on them.
Well, he is consistently
Inconsistent.
getting solo kills.
So if you phrase it, if you do some gymnastics.
Yeah, he's doing exactly what you're asking.
Exactly. So
You're a really bad coach.
He's an expert gymnast. That's what we've learned.
But yeah, so you want the consistency coming out from you.
Yeah, and it's not there right now. And he is young, but I think that's not really an excuse because there's a lot of young players who have shined throughout Dota history. You think back to the olden days of Sumail and these Miracles and Bat and these era of players, Arteezy, you know, all the GOATs. And he's just not that right now.
Even earlier today, like we see RCY, right? It's like, yeah, he gets mid-solo killed as well, but he bounces back in a very different... Obviously, it's a big difference in what hero they're playing, but then I do wonder, can you put your mid laner on an IO? You know, is it okay to put him on this matchup where it's like, not everyone else is really jumping the gun at a core IO. Not everyone's looking at like, yeah, this is something we really want to focus on, and that is props to Na'Vi. It always has been. They've thought outside the box, but I do go back to the previous patch. They loved Dazzle when no one else was really picking it up. They would open their drafts with it, and we would say, we don't know what this is really doing in it. Now I sort of wonder if that venture has really gone too far. Like, that's now they're consistent. And it's like, is that really the consistency you want people to talk about for your team?
Yeah, it is a bit of a problem. We mentioned the damage earlier as another problem for Na'Vi, and we have some clips to show here of, because you can just see it where Spirit runs into them and the Gyrocopter is just standing there shooting, but he gets anchor smashed one time and just nobody dies. They just have to run away. They feed a couple kills, and you can just feel it mounting that this is going to be a problem that is going to continue to occur because IO can't fix his damage problems. Bat can't fix his damage problems. Gyro buys Daedalus, he buys Silver Edge. He's buying every damage item he can besides Rapier, which maybe he should have bought, but even that, I'm not even sure that would
Maybe you should have gone the other IO facet.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, this Medigun saved a lot of people this game.
No, it did, yeah. I'm half joking when I say
he also didn't kill anyone. And I think, like you mentioned, that they think outside the box. I think they think outside the box a little too much. Like, I think there aren't many hipster mid players. I think a lot of mid players fit within like a box, and it's a reasonable box. Maybe they have one outlier pick or two. Okay. But Niku, he's playing mid Kez, he's playing mid IO, he's playing some weird crap. And Thompson, I think, is the only player who's been able to make hipster stuff really work from mid. And so I think if you're going to do that, you've got to be excellent at your hipster crap, and you've got to take advantage of the fact that you understand these matchups better than the other guy. And he's not doing that. He's picking the hipster stuff, and then it's kind of faltering. It's looking a little weird, like it's not fully thought out. And so I think if he wants to do the outside-the-box thing, he wants to be Thompson 2.0 or 0.5, whatever, then you have to think it through a little more. You've got to push it all the way to the end, because I think that's what Thompson was great at.
Well, look, we're going to see Na'Vi a lot more throughout the coming days, of course, because the way that this group stage works, we're going to be seeing them play 10 more best of ones, and no one gets eliminated at the end of the group stage. It's all the best of threes that happen. So I do want to talk about Spirit more because they're the victors here in this best of one. Again, we've already said it, their form really continuing from that online tournament they were playing before this. And something that was sort of interesting for me is we know that the high caliber teams love to do the Tormentor right on that spawn time, right? Like 20 minutes, they take it. For Spirit, they take it. It goes to Rue for the first one. The second one around, they take it at 30 minutes, but it's gold at that point, which means all other 4 heroes bought it. And I don't know if we have actually seen that, where the second Tormentor taken is the gold.
Yeah, second gold is pretty rare.
Right?
Ember buying his shard that early is a little bit surprising. I think the rest of them, it kind of just makes sense for the heroes. Anchor is just really good. Weavers is really good. Trees is a must buy.
Oh, for sure. You would like not even deliberating that one.
Yeah. So I think the only surprise, like it is just generally surprising to see the second one, like you said, beat gold. But Ember buying his shard that early is a little bit like, huh, interesting.
Yeah.
And I wonder if Laurel would have done the same thing, or if some other Ember players would have done the same thing.
Would you have? You are an Ember player, so...
I probably would have bought an earlier Shivas. He bought it quite a bit later.
Okay.
And I think he buys a little earlier this game. Like, you're taking advantage of the enemy's draft's weaknesses. I think that's what Spirit's really good at.
Because that's the pros and cons. It's like you're buying it for yourself, and it's like, you know, you're doing it for the greater good. You're trying to be selfless, where it's like, I will spend a little bit extra gold. Yes, you will get at least 400 of it back, and everyone else benefits, but it's like that extra, like 1,000 gold, would it have been better to grab the Shivas earlier? Obviously, in this game, it doesn't amount to anything. Like, we don't have to put a question mark about it, but it is just something I wanted to take note of. I think it is that difference in mid laners of having what feels like such a minute sacrificial play. Maybe it ended up better because your support's got that little bit extra gold at the 30-minute mark.
Yeah, can make differences, I think, in closer games. This game is pretty easy for them, so it doesn't end up mattering. But in a closer game, you know, that I think Laurel's a pretty sacrificial player. So
that's true.
They have someone, they've got very sacrificial shoes to fill. And so we'll see. I don't know what sacrificial shoes look like.
I don't know either.
I don't think I want to wear
shoes?
them. They sound uncomfortable.
I actually think then you're not wearing shoes at all. You're just going barefoot.
Maybe it's like clogs.
Well, depends on who you are. Some people maybe like clogs. Maybe there's a historical thing of that country. I'm just want to
They
speak
don't
for
sound
people
comfortable.
Here. They don't at all. But we can talk about our next matchup. Instead, I don't have a segue.
Did they have clogs? Does their next matchup have clogs?
They have part of the word clog, OG.
That's true. You can't spell clog without OG.
OG, you definitely can't. OG up against Liquid. This one might be a little bit of a closer matchup because Liquid is on that tail end where people are wondering, is this roster going to come together? When is it really going to click for themselves, having a brand new off lane and all of the moves and shifts that were made for that roster? Whereas OG, the biggest thing that's happened for them in the last month was the fact that they changed their team logo.
Yeah, they were on vacation, sipping mimosas.
They really were. They were enjoying it.
Their org was like, you know what? We're done with, what was their color before? Blue? It's green again. So they're green bears. And I think, to be honest, Liquid against OG, I think Liquid is the underdog. And I don't think you've been able to say that for a really long time.
When would you coin? I would say 5 years ago. When did they make that?
2019, I would say, is the last time you could say
7 years ago, then.
I think it's 7 years ago.
Well, what was the year that they didn't make TI? TI 10.
Yeah.
Because Insania was doing panel work for it.
Oh, I guess that's true.
And that was in 2020.
So.
One.
No.
TI 10 was 2021.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Then how many years ago was that?
6?
5.
5.
I'm just saying, I'm going to be right when it comes to me and Quinn bickering.
That's right.
5 years ago is when you could say that was such a long, convoluted way to get to it. But yes, Liquid, I think, being the underdog there. So then where would you put this? Is it heavily underdogs, only slightly, people overreacting to what has happened in the last few qualifiers for them?
I think it is a non-insignificant amount of underdog. Like, OG is definitely, yeah, great phrasing there.
That was really good.
I definitely think OG is somewhat significantly favored, but I think Liquid is also a hyper-inconsistent team right now. So I think on a good day, it's a really close series. And on a bad day, Liquid looks like dog water. And so I think there's that, what Liquid is waking up today. It's such a weird state for Liquid to be in because I think for over the last couple of years, super consistent team. They're always top 3, always doing really well with these non-Dream League lands. And so I don't know which Liquid's going to wake up today, which side of the bed.
I love that you put the caveat, a non-Dream League LAN or event.
We don't talk about Liquid at Dream League. That's...
Look, I'll put that one to bed right there, and instead we get to focus on what is going to be Blast Slam, their first best of one showing here. It's Liquid and OG. OG gonna have to shake off the rust for themselves. I don't even know if it's actually there for them, right? The only thing that we know is the last time we saw them was in December last year in 2025. So now we're on the big old 26 here. We have to wonder exactly what is the form coming into it. And Liquid, they've been playing these qualifiers online tournaments. So we do have way more of a sample size, more of a pool here, Quinn, that we can kind of predict that they're gonna pick up for themselves.
Yeah, they have more games. They like the Largo. They've been playing it, I think, 5 and in the offlane role, so they're willing to flex the Frog. I could see them picking that up early. And Ace is playing some of his classic offlaners. He early picked Axe in some games. So they've been dabbling in different things. And I think just trying to find an identity for themselves still. I don't think they have anything super patent down right now. I think they're floundering a little bit, trying to figure out what works for them. As patches change, they don't have an identity, right? When you see a Falcons or a Tundra, you know the way they're going to play. I don't think Liquid has found that yet, so I think they're still looking.
Do you think OG do? Because sometimes that is the strength of SEA teams, is that they don't have an identity. It's also their downfall, don't get me wrong, but this OG roster has been very consistent, and I do wonder now if they found their identity.
I think they have in a lot of ways. I think they're trying to play this super fast style of Dota. I think they're making moves, they're opening towers early, they're bull rushing you, and they're trying to take over the game really fast. And I think that's a really cool style to adapt because I think in a lot of ways it's quite a bit different from normal C Dota. I think C Dota is long games. It's farming a lot. It's hyper carries.
Do you think that's still true? I feel like that's like a days of the past for SEA. I'm not saying it doesn't happen.
It's like less true than it used to be, but still kind of true, I think.
Okay.
Because like that REKONIX game that just happened on the other stream, it was like, how long?
Okay, but remember, it takes two to tango. You're picking one game, and it was against Tundra.
It was against the slowest bears in the West, that's true.
I'm just saying.
Speaking of bears, that's a panda bear, and he's drinking booze.
I don't think pandas are bears.
But people call them panda bears.
I think that's an American thing.
Really?
I have no idea. I'm just like to make fun of you.
That's fair. Yeah, it is panda, though. First pick Wind Ranger is odd to me. The hero is not bad by any means, but it does have counters, and
like
Panda
what?
is pretty... I mean, Panda's pretty good against it, and I think just like random garbage is good against it in general, so Panda gives you that sort of chaos, that nonsense. And Wind Ranger is also a hero that's very dependent on doing well in lane. She needs to get off to the good start. We saw people deviate some from this 4-0-4, the tangled facet. We've seen Yutoro go for the kill shot and maxing power shot early in the game. In some of the series, I think it was last year before the the break happened. So people have tried some different things, and we've seen even OG take a pedal, back pedal from it, not banning that hero out. We saw them sort of be the ones starting this Wind Ranger trend. And it's also not something I expected Liquid to first pick. Mickey is great on the hero, obviously, but it's a little weird for them to first pick it.
I do think it is, one, yes, a good hero, but Natsumi is like god tier, I want to say, on his Wind Ranger. We have seen games where they have been dismantled early game, and Natsumi's Wind Ranger has brought them back in. And not only that, there is the slight flex that Yopaj can pick it up too. So some part of me is like, yes, it's a good hero. We know Mickey loves playing it on the side of Liquid, but we know OG has so much more in the tank when it comes to a Wind Ranger and a Wind Ranger flex. So I think just a combination of those three does make it a pretty good opening pick for themselves. It's just how is the rest of the draft going to develop around it to not make it look like we wanted to just take this pick away from you and now we're forcing it into a draft.
Yeah, I mean, Boxy is definitely pretty comfortable playing it on 4. So
that's true.
It's not locked into carry by any means. And I'm interested to see how this Panda plays out. It's a hero that's gained a lot of popularity recently because of some pretty big buffs. The fact that you can change your stance in silence is a really big deal. You can't burst him anymore. He just is always green if you go on him. And the green Panda just makes him incredibly tanky that even if you're not pressing split, the hero is really powerful just pressing Vessel and the barrel, throwing it at you.
Should we talk about why we think you can still change stance during silence? Because it doesn't cost mana to change stance. This is my argument. I think it's fine because you don't need mana to change it. So therefore you're not technically casting it.
I think it's fine.
Compared to other toggleable spells that are mana induced casting.
I think it's chill. And I also think it's good for Brewmaster to get something. This is a hero that I think is really fun when it's popular. Like, it's a cool hero. It's fun to watch. It's exciting. And it's also a hero that's not good that often. Every once in a while, it'll have a little time in the sun. But it's not some Bat Rider or some hero that's always good for 10 years.
It's about as common occurrence as a solar eclipse, you know?
That's Witch Doctor.
Whoa, don't speak ill of my boy.
Your boy's kind of bad.
He's real bad.
Except in low-R pubs, where somehow the hero is insanely broken.
That's why I'm really good at him.
Case in point.
Okay, all right, well, I can do the rest of this channel alone.
Well, Kunkka is... This is a weird one, because Liquid has been prioritizing this hero pretty highly, which is strange because Ace hates this hero. He's always hated playing Kunkka. He just never really thought it was very good. So it's interesting to me that Liquid prioritizes it.
That's actually the only time Ace ever spoke, when he was on GG, not Kunkka. I hate Kunkka.
He hates this hero. We had so many patches where everyone else is first picking Kunkka and Ace is like, I don't want to play this hero.
Really?
So Ace hated Kunkka. Okay. So it's interesting to me that he picks it. Brewmaster is a love-hate relationship with Kunkka. You can kind of splash the pandas. You throw Boat, which lets you survive the ulti, but also you have very low damage against the Brewmaster. So when this panda runs in, you're not really helping kill him at all. So if anything, I would say I probably like Brewmaster against Kunkka because Vessel is so good against that hero.
Okay.
So I'm dubious of this pick.
It's Conquer only played in off lane right now. Can we see it go to mid? Is it a niche?
Not if you want to win, I think.
Well, I think most teams playing competitively would like to
I would
win.
also, I would hope so. I think Liquid wants to win, and so I think it will probably not be mid.
All right. Sorry for suggesting it.
No, it's all good. You're forgiven. Much love, XQCL. TA is a great response to Kunkka. If he ever tries to X-torrent you, it's so easy to blink out of it that it makes you practically uncatchable. Not to mention you have Refraction to block the Tidebringers early in the lane, so pretty much everything about this matchup is good. Good against Tusk, good against Wind Ranger. All these spells that you can blink dodge them makes TA able to hold Blink. Blink is not an initiation tool, it's a saving tool. So you walk into the fights and you're hitting people casually with your Dragonlance, your Deso, your Sideblading, you're doing normal TA things, and the Blink is a resetting tool to dodge spells, making you borderline invincible. So it's a good TA game, even though the hero is not super broken or something. It's a solid hero, and Natsumi is definitely very competent on it.
So then how do you make it an uncomfortable TA game? You have 2 picks left on the side of Liquid. Obviously, 1 more to close out this phase. You see the carry, it's like, how are we going to make him uncomfortable in lane?
Lane, I think, is off the table. I think he's going to be comfortable in lane, and there's no way to change that, really. So
then what's the window in which you can make a TA uncomfortable? If it's not in lane, it definitely does not feel it in late game.
Ooh, a Huskar. Well, this is an interesting one. I mean, it is a great Huskar game because it's great against the supports. Huskar is actually not that good against TA.
Because of the shield?
Because, like, Huskar was in the past was great against TA because TA was more of a mid hero, and you lane against her. And if you lane against her, it's amazing. But in the game, TA has Deso, and she plays Daedalus and MKB and all these big damage items, and you can't actually jump her because she spaces you, and if you start walking too close to her, she can pike you away, she can blink away. She's got a lot of tools to space you.
I am, like, trying to comb through the small memory that I do have, but Yopaj has played TA mid. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen here, okay, before you jump down my throat, because I can see you doing that.
For reference, I was nowhere near her throat.
I'm just saying Yopaj because I distinctly remember during last Blast Slam, he played TA mid, and you said, I have no idea what this bro is doing. TA mid is garbage.
Didn't they lose?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
I didn't say you were wrong.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm saying, is that also some semblance of the Huskar coming out good against support really does force that TA to just be safe lane?
I think, honestly, so much of it is clockwork. When you see clockwork, like, it's just a hero.
Why did I do that?
Oh.
It's like an alien from Toy Story. Wow.
It was kind of giving the little dudes.
Sorry.
Call me Woody. I don't know why. It's another.
Why did you say Buzz Lightyear?
Because Woody is more. I don't know. Ignore me. Anyway, Huskar's good against Clockwork because Cogs do nothing. Clockwork does nothing. You just walk around, you throw spears, you vibe it out. You do whatever you want. And it's also good with Tusk. It's good with Kunkka, the heroes that help you start fights. The Rum is very good with Huskar, famously loves alcohol. And it makes you tanky so you can continue to be this unkillable dude who gets Aegis and runs into the fight and is very strong. So it's like the heroes make sense together. I think this Huskar pick helps their lineup a lot. And it's also a hero that is difficult to counterpick. Viper's banned already. They banned the Sniper. Razor Band is interesting. I'm not sure I totally buy that one, but it's fine. So I'm curious to see how OG responds to it because Huskar is famously, there's Viper and there's Sniper, and then I'm not sure, there's not that much else.
Who against Huskar?
Against Huskar, yeah.
You didn't even mention AA.
A is not going to lane mid, though.
No, I know it's not.
That's the problem.
Well, it doesn't stipulate. I'm just saying. Done a couple things out there. They got a fair chunk of reserve time, though, for the side of Liquid, so they do get to think about it.
They do. They could go for Mickey's hero. They could go for a new Boxy hero.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, that Wind Ranger is what's given the flex right now.
Yeah.
And then this was what I was worried about when they first opened with the Wind Ranger, is how do you make it not look like a pick to deny it from OG? How do you make it really fit into your draft? And I do think this really relies on where are they going to flex it and how is it going to support everything else.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a sore thumb. In some ways, like Wind Ranger and Huskar have some ways in which they help each other, that they're both pretty skirmishy fighting heroes, so you can have a really fast lineup. I wonder if this is... I'm really curious what kind of Batrider this is. Boxy likes this hero a lot. I think that's the most likely. It's probably support Batrider. 4-Bat's also really good against Clockwork because he wants to fight on the side. Clockwork's like big advantage is that he's the king of the jungle. He runs through and you can't fight him because Battery Assault is such a powerful 1v1 spell. But Batrider, he spaces you and he stickies you, and now Batrider is the king of the jungle, and Clockwork has lost his biggest strength, which is this skirmishing, early fighting. Not to mention, he can't even go near the mid lane because he does literally nothing to Huskar. So this
Literally nothing.
I'm not exaggerating. It's also a great support against TA. So you mentioned how can they shut the TA down in lane. This is a way to try that. Maybe it's not enough, but it is probably one of the best fours. What the heck? Really?
That is not what I thought you would say seeing a Leshrac.
Toka is Leshrac? No, I think it's this is a weird pick. I don't, it's not good against Huskar. It's really bad against Huskar. I also think, especially since Chronoptic Nourishment has become the main facet.
You have to, sorry, the names are so confusing for me. You have to detail it instead.
Yeah, so it's the one where when you hit dudes with mana, you get mana.
Yes, okay.
Leshrac was slightly better against Huskar when you had the bursty facet because you could blink on him, and in the mid game when you got to blink, there was some change dynamics. But now Leshrac is a tanky hero. You buy Greaves, you survive, and against Huskar, you aren't doing that. So unless you're gonna win the lane, like you're kind of committed to winning the lane with a 2-0-3 skill build, and if that doesn't happen, then the mid game I think is very rough. And so I think there's a lot of weight on the lanes for OG here. If you look at both teams' lineups, if they can't fight, there's not these typical fast farming heroes. There's not heroes you look at them and you think these are great comeback heroes. And so I think the early game is really important, how the lanes go, the rotations, you know, a lot of weight on these supports. And maybe I think Yopaj, this is a ballsy move, picking Leshrac into Huskar like this. Like, he's calling Nisha's bluff, saying, I can do well in this lane. And he needs to prove that. He also has Misanthropy queued up, so he's not.
Oh, he changed facet.
And I don't know if this, I think you can't take this one anymore. It's been so nerfed that the burst I don't think is fast enough.
Oh no.
So I'm dubious of this. In fact, he's taken Misanthropy and not Chronoptic.
So you were more in the boat when it was the other facet, and now you're just like, there's too much relying on it.
Yeah, I just think Huskar, he eats you for lunch, and you can't burst him fast enough.
Okay, in return. Very quickly, though, before the game does begin, Wind Ranger is going to be McGee now, so there was that potential flex. Do you like it? First pick carry for themselves, and you're like, it doesn't stick out as that sore thumb that you had issues with before.
Yeah, I think the Wind Ranger's chill, and the bat rounds their stuff out well.
Alrighty, we're kind of sitting in the camp of Liquid here. We were always wondering, is there going to be that upward trajectory for themselves? But they get a fresh new start at Blast Slam here, coming up against OG.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Should be a fun one here with OG versus Liquid. I'm Eddie Pixel, of course, joined by Fogged. Fogged, we're getting a Huskar game come out, right? These are going to happen in these best of ones. What do you think of it here? And what do you think of sort of OG's response to the niche Huskar?
I mean, a pretty disgusting Huskar pick, I have to be honest with you. You saw the two supports are in just misery, but we have to wait for a sec because OG, they're going for the first blood. Poxy will scout it. Awkward.
Looks like OG
okay.
won't be able to get their hands on him.
So, yeah, when you see these two supports, it's miserable to play versus Huskar. You do nothing to them. Cogs literally don't work. You know that, so, you know, you just walk right through them because you have no mana. They can't bonk you, nothing, so. Boxy.
No. He might have gotten away from them on the high ground on the other high ground, but he didn't expect to find them on the other high ground, and he finds them on the other high ground. In fact, when they find him, they're actually getting good damage in on the Tofu as well. Tofu will get away, but first blood there secured for OG. As OG, yeah, has a very smart move there that very much caught Liquid by surprise. They're like, well, if they're up one high ground, surely they can't be up the other. Spoiler, they were.
This is called preparation at its finest before a game, right? You identify exactly what you want to do before the game. You get your wards out. You see they double block the camps. Beautiful. So that Tide, you know, Batrider likes to play with stacks. Same thing with the Kunkka. So that'll be very good to at least prevent those. Yeah. So a nice heads-up move there, too, with the wraparound, right? You show on one side and then go to the other. Definitely not expected there from Liquid. And yeah, we'll see how these lanes go, because he did decide to pick that Lesh versus the Huskar. The lane, you can win as a Lesh, but in the game, we'll see what ends up happening, since he does go for Misanthropy, which means he's going to be going for more burst kills. See if he pivots his build, too, because usually when you do Misanthropy, you go Blink, you don't go Greaves. So I'll have to see what adjustments are made here. And yeah, as I was mentioning, Clockwork and Skywrath versus Huskar, a pretty dirty pick by Liquid.
And what do you make of these sort of side lanes overall? Now, up top, we've got a pretty safe lane from OG with this TA backed up by the clock. Up against an off-lane Kunkka, a hero that I feel like, at least from what me and you were expecting, we're actually seeing show up in kind of picks and bans a little more than we expected.
Yeah, 100% too. I was actually asking Kezu a bit about it because of it. Yeah. So, yeah, it seems like it's just on the rise. It's maybe not an S tier offlaner by any means, but it's starting to be on the rankings of like the A and Bs. People are trying to find substitutes for the, the Brews, the Centaurs, the Tides, these super S tier offlaners. So, we'll have to see what he wants to do with it. With build, probably gonna be some team fighty build. So, looking forward to see what he can do with it and how much aggression they can put on top.
Scam. Trying to get the catch on Tofu. Tofu is out of the cogs. So yeah, so far in the mid lane, 7-4 on Nisha. Yopaj 4-4. So Nisha starting to get that little bit of a lead here against Yopaj on his Leshrac. So we'll see if that continues for this edge for the Huskar.
It's quite surprising that he decided to go for this Lash. And he's not going for the win lane build, right? Where you go for the lightning plus the stun that Quinn was talking about. He's going for the I'm gonna try to kill you afterwards. This is curious. We'll see if it ends up working for him, because these denies are definitely going to start to rack up in the laning phase, since you can't guarantee last hits with only that 1 point in lightning as easy.
Yes, definitely has the early signs of being quite a rough outcome for OG in the mid lane.
And we were mentioning, the Huskar overall, the matchup, playing versus the two supports can be pretty devastating. TA can kill you. But if you're ahead on the Huskar, you can absolutely just kind of take over pretty well.
Top! Don't kill the TA for now.
Get the kill.
Tofu and Ace able to get in under the tower. Get the kill. Sure, Tofu goes down in response, but they'll be happy with that one, Liquid, taking this carry TA out of the lane.
Will survive. Boxy's gonna go for this Lotus here.
He can't quite stand his ground for this. He's gonna pay with his life for that, surely. He'll put the stick charges. So will not save him, so OG able to strike back here, back on the bottom lane. Mid lane as well, Yopaj is trying for the aggression on towards Nisha, but they end up killing each other. Yopaj did indeed kill him first though. So Yopaj coming out on top there, sees the chance to get aggressive, he goes for it, and that's not an easy call to make.
I mean, he kind of needs to get that kill. Look at the CS. It's 7-4 to 4-11, so he full commits for it and gets
that play.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I mean, it ends up being it's absolutely worth. He's even net worth now because of that. So it's a risk, but it's high risk, high reward from him.
Yeah, to know that he could get away with that, and only just a heads-up move there from Yopaj. Very much pushing for a play, super high risk play, but absolutely pays off. He gets out on top of that one.
Like if he dies there, and it doesn't, the game can actually collapse so quickly. So it's very big that he gets that, keeps his levels. He'll be able to probably get the rune because of it too, with Tim's checking bottom. Very cool. So these side lanes are very oppressive, and by side lanes I mean the off lanes in terms of how much pressure they can do, but Clockwork is one of the better ones at stopping that aggression, so I'm actually a bit surprised they got that kill on Natsumi early. We'll see how it continues to go though, because Bat is one of the better heroes at being oppressive, but Clock is one of the better ones at being defensive to prevent that aggression.
See if that situation happens again around the mid. Yopaj, he's going to be ready to get a bit aggressive, but the creep wave is there, so too many things to tank up his spells.
He's queued up the Blink Rush, so he is going back to the old days, even though it's been nerfed. Yeah, we'll have to watch for the annoying the funny interaction, right? When you see the Clockwork rock the Huskar at some point and Cogs do nothing. I literally don't pick Clockwork right now because of this. Every time I've picked Clockwork in the last like 5 days or 6 days, I get Huskar and I don't want to play.
You just get Huskar. Done on the safe lane at the moment. Mickey 23 and 11.
Well.
Response, Nico also getting fine farm out of the lane against him.
Ooh, rotation coming in.
I want to try and punish the Brute. I'll get the shackle to open.
He's durable, but is he durable enough?
He's got backup coming in from Scam. Oh, Nico's still alive. Finally, the power shot is there from Mickey to cut him down, get the kill. Will buy time for them to set up on towards Tim's on top of that. So Liquid, they'll get the both of them. Scam tried to turn up and help out, but not a whole lot he could do there to save the two of them. Liquid getting the 2 kills.
I honestly, super heads up from Tofu. So what they do is they single pull, and they expect them to contest the single pull, and that's when Tofu TPs. So really smart.
Scam, he wants to try and interrupt them getting the Lotus, but he might have just given up his own life as well. So Liquid, they'll end up finding a 3rd kill down here in quick succession on this safe lane. A little bit of a strike back from Tims and Nico, but they won't. Well, maybe Boxy's going to tick down Lotus with the grenade, but he's got stick charges. He's fine. So Liquid, that's sort of 3 kills that Mickey's just sort of been able to get the chance to get involved in. We'll see again in the mid, Yopaj trying with another attempt to chase down Nisha. But of course, as the levels start to rack up for the Huskar, it's going to get harder and harder for him to get away with those sort of plays. Doesn't get away with it this time. Very unlikely that we see him get that chance to take Nisha down solo again.
Yeah, very unlikely. 26-24 on Nisha, insane amount of denies. It really is starting to rack up as Yopaj has gone for that commit for the kills. CS across the board for Liquid looks pretty solid. We're seeing the Kunkka in that 1v1 versus that TA continuing to get pretty much absolute free farm and some extra denies, in fact. And okay, so it's a Shiva's rush. So Kezu was telling me it's a Shiva rush meta, that what a lot of these Kunkkas are doing. I thought maybe he got a item in between, but cool. I mean, it makes your team fighting overall around boat and everything incredibly potent. Very cool. We did just see the effect of a early Shiva's what it can do, right? We did see RCY in that first game. Of course, it was like one of the best Shiva games you could have versus the healing and all that, but Shiva's is a very, very powerful item. If you're able to get it at a good timing. And yeah, getting that free farm.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, this mid area now, not an appealing place for OG to bring anyone over towards. Nisha should have.
Yeah.
Pretty much complete freedom around here.
And the complicated thing is, too, is what we were mentioning was it's not just about, you know, the versus the Lash where you can do a lot of damage. The supports can't really rotate to kill a Huskar. The cogs don't do anything, as we're mentioning, and Sky is difficult. Bottom.
They're gonna go straight away for Nico. Try and punish him before he hits the 6. They'll be able to take him down. Yopaj has turned up with the TP. Tofu's out of there. Boxy, he'll get left behind. So Yopaj at least getting Boxy with the rotation, but not able to punish Mickey. Again, you know, Mickey getting the chance to get involved in these kills, and quite a nice one always to just to be able to slow down that brew at this level 5. Delay is level 6. The way they've handled the safe lane's been pretty solid from Liquid.
Honestly, a huge deal. This Brewmaster a lot of the times just ends up getting his free level 6 in a lot of these games that I've seen. They've done a great job of just shutting him down. Ace is almost level 8 in comparison to the level 5 Brewmaster. It's going to have a pretty big effect.
Ace is going to go for the setup. See what OG do in reaction to this. They do not want to allow Natsumi to get taken down. Big rotation from Liquid as they bring Mickey over as well to try and take the TA down. They'll get the shackle shot. It is underneath the tower though, and they won't be able to push on for further damage as Tofu will fall. Yopaj comes in with the response, and they're ready to start chasing down kills themselves. OG as Yopaj in on top of Mickey. And ends up being a disastrous move here for Liquid. They went too aggressive around this tier 1. And OG punished them easily. Yopaj turns up, ends up getting a huge kill there, being able to take Mickey down. And after such a safe start on the bottom lane, on the safe lane for Liquid, they just get a little bit ahead of themselves. They're going for that aggressive dive on top.
My brain kind of lagged a little bit, I'll be honest with you. I didn't get to see if the refraction blocked the boat damage. I know he popped it right at the end. I think it might have, and that might have been what saved him. I could be wrong, but either way, little things is what matters here, as a overcommitted move there. When Ace was having such a good time, OG's able to come in, get these nice cleanup kills, and get tons of levels for themselves off that, too. Pretty big mistake. Punished.
Anisha,
with
the armlet complete.
Got good timing. Yopaj is getting all the power runes, though. We saw there he had, I believe, what, the haste, and then he had a secondary rune afterwards. So he is getting good rune control, even though he's versus this Huskar who's having such a good laning phase. He's actually ahead. He's getting the runes. He's having successful rotations, at least in terms of gold. So that blink is going to come out pretty early, and this like Mickey could be in some dangerous positions here if he's not careful versus this Lesh blink early. Like, this is just a dead Wind Ranger if he sees him. All right, Yopaj.
is under attack.
And because as soon as that's there, is he going to be looking for a smoke play around one of those supports to just run at this Wind Ranger?
Or around the Brew, because the Brew has Split and Vessel available, so they could look to... I mean, maybe go for... They could maybe look for a fight around the enemy jungle and then look for like a mid tower or something if they want. They do have options with this Blink. Very good fighting with it. With that plus the Brew.
The delivery will hold it in the trees for now. Doesn't want to get the Blink Dagger spotted out by Liquid.
They're going to smoke with it and hunt the Wind Ranger. Looks like they'll at least smoke and... Yeah, they're hunting the Wind.
That would be the big catch. They can ensure that Mickey continues to struggle. I mean, already such a gap between that of the farm of Mickey and Natsumi.
And that's going to continue unless Mickey gets some kills, right? This TA farm's way faster.
Now, sell for Tofu.
Heads up plays.
Mickey should be safe.
Starting to get a lot going here. And mid also has to be a bit careful here on Liquid. OG's in the area. Another rune. Nisha.
Apache's in again. Ooh, the hook shot. Not quite getting the reach there. I see them turn with the shards. They'll get the catch on a Yopaj. And Yopaj is going to get punished for that one. They kill him off. Natsumi, he's turned up to the action. Does want to see if they can still try and find more out of this. Nico here as well, ready with the split. They want to dive for tier 1, but Liquid, they've got the full 5-man here ready to hold strong. So OG, they won't push in.
If they land the hook, very likely they can kill and do something else there, but I think either the slow or the turnaround is just right off the mark. Yeah.
Yeah, it was so close. It was just a little bit too short, just to the side. It nearly got the connection.
It's either because of the lightning slow or because he turned to use the inner fire, and then it's like right on the left side of him. It was super close. That slows down a good amount of aggression because OG, ideally, they want to get that kill, use Brew Split, and take the tower. So that means this tower is going to survive in quite a few more minutes than I think OG wanted it to. Now they'll back up, probably farm, get the Deso for the TA.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You know, for Natsumi, with how good of a start he's had in terms of farm, he doesn't really want to be dragged into too many of those fights where there's not a guaranteed positive outcome for OG, right? Because he's getting so much from the jungle, so much from the farm. You know, his timing's very important. There's no need to sort of slow his game down on any unnecessary risks right now once he's hitting these timings.
Ace, looks like they don't want to full dive the tower for him there with the 2 heroes. Nico was considering coming toward, but looks like that fight's not going to happen as Liquid. They're the ones actually smoking up. Ult set the ready.
See what they can get here with the catch of Ace and Tofu.
Tims.
Looks like it'll just be Tims. I mean, Natsumi, does he want to try and help fight back? He's going to try. A look towards Tofu. Let's look at the punch off on towards Tims. Jump forward though from Yopaj. Tofu's into the trees with a hook shot from Skem finds him. They take Tofu down. With a 1-for-1 on the supports.
Tim's got the initial silence on the bat, so that was actually really nice. Gets a little bit of extra cleanup there, 1-for-1 from an aggressive mood from Liquid. Now, OG, that's that T1 that they want to look for. It's maybe got stalled for about 2.5 minutes, but now looks like they should be able to finish it up.
Yeah, there'll be no attempt from Liquid to try and hold onto the tower this time round.
Yeah, they're not set up for it, and there's no boat up available, so not going to look to contest. Man, Mika is just so underfarmed, Owen. That's the big thing I'm really looking at.
This game's going to be so hard if OG start to really speed things up. You know, around this sort of solid timing of the Deso coming out in Natsumi. Like, they could really take over the game pretty drastically in the next kind of 5 to 10 minutes or so. And Liquid, how do they slow it down? Well, Boxy, he's going to get found here down bottom. Nico and Yopaj take him out. But yeah, even at the moment, you know, it's 8-11. It's just a 1k gold difference. OG definitely have the tools and potential of how much fun they have on Natsumi to completely blow this game wide open.
I mean,
over the next
a kill on Nisha, like a kill on Nisha is going to completely slow down Liquid, even more so as, oh my god, no way.
They saw him still. Oh, he's going to go for the TP. They've got the damage to kill him though. Natsumi comes in with that Deso hit. With the mail, gets the kill on top of it all. Liquid, they're going to have some problems here, Fogged.
I'm trying to think when they feel like they're going to be in a better spot. It might just be around Ace's Shivas, really. Because fighting into Brew ult at this point is very complicated because of how tough your Wind Ranger's game is, too. Because if Mickey shows up, he's dead, right? Either the Brew dispels him, throws in the air, drops him, or the Lash is just going to stick on him. So it's incredibly difficult for Mickey. And the rest of the team now is just starting to hemorrhage these kills. I mean, OG, these last 7 minutes or 8 minutes or so feels like it's been completely dominant from them.
Radiant are scanning.
It's just sort of hard to see a scenario in which Liquid's going to be able to slow them down.
Yeah, especially because like soon you see the aggressive wards too. Like I have to give a lot of credit to OG's preparation and just teamwork this game. All 3 lanes are covered. They see mid, they see bot, they see top. They have a hero that can take Roche. So they could potentially even look to accelerate things and go for that Roche pretty soon, since they have all the information of Liquid. One ward will go down though.
Yeah, OG knows very well how to play when they start to get this kind of momentum, get ahead. Seen it many times from their lineup.
And Yopaj, another, I actually need to check the log. How many is that? Another power rune. I feel like that's been pretty much all of them. Illusion, shields, regens, hastes, etc. So great rune control, which is very important for a hero like Lesh. Huskar's not really going to check those as often.
And it's just, you know, because outside of the potential of a Wind Ranger, like, where is the carrying coming from? So obviously Nishi's gone for this build, right, where he's going like the armlet into Force. He's got a Crimson Guard picked up. You know, these aren't kind of the items that's going to mean that he can sort of step in to be that incredible scaling carry. You know, they're going to lose the bat here. They'll lose Tofu. But it's just, you kind of look at the lineup and say, who on Liquid's going to carry this game, Fold?
Yeah, because Nisha, I think overall, he wanted to have a much more explosive game of snowballing.
Yeah.
Because TA, as Quinn was saying, like TA versus the Huskar, it's this hard physical damage hero that is going to just be able to wreck through that Huskar if you're not ahead on Huskar. And by no means is he ahead. He's 4K behind.
Yeah, this is... It's starting to get rough. It's starting to really have the sort of early signs of this game getting very rough for Liquid. They'll get the catch on to Scam.
But it's a clockwork. He doesn't care. That's a boat. Uh-oh. Oh, and this is... I mean, Liquid, I know they've had some rough, a couple of rough things recently, but man, this accelerated really quickly.
It really did. It really, really did. And as I say, you kind of look at the 3 cores of Liquid and you kind of go, well, who's going to be able to carry this game? And then you look at the 3 cores of OG and you're like, well, any of these cores could carry the game. You know, they've got 3 cores ready to carry, and Liquid, they had 3 cores not ready to carry. That's a problem.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much since that top move, when they were ahead, when they were like 2 levels ahead even, they go for that top lane. Since then, it's been, yeah, OG just running the show.
Liquid's what's going to be the move? What's going to be the play to get them back in this? They'll throw out a Scam, but they're not heading anywhere over towards the Roshan. It's going to be a free Roche, free Aegis here for Natsumi.
Yeah, this is hard. Brewmaster's 3 pieces toward the Aghanims as well too will have level 2 ult. There's very little ways for you to kill him without him getting ulti off even at this point, since you don't really have no silences. I mean, I guess they need quite a bit more time for Mickey in particular. He needs BKB to be able to fight, but my god, that's going to take a long time in the By the time he farms BKB. Natsume probably going to farm 2 items.
Yeah, Natsume's just getting so much out of the map right now.
Yeah. I mean, let's see what Liquid does do to slow things down. They need something, though. Yeah. Foxy, he's close to Blink, so at least they'll have that save potential. They have Ace with the Shivas. So maybe this is their go time. They've got quite a bit of item pickups. Let's see if they can connect.
Okay. They've got to find something from this.
Yeah.
If this smoke doesn't
big timing.
get them something... Let's have a look. They've got their eyes on Nico. They drag back here with the lasso. They've got the control. They'll be able to blow him up before he gets a chance to get the split off. It's a good catch there.
Yeah. Apologies, that's right. My bad. They have the inner fire. Okay. I was like, they don't have any silences. I'm an idiot. Yeah, they do have the inner fire, so that's actually more than enough after the lockdown. And that's around the Tormentor too.
Yeah, good couple of steps here from Liquid.
Yeah, that's big step. Nice catch. Slow down anything from OG. Get your timings going. BKB on the horizon for Mickey.
Now imagine with what the 3 minutes left on OG. Yeah, they want to try and fight.
They want to fight. No lasso. Liquid.
There's the opening.
it's a good
They're getting the hook shot caught onto the two of them. They do manage to get the save with the snowball. So a little bit of safety here for the three of them. Can they actually get out? The boat's coming in. Nisha, he'll be able to slide away. Liquid getting away from these initial attempts from OG, but OG, they want to continue to chase. Now Sumi's got the blink back up, but Boxy, he's also able to jump away to the high ground. Mickey, he ends up being the one to be caught, though. Ace is now surrounded in by the primal split. Sets up for Natsumi to get the double kill here as the TA. I mean, it almost looked like Liquid were going to be able to get away with this and get out of there, but it ends up being that they still lose their, their off lane and their main man. Now Mickey dead again.
Can they get any trades here? No. A great snowball, honestly. It was actually really nice. I think Boxy just got the blink delivered like a couple seconds before that, but they couldn't get out. The cogs are on him. Scam?
I'll sell for Scam.
We'll get caught. Yeah, team fights.
Difficult. It's not easy, especially pre-BKB right on Mickey. It's almost like he can't turn up before he has that BKB done. He's close to it, about 1,000 gold away from the BKB recipe, having the BKB complete. But as we're seeing there, if he tries to get involved before that point, they will go straight for him.
Yeah, he'll either get the wind run dispelled or he'll get thrown in the air. I think that one, it actually maybe just like expired, then he got stunned and Natsumi blinked onto him. But yeah, Natsumi also, let's see what he wants to go for next, because as we said, he's absolutely massive. He buys his own shard as well, too. The silence is going to be annoying. Could just go for that MKB if he feels as aggressive as possible, or can go a more defensive posture. We'll see.
It's going to head up to the top side of the map.
This wraparound.
They might find some members of Liquid. Okay, Nisha's already out. It's just Boxy that's sticking around here, so... Big Paws have left the area.
Okay, no. He did get the shard for free on the Tusk, but he does only have level 1 shards, so only lasts, what, 4 seconds, I think, so can't even clear the wave.
Just this TA, Natsumi nearly level 20. 16k net worth.
Insane.
Sort of 6.5 ahead of that of Mickey on the Wind Ranger. Okay, this TA play's been pretty flawless from Natsumi.
Yeah, and he's just queuing up data lists, so maybe not like worrying too much about Wind Ranger. He wants everything else too versus the Huskar, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's pretty fair,
sense.
right? He's probably looking at Mickey. He's like, well, I'm not worried about that. He's not worried about the Wind Ranger right now. Killing the Huskar, killing the Kunkka, sure. Let's get the big crazy damage. We're gonna kill this Wind Ranger anyway. It doesn't matter.
Nice force. Instant by Tofu, almost like he completely saw that one coming, and I think he did because of the ward, so be able to have that save. He just reclaimed the tower bottom, starting to get some pressure onto it here. This TA is gonna hurt. It's like a normal game for everybody else's net worth, and then the TA looks like an alchemist almost, right?
Yeah, so crazy stuff from Natsumi. Set up the game, very nice from him. I mean, from Liquid's perspective, what do you think it was that went kind of not to plan in the early game that's caused this game to sort of fall into this position where they've not been able to do anything to slow this TA down?
I mean, the top play, honestly. It really was just that one top aggressive play that they went for that went horribly wrong, and they lost 3 heroes. Besides that, it did feel like it was in like an okay kind of spot. That would be the main one that I guess I would focus on. So Nisha, Crimson Guard is done. So this might be one of the first Crimsons I've seen on a Huskar. But it's pretty interesting because it cannot be dispelled anymore. So Brewmaster can't just do the thing that he used to do.
Actually, they seem to sense that this is coming for them. Tofu's going to go for the jump ball. We'll get the lasso. It's going to be on to Tim's. They burst through the Skywrath. Can they now actually get out? I mean, they're trying to bail away from this one, but Nisha's sort of been left behind. Mickey and Ace considering if they can help out. But he's able to get it with a hook shot. Caught on the walls. 2 of them. Mickey turns with the shackle, but Yopatch is in with the damage. Mickey will be able to put the BKB in time, so we'll survive and be able to finish off Scam. See with the remainder of the primal split. OG continue to chase on forward. Split comes to an end now. A turn towards Nico.
Nisha.
There's the stun from Yopaj coming into play. Snowball will buy a little bit of safety here for Nisha as Nisha survives for now. Natsumi will turn, take down Boxy. Mickey and Nisha, they're going to try and run, but Mickey will fall. Nisha attempts to jump back in on towards Nico. He'll kill off the Brew, but he'll likely lose his life for this as Natsumi and Yopaj clean him up. Natsumi with the triple. Looking over now towards Ace. Ace will manage to escape with the TP, but it's another fight that Natsumi, he's just coming out on top every single time. It's pretty much all the money that he needs to finish off that Daedalus. They just can't deal with this TA.
They really can't. I mean, this was literally Liquid being like, okay, maybe we can. We have 3 or 4 heroes. It's just a TA and a Lash. But there's also the Brew who's taking everything. And that TA ends up getting that full cleanup. Full Daedalus now. His damage continues to skyrocket. My goodness. He is so far, Bill.
I mean, who kills the TA? Like, how do they deal with this TA at this point?
They got to get the initiation onto him, but
yeah,
that's just with how Natsumi's playing. It is very unlikely.
There's just crazy levels of farm, and just crazy levels of difference in farm. It's what, just 26 minutes in, and especially in the fact that the game overall, it's just a 4K lead for OG. But yeah, the fact that he's double the enemy carry, double Mickey's farm at this stage of the game.
I will also say, I want to, because I think Quinn will give a lot of highlight about this too, or I think he will, is how Yopaj is doing 7-2-6 versus the Huskars. So he was very confident in his own pick. And so far, they're playing around it really nicely. Again, I think he's gotten almost every single power rune, bar one of them maybe. He's got a haste rune again to play with. And they're looking for the fight. Brew split is up.
All right. Oh, Mickey. Oh, no, not again. They've caught him. That's Mickey dead. And OG, they're ready to start looking for more. So Nico, caught by the silence of the punch-up, but he's still pretty beefy. They've got the lasso, but they're not going to be able to stop him yet. The split off, the split's there. Boxy's dead. Nisha surrounded by the Brewlings. The damage flies in again from Natsumi. This might be one of those games that I don't know how much more they're going to want to play at this, Fogged. It is starting to get pretty brutal.
I'm sure Mickey is telling them, he's like, guys, like, I can't even go into these fights as a Wind Ranger. Like, what am I supposed to do? He can't even hit a target.
It's going to be Roche here for them once again. They set it up easily. They take the team fight. They head to the pit. Natsumi's going to be able to get this Roche. He's going to be able to start working on his MKB as well. 2,000 gold in the bank.
This Brew hero is also just a big problem, as you're saying. Like the Kunkka, you can see the effect, and why I was saying like I would put Kunkka as like maybe like an A or B. Brewmaster, this Aghanim is just so crazy. He's level like 11 or 12, and he has level 3 split, or level 12. You have level 3 split. So you're just running in. You're unbelievably powerful, and they don't really have, as you saw there, it's very close to them having the damage, but it's just not quite there to kill them in a lot of situations at the deficit. Just does too much.
Eyes on Natsumi, but it's just not a target they can go on. He's got an Aegis, and even if they didn't have an Aegis, there's a high chance he might just still kind of 1v3 them in some of these situations.
So OG so far, like I'm very impressed with their movements, but also their warding. Owen, look again, they're standing on top of a ward here. Like
some deep
the same ward from earlier.
Yeah.
Very deep ones as well. And I've been constantly seeing them have so much information on the map, so they're actually just seeing all the stuff that Liquid's planning. Besides just wards, they have traps as well too, so it's hard for Liquid to get out and do stuff, really. It might be Gem. Honestly, it might be Gem's situation. They don't have money, though. Like, I think either the Tusk or the Bat have to buy a Gem for them to try to recontrol the map a little bit, because, yeah, they're just, everyone is seen.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And yeah, that's the MKB, so Natsumi, he'll be able to likely just completely focus fire the Wind Ranger.
I mean, he pretty much might, what, 2-shot Mickey? Maybe 3-shot, but it's the Wind Ranger's going to die very quickly.
Yeah.
For the TA hit.
I think most heroes will, except for the Kunkka.
Yeah.
And it's actually OG who are the ones who have bought the gem themselves to continue to constrict the map and control things. Even though they're not the ones playing versus TA traps, either way it has a similar effect of control. Boxy.
I assume you're ready to just start running at them here.
Top.
Yep, Yopashi's got to catch on to Tofu. Tofu's going to try and Firefly. Well, we'll manage to get the blink off, so it looks like Tofu will survive this time round. Stun not quite having the range there to catch him, so Tofu will manage to evade the efforts there from Yopash.
Liquid just desperately trying to push out the waves. One more level for Nico. And he's got level 4 Bruce Split, of course.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Liquid just trying to make the most out of this time where they're getting a few moments to kind of catch their breath. Try and get these next big items online. Mickey still trying to finish off that Mjolnir. Nisha pretty close to having the Aghanims done. Pickoffs will continue on the map though. That's another one for Natsumi.
It's catching their breath, but then getting punched in the stomach and losing it all over again.
Yeah.
Yeah, the gains are just so small that they're getting out of any of this downtime too. Sure, you've got your pipe finished, right? Like these small little items that are coming up, but OG's getting, yeah, they're getting more, and it just feels like they're scaling. They're scaling quite a bit more too. The Wind Ranger's farm rate is just so slow.
It really is.
Behind like this and isn't getting killed.
Is this just sort of the nature of this hero then?
I think if you're not running around getting these early kills and stuff too, yeah, I do think so. Also, not the easiest game.
No, true. As yeah, we're definitely seeing just yeah, Mickey absolutely struggling up against just, getting any chance of keeping up with Natsumi on the TA. Natsumi, 26k net worth coming up. He's level 24 as well on the TA. So not just the gold, but also the levels. Yeah, 7 level difference between the carries right now.
And Yopaj now, he's gotten hit, 20 talents is the big one that we like to talk about always. Is now he's got this Edict that's hitting 2 targets as well, so even more potent in the fights. Nisha, I guess the next timing will be Ag's Nisha, right? It has to be for them to try for something, but into this Age is still for 50. Don't think they'll fight just yet. Can't believe this base ward is still there. Full duration, by the way, Owen. Scam his base ward.
I guess it's just what you don't expect to sort of have in that position at this portion of the game.
They haven't even really hit the tier 3, right? So it's like, when would they have even placed it almost in a way? So yeah, it was a very sneaky one that he was able to do. So for Liquid, the one thing that they do have especially is pretty decent high ground defense, right? They have Lasso, they have the Tidal Wave too, so if it's out there at their base, perhaps they can do something, but fighting outside, I feel like feels almost impossible.
Scans in. Oh. Neutral camp gets in the way there of Scam's hook shot, so Boxy will find the freedom to escape.
They'll kill those ogres out of frustration. Okay, Ag's done. They're gonna try. They have to 100 to 0 a target, otherwise the fight is, incredibly lost. Have to catch one immediately. Ideally, one of these big cores.
Oh, can they get the jump on Yopaj? They're not going to catch wind of him. They're going to settle for Tims. So Tims will die. But now the information is given. Yeah, okay, they're going to see if they can kind of combo it into the second move. Natsumi, he just turns and immediately kills Tofu. Oh, okay. That was, the gank not working out as they hoped for there with that smoke move. Mickey has to put the BKB trap. That's 1 hit, that's 2 hit. That's the 2 shot there coming in from Natsumi. Mickey's dead. Ace is going to get clipped by the stun from Yopaj. They'll run him down. Triple kill for Natsumi. Give him an ultra. There it is. Give him the rampage. They've caught Nisha. They'll surround him. Natsumi gets the rampage. Wow. This game, this TA. Incredible stuff from OG and from Natsumi in particular. He's now 30k net worth. He said, you know what? I've doubled Mickey's net worth. Let me try and triple it before the game's over.
I love how he stood his ground, too. That was, like, honestly, a Lakad Matatag moment, right? Standing his ground on the high ground, pops the trap, 1 shots the bat, pretty much. 2 shots the Wind Ranger. All right, Giga Chad moment there from Natsumi. Pure confidence.
This is a rough game from Liquid. Definitely one where they're going to sort of have to go back to the drawing board on the approach, as it did not work out.
especially with like the Huskar versus the 2 supports, right? I don't think we saw this ever occur. There was no Huskar trying to avoid, like, just walking through cogs and killing. No, he never got to play. I feel like overall Liquid didn't get to play the game that they wanted to at all. OG just is kind of destroying them this game.
I mean, just the fact that you just have to kind of look at the deaths on OG's supports, they're just so low. Like these, it's a sky and a clock in a game where you could feed so easily, but they didn't. There was no feeding done here today by OG.
Nope, not at all. And confident to do this with their drafts, right? I did want to highlight that, right? Like last picking the Lash, very confident to do that even into these matchups, playing very well and aggressive. Takes the high risk, high reward play that ended up working out for him, which was absolutely crazy. And yeah, pressure on all fronts. A Hex too now for Yopaj, all out aggression. And yeah, little to see where Liquid can climb in this game. Even now, you know, with lassos and 1 on the base, there's not damage either.
Yeah, not when you have this TA just 2-shotting and pretty close to 1-shotting some of these heroes as well. We'll go for the jump, a little bit awkward here with the hook shot. They do get the lasso onto Natsumi. What can they do about him though? He's fine.
He's out.
He's out with the blink, ready to reset and ready to maybe get back in and start killing them off once more. The buyback will come out. It really doesn't matter though, as Nisha's caught by the silence. The snowball safe will come in, but Natsumi's in position, ready to start looking to take him down. Takes out Boxy, double kill for Natsumi. There's a dive back on Boxy. Nisha, he's caught.
Give him another one.
Let's see if he can get another one. Why not? You know what? He looks towards Ace, jumps forward. Okay, Nico's ruined it. Nico. They'll be having talks after this game. But, you know, talks, I'm just surrounded by smiles and happiness. This has been quite a game from OG. 33k lead. They're ready to close it up. Onto the tier 4s. Liquid, they don't have anything left to throw at them, as this game looks to be done for them.
Yeah, to be fair, for Nico, Natsumi did backwards blink by accident once there, so he could have maybe actually gotten more kills.
Liquid, they're going to give it one last attempt here to try and push OG back. Skem, he'll survive. The BKB's ready. 1-2. Tries to look for the third off the side, off the trap. And couldn't quite get the angle. Look at the bow combo down onto Tim's. So they defend. And you know what? Natsumi says, well, you know what? I didn't get my double rampage, so I don't mind if we play on a little bit more.
Yeah.
Now he's got at least a bit more time to reset, go for one more fight. He might still have a rampage in him, this TA.
Yeah, they're just pinging the racks now. They're like, guys, the Raxes are like, they probably could have just died if we didn't do that. It's okay. As they relentlessly dive forward. Roche, will he spawning? Liquid, are they going to full out go? It is just the 3 cores at the moment of OG. They have to kind of just go out there. Let's see what they can get.
I mean, Liquid's got to go for the crazy plays. And I'll tell you, if Liquid could somehow turn this game around, that is going to be one of the crazier comebacks. So fair play to Liquid. They're playing on, doing everything they can here to see if they can somehow turn this game around.
It actually gives them an 8%. I would give it like a 2% or 3%, if that even, but see if they can at least get the Roche here.
I mean, they might get the Roche. I mean, Natsumi, does he go for a YOLO play here because he feels strong, or is that still a bit risky? That's true. Has got Nico by his side. And with the BKB, we'll get caught here by the taunt. They're trying to finish off the Roche. They've got the lasso to lock down Nico. Can they stop him from getting off? They got the punch up. They will. They'll kill him off. So no chance for a primal split. Nico's gone.
Actually,
Liquid. Okay. All right. Back to the pit.
It's got buyback.
Well, there's the hookshot Scam. He's in. He's caught the 2 of them, Ace. Drop down the boat. Natsumi's still watching from the sidelines. And he's ready to make the jump. Looks over towards Mickey. Mickey puts the BKB, boxes in with a punch up. They've got a bit of control on towards Natsumi, but not enough to stop him as Ace goes down. Nisha to fall. Indeed, Jopash able to get in and pick up the Aegis for himself. It's 3 dead on Liquid, no buybacks. They try and give it one last attempt. The one last attempt does not work out as this game is over. GG is called. OG looking to be on a complete other level here today in this game against Liquid. Liquid just couldn't really get it together at all here with their attempt.
Now, OG honestly looks I really like their movements. I mean, some pretty high-risk plays that they went for here, especially with the Lesh in particular, but overall, very happy to see this. And Nico, the Brew, this hero just seems absolutely ridiculous. You can just pretty much win every single one of these team fights. But overall, I will say, the macro game from OG was top notch.
It really was. It really was. Just complete control and enabling Natsumi to pop off phenomenally this game. 19, 1 and 11 on the TA. There was no one on Liquid who could even touch him or get anywhere close to him this game, as OG will take the game.
I don't know if it's too early to say clean gameplay coming out from the Quinn, but it was definitely enjoyable gameplay coming out from OG. Super impressive with everything that's going on for themselves. They get a win there, and you already said it, you know, when it came to the draft, you kind of like that cohesion coming out from OG just a little bit more than what Liquid had, and it was very lane dependent for them. The fact that they couldn't shut down that TA, where was the opening really going to come from with the rest of what they had gotten for themselves on the side of Liquid?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Liquid kind of got outclassed. OG just looked like the better team. I think Natsumi is the best player in this lobby right now. He was absolutely tearing everybody up. He looked, you know, miles ahead of everyone on Liquid. Honestly, he was running circles around them. Had a rough start to the lane. Kunkka was doing very well early on, but they sort of diverted their pressure away. You can see there, you know, putting some ganks toward this bottom lane, just shutting down this Brewmaster. And I think a little bit of a misread from Liquid about who they need to pressure. I think that's, you know, a little bit telling how important it is that you pressure the right heroes in Dota, and they choose to go after this Brewmaster. TA gets a free game and she runs away with it. I think if you do the flip side where you let this Brew be and you keep killing this TA, you enable your fighting heroes, then maybe the game looks a little bit different. But Liquid chooses to put their eggs in a different basket, then the basket gets cracked and all the eggs go everywhere.
I feel like this fight is definitely like the clear cut about how they did kind of choose to target that wrong person, right? Mickey essentially getting 3 shot there. The fact that he's able to stand his ground against what feels like this smoke gank going towards him. It's like you have all 5 heroes, and at that moment, it is only the TA. He's able to at least get rid of one of them, the bat, and the rest of OG is so quick to retaliate. You're just wondering, like, where is Liquid supposed to go from there? And yeah, just a lot of different questions about him there. I do have questions around the Kunkka. It sits in a weird spot for me right now where some people are looking at banning it out. It's been in that last phase ban for one of our best of ones. Liquid feel like it's up there enough that they want to open up their second phase by picking it for themselves, but I'm not really sure I can make the connections with a Kunkka pick here.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure why they like it either, genuinely. I don't think this is a particularly good Kunkka game. We said it in the draft. I think it's kind of bad against Brewmaster. And you can see he goes for the Shivas first in a game where, sure, it's good against TA, but there's a lot of magic damage on OG's side. So even if you shut down TA for a little bit, you're going to get burned down by the Vessel, by the Lesh damage, by Clock and Sky. There's, you know, they've got a ton of tools outside of just right-clicking you with physical damage. So, sure, he buys Shivas, but it's not an amazing game for it. And
then he goes back for the pipe.
Yeah, it didn't really feel like Ace had that much impact this game. And if he flipped the item order, I'm not even sure if that would have entirely fixed.
And that was going to be my next question.
Yeah,
that really was.
That's the thing. And I think whenever you see that, right,
yeah,
these are 2 amazing items, 2 of the best items in the game. He bought both of them, and he still feels completely useless. And I think to me that's pointing at this hero is not very good.
Right.
I'm genuinely not sure why they're prioritizing it, because I think the hero has been nerfed consecutively quite a few times, and it's a hero that if the early phase, like we said, does not go well, then you end up in a real deep hole. And I think for a team like Liquid right now, who's kind of struggling, who's finding their identity, I think having a lineup that scales okay, that it's okay to play a little slower if things go sloppier, if you're not playing perfect, that's really important, I think, to have that sort of reliance that we can go a little bit later, to not have everything on we need to execute that early game super well, because it's a lot of pressure and it's hard to improve and find your footing if that's the state that you're drafting in.
Right, you kind of just come away and you're like, well, draft felt a bit icky, and then on top of that, our early game just was not good. Then you have a Wind Ranger that can't play from behind, a Kunkka that doesn't really do anything because he really does need certain times, and then a Husker, which has always kind of really struggled in the later parts of a game if you can shut him down in that middle part. And OG were doing all of that. It felt like at any point they were everywhere on the map, and we've described tier 1 teams in the past, teams that go on to win TI in that form, and that's kind of what OG is bringing to the table right now in my eyes.
Yeah, I'm genuinely super impressed. Like, we've seen it over the past months. Before they had that sort of break, they just kept getting better and better and better and having better showings, and I think this is a great start to the tournament. I think it wasn't flawless, and I think this Leshrac pick, if you, like, for instance, if this is against Falcons, you will not get away with this Leshrac pick against Huskar. I think part of this is, And I think that's sort of a skill in drafting is you're calling specific players' bluffs sometimes, not even so much as the heroes. Like you see a Huskar there, and you know it's a Nisha Huskar. Nisha's an amazing player, but he's not a Huskar specialist by any means. And so I think you can get away with a little bit more against this Huskar than you would against some other Huskars. And so there's a line you toe there. And, you know, Giannis mentioned it in the draft that there's a lot
Please
like...
call him by his real name.
Fogged, I'm sorry. Fogg mentioned in the draft that you know, they picked this Lesh into Huskar. Yopaj calls his shot, says, I got this guy. And he did have this guy. He had a great game, despite playing into a really hard lane and sort of a scary matchup. And I think that's a great sign for a team. You have the confidence to do that. That's really impressive.
You questioned his choice of changing the facet at the last minute. Do you see now? Because it's like you did say it at the end, that you could see reasons for both facets, right? But you did lean towards the, what is it, Chronoptic
Nourishment.
Yeah, how did I forget that?
Yeah,
My bad. Yeah.
No, I can see why he takes it. I mean, I think Chronoptic Nourishment is basically no facet, right? It's just you get to spam your spells in lane. And so if you do lose the lane or the lane doesn't go well, it's a disaster. Because your W spell is very, very bad unless you're ahead and you're being the tanky boy. So it makes more sense thematically for him to be a Blinky Bear and jump in. No, there's theming in drafts, you know?
No, I know there is.
Yeah.
It's just,
So I think
terminology.
If he can get away with it, then it makes more sense. It's really just about how he gauges the lane, and he gauged it correctly.
You ready to crown him as a S-tier Lesh player? As one yourself?
I'll give him A+. He's not quite at S yet. Mid one's the only S tier Lesh right now.
Bro, Yopaj has to work so hard. SEA's got to work like tenfold than everyone else to prove their worth.
Mid one has got they got higher placements. I don't remember what place. They won a LAN. They won a LAN. If OG wins a LAN, he's an S tier Lesh.
Oh my goodness! All you gotta do is win a LAN to get an S tier.
Well, yeah, it's not. We're not talking about P tier. It's S tier. It's S tier for a reason. We don't hand those out willy nilly. You get an S tier. I'm not Oprah Winfrey.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Just the way that you did it. Well, look, all right, we will reserve it to see how they do progress throughout this tournament, of course. But before we do, something else that really stood out for me on the side of OG was the warding, right? We already talked about it. They really knew how to handle themselves in the lanes, but it's out of that Liquid weren't really able to combat here is just I want to say the next level of the OG wards coming out from the supports.
Yeah, they're very sneaky. They're not in these standard spots. They're not putting hill wards, which I think is a classic bait that you're like, oh, it gives a ton of vision. I'm going to put it on the hill. Click. And then 2 minutes later it gets dewarded. And you've wasted all that potential time. And they've got better foresight. You know, they're putting in these sneaky spots. They're not getting sniped. They're in aggressive spots where they're finding pickoffs on them. They're looking at these places. I think it's a great sign when a team is going back to their wards and they're using them and they're not just idling and letting them get dewarded.
Look, I know you're not a support player, so maybe you can't answer this for me, but I have 2 questions about warding. Do you think with the map changes, don't look at me like that, there are more sneaky spots now than there were before the map changes? Like
the water change or the big map?
You can stipulate in your answer.
Since the big map, for sure.
Yeah.
People just don't understand. People still don't really understand the map as well as they used to. So definitely more sneaky spots.
And my second one was, when you're in a position like Liquid here, where OG is kind of having that reign to have deeper wards to get them in those spots like we just saw there in the triangle, how do you combat that? I know it's easy to be like, oh, just play sentries, but sometimes it doesn't feel comfortable as a support to go somewhere blind where you're like, I'm 98% sure they have a ward there, but I don't actually want to walk up because they're probably just going to kill me.
I think a lot of it, unfortunately, comes down to what you did in the prior minutes. Like, if you have your own wards and you see them coming in, then you can have a rough idea where their wards are and you can deward them. So a lot of Dota is built on the minutes before it, right? And if Liquid has had such a rough early game and then a rough mid game, then whenever you get to this later mid game, yeah, they're going to have wards on you and they're going to pick you off because your last 25 minutes were a travesty, right? So I think
that was a lot of words to say nothing. You can do nothing.
Yeah, kind of. Genuinely, when you're 10K down with a worse draft against a better team, you're cooked, brother.
All right. Well, do you have a better team when it comes up to our next matchup? We got Falcons coming up against REKONIX. That's how. Yeah, I was gonna say, is there a C? Is it REC? REK?
I think it's just a K.
Okay. There's an Australian accent coming through there then. They lost their earlier game against Tundra, but that was a real barn burner over 60 minutes. Falcons ended up also losing their game earlier against GamerLegion. So is there a clear favorite?
I think Falcons should be the favorite, but they've been a little shaky recently.
Also
so
a really long way to say no.
REKONIX has hope.
Okay.
But Falcons is the favorite.
Okay, and then beforehand you gave it some arbitrary win percentage, win predictor. What do you want to coin it? What do you want to win predictor?
Win chance?
Sure, you just have to be different.
Predictor?
Yeah, because you're predicting the odds of a team winning.
What word did I say earlier?
I don't know. Maybe
Anyway,
Falcons are what percentage?
I'll say 78% Falcons.
Okay, so 22%.
So like a little bit less than 80 because
they lost the earlier one.
yeah. So like I bump them down 10 at least because that game is not impressive.
Sure, so that would actually put them down to 7. No, that's 80.
That's at 80, and then
Yeah,
the
'cause you
extra
said
2 because
95.
like vibes.
Just an extra 2 for vibes. I think there was like a lot of back and forth in their REKONIX.CET's match against Tundra earlier, and so then I do wonder how much of that continues over, how much of a draft is going to continue over as well, and what we're going to see develop throughout this Blast Slam as our next best of 1 draft is ready for us. Yeah, earlier on, there's been a lot of Razors taken out, Huskers, Timbersaws, Treant, Batrider, and Lager, right? I'm coining those 6 as what we've seen in the last 4, 5, 7 best of 1s as our top pick bands. Viper, just on the outside. I'm going to put him as top 7, all right? So Husker being banned out, Viper, Timber, that trend really continuing. Disruptor, Gyro, Razor, and Lager for the side of Falcons.
Yeah, these are some very specific team bans from Falcons. Disruptor, Gyrocopter, first phase bans. This is very much you play these heroes. We're gonna ban them because you play them, and it's a newer team. It's a team you don't know as well. You don't really know deeply what they like or don't like. You just look at their Dota buff and you see they pick these heroes. Let's just ban them, and you kind of do it off vibes almost because until you've played against a team a little more, you don't have a super clear feeling for what they actually like.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. It is a really tough one because you want to increase the odds of winning to the team that can bring something new and hasn't been seen on stage very often. But then you also have to factor in the fact that they haven't been on stage very often into how they might play.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does that make sense? That was also a lot of words to say a whole lot of nothing too.
it's tricky, and I think for a team like this, it's a great opportunity if they can make it to that stage to play against, you know, the bigger teams with a little more pressure with that audience. I think it's important that you get those chances and it builds up your potential for those future tournaments, right? Rome wasn't built in a day, and LANs weren't built in a day either. So I think it is important for them to get everything they can out of this opportunity. I think Jakiro starter is fine. It's very sort of nothing burger. It's a dude, and I think it would be better if there wasn't an SD response. I think SD is one of the best support responses to the Jakiro. You have the shard eventually to purge all of the damage away, and because Jakiro is such a dominant laner, you can kind of play off the stacks and Shadow Poison and still get that economy, even if the lane is a little rougher. So there's a lot of elements to this matchup that are good, and so Jakiro has already been dealt with a little bit. It's not some end-all, be-all.
Just trying to think, because it's like Jakiro was played earlier by Falcons, and with a grain of salt, you're just wondering, did they fully utilize the oppression of Jakiro, and is a team like REKONIX going to be able to fully utilize it? Like, where does Jakiro sit if your lane doesn't kind of come out on top? If you go even, does he still feel like this Jakiro of past metas where you hate how early and easily he can push?
And I think the answer is probably no. I think the hero is very dependent on having a good lane, on being happy coming out of that sort, so you can take the towers down. And the hero is a snowballer, right? He doesn't have great spells if he's not from an ahead position. Macro Power is okay. Ice Pass is a pretty good spell, and his other spells needs to be in right-click range, right?
Yeah.
So he can end up feeling like a hero that doesn't really have much to offer if you're from a slightly behind position. So the laning definitely very important, and you're going up against Falcons, right? You always have to mention it. It's Amar, it's Crit, super strong, solid laners. They very rarely lose a lane, if ever. It's hard to remember times where they truly lose a lane, so...
Even in their best of 1 earlier, which they lost, they didn't feel like they lost the lane despite having Pango, who you have coined as dog shit trash hero.
Yeah, verbatim.
Verbatim, yeah, you're known for swearing.
And that was also against
Chronically.
Viper Warlock, a miserable lane to lane against.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say they lost it by any means.
No, I think they even won. Pango was higher net worth at 10 minutes.
Yeah, he was. We're
So.
ahead of ourselves there. Look, Mars, last time around, they left the Amar hero to overall last pick. That's how they ended up with that Pango. Mars was banned out from them, and this time around, they go, hey, let's push his priority up here. We want to open up our second phase with an Amar hero. Mars just feels really good, and might even be the off-lane duo that we're seeing right now, SD Mars.
Yeah, very likely so, and I think it's a much better opener. Like, the Beastmaster looked kind of bad, genuinely. Like, he solo killed him, and then he did nothing for the rest of the game. And that's just a bad sign for a hero. Whenever you have such a great start and then you still don't do anything, I think oftentimes it's pointing at the hero saying, yo, they countered this hero really hard, or the hero's not that good.
Yo, what up?
Yo, what up? So I think it's good that they move away from that. They don't try to jam this Beastmaster. They go back to something that's a classic. That's, you know, Amar is the GOAT of this hero. Him and Collapse. So I think that's a good step to take direction to take a step in. There we go.
The directional step to take a direction step in.
Amen.
Well, Morta and a Centaur. Centaur definitely not outside of the box at all, but Morta people dabble in. She's a hero that you cannot play casually, let me tell you that much. You either need to be Morta player or do not be picking her up.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm sorry, but she, I think, is one of the top hero that fits in that category. You cannot casually play Morta.
The silent spell takes a lot of skill to use,
Incredibly.
and if you mess it up, it's on like a 2-hour cooldown. It's very sad. It can be played for and carry. I think it's not very good against Mars if it's carry. The putting down the whatever the heck it's called, the arena, is very, very good against this ranged shooter dude. So you definitely don't want Morta carry, I think, here. So you're just picking it for Morta's okay. We don't see it all the time. So I think this is like a relatively neutral. They're fine heroes. Centaur is two-sided against Mars. You can get trapped in, so he can actually beat you up, but Centaur is very tanky by his pipe, so there's some damage negation going the other way. There's some two-sidedness there, depending on the state of the game. I think these are very reasonable picks. I think REKONIX has not shot themselves in the foot, but they're also not off to an incredible, you know, super fantastic position. It's just sort of, it's fine. It's neutral heroes.
Stable.
Yeah, and stability is good. I think
Yeah.
when you're playing against a team that's better than you, you want some stable, nice stuff.
Yeah.
They've got 18 pick coming up where they can pick probably a really good carry matchup, and then you've got a good carry matchup. You've got some stability. That's the good makings for a draft, especially in a game where you're not the favorites.
Strong foundations and building blocks so far, but on the other side, Falcons taking a little bit of time to think about it. And Clinks, oh boy, he had a little bit of a change up in the patch. What was it, 7 days ago? No, it's more than that now. 10 days ago?
Something like that.
I think it was on the 20th of January, a small update dropped. They changed Clinks a little bit. What I most notably could remember was his damage to buildings. So that's where I wonder if Falcons need to make up for that in another hero for their draft to be able to push a little bit better, not so much in lanes, but taking buildings. And Treant Protector coming out, a hero that they had previously banned for themselves.
Yo, this is kind of sick, though. I've seen more.
Yo, this is kind of sick, though.
I've seen more carry Nagas recently. I've seen it a couple of times popping up. It's great against Mars. It's amazing against Clinks. Great against Tree. It's great against all 4 of these heroes.
Whoa.
Because they're really bad at dealing with the illusions. Clinks scales horribly against Naga Siren, and it also has a classic song combo in Jakiro. It's something that people used to prioritize a lot more, is you need a song combo when you pick Naga Siren. Aoi himself was very much tied to this idea, and they have that combo in the Ice Path. So you press Song, you press Ice Path on top, the guy is instantly dead if he doesn't have BKB. Which gives the hero much better scaling as time passes, and I think it's a really cool pick. Synergizes really well with Jakiro in lane as well, securing that lane for the Naga. So I think with this, Falcons is on a bit of a timer, and normally I think they like to play a little slower, farm up the ancient stacks, and so against this Naga, they need some last pick oomph to change that dynamic some, or this Naga can run away with this game.
So is it then a last pick that fully focuses on dealing with illusions? That's what's going to shut down the Naga? Or is there a different way to have an oomph against Naga? I hate that I used it twice in one sentence.
You're forgiven.
Thank you.
I think yeah, you need some way to deal with the illusions. You need some wave clear. You need a hero that 1-to-1 counters Naga Siren. Like sometimes going into last pick, you're looking at you want something that helps your draft. And sometimes you want something that counters the enemy draft or a certain hero specifically because it has to be dealt with. Stuff like Phantom Lancer or Terrorblade, these hard carries that you need an answer for them, you know? You need a Zeus or some magic damage or whatever. And Naga fits into that category.
Do you fight illusions with illusions?
Generally not. Generally you fight illusions with...
My bad, I won't say that again.
It's a good question, though. It's a good question.
No, it's fine. Yeah, whatever.
There's no wrong answers here.
There are wrong questions, though, and that was one of them.
That's right. You want like generally blobby dudes who can push in the waves. So like something like a Radiance Buyer, like a Brewmaster is great. He's a big blobby dude who can't die, who also can sort of push in the waves and be this counter push against the Naga. So you can walk in and the illusions and all this nonsense, you don't care about it. You can waddle into the middle of the map and you can counterbalance this wave pushing obnoxious effect of the Naga or the PL or whatever you have, you will.
Okay, but that feels like an off-lane hero, and they already have an off-lane here.
They are generally off-lane heroes. They're the best against Naga Siren.
That does make sense, especially carrying Naga Siren.
There are a couple mid-heroes
when you say it like that.
Like there's like the Leshrac, the Ember, the Sand King. All three of those are banned. I'm trying to think of other classic responses. I mean, they could do like some crazy wacko stuff like Underlord mid or something. Or put Mars mid and pick a new off-laner if they wanted to get freaky with it.
I was going to throw out a hero, but now I'm like too scared to say it.
No, say it.
I was going to say Keeper of the Light.
Let me look. I would say Coddle is okay this game, but probably not that good against Naga Siren.
Yeah.
Just because she buys Mantle so early, and he's also a hero that isn't that good at like Chad running down the lanes. He's more of a, my team is chatting, and I kind of follow them like a little creepy old man, and I heal them from behind.
Don't describe him that way.
He is a creepy old man.
No, he's not.
What do you mean he's not?
I don't know. I just don't want to assume heroes are creepy.
Right,
I like the game.
Fair enough. Keeper of the Light is a pure and honest old man.
That's what I'm saying. He watches that time. But look, Falcons are going to have to come up with an answer, especially now that a puck last pick has come out. Ooh, Primal.
It's pretty good scale. It fits that category, right? It's the beefy dude who runs in, he can push these waves, who can press the... Oh, actually, you don't have to dispel anymore at 15. That's a big deal. That used to be one of the reasons why Primal was so good against Naga, is you could just purge the net and keep running around and killing all the illusions. Now you'll need to press that BKB to purge the net. This matters quite a bit. But still a hero I would say is probably decent against Naga Siren, but that dynamic is genuinely a pretty big deal. So now if you can kite that BKB, you've got Song to heal people up, you've got Pipe on Centaur. Once again, it's a game where it's Pipe versus no Pipe, right? Falcons is not going to have that. They've got a lot of jump, they've got a lot of pick off, a lot of burst, but they're playing against wave clear. They're playing in some slippery dudes in the puck, and the Nagas aren't pushing waves. They're playing against a Centaur tanky guy. I think REKONIX has done some good stuff for themselves here.
I've seen this film before, and it did not end so well for Falcons earlier today. So maybe there has been that conversation, that change up for themselves. You're talking about it. Sometimes it is all about the item that you're picking up for yourself and not so much about the heroes, but they're gonna have to focus on the Naga Siren. So you've said REKONIX, yeah, you're liking what they're doing. Let's say they don't come out winning lanes though. Is there still a lot of hope for them? Are they able to store to that late game that you're like, yes, Naga Siren is gonna deal with all of their heroes?
I think they can definitely play, not being ahead. Now, I think if they're really far behind, it can be a problem.
What is really far behind? You got to define that.
Say they're like 3-4K goal down at 10 minutes, it might get rough.
That is most people I don't think can win from that state of the game.
Like Centaur, Puck, these are not heroes that function very well from behind. And so it's more really, for me, more about those heroes than it is the Naga. I think the Naga is going to have a great lane, or at least a chill lane at a minimum. And so there's, in your dream, how do you match up against Malorine, right? It's Malorine on the Primal. It's a classic for him. This is a lane that can go both ways. Puck can do well, or Primal can do well. So, you know, him showing his skill there, right? Exactly. I think that's really important. And Centaur, you've been counterpicked. You've been double counterpicked, right? It was full blind lane more into Centaur. So you can't expect a ton from them, but you also don't want to get stomped.
Okay, how is the Malta going to help in lane then as a position 4? Because we said it could be in that core role. Most likely support, that's where it ends up.
Yeah, I mean, just, I don't know, block the small camp and just try to stabilize things, stack some camps, and vibe it out.
Just normal position for support things. Block some camps, make some stacks, and make sure your carry is able to have a game later on. REKONIX may be able to take a game off of Falcons. They had a great start earlier today, but either way, let's jump into our best of 1.
Time for the action here between REKONIX and Team Falcons. Folks, looking forward to see this, right? Now, REKONIX, a team, at least for me and you, some players that I think for the viewers as well, they might not have seen or heard of before. So some new names coming in and ready to sort of give a challenge here against Falcons today.
Yeah, this should be a pretty interesting one. I mean, the drafts are Falcons looks as Falcons as ever, right? The Clinks maybe a little bit of the Clinks in the tree, maybe the substitutes for some other heroes that were popular, but the other three, cookie cutter kind of stuff. I'm looking forward to see what we get because I haven't gotten to see too much like pro Naga in terms of carry recently, but I'm seeing it a lot in Rise of Pubs. So little things that I have noticed at least though. This is kind of random, but I'll say it. Illusions all have 800 daytime and 400 night vision, so they actually have worse vision than before. And I've actually noticed it pretty heavily when I'm playing versus illusion heroes. Just a small thing to point out in terms of vision control.
All right.
But yeah, this should be pretty interesting because, you know, this last big Primal, me and you were discussing hero choices, and you actually immediately were like, Primal. And I was like, oh yeah, that's like probably one of the better ones versus it. So let's see how the Naga is going to be able to deal with it, really, because it's going to take a while for her to really be online. They're going to have to do a lot of kind of creep mechanic stalling stuff out, and is it even going to matter, or is the Naga just going to be able to get caught and a lot of times get the waves cleared onto her, get the illusions cleared? We shall see.
Yeah, because it definitely could be a game, even though there's potential for Primal, that before Malrine has the BKB right, there's a lot of stuff that's going to be stopping him from trampling and onslaughting about.
100%. And now, I'm glad Clint mentioned it, because this is what all the Primal players have complained about. The removal of the 15 talent, moving it to 20. It is problematic, because usually you want to have that secondary type of dispel, not having to use your BKB for some annoying thing. You just don't have that now.
We'll see how some of these lane matchups go for now. I mean, so talking about the Naga Siren carry, how's the lane for Jikroy? You know, how does sort of the game start off for him?
I mean, he has a Jakiro behind him, so it should be pretty good. The problem is he's versus Mars, and it's a Mars. So normal Marses, I would say it's still a pretty good matchup for the Mars. For Amar, it's a free farm, absolute free farm lane, which could potentially also pressure. So I would say it's okay, but since it's Amar, it's less okay.
And overall, what is the build on the carry Nagas nowadays, then?
Now that is a question that I am not too certain of anymore, since the diffusal is kind of dead, right?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Jikroy does with it.
It's probably still just Manta, and then maybe he does do the Disperser, even though it doesn't work on your illusions anyway. It still is very strong in terms of what it can do because of the stats you get from it. Otherwise, it's probably just your Manta Orchid kind of thing that you used to do. I'm just wondering if there's any like adaptation that's gonna come out. But it probably will just be Orchid, since it is very good for the thing we were saying before, like for some of the reasons from before. But there is gonna be a Shadow Demon. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Because the Demonic Cleanse is something that makes it not as valuable to go for a lot of these Orchids. So I'm wondering if maybe that's why he pivots, but...
And then on the other side of things, so getting to see Skidder on the Clinks, you know, this hero dropped back around the last patch, did kind of get those significant nerfs. Is this hero that you expect we will still see teams continue to pick up in the carry spot, or is it going to be quite a niche pick?
I think we'll still see a lot of this. I think it's just like, depends on the player. A lot of times right now, it depends on which carries we're going to be getting, because a lot of these range carries are just getting better because of what Quinn was talking about before, where the 5 positions can be played. Like Tree can now be played in most games, so you can pick these Clinks, these Lunas, these Drows that maybe weren't picked as much before. So I think it just depends on the player. I know Falcons really likes the Clinks anyway, because the crit is on top of things too, so...
Yeah, we'll see what Skidder's going to be able to do on it this game. And so far, looks like the lane is pretty chill for him. Setup's been good here between him and Snaking.
Looking at, I mean, if he does get like a Deso, right, at a decent time, something like this, looking at the armor values on the Radiant squad, they're pretty low armor across the board, actually. Even Centaur, like one of the tankier heroes, is low armor. Sure, he's going to go the Dominator build, which will absolutely salvage all of that, but yeah, it could be some squishy heroes that the Clinks can take advantage of.
So far in the mid lane, very even between In Your Dream and Malrine. 17 for 4. Malrine against the 17 on 1.
Big mess up.
Yeah, they're going to be able to finish him off here. No chance for escape from Farish, as Amar will get that first blood. Chikroy's also got to be a little bit careful in case he does get speared back as well. He'll be fine, and Crit should be able to get away from the illusions. Well, it's going to be a little bit scary when you're giving Amar that first blood.
And I do say, you know, it was pretty unfortunate for him, to be honest. He actually was in a pretty okay position. He just got disrupted and pushed through all the creeps to be able to get put under tower there. So a heads-up play, really, from Crit to get that disruption. We're seeing the stacks, too. Shadow Demon is doing what Shadow Demon does, so he's got those at the ready for Malrine. And Malrine, while dragging the mid-wave, actually finds the Naga Siren's courier.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Nice little bit of a bonus. You don't always expect to kill the carry's courier as the mid player at minute 4, but sometimes it happens.
Yep, and Malrine with those stacks, he does his usual. The pull into the neutral camp gets a crazy amount out of it. Snay.
They'll get the silence laid down onto him and will manage to kill him off there, stepping up under the tower.
Up lane's doing well. The Centaur is definitely set up for success up here. It's hard for them to really pressure with Tree plus Clinks when there's a Muerta up here with the Centaur. Bottom's farm is also pretty good. So we're seeing a little bit of lane shenanigans going on. Naga's getting good farm, but then Mars is also getting pretty much equivalent on the flip side too. And of course, you said that kill that he did get.
They might just get the setup here onto Varish. Indeed, they've got the disruption into the spear. Gonna try and turn and force Amar back. Corner with the net, so they'll lose Varish on the Jakiro. Can Jakiro get the kill in return? They can't. Amar's gonna be fine. Getting a little bit of healing coming in from the living armor. And he'll manage to walk away. So again, finding these chances to get this extra kill. Top lane, they do lose Skidder, but the wraparound was coming in from Malrine, who makes sure that as a whole, REKONIX, they do pay for that. Sure, they get to kill Falcons carry, but Malrine, he's getting quite the cleanup and getting quite the start to this game on his primal.
There's been very limited games where I do see Malrine get his primal in a lane matchup that's like even or ahead for him. Usually it's like he's hard countered. So I am looking forward to what he's going to be able to do with this game when he's got a great start and openings to the map. He can make moves to pretty much any of the lanes. Good tower pressure. I like that. It's from the puck. It doesn't react to the movement from Malrine by any means. Just immediately starts to wail on that tower. So it gets it down to 600 HP. Pretty nice.
Bottom. You're going to have to be careful. Constantly Falcons looking for these opportunities to go for the setup. Jakroy, try and back away. Will be all right, but again, just getting a little tougher for him to sort of stand in the lane against this sort of Mars Shadow Demon duo.
It'll always be nice, too, for Crit. If he does get the Disrupt into Poison, they'll know which one the real Naga is every single time. So like when you pop out, right, the Poisons are still on top of that real one, so they can immediately start to focus fire it as well, too, at least in the early. Wisdoms.
Yeah, Malrine is ready to try and battle for it. Bringing in the numbers, but they're not going to be able to get over and stop Snaking from being able to grab that Shrine of Wisdom. Even though they did have In Your Dream swinging over, also looking to see if they can maybe do something about Falcons getting that. They couldn't. Same time they're down bottom, they will find the opportunity to punish Amar whilst he's been left alone. So REKONIX making sure they at least get something in these moments whilst both Shrine of Wisdoms were taken away.
I think you have to help Jakroy down here. I don't think you can just leave Amar farming down here by himself when nothing else is going on the map. You have to start at least enabling and helping your Naga Siren about. So I like this rotation. Mid In Your Dream should be able to get good damage onto the tower here too. But yeah, Malrine, you know, he is off to a fantastic start, and it's definitely one of those games where Primal can take over a lot of things here versus the Naga Siren. If you can get good timings, which does look like he will have, if he does want to go for like a blink. See which one he opts for, either the blink or BKB rush.
Crit. Did look to try and see if he could stop the power rune going into the hands of In Your Dream. He could not. As In Your Dream's able to quickly bottle it, get the Arcane Rune, and take that tier 1 tower. So definitely a game where eyes are going to be very much on both teams' mid laners. to see what they can do with this. Sure, you know, Maorine's been getting the excess farm out of these early moments, but in your dream, he's been getting away with the excess pressure, taking this tier 1 tower down nice and early.
I love that he didn't react. Yeah, nice.
Bottom. Talking about reacting, they didn't have much reacts coming in to try and save out their Naga Siren there. I imagine what, TP's still on cooldown as such. Well, they did have them, I guess. Maybe just didn't feel that they could do anything about that, but that's their carry going down without anybody being able to put sort of any effort into trying to keep them alive.
Skeeter's still just soaking up top too, even pressuring FBZ a little bit. Yeah, we'll have to see for the Naga Siren how the game is going to recover, because it's going to always be this thing where if he doesn't know where Malrine is, it's just constant kill threats onto him because of how good the game is for this Primal.
It could get hard here for Jacroy. He's got to stick to the jungle now. Cannot turn up to that bottom lane anymore. The pressure's onto the tier 1 tower from Falcons.
Malrine's going to have Blink after this tower, pretty much done. That is problematic.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, very early pressure in response. Haven't quite been able to push back in on the mid. So Crypt will hover around, get to level 6. Look at the trade up top here, REKONIX. As they'll find the top tier 1, take that away from Falcons. Still overall, just that's a bit of a gold lead here for Falcons, 2 to 3K.
See what FBZ is going to do with his Dominator as well, too, because we did see that, honestly, the last game where there was the Centaur, it really messed with Falcons' idea of the game, where he was just constantly cutting the creep waves and they were getting pickoffs because of it. So let's see if Falcons adapts because of that.
I mean, with the Blink, do you think they'll try for a smoke play here, Falcons, around Maureen?
I'd imagine so, because he has Power Rune as well. They could probably look to, I mean, they can catch almost anybody too, right? Even in your dream. And now in this situation with the Blink being done on the Primal, can get caught if he's not careful.
Now here comes the smoke from Crypt. He's got it ready on the courier. And in fact, they don't even need the smoke. Just able to walk up, get the quick jump on towards Farish. They'll try and back away with the ice buff holding them back, but it will not allow him to live as Farish goes down. The Blink dagger reveal, granting them the kill, and should allow them to start getting some pressure in onto the tier 1 tower in the mid back their way here, Falcons.
Still only level 4 on that Jakiro because of the double shrines. The Lul is level 5 on the Muerta, but they are rotating in at least to try to spam the wave. Amar is in the area. They see the Naga.
Grab here potentially. They're trying to close the gap onto him. Jakroy will be fine this time. Eyes on the mid. Amar ready with a skill point if he sees the chance to go for the arena.
They decided against it. They almost got the entire tower, got some good reactions. Took Snaking, wants to set up for top. Malrine TP's to the tier 2.
FBC does have the Stampede ready if he gets the chance. And he's still pretty tanky. But they should have him. They've got the Overgrowth ready if the Stampede does come out. They'll use the Overgrowth. And they'll get the kill. Maureen claims another 5-0-0 so far here on the mid-primal. Very,
really
very solid showing. And yeah, definitely one of those picks that now coming into play, it's like, do you think this was forgotten about? Or they just didn't care? So. You think they might have forgotten about it in the draft?
I do think so. Because
it's trying to survive here under the cover of his ult. He will not. In Your Dream's going to be able to jump forward and at least take down Crit in return. But will have to back off himself. But yeah, this Primal is going to be a huge issue. And it's not something that's surprising, right? As you said, yeah, there's been periods in the past where, you know, Maureen on his Primal has been kind of one of the top concerns for teams when they go against Falcons.
He is really running amok. It's the matchup, of course, that he had versus the Puck, but then also the matchup versus the Naga Siren, right? Like, he just has all these benefits and great ways to play around. Honestly, that play on the Centaur, I didn't really expect it to really work that easily, but they made it look quite easy. Yeah.
I mean, it was close. You know, it's pretty much kind of in that last sort of second of Overgrowth that they were able to kill him. But yeah, they did the maths. They knew, I guess, between the Onslaught and the Pulverize and the Overgrowth that they'd be able to have him before he's able to run away.
Yep. That being said, though, the farm overall in REKONIX is pretty good, right? They've hemorrhaged a couple kills here. They've lost their mid T1, but they got their own T1 mid. They got the opposing T1 in the off lane as well, too. So the Naga's getting space to be able to get that farm. The Puck is doing Puck things, and Centaur is doing, you know, Dominator, Centaur, creep cutting things. So they are getting their farm in the meantime, while Falcons is too.
Absolutely, yeah. They're holding on, and as we saw earlier today, even if Falcons have that little tiny bit of an edge coming out of the early laning stage, it might not matter. It could all slip away from them. And, you know, REKONIX, with this lineup, with this carry Naga Siren, you know, they're not expecting to come out with kind of like fireworks and crazy moves early on. They want to kind of let the game scale and let Jikroy become this huge carry as the Naga Siren.
100%, yeah. Anytime that they're kind of like slowing things down, I'm sure they're going to be pretty content on the side of REKONIX. As Snaking, looking for this Wisdom steal. Is he really going to just be able to walk in? The Muerta is close. Gets the push away.
Yeah, it's a good job Delil turned up when he did there. Letting the 14-minute one to slip away would have been very painful.
Snake in trouble.
Stampede for this. And they'll find him. I'll try and hide in the trees. He's making them work for it. He's making them really work for it. I mean, that's 3 ultimates having to be dropped there to get that kill. No, sorry, 4 including the Stampede, just to kill off that Treant.
4 ults, 3-man rotation.
Yep.
I think you'll take that as Snaking all day. Yeah. A dust? What else?
That's, yeah, already a lot. That's
actually,
yeah,
wait, there's 3 dusts.
Wait, 3 dusts?
Fight recap shows 3 dusts.
Oh. That was an expensive Treant.
That was expensive. That was really expensive.
I think that's the most anyone's ever expended to kill Snake King. He's going to be over the moon with that. They use so much.
A lot of information
that's a top death from him, yeah. Well, Marine, he's in with a blink. Got the grab on a Varish. And not a chance anytime now when Skeeter's in the neighborhood. This Klink's ready to kick out the damage with the Deso.
Deso done, and as we said, pretty fragile. Quite fragile on the side of REKONIX. Witchblade is done for the Puck, so some extra armor, but these heroes are definitely going to melt very quickly if they get caught. Especially also Disseminate points are now being put there for crit. Pipe for FBZ is done.
Trying for the wraparound on Skeeter. Oh, and wants the tower. He's going to get it. I mean, he's feeling confident because he's got the backup coming in. There's crit with Disruption to bail Skeeter out of this attempt here, but the coil still comes into play. They kill him off. And I'll see if they can maybe even get more. I mean, even if they don't, they're going to be happy with that one. They've just killed off the carry. Stampede's back online. They're ready to close down for more, ready to take down crit. As, yeah, I mean, they're still thinking about fighting back here. Maureen, he considers going in towards In Your Dream, but he doesn't have any further lockdown. But it was just one of those situations where I mean, he really wanted to finish that tower, Fogged, and he got it.
I guess he had no idea that they were up above him, and he had just complete wrong read on the map of the position because they were just sitting at the Wisdom, and then they just flanked on him completely, or maybe expected that they would be able to save him. That was a pretty weird, like, positioning, at least from Falcons.
Mid.
Look, Skeeter in particular.
Maureen with the solo. It's not going to feel good dying as a puck to that. Maureen just completely outplaying In Your Dream and getting that kill. So far, In Your Dream's been having a decent game. He hadn't died yet, but getting caught in the mid by Maureen. It's going to put Maureen very close to having this BKB done, and once he's got his BKB done, there's going to be pretty much nothing they can do to stop him in this fight apart from sort of just run and just try and get out of there around a Stampede or such.
Hey, definitely the Maureen show continues to be there, but the Naga is getting that space. Just how much is the Naga going to be able to do when this Primal is going to be the answer, right? BKB and just run her down in most fights is probably going to be the option for Maureen.
This is a little risky here. Yeah, it seems like they don't want to go for this under the tier 2. Mar. 17 minutes in, still has been a game so far where Amar hasn't needed to use the arena or have the arena. He's still holding a point, of course, ready to pop it if necessary, but hasn't had to get in with the ult. Yeah, just focusing on his build, Yules into the BKB, nothing crazy. But
no shard picked
coming
up
online in time.
Which
yeah, I guess not.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is is under
Especially versus like Nagas, right? Versus these illusion heroes, you do see sometimes these shards get prioritized, but Amar hesitating on which build he's gonna go for, maybe waiting for Tormentor, praying and hoping or something.
That's the Orchid.
Okay.
So I guess the question is, with this carry Naga Siren, now that you've got the Orchid on top of the Manta, are you looking to actively fight? Or are you still trying to sort of hit up the creeps? Like, how active is GamerLegion going to try and get?
You still probably want to start hitting those creeps, but you can look to get involved. If you can find backline support heroes, you can freely kill them, for sure. Because they do have Song combo as well. If they didn't have Song combo, I would be a little more hesitant to say so, but because they have Ice Path and Muerta, perhaps GamerLegion can actually get a little more involved. Let's see what he can do with this. BKB is done for the Primal Beast.
Croy. It's just going to be going for the heart next. Buff up himself and the illusions.
So old school.
Nice, sort of tankybus. Yeah, it's really kind of just a bit of a classic build here from the Naga Siren. Obviously, you say without the diffusal, obviously considering the changes that heroes had over the the items had over the years. But it's just, yeah, it's just going to be interesting to see how much this actually does. You know, considering this is your carry. Is it going to be enough control? Is it going to be enough damage when all things come together in the team fight? Or are we going to see GamerLegion turn up and get just absolutely blasted by kind of the AoE damage that Falcons are going to have in play?
That's my worry, is that, right? It's that the Mars, the Primal, and just like Disseminate and all these other little Barrage even, right? Because Clinx's Barrage is quite good versus these illusions.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah. I think it just might be too much. So even though his farm is good, I am a little hesitant on how this Naga is going to do. Especially because of how good Malreed's game really is. And yeah, Amar, so this is what he was hoping for. I do believe so. Because the reason you're going for this BKB...
Yeah, there we go, easy.
You want to get the shard for free. Your tree bought it. Your Shadow Demon didn't, so you're the one who's likely to get it. So, cool.
Yeah, that's the dream there for the offlaners.
Malreed. BKB.
Just to get straight onto GamerLegion, and GamerLegion is just dead. That's a concern. That's a concern. And that's not as if he didn't have his team behind him. He had his whole team with him. And he's just dead. And ooh, into the trees. They see if they might be able to find more. No, In Your Dream's going to be out with the blink. But when you sort of die like that as the carry, it's got to feel rough, right? Because then the question is, if you're GamerLegion, it's like, do you continue to try and be in these positions with your team? Or do you just have to try and farm up that heart and hope that things maybe get better once you have the heart done? Because until that's there, you probably will just die like this to the Primal Beast.
Yeah, I think at least step one is never initiate the fight as the Naga Siren. That was kind of crazy going in with the Orchid. Maybe not anticipating the BKB, but he just kind of walked in and handed a free initiation to Malreed.
FBZ.
Jump for it.
This is still kind of awkward here for REKONIX. Not easy to get a fight going into Falcons. Falcons still standing very strong.
Malreed just waiting for his BKB to come back up. It's about 25 seconds. So for REKONIX, if they could have tried to get something before that BKB comes up, maybe, but Falcons being careful until it is back up. And Orchid soon done for Skater. So double BKBs, Orchid on the Clink soon, plus that Deso.
I was considering maybe trying to get the setup onto FBZ.
Bottom. Can you get out? It's gonna be close.
Oh. The rock! Oh! That blinks there. It's a good effort. I mean, Malreed hit if he wanted, right? He could have put the BKB to go for the kill, or no?
Perhaps.
Yeah. I mean, he's like, whatever. At the moment, you know, Malreed, he can play it very cool. He doesn't need to be desperate for these kills. They will lose Snaking down with the tower, but meanwhile, you know, the two supports in return on REKONIX getting taken out. And Skeeter, he's going to continue his hunt here with the help of Amar on towards FBZ. FBZ has got the backup of In Your Dream. Amar's starting to get burst slow, but he has got the BKB, Yule's Arena, and everything at the ready if they do try and commit on him, and they won't. So Amar is able to easily step away. Keep this lead going here for Falcons, 14-9, 4K lead. And Maureen continues to just be untouched. 7-0-2. Working, of course, on towards the refresher after BKB.
Falcons just controlling the pace and controlling the map very nicely here. Not using their BKB unnecessarily here on Maureen.
No.
Like, he could have maybe used the bottom in 2 situations. He held it both times.
Yeah.
Just in case. So yeah, very smart. Waiting for the Roche potentially. Waiting for these next few things. The Naga, as we said, she's farming. It's going to be really the question of, is the Naga going to be able to do anything? Because the other heroes are starting to fall at least a bit behind here. We know Puck scales as well too. As we've seen a couple times, they can definitely full lock down this Puck.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, yeah, well, there's still eyes on Jacroy in terms of his build, how it progresses from here. You know, he's got the heart. Does he feel like he needs to get another item that's going to increase his survivability? Does he have to get some damage? But now, he's going to be found. They got the Stampede, but the arena is there. They'll lock him down perfectly. Not a chance for the Naga Siren. Dead again. It doesn't feel like an easy game to carry as the Naga Siren, which I've got to be honest, I think that feels that way in a lot of games. It's just, the question is it, you know, how easy is it to carry a game of Dota 2 in 2026 on a Naga Siren?
Pretty much, especially versus one of the harder counters, right? Versus one of these insane illusion anti-heroes is Maureen. Another grab. Amar will take it. They're taking every fight now, and it's almost a refresher also for Maureen. Level 18 has been hit.
It's tough, because overall that's the concern, right? You look at the numbers, you know, Falcons, it's only a 3k gold lead, but it's the fact that a lot of the gold on REKONIX is on this Naga Siren carry, which, as we've seen, you know, it does not feel like a hero that's got 16k net worth with the way that Falcons have dealt with it.
No, and it's, you know, he went for the build that I was, you know, saying the standard, right? Manta into Orchid. This is before the Shadow Demon has Shard as well too, which, as long as you precast this in the fights, you're always going to be able to allow one of your teammates to get these spells off too. It does feel like they have the answers. This Primal last pick just feels like it's done absolutely everything. 8-0-3. You know, we were talking about how what's going to happen when Maureen gets to play his Primal when it's not like hard countered picked in the lane, and it was not by any means, nor in the game.
No, not at all.
20 talents.
You know, maybe pre-BKB they would have had ways to deal with him, but Maureen's just played it perfectly and not left himself open to make moves at that early stage that he could have been tripped up in. As to be expected, yeah, from the Grandmaster tier, Primal Beast player Maureen. And yeah, if anything's to sort of come away from this game, I imagine, you know, from REKONIX's perspective, it's going to be that, hey, you know what, if they want to go for the Naga carry again, they're going to probably make sure that there's a Primal not available.
Yeah, but you have to really prepare for it though, right? Because they banned, you had Sand King, Lesh, Ember.
There's
so many of these heroes. Though it is difficult to slot this hero in to put it as a carry a lot of times. I will say also, I feel like FBZ a little bit this game has been quiet with his Dominator cutting, and because it's just coming to memory the first game that we saw versus Falcons of how much work this Dominator did. I feel like I haven't really seen too many of these be annoying, at least this game.
Find the tier 2 bottom here, Falcons.
And yeah, just continuing to keep the ball rolling. And yeah, at that point you made is just really, really true, right? It's like it's like a 3k lead, but yeah, it's the Naga who just, it's kind of a pinata a bit.
We'll find snaking. Not getting close to getting the chance to jump any of the cores. Maureen and Amar and Skeeter still seem to find a lot of space. Skeeter getting closer and closer towards the Aghanims.
Amar has gone through the S and Y. He is scaling.
Yeah, he's super tough to kill. This is a very, very tanky Mars at this point.
How are these next items looking at? Aghanims about 3/4 on the side of the low. I mean, small little gains, but not going to do too much versus those BKBs, etc. as well. Maureen just continues to hunt. He's also holding a great Lotus, which you actually need. It's pretty close, at least in terms of refresher combo. And how do they stop that? If he just BKB double grabs the Naga, which is all their net worth and all their carry, they have to have some pretty crazy approaches to the team fights on the side of REKONIX.
Who's gone on the top? Perhaps Falcons will be able to claim that. REKONIX. We're on the hunt again. I mean, this time Snaking's going to be fine. They weren't able to completely get their hands on him.
Radiant's top tower is under
In Your
attack.
Dream can finish this Lincoln's before he gets caught again. It could be pretty nice, at least to protect him for the next few moments. They are stalking him.
What? He is going to be able to take the Shrine of Wisdom. Obviously, on the other side of the map, Skeeter was able to take REKONIX's.
A little bit of a slowdown here. Seeing the Naga's net worth continue to go up.
Butterfly finished.
Oop.
Oh, Varish heading out. It's going to get a nasty surprise there from Malrine and Skeeter.
Playing support in this game, it has to be very difficult for the Radiant side. Anytime you step out, as you're saying, the Clinks can just find you. And they saw In Your Dream again. They see him with this ward, a very kind of sneaky one from Snaking, expecting them to play on these outskirts. This might catch him. Just kidding.
That doesn't stick around a moment too long. Heads up TP there from In Your Dream to stay safe.
Back onto theirs. It's rare you see this too. Did want to mention, they're back on their side of the map when they have Naga Siren. Usually the team with the Naga Siren is the one who's controlling the waves, but it's not the case at the moment, at least with the way that Falcons is just pushing them back. These trees aren't getting dewarded again too, Owen. I mean, the power of Tree and Protector Shard.
Yeah. Yeah, it's giving them a lot of information. Making it
Gives them,
very
like,
safe
everything.
for them to move around the map, Falcons.
Yeah, they see the puck. In Your Dream, the Lincoln's is gonna be finished, so we'll at least have that protection versus the
Okay.
grabs.
I mean, it honestly looks, I think for REKONIX, they might just try and survive and farm it until they have, like, the Skadi and the BKB on the Naga side.
Like forever.
And
You
then-
just want them like keep just stalling, yeah.
I think that's what, yeah, that's the plan for Jikro. He's like, guys, let me just get this next item, and then maybe this next item. And then we will see if the carry potential's there on this hero. Because it's going to be one of those games where, you know, the creeps are going to be hit, and then Jikro's going to turn up. It's going to be either amazing, or he's just going to die, and the game's going to be over.
Yeah, that truly does what feels good. It is. And also, there's a Shadow Demon in the game, too, so every time this Naga gets bigger and bigger, these illusions also get better, too. They're hunting. So that's a Lincoln's pickup, and I believe the Butterfly. I guess he's had it for a bit of time, but the two that they haven't seen, at least. So looking to catch something, but as we said, information all over the place. So Falcons. They can choose their battle.
Doesn't look like they'll find anything up here for now, REKONIX.
Mar, how close? He's getting pretty dangerously close to a Hex as well. So having a Lincoln's Breaker plus a control. Further things to annoy this puck for sure. That's about
Jump
it.
Malrine. Well, the Lincolns will come into place. Keeps FPC safe. They'll turn towards Malrine. The BKB is off, though. Look at the spear push back on towards In Your Dream. In towards the silence. Song comes out, but it's not going to save
caught.
In Your Dream. So with the BKBs, they can kill him off. I mean, Jikroy, he's going to see if he can turn. Have the control on towards Skeeter. FPC in on the front lines. Malrine, he's caught off to the side. Can they finish the kill? Snaking, he gets the overgrowth off, and Snaking and Crypt, they're surviving. The support's surviving. They dive behind the tier 2. They're going to be able to find Jikroy as he'll end up ticking out towards the end of that silence. 4 dead on REKONIX. They couldn't get anyone, folks.
Nobody. It's just the jump. The Primal immediately starts the fight. Things are honestly, it's like panic, complete panic, but the puck, that's the most important thing. During the song, got Orchided, I believe, gets brought down from the charge through from Malrine, and then afterwards, it's just a mess of a fight when they don't have their mid. It's everyone just kind of trying to do what they can. I believe the Muerta gets controlled full duration also and gets little to nothing off. Great fight from Falcons.
Yep, they made that one look pretty easy.
Yeah.
And then to the base they go. One a set of racks to be taken. See if they want to look for more. They've certainly got that opportunity. I mean, yeah, it's just sort of the fact that, yeah, both Snaking and Crit, they got very low, but Snaking, they both live. Snaking gets the opportunity to get off all his spells, gets off the overgrowth very low on the HP as well. they just couldn't kill anyone.
No. They got everything off on the side of Falcons, and they actually didn't get like majority of spells off on the side of REKONIX. The Muerta didn't get much off, the Puck didn't get anything. And then there's just skeletons inside of Amar's arena attacking. So just, there's a lot of crap on the ground, essentially, too, for Falcons there. And Amar actually pivots his build. He decides, we don't actually need the lockdown. I'll just get another arena. Another spear combo, another BKB. Ags done for the Muerta. REKONIX wants to take a fight on their own terms. See if they're going to be able to, as that last one was pretty disastrous.
Let's have a look. They need this to go well. REKONIX.
How do you do it, though? He has 2 BKBs on Mars. You can just BKB TP out if you don't chain stun kill him.
That's the first BKB.
Off.
It's immediately there from Amar. They'll have to use the song on Jacroy. See what they can do with the song. It's
in your dream?
Not really going to do much until they have used the Stampede now to get the puck out of there. Amar might be ready to sort of close in upon them again. They've got to back away. They're going to go for the re-smoke up, but now there's no Stampede, there's no song.
That's
very much feeling pretty
really
desperate here, REKONIX.
Yeah.
FBZ tries for the opening. I'm going to find anything, and now Maori's in on top of them. In with the BKB, gets the grab in on towards Varish. They take out the Jakiro. The buyback will come out straight away here from Varish on the Jakiro. Refresher is popped by Maureen. He's ready to go for round 2 here, just controlling FBZ, trampling over him. And with the Shiva slowing him down as there's FBZ gone. REKONIX, they've just got to get everyone out of it. They tried to put something together. You've seen them desperately looking to try and get these fights going, but it's just not working out.
Malrein's too big. Honestly, Malrein's doing everything, it feels like. He's the body, he's the damage, and he's allowing everybody to get all their spells off. Getting the great catches
He's still got Pulverize ready with obviously the fact that he popped the Refresher, so they're ready to try and go for further catches. Jakroy's got to run, but he might not get the chance. The spear's in from Amar. They've closed in onto the Nagasara, and the Pulverize comes into play. Skeeter brings in the damage. Jakroy will try and put the BKB and run, but the physical damage is done. He's out for 60 seconds. No buyback on him. As Falcons ready to bring the waves in, approaching the base. Amar, he's ready to fight into the base. He's up, closing in towards the fountain, drops the arena, kills off Barish, and then gets back to work with the push. As GG, it will be called Falcons. They'll take this game here against REKONIX. As, yeah, just not feeling the Nagasara in here today, folks. It just, for all the money that Jakroy was able to get on this hero, it really wasn't able to do a whole lot.
No, they couldn't put up a single team fight, really, Owen. It's this last pick Primal and just the way that Malrein played it. He was not only enabled from his team from stacks and everything, too, but information as well from the tree. Yeah, if this was kind of the Malrein show while everybody else was able to kind of follow along and be like, thank you for letting me get my spells off, sir.
Yeah, no, as I said earlier, definitely without a doubt. You know, if Jakroy wants to play Naga again, especially if he ever finds himself in a matchup against Falcons, they are not going to be forgetting about leaving that Primal Beast in the pool and available for Malrein. 8-0 and 13 as Falcons, they take the game.
And I feel like that is the difference between putting a Malrein on a Beastmaster that likes to be a little bit more passive, Quinn, farm it up, where they got that loss earlier, compared to a Primal Beast, way more active, just in your face consistently. Like, Malrein has the skill for it. He likes to play that way, and then when he gets to do it, my goodness, does he show up.
Yeah, he is the best Primal Beast in the world, and it's not particularly close.
Legions between.
He's genuinely so incredibly talented and skilled at this hero, has played a bazillion games on it. He was all over the place, everywhere. Won his lane, got a double kill safe lane with a quick TP up there. He was perfect build, solo kill on Puck here. Like, he was all over the place. This is the Malrein show.
Yeah, it was really good, and of course allows Amar to have more of that gameplay he likes, where it's the other 4 teammates running around, and Amar is like, I'm just going to occupy this space down bottom. It's going to be my area, and then when I'm ready to rejoin and get a refresher, then we can go in and have some fights. But this fight, I do think, should have gone very differently. REKONIX having a great song. It was the perfect setup, and yet somehow Falcons still able to maneuver their way out and have no deaths on their side.
Yeah, some slight misplays. He gets a great Lincoln's off from In Your Dream onto whoever the heck got jumped, I can't remember. But he overextends and runs a little bit too deep into Falcon's side compared to if he just pops his spells or the orbs backward and resets the fight a little bit. I think it can go very well for them. Jakiro is also slow with his Ice Path, there's some of these like in the moment mistakes that I think you can see that REKONIX is a little shaky. Like the way that some of this Naga had a couple of questionable deaths where she just didn't press song or got caught really out. Like this was not their best showing. They definitely, I think, can play better than this. And based on their qualifier results, like they should be doing better than this. They got outclassed a little bit in kind of a way where, yeah, Falcons played pretty decently, but REKONIX also kind of just like fell over and died.
Right, dropping the ball a little bit, especially when we saw just how close and how long their game earlier against Tundra went on the B stream. You're really expecting a lot more, because I think most people put Tundra, Falcon Spirit in that top 3, that it's just like, if they did so well that one game really drew so close to it, we could have seen the same. And you also loved the Naga Siren pick too, right? That was the other thing that added on top of it. You loved what they were bringing out earlier in their previous best of 1. They pick up a Naga Siren that deals with all of Falcon's first 4 heroes, and you question mark, is there a way to shut it down? And then Lesh gets banned, Primal left in the pool. Could that have been that one small mistake that allows your Naga to have way more of a game?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it earlier in the prior series. That's kind of where the calling teams' bluffs comes into play, right? Like you're against Falcons, you ban Primal and you leave Leshrac. If you're against Mouse, then you ban Leshrac and you leave Primal, right?
Yeah.
You make those judgment calls based on the people you're playing against.
Yeah.
It's not just in a vacuum. Drafting is not a science. It's like a little bit, but it's also somewhat an art form, and also somewhat of like playing poker. Like you're like reading the other guys and being like, what do they actually want? Because a lot of what you ban is not what's even the best. It's what do they want? Like you want to make people uncomfortable, because people have hero pools and stuff. So much of drafting is, what does this guy actually want? And like deciding that and making people feel weird.
Have we ever, and I mean collectively, like viewers too, seen a Falcons Leshrac?
He's played it. It's not a specialty of his. I wouldn't say it's quite on the Malrine Storm tier, but it's like, it's not mid 1 Lesh, let's just say that.
Okay, I don't think anyone could really have a mid 1 Lesh. Not even Yopaj. You know, I tried to coin as S tier and you said absolutely not yet.
You need the LAN win.
Well, it might be coming that way, but look, for Falcons, they get 1 win over here. Is there anything else you want to add on top of what you think some takeaways are for REKONIX?
I mean, I think so much of this game comes down to this early game. Like
You did say if it was at the 10-minute mark and they were down by 3 to 4K, it's over, but it wasn't that disastrous for them.
It wasn't that disastrous, but if you look at this, they're kind of getting lane diffed in all 3 lanes, and I think mid lane should be relatively even. I think In Your Dream could have done a little better than this. I think the safe lane should have been more drawish than it was. I think they got outplayed a little bit, and the off lane is honestly the lane I was the most impressed with, but after that start, it's just this Primal Beast, you know, Fog mentioned it, he can kind of just run around and do whatever he wants. They don't actually have the potential to kill that hero. And when you can't shut him down and you don't have all that pressure of your own that he has to respond to, then you kind of just end up as easy pickings, and eventually he gets his free blink, gets a solo kill, gets the BKB, gets a solo kill, and he bounces back and forth, getting the items, boing, boing, like a seesaw, collecting free kills until eventually it just felt like they were just on a timer. There was no timing coming.
Yeah, I did like, though, at that 7 minutes, you took the screenshot.
Yeah.
And you kind of did REKONIX a little dirty here, right? Because I want to point out that just as you took that screenshot, just afterwards, a lot of the rotations, the counter rotations, they went down bottom towards their safe lane, and they got that kill on Amar. They kind of realized and recognized, okay, we are going to lose this Wisdom Shrine. That's fine. Let's at least try and have Amar stall out his early game a little bit and then kind of just shift those numbers there. I liked that, because that's one of those things that you might try and force a fight around Wisdom Shrine, and then it feels even worse for your game. It's more is dismantled, but they go, hey, let's actually pivot this, because we know Amar is going to be by himself, and let's try and shut him down, or stall it out. I shouldn't say shut him down. Stall it out. That's very 2 different things.
Yeah, In Your Dream stays mid and ends up taking the mid tower a little bit earlier, gets a kill on crit. Like, I think it was not all bleak. It was not all bad for them. There were some good signs. I think it was just a little stuttery, a little not super natural. It didn't feel like they were in the zone, if they were in the element, you know? Like if they were all flowing and playing naturally and they lost, hey, so be it. But it didn't feel like that. It felt like they were not quite comfortable. And you want that from the newer teams. You want that from the upstarts. You want them to be able to play their Dota. And then if they get beat, okay, then you learn and you improve and stuff. But I think really, for me, what I see from this game, I think you go back to the drawing board and you think, why weren't we comfortable? How can next game, how can we play our Dota and be in the zone? Because I think that's the first step. If you don't have that, it doesn't matter how good your Dota is, you will not beat them.
Okay, all right, well, I like it. Either way, there is still a takeaway for REKONIX. Their Falcons, though, they take away the win, all right? They're going to have a win for themselves, much needed after their earlier best of one went the way against them. And now we're moving on to our 5th best of one for the day. I honestly cannot believe how fast today's moving. And I might have just jinxed us because the team coming up next, Tundra and Na'Vi. Yeah, I might have jinxed us there, Quinn, because Tundra loves a good old 60-minute barn burner.
They're farmers. They're down to nurture their crops to really get the yield coming in.
They're willing to wait like 2 seasons to sow, reap. So what they sow?
Yeah, they're not scorching their soil. They're making sure they can
I'm
use it
done
for
with analogies.
generations.
No, we're not doing anymore.
No more farming. Okay, they like gold. They like getting gold, and they like longer games. I think there is also potential that Tundra ransacks them in lanes and runs them over. I think we've also seen that. Tundra
Sorry, a different play style. Okay, I thought you were trying to say that Na'Vi were... Anyway, I just got lost in what you were saying. So there are 2 ways that Tundra can play is what you're insinuating.
Yeah, I think their supports... I think there's potential for Na'Vi to get sub-diffed. Because I think sometimes some of their support duos are a little sussy. And I think one of Tundra's biggest strengths is Ahri and Whitemon are experts at this early game. Their rotations, the way they combine their heroes together are really, really... They're pristine. They're perfect timing in a lot of these cases. They get a lot of double wisdom runes. They get a lot of really impactful kills, and they snowball either, you know, one of the 3 cores, BZM33 or Pure, all great players at getting snowballed. And so I think if you're Na'Vi, you need strong sub duo, and you need to bolster those lanes, because if you get run over, they start getting a double wisdom rune, it's just gonna fall apart.
Yeah. The match that Tundra played earlier, I really enjoyed seeing what they picked up for themselves just because it feels so different. I know that with a new patch, there is always going to be new things, right? Normally, it sits in the ban phase because teams have had time to scrim against each other and they're inside the information before we get to know. And so we just see all of these broken or these high priority heroes sit more in the ban phase. But for Tundra, they picked up for themselves the Bat Rider that we saw go in the off lane, the Tiny, Mirana coming back as a support as well, and Slark for carry. So it's like really nice to get to see it. We didn't get to see it on the A stream, over on the B stream they got to see it, but it was really cool to get to see that.
I think also, especially from a team like Tundra that tends to be like, we run it back, to see a little bit different, that's cool. And this Mirana, this leaps and bounds facet is honestly not bad at all. You can get chain stun for a shockingly long period of time. If she leaps in, she roots you, then someone else disables you. It gives her time to run back and arrow you off someone else's disable. And then you get leapt on again, and you can get like perma chain stun like that if you have stuff in between the leaps.
Is there a way that she can do it by herself? This is pointless. If Mirana gets picked up, we'll talk about it more, because I feel like we want to talk about Na'Vi in the short time that we have before this best of one starts. We did see them earlier. They went for that mid IO, and whilst I am singing the praises of Tundra having something new, I do still want to carry it over to Na'Vi. Despite not getting the win, it was really cool to get to see that mid IO, but it also really leads heavily into their inconsistency.
Yeah, I think this last game, to be honest, I think they did a lot of good things in this early game. Their draft is just so hard to play that it doesn't even matter, because I think they outplayed Spirit significantly in some of these early fights, and now I'm optimistic seeing that, because I want to see Na'Vi having that synergy. I want to see them winning these fights early on, and they were doing that.
Yeah.
Right? They had a pretty good showing in the early game, which I think is important, right? We talked about it. For this series especially, it matters a lot. And so, really, my eyes are on, Niku. You're playing as BZM. He's a great player.
He is.
You need to hold your own in this game, because I think your side lanes have great shape and they have great chances, so let's lock in a little bit here.
All right, well, both of them are also going to have to show what they have here, hold their own in a draft, as we do have Tundra up against Na'Vi. Well, yeah, the 5th hero that I did not mention in Tundra's previous best of one draft was not, by happenstance. I specifically let it left it out of my point because it was so stock standard. It was BZM playing the Invoker, and Na'Vi obviously not going to be making that mistake at all. They take it out. They don't want BZM on comfort, and that, I think, is real props to what you're trying to say there, Quinn. Hold your own. Respect BZM is going to be a lot, and if you want to be a little bit of a fruity in the mid lane, pick up yourself an IO there. You cannot be letting these stock standard BZM heroes dominate like an Invoker.
I totally agree. He is the best Invoker in the world, and you should just ban it because he just doesn't lose on this hero.
He doesn't. He actually. I remember when no one was picking Invoker, when CM had more base damage at level 1 than Invoker, and he was still picking it mid and still winning.
Yeah, it's just, you can't beat his Invoker. Don't try. Just ban it. First pick. First ban every game. Just eyes closed. Just ban it. Because I think it's just not worth trying to beat it. He's too good at it, and he's too comfortable, and they're too comfortable playing with it, right? We said Tundra, they like to run it back. They like to build a structure and to keep running it over and over again in that structure. And so I think it's important for them, for the teams playing against them rather, to mix things up a little bit.
Spring comes again.
All right, well, I'm taking note of the bans before we talk about that first pick there. And so Invoker, we've definitely touched on more than enough. Viper and Brewmaster are the other two coming out from Na'Vi, whereas Tundra get 4 bans. It's going to be Razor, Gyro, Largo. Yeah, really not going to see too much of him today, I feel. And Disruptor.
Yeah, I mean, these are pretty team-specific bans. I don't think
Except for
Tundra
Largo.
is too... Yeah, I think... The Largo, like, I don't think Tundra plays Largo. Like, I don't think 33 plays Largo, which means it's not a flex.
Sorry, I keep thinking, like, you're only putting it in a core role in your mind, right? When you think about him competitively.
I'm putting him in both, but I think if you only play him one, it's not enough.
Yeah.
Like, I think you want the flex. And so I look at the teams, does the offlaner play it or not? Because, for instance, we've seen it banned by Falcons 2 games, right? Even when, like, I think regardless of the side they were on. So I think there will be teams like that will ban it every game because they don't play it. Okay. And I think Tundra is going to be one of those teams. They don't play it, so they're going to ban it every game.
Okay. All right. Well, Treant being picked up by Na'Vi. We talked about it earlier. Do you think you need to add anything more in it now that we've seen it 2 games?
I don't think so. Yeah. But I do think it's interesting that Na'Vi is now running the opposite side of the opener they had against Spirit, which is this Treant against Batrider.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
They ended up going for the Tidehunter, and they ended up in this situation where this Batrider is playing against 3 cores he does nothing to. So I think if you're Na'Vi this game, you might want to take a little bit of a page outside Spirit's book and, you know, get these cores that it's hard for Batrider to do stuff to. Force him to a position where he's farming for nothing. That he's getting all this gold and he can't do anything with it because his matchups are too bad.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at the bans a little bit because something that Spirit had for themselves was the Shaman, and I was trying to take note, was it Tundra that took it out or was it Na'Vi that took it out? And Na'Vi took it out. So, of course, yeah, kind of backing up what you're saying, where it wasn't really so much that secondary support with the tree that utilized what tree can do. It was the cores shutting down what back could do. That was so confusing.
It was a little confusing, but it does make sense.
Yeah,
no, we got there.
Good.
Yeah, it's interesting because Zayet's is like historically a big tree player, but tree is a much better 5 than 4. So I think there's some situations like that pop up on teams where a hero is really good in a certain role, but the guy in the other role is the one who loves that hero.
But people aren't as adverse to lane swapping as much as they were 2 years ago. I would say 2025 was probably the first time we've really seen supports lane swap in quite some time. Did it happen a lot? No, but teams are more comfortable exploring that idea.
Yeah, I think it's very dependent on the players because there are some 5 players, for instance, who are super uncomfortable laning in the offlane. Like, they just don't have the muscle memory for what the offlane looks like. So I think it's very team dependent.
Okay, all right. Sorry, bruh, Tundra, this is literally Na'Vi's draft from earlier.
It really is, but flipped.
The only thing that they cannot get for themselves right now is, Disruptor and Gyro. But otherwise, the opener is literally what Na'Vi did. And I don't know if this is some mind game thing.
I don't think it's mind games.
I mean, I don't think Tundra plays into that either, but it's mind gaming me.
Yeah, it's... apparently they think Na'Vi's opener was good and it was a skill issue.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's what I mean. That's why it feels like it's a mind game, because they're saying, we think it was a skill issue. You had a good opener. Let us show you how you should have finished the draw.
I mean, I imagine that this Batrider for Treant trade is something that's been happening a lot in scrims.
Don't bring reason into it, all right?
Okay. No, it's pure chance. There's no thought. I do like the Shadow Fiend though, and I think it's interesting that some teams really prioritize it. Like first ban, we're not playing against this hero, it's OP. And other teams are like, nah, it's not that OP. And I think Shadow Fiend is a classic for one of these heroes that falls into these categories of sometimes it's overhyped and it's too picked, and then everyone's like, yo, it's not that broken, you can still counter this hero. And then it slowly gets depicked.
I will say it has been banned in every game we've watched.
Yeah, I think that's too much.
Really?
I don't think this hero got teeny weeny buff. Like, he's not that OP, and I think people are overreacting a little bit. I will say though,
Dota players and
Navi
overreacting? Oh, never heard of that.
That's not happening.
That's literally never happened.
Wait,
in
what's
the history of
overreacting
it.
mean?
I've never even heard of that word.
Me neither.
Clockwork this time around for Navi. I mean, annoying. Just an annoying hero. Good support.
I'm a hater of this sub duo though. Big hater.
Ooh.
I think double melee supports very generally not good. They have similar weaknesses across the board, which is their low damage, and that's the biggest one. They just don't have much follow-up damage. So
I actually only have one reason to hate on it.
Yeah, and
low
it's
damage.
a big reason. No damage is the biggest problem. One of the biggest problems you can have in Dota. Now you look at these three heroes, Tree and Clock, they can never do anything together. They can only do stuff with Shadow Fiend and potentially future heroes. But the fact your support duo does not help each other can be a big problem in your skirmishes later on.
All right, well, look, Slark, that is the run-back method of Tundra played earlier. I want to say really good success in the earlier part of the game. Pure then did struggle a little more towards the mid. But he obviously clearly has like more than enough faith in the hero, still thinks that it's great for him, their playstyle and everything else. And then a Dazzle is what is going to follow up and give them their first 2 phases of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, we all know we've hated on Dazzle plenty. I think it actually, contrary to my normal opinion, I think it's pretty good with Slark.
Yeah.
Because Slark really needs a strong hero in lane to get him through the lane. And I think that's how Dazzle works best. Like, some hero that, if he gets that strong start, he can go ham and can keep helping the Dazzle. Like, they help each other. Dazzle gives Slark the start, and then Slark is able to play aggressive and be in the front for Dazzle, so you can keep that tempo going and abuse the strong lane. And so I think the heroes make a lot of sense together. It's also armor against Shadow Fiend, and it's a great Slark game. They have no way to kill him right now. So I think this is a cool combo, and Pure is also one of the best Slark players in the world.
I don't think I can argue with any of those points that you brought up there. I really tried. Trust me, I thought about it for a while.
She loves arguing.
Only with you. It's my favorite pastime. Puck is what Navi is going to close out their phase with. So Puck, I guess, just always in this weird position in a meta where teams will dabble with it. It will never feel like it is this standout, phenomenal Puck pick unless it is overall last pick where it's like there is no catch. There's just no distance closer at all. So yeah, I stock standard for a Puck here, I think.
Yeah, he's just kind of a guy.
Yeah.
And it also has to do with the 2 sub picks. You've got 2 melee guys. Now you're picking a Puck because you feel like you need a ranged hero. If you pick another melee hero, you can end up with even more lack of damage. And the real issue is Puck is actually not a high damage hero. He's pretty low damage as far as ranged heroes go until he gets that Witchblade. Unless he's really fat and has an amazing lane, he can have some real problems actually dishing out enough damage. And so if I'm Navi, I'm feeling like there's similar problems potentially to their last game where they've got damage issues. Now, it's not as clear as before, but it's a very good Slark game. They've got Dazzle heals. This Batrider is going to get farmed. I think Navi, I like this draft maybe better than the last one. Shadow Fiend's a better hero, but this is not cut and dry by any means.
Okay. I also do want to know with Tundra, is this, looking at the 4 heroes, Bat off, Marcy 4, Slark 1, Dazzle 5?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. It feels like it should be that straightforward, but sometimes Tundra do a little bit of funky. I just don't know if it's really possible right now with those 4.
I would say if there wasn't a Puck, it could be a Bat mid in the last pick off lane.
Okay.
But I think with it being a Puck mid, you probably want to counterpick the Puck with a mid hero. This would be most likely what they do.
Okay. All right.
33 is also a player who's very comfortable on Batrider. Historically, he likes the hero a lot. It's very patch dependent, but it's a hero that farms a lot, is great at farming the Ancients, farming stacks, and we all know...
You could have just left it at that, and that's all I needed to know as
we
to why it
all
was
know.
a 33 hero.
We all know.
History do repeat itself right there. Well, Navi thinking a bit more. So they've revealed their mid laner thinking that that pool was going to be a bit tougher for themselves to reach deep into, and their off laner of Mars being brought out. So you got Mars, Clock, SF Treant, and a Puck in the mid lane is where we think everything's going to line up.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. It's too many eggs. I feel like they put too many eggs in the Got the Juice basket. They keep doing this, where Got the Juice is their only damage dealer. And if he's not completely on fire and all the bells and whistles are clicking perfectly, then they just run into problems. And I see a similar thing this game. It's too much catch. It's not enough damage. It's all on Got the Juice. And it's a really weird way to play where your carry is all your damage. Most teams are not comfortable playing that way.
It does feel like days of Dota past where 4 protect 1. 5
Yeah.
protect 1. Somehow they have a 6 player in there. 4 protect 1.
Alliance in that one online tournament.
And Tundra have more than ample reserve time to really think about what they want their response for BZM to be against this Puck, if there is going to have to be something else that he requires in the game, or if it's really to just focus on a better lane matchup. And more often than not, that leads into having a great mid game.
Yeah, I mean, there's still the Ember in the pool. Talk about the BZM comfort. You think about Invoker, and his second place, you think about the Ember Spirit. They banned Huskar and Void Spirit. That makes a lot of sense when you have a Puck. Those are generally the two of the better heroes, but Ember also solid and still in the pool. And Tundra can really pick whatever they want. They've got plenty of catch, plenty of damage. They've got good scaling. Beastie Boy. It's also very good against Puck. It's a great lane matchup. It's great against Clockwork. And Navi supports are not very good at pressuring you. You've got pressure and you've got aggression in other places. So Beastmaster, I think compared to the Falcons game earlier where it felt like Beast AFKing was a burden on them, I think this game, Beast AFK farming and getting really fat is a boon for Tundra in that they've got aggression and heroes that need to be taken care of all over the place. And it's a lot of fires for Navi to put out with not very many hydrants.
Then is there a way to rotate early on BZM in mid lane with their supports? Because I'm seeing a Tree who feels like he doesn't really want to move out of lane. He wants to sit there. He wants to babysit the SF, make sure he's going to have the best lane that he possibly can. A Clockwork that I think can move towards mid, but is one support playing through mid enough for Navi? Is this Puck going to even have a game where rotating only one support is what's going to be able to shut down a Beast?
Yeah, I think it's probably not enough. I think this lane is not an easy lane. Puck can draw, but it's tricky.
And that's not to say Niku doesn't have the skill for it. He definitely does.
Absolutely.
He needs to lock in though.
It's not an easy feat. Like, I think anyone, if they're locked in, you've got to play really well to draw this lane as Puck. It's a tricky lane. So I think you need your Shadow Fiend lane to do well. I think you need it to win ideally, and then potentially you rotate your cores a little later on. Like you said, your supports might need to babysit a little bit, and then your Mars gets an arena, and you smoke him mid with a phase boots, or your Shadow Fiend TP's mid if there's a dive or a rune fight. You know, you need to get some good core combinations early because the supports, we talked about it, they lack the damage.
Is Mars a hero that can rotate through Twin Gate to help your support early, or is it a hero that it's like ultimately you don't want him to be moving out of that lane until level 6?
I think not until level 6 probably.
Yeah,
Mars is sitting there and he's vibing.
All right, well, look, Navi, there is still falling back on this 4 protect 1 for them. Maybe this time around the SF is going to be able to do it for Got the Juice, but either way, Tundra going back for an off-lane Bat Rider. Let's see how that matchup is going to go for them as we got a best of 1 between Tundra and Navi.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, into the action of Navi versus Tundra. Of course, myself and Fogged, we got to see some Navi action early today, Fogged. Didn't work out for them. You know, they tried something a bit unique with the mid IO. This draft definitely looking a lot more normal, kind of across the board. But overall, I think as we heard from the panel, would you sort of echo the sort of sentiment that there's certain things you're a little worried about when it comes to looking at Navi's lineup?
He's been found. Can he get himself out? Very likely
I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, there's some big... I'll get to it in a second after they kill him, but 33 will take the last hit. Yeah, my real big concern, honestly, is this bottom lane. I will say. This Mars plus Tree lane, probably, versus Slark, Dazzle, the 2 best heroes in the game versus melee heroes. And Tree, not really easy to just like pull waves or anything like that, too. He's gone for boots, so that's probably the concept that he wants to do, but Dazzle can prevent you. I do have some big concerns. I feel like 2 of these lanes look very, very strong for Tundra, and the 3rd one can even still do pretty decent. The SF clock, I feel like, has to have a fantastic game for Na'Vi.
The only one surprised
Well,
by this
Tundra,
is
they might have got the first blood, but at least for Na'Vi, they'll get 3 of the bounty runes to start things off. Indeed, let's see how they deal with these sort of lane setups. So is it, which one is the one that you feel there's the potential that Na'Vi could come out pretty good in?
I mean, it should be the top lane, right? It should be the clock shadow.
Top lane
bottom lane,
yep.
It's going to be, I don't know how they deal with this. I don't know how Tree plus Mars deals with Slark Dazzle, but let's see if they can work some magic.
Yeah, sure. It does seem pretty nasty. Whitemon, take a bit of a punch here. But yeah, especially once that sort of level 2's online.
Yeah.
You never want to really fight into this safe lane. And this safe lane is always going to punch back hard.
And I just feel like Pure will free farm, right? Like, unless just maybe some like denies and stuff will come out, but Whitemon steps up a bit far. Should be fine. Taking quite a bit of damage here.
If they want to... Won't quite commit for kills yet. But
I have to like keep my eyes on top, but also bottom because of how high kill threat there really can be. Because if Juice steps up too far, Bat and Marcy have insane kill threat.
Yeah, that's very true, right? But just a quick dispose into like a flame break, get massively displaced, the huge amounts of damage start stacking up.
Yeah, this is the lane that has to kind of go well for the side of Na'Vi because the other two just, yeah, on paper look very difficult. Mid, as you know, Quinn was saying, a puck can trade versus a beast, but Nico in his lanes especially sometimes does struggle, so I think BZM should have a pretty solid time versus him.
Certainly is so far, getting that little bit of an edge here with the denies that BZM's able to find against Nico in the matchup.
Here. Take a bit of damage here. They actually did not have the sentry in the lane for the most part here, so I think what happened was that Whitemon placed the sentry behind the tower because when he saw the tree for the initial first kill, they thought they'd get a D-ward. So he actually didn't have the sentry for the lane, which has been helping Zayats a lot in terms of what he can do to put some pressure on and get this Mars farm. Because not having that sentry for the level 1 and 2 inside the lane is actually pretty nice for this tree. Top.
Oh, they were thinking about going for that, but Dispose was still on cooldown when Ari went for that rebound. So didn't have the initial follow-up to sort of get him back into the range of the Firefly.
And he went Firefly. I thought he'd go Flame Break it too because of the bonk pack versus SF, but maybe thinking that because of the Dispose he could have gotten it, but... Yeah, bottom is going way better. Honestly, I think it is a lot because of that sentry and also just little things that Zayat's been able to do is he now does a half pull behind the tower too, so they'll be able to reset the position of the wave potentially. So cute little plays in the bottom lane to get this Mars off to a better start than I anticipated.
Yeah, they're dealing with it quite nicely. Now mid lane just continues to be the bit where, you know, you're looking at the start that BZM's getting and you know that this Beastmaster's definitely going to be able to do a lot. Top, let's again see if they could try and get some sort of angle in under the tower, but Riddy's and got the juice, again remaining safe.
That's a lot of stacks on Riddy's. Should still be okay though. Yeah, Power Clockwork versus Marcy in particular, just being able to prevent a lot of these bounce ins, bounce outs. So this protecting got the juice pretty decently, but yeah, this mid is really the big difference that we're seeing here.
And very difficult really for Na'Vi to bring any sort of support presence over towards the mid lane without their side lane cores suffering. So, you know, it's not like they're going to be able to bring in some sort of move to slow BZM down early on.
Deny. Niku does get that money creep deny at the least there. But yeah, Blue Farm, look at this bottom, right? PMA, he's 22-5 because of these little things that Zayats has done in terms of controlling sentry, pulling lane positioning. So yeah, that's actually really, really nice. I really thought that they were going to struggle super hard versus this Dazzle pick, at least in terms of lane. Top.
Whoop, they're going to get him. Cogs come into play. Ari gets caught out. I mean, 33's trying to fight back, but he's taken a lot of damage from the two of them, so cannot stick around. So, yeah, these side lanes, considering how kind of the matchups look on paper and what you maybe expect when you get the heroes in this sort of composition, and Na'Vi, they're playing this very well.
Yeah, I mean, the top one, this one can happen, absolutely. You know, this this Clockwork plus SF can do very, very well. It's just bottom. Bottom is one that I didn't anticipate to happen because of the, the Slugfest Dazzle, but very good stuff. As we said, Puck's going to suffer a little bit, but they've done a good job, slowing down Pure a little bit. Now they get this kill on top, and got the juices, probably feeling at least a bit happy because he does have some good start.
They want to try and go for PMA whilst they know he's alone. Pounce won't latch, but bringing in the +1 of Ari should mean that they'll have easily enough to take PMA down. So, punishing the fact that the Mars is left alone, Tundra will be able to secure a kill for Pure here in the safe lane.
Now Ari, he's making moves. So lanes are being broken. The Tundra wants to start applying a bit more pressure here. Na'Vi? They're here though with 3.
They want to dive. Remember the rebound, the dispose as well. It's not enough to kill. Got the juice. He's going to tick down low. Will end up ticking out. So will end up finally being enough with the damage over time. So they get the kill, and they'll survive this time round. Both 33 and Ari getting away with that one, even though Na'Vi did have that extra presence around.
Yeah, I was about to say, even though there's 3 heroes there, they're able to get that and get out potentially. Can Ari also? He can.
And they'll get away with it completely. Even with that additional bit of a wraparound there from Ritties to try and catch them on the way out. Tundra, they get away with the kill.
Well, in the meanwhile, Pure is just in a 1v1 versus the Mars, so he's getting to catch back up in terms of levels and get those extra last hits. Mid, level 6 is hit for Niku. Starting to at least catch up in terms of these CS. And look where he wants to go. Let's see if he does want to look to make a move.
Yeah, looks to have his sights set for the bottom lane. So if they can maybe catch Pure pre-level 6.
Just guaranteeing their wisdom. Zayats will be able to get it, so all things balanced.
Looks like Niku, does he want to go for, because he came to the bounty rune. Looks like he just wanted to clear off some neutrals. Doesn't actually want to make the move all the way towards the bottom lane, so no gank coming in quite yet from the Puck.
Maybe just trying to be off map, you know, to put that threat.
Sure.
But they did, I think they saw him, right? That ward was actually seeing him for some time, so there actually wasn't a threat, but maybe they'll know that there's some vision in the river there, so just, you know, some little casual movements from Niku. Movement now, Ritties. Level 5 is hit, level 3 Cogs, Pure.
It's pretty low. They get the spear over towards the Cogs. He'll get the pounce off though. Pure survives. Back under the tower, he'll be fine.
He's okay.
BZM's turned up, has the roar at the ready. If he closes in, the axes perfectly snipe Zayats in the tree line. I mean, it was so close there. They're able to find that opportunity to try and strike and take down Pure, you know, whilst he's pre-level 6. They were just that close to getting him. It just wasn't enough as Pure able to survive.
I honestly thought he was dead. That was actually, I think that's as good as Na'Vi could have done it with the spear into the position where the Falcon was for the Cogs. He just got out, right? He just jumped from the angle. I think he only got hit once.
Or,
Here.
I mean, PMA's diving in deep for this, and the Roar's still ready from BZM, so BZM's able to just turn with the Roar, set up on towards PMA, and help bring the Mars down. I mean, you can't blame him for going for that. He knew that Pure was going to be hovering around, still level 5, very low on the HP. Spear hits, doesn't actually latch onto any of the trees, unfortunately, for him. Maybe that would have given him the chance to get the kill, but they wanted to kill that Slark. They didn't get away with it. They didn't get the chance to do the job. And now Pure, he's level 6. It becomes a whole lot more complicated.
Yep, he's got that passive kicking in. He's back to full HP. He's got the full wave drag. Look at this. He actually got the entire creep wave off that tower. Gonna get the good farm here for himself. Might even... Is he gonna deny a wave away from the Shadow Fiend here? It looks like he will.
That is why not, right?
Oh, he's clearing it. Okay, well, thought he would deny away from him. But either way.
Na'Vi, at least have Niku continuing to put the pressure onto the mid-tier 1 now that he's got this amplified damage rune.
Fair bit of damage.
sort of been put elsewhere. Yeah, even though, like, how are we doing on the net worth situation? Yeah, just a few hundred gold behind that of BZM's Beastmaster.
He's doing fairly well, honestly, like all things considered. Like playing that little farm thing that he did to leave the mid and hit those extra little neutrals too. Got the weighted dice. Tower looks like it's pretty dead.
They'll get it. So yeah, nice and early, especially considering that the matchup itself was not an easy one. It was getting out-farmed by BZM in the head-to-head.
But getting this tower now opens up movements a lot easier, right? You don't have to be worried about a ward being placed on you as much. You have easier access to perhaps gank some of these side lanes and protect your Shadow Fiend. Don't take his bounty runes, though. Okay, he got a shield rune, just kidding. I was like, if he doesn't get the rune top and you take his bounties, that's what...
Yeah, then he can't refuel.
Yep. But we'll be okay.
See what they go for here. They've got the hook shot. Quick jump to the side, though, Ari. On the way out, but Niku's ready to close in. Doesn't actually get the chance to find the angle, though, with the Dream Coil. So Ari's out of there. 33 also able to get through the Twin Gate and get away. Pure, he's actually considering trying to punch back here against Niku.
Bit awkward.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Pure is not really getting to just hit some creeps, though. Since he has gone toward the top lane, he got pushed out of bottom. You see what he's queuing up on?
No, I do. He's going for the good old Midas. I will say, if there's one hero, I would maybe not mind it on, I guess it's Slark. Because I feel like with Slark, you can just kind of YOLO into the fights without any items anyway. You know, pressure ult, hope that you get a million stacks of Essence Shift. And, you know, Midas, at least you get a bit of attack speed. So you could argue the passive is, you know, a component of it. It does give you that bit of a benefit. Nice escape there. Ari brings himself over to drag Pure out of that situation.
So, I completely agree with you. I think Slark might actually be the best Midas candidate.
Apart from Arc Warden, right?
I don't. I mean, yeah, okay, I guess. Yeah, sure, fine.
Yeah, sure. But indeed, it's not. You know, it's not a competitive list, but to be a good Midas carrier, in my opinion, in this day and age. But yeah, if Slark, we can stomach it.
Yeah. I mean, if he can get to his items, he's gonna go crazy in the game, right?
Yeah.
They did just play a 70-minute game, so they're probably expecting this to go long, as Tundra likes to. Tundra really likes to hit creeps, as we've always said, especially at blasts, which they tend to win. And I guess hitting creeps just wins. So.
No, for sure. And it's, you know, you're a slug. You don't need items to not feed. You know, it's just in the nature of your toolkit, right? The pouncing, the shadow dance. So you can get away with buying a Midas.
I mean, I was going to say, strap yourselves in for a long game anyway, because it was Tundra, but strap yourselves in for a long game now, because it was also a Midas.
Well, there it is, on its way up, so 12 minutes in.
Yep. BZM. Aghanim is soon. 800 gold till he has that, so that's probably the big one that we'll see like Tundra look to play around here. But Na'Vi, they're probably going to get time to get those items to be able to fight, at least around that first timing. So we'll see if they have the damage. Because that's one thing that Quinn was talking about a lot, is are they going to have the damage to deal with this lineup of Tundra once they start grouping up, playing around this Beastmaster Ags?
I found a nice little opportunity there. Forgot the juice to pick up a kill.
Nice kill.
Dire are scanning.
And we'll see, yeah. Like, because obviously, because there's this Midas in play on Tundra, if Na'Vi can somehow speed things up around their cores, you know, they can, right? These are cores that they can bring together quite the team fight at a portion of the game where Tundra aren't going to want to find themselves in a full 5-on-5.
And if they do win that fight, right, they have Shadow Fiend, lasting presence. You go straight to an objective. You go right to that Roshan. You're going to get it after the kills in the fight. So, yep, absolutely. We will have to see what Na'Vi wants to do in terms of pressure. It probably will still be wait until the blink on the Mars for a full, in terms of like how much more they want to be oppressive. But, yeah, let's see. Let's see what we do get. It's going to be a lot of in creeps, and we'll see what.
Yeah, I think they've got a pretty good combo. You know, if they're able to sort of execute it. And honestly, you know, from what we saw earlier today from Na'Vi, they, even though it was kind of a tough start to the game, they were still making good moves. So, you see Tundra going for the move themselves, but the hook shot's there from Riddies. He's away. And watch it from the sidelines here. Got the juice ready to get a few punches in. He's going to walk up, get caught by the Dream Coil. The heal and the grave come in. He's back up to the high ground. Ari will be able to take him out of harm's way.
I mean, their catch is look weird on the side of Tundra, as you're seeing there. Not really great ways to just stop a puck, or control the puck by any means until they do have a blink. Can just disengage quite easily there. Nobody dies. Looks like they're gonna try again. Zayet's though with that ward vision. It's actually outside of the sentry as well. That obs that he placed on that little corner there, you see. Bingo.
That's probably going to stay there for quite some while.
Yeah, I mean, Zayet's, they might rotate and make a play now with this, because Zayet sees them, so they might bring the SF, the damage, to go for this kill here. Ari?
So they don't want to go for him. They'd rather go for 33 here on the bat. He's going to use the lasso, but caught in the arena and the overgrowth as well. They want to make sure that there's no funny business going on there, no potential save from Ari on the Marcy. They take 33 down. I mean, yeah, Na'Vi, they've just got to keep this up, I feel. Every time their ultimates are in play, they've got to look for the action. They cannot sit back against Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, Zayet is honestly doing... This early game, I feel like has a lot of like his small little information gathering that he's done in the laning phase, just pulling the waves, knowing that there's no sentry, being able to trade decently, get PMA off to a good start. Now he's bought the shard very early. We did see Snaking go for Greaves first in the games that we saw from him, so really looking to prioritize vision control. But Tundra, they're content with just hitting creeps. So Pure, he's going to have that timing for his defusal after the Midas. He's not been punished, at least right now. And it might be Tundra that looks to fight once they have this, because they'll have defusal on him, Aghanims, plus potentially one or two of those bad items.
Radiant are scanning.
Alright, so defusal is done on Pure, so you won't mind trying to see if he can sort of show up to some of these skirmishes.
Yeah, might look to get involved. I mean, you can get some solo pickoffs, see if he finds some supports as well, too. This tree, look at this, the tree shard. It's seeing Tundra. They see Ari down bottom. They saw Whitemon as well.
And there's the hook shot. Riddy's able to easily land it thanks to that. Ari, see if he can juke his way out of this through the trees. Pretty speedy. And tell you what, he's making them work for, of course, at the same time Nico was able to drop the combo, take down Whitemon. Ari still on the retreat. PMA, though, he's ready to TP over and put a shut down to Ari's attempted escape. They take out the two supports here, Na'Vi. Ready to potentially get the push going down bottom. Looks like they want to deal with the creep wave up top. Nico will head up there to sort that one out. It's going to put him very close to having the Blink Dagger done on Puck. They're making these moves, Na'Vi, but obviously shutting down the two big cores, that's not happening, right? Both Pure and BZM getting a lot of space on the map.
And they're looking to play more around these objectives, I would say. For Tundra in particular, right, they're waiting for this 20 minutes. They're waiting for the Roche potentially, too. Well, Na'Vi, they're looking to play around this vision. Continuing to play around this vision control. Zayets, look for the jumps with that. Coil cooldown for 20. Information. Sees BZM. Waltzes away.
Yeah, it's just super hard to go on this Beastmaster unless they have what... I mean, they kind of need the SF as well for sort of sustained damage output. Even with kind of the 2 or 3 of them, they could drop ultimates onto this Beastmaster, and they're not necessarily going to be guaranteed that they get the kill.
Bottom gets in the cogs.
Riddy's is going to be brought here by BZM. Happy to pick up the chance to get involved in the kill and get BZM very close to having the BKB. And then at that point, once he's got the BKB and the Aghanims, if he turns up and wants to take a tower, you let him take your tower.
Yeah, or any objective, really, like fighting around these BKB Aghanims, trying to go for a Tormentor play. You'll have to, maybe you can go for some snipe play, right? Because you have a blink on the puck, you have vision, at least from this tree shard a few times, so maybe you could do some type of sneaky stuff. But yeah, BZM is truly the king of the map right now. Anyone who goes for him is very likely to die.
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is falling.
Niku's just doing standard. I mean, just because of how good that Shiva's looked in the other game earlier, I was almost thinking like maybe somehow bringing one in. It's so good in this game versus Tundra's lineup as well.
And Na'Vi still keeping their sort of foot on the pedal with the objective taking. Straight to the Roshan, get the Sages. Gotta see, we've just got to continue to see this coming out from them though. Get this Aegis, and then they've got to be looking towards the tier 2s. You know, this can't be an Aegis and farm. It's got to be an Aegis and really getting this pressure put on to Tundra.
It should give, I mean, it should give God the Juice a good amount of comfort to at least finish his BKB for the next fight. It's not a BKB that answers everything though, right? Because there's a lot that actually goes through in this game. The lasso, the roar, pretty much everything actually, so.
Tundra. Coming in with the smoke, knowing that... Get the opening. Niku. Ooh, nice attempt there with the dispose to try and close BZM in on the opportunity with the roar, but Niku was quick, and now Arena's down. They get laid down on towards Whitemon. They take the Dazzle out. See, they can turn towards next. 33 goes for the lasso. Hook shot coming from Ridders as he tries to split up the fight, but PMA just gets destroyed. The roar from BZM comes out on towards Got the Juice. Got the Juice, he's down the ones. See if he can survive here on the second life. The team around him are getting destroyed. Got the Juice. He's going to try and get the Requiem off, but the BKB's there ready for BZM. I'll put the BKB, BZM stands his ground. He will die, BZM, but the damage has absolutely been done by him and the team as Na'Vi have lost 4. Niku on the retreat. They're going to try and chase him down. There's the slow into the silence. They get the team wipe triple kill for Pure. And that was a fight with Na'Vi having an Aegis, but you wouldn't know it looking at the hero's depth right now. Na'Vi getting team wiped. That's an uh-oh.
It's a huge one. They used the Arena, they killed the Dazzle right away, but the Arena only really catches that Dazzle. And there was an interesting interaction. Did you see that with the Clockwork? Clock hookshot at Marcy, but Marcy was mid-rebound. So what ended up happening was he got dragged with the Marcy on top of his own Shadow Fiend.
Yes.
And it actually made the fights way worse. Because otherwise the fight would have been split a little.
No, there's definitely a moment where there was some sort of where am I's kind of coming out there with sort of the way heroes were moving around.
Yeah, that ended up phenomenal for Tundra. Pure comes in, absolute cleanup for him. Sure, BZM dies, but it's well worth it since it's around Tormentor. And that's the first BKB usage, which is fantastic. Tanks a Requiem to the face, allows the Slaughter to clean up everything.
That's tough. Now, these fights are not going to get any easier for Na'Vi. They're not winning them now. The sort of requirements for a successful fight are really going to add up going down the line against Tundra. Tundra, they know their strength right now, and they're more than happy to fight here. Pure, ready to get very active on the map with the Diffusal Orchid. The build's worked out perfectly. The Midas has paid off absolutely at this point. He is all steam ahead, and Na'Vi, they're going to struggle to deal with him.
They truly are. And Ari's also going for a secondary Orchid too, so for the puck, they're finding more and more. They're like, Niku, you're going to have to itemize. You have to do something, otherwise you're going to get silenced. Pretty. We'll hook shot him with, I mean, Na'Vi on the full defensive now. They're terrified. Gem for BZM. These trees no longer, neither are these wards, so they'll be able to control vision as well now too on the side of Tundra.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy for Na'Vi. I mean, Na'Vi, best effort's going to have to be once again around sort of some smoke up into a perfect team fight. And as you sort of pointed towards last fight, but the Arena on the Dazzle alone is just not going to cut it, right? They have to use their team fight combo for something a bit more explosive.
Yeah, I want to see an Arena into a Requiem combo land on multiple heroes.
This is good.
That's a good start.
Nice quick little pick off, not having to commit the Arena to get the Dazzle kill. BZM will play it safe, go for the BKB TP out. Same to BRE, so Tundra at least cutting their losses on that one. See if they can do anything with this now, Na'Vi. They get a quick pick on the Dazzle. What more can they find?
Yeah. Like, that's how they do it, right? You do it with the spear, you catch the Dazzle, and if you can get a two-man spear into a Requiem, obviously that's going to be the dream, something like that, but that's going to be hard to always do.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We'll see, because Juice, I was mentioning how like he went this build, right? He chose to do this, which I don't think we would say every Shadow Fiend would do this nowadays, because he's playing into a lot of BKB piercing spells. So I feel like a lot of SFs would have gone like maybe Pike Manta and then maybe go for this, especially someone like Toro, right? They try to stall those BKBs a long time, so we'll see. I'm just worried that even if he BKBs, he can get roared. He can still get focused by the Slark. He can just get a lot of different things still thrown onto him. And they need damage, as we saw.
Seem to be slowing down things again though, Na'Vi. not wanting to get straight out and look for that next move. I guess obviously they're very close to some of these items, such as the BKB on Mars. That's going to be coming out at about 100 gold for PMA. So just waiting
Niku
for that next round of pickups.
Full Aeon, so it does at least have an answer.
Na'Vi. Playing split right now. Getting them some of the pressure in on the bottom lane.
As you said, BKB done for the Mars, and now also looking at Tundra. So 33's done. He's just going auras. This is a new thing, I guess. You're offlaner. You either want a hard initiator or an aura buyer. I mean, you can just switch, I guess, even if it doesn't. If you're not the best aura carrier. He's gonna have this Pipe Crimson, who's gonna be very strong. Zayats.
Oh, they're looking for him.
Trying
to make his way back to safety. And he's going to go for the TP out. And tell you what, he's away. Good escape there from Zayats, as that's pretty much the entirety of Tundra coming down here to try and see if they could get a catch. And they couldn't. Na'Vi able to back off in time.
He actually just rang around the Rosium. That's crazy. Okay. Pure full disperser now too. Continuing to get this growth. Now he has easy ways in and out of the fights, even easier. There's that pipe for 33. So a lot of damage. We said Na'Vi, we have to see. Big thing I'm going to look at is, even if they do get the catches, is the damage going to be there? It's either you catch the Dazzle early on, or he's going to get these saves. And now you're going to have to deal with this Bat Rider auras as well too, which can really mess with a lot, because most of this damage is going to be the SF. BZM also. He's going his Manta, so he's got double dispels. He's going to be able to deal with the Root as well if he needs to with that.
And Na'Vi. And all things said and done, you know, they're definitely not, you know, they seem pretty content in also kind of playing rather passive at this point.
Yeah, but I feel like you were saying it earlier too, like it does feel like they're playing into the hands of Tundra. Later and later it goes, it does feel quite a bit better for this.
It really does. I mean, you know, I think with every passing minute, you know, Pure is going to feel more and more in charge of this game as the Slark.
Totally
It doesn't really get any more difficult for him. It's, you know, it's going to be pretty smooth sailing once he's got the BKB. Like, yeah, how do you stop a slug? You know, with the BKB and the Shadow Dance, these heroes on Na'Vi, they don't really do too much. Maybe you get some crazy, like, a hook shot into, like, a Requiem. But even that's going to be hard to do because they do have these solid saves. You know, whether it's Ari ready to jump over and sort of, you know, reposition the Slark. Obviously, Whitemon coming in with the Graves. It's going to be tough to kill him, and that's obviously only one of the threats. You know, outside of that, you've got BZM on this Beastmaster. It's going to be just sustaining and surviving at the front of the team fights. They're super, super difficult team fights for Na'Vi in the late game.
Yeah, it's just in terms of being able to focus fire that one target. It's all the SF, and yeah, there's just damage all over the place from Tundra. Everybody's really going to be kicking it off here too. So, setting up Ari, PMA.
Ooh. Nice spear here from PMA. Will ensure that he's able to at least take that wisdom in return. But Pure, he's found the jump onto Riddies. So I think he can get Riddies out of here. Hook shot to safety. He's over towards got the juice science. Using the overgrowth. They do get the silencing on towards Ari, but BZM's over towards Niku. That's going to be the Eon disc popped. Quick move here from Ari to jump back to safety as Ari gets away from the efforts of Na'Vi. Tundra, they could still be looking to try and fight here if they want to.
Tundra didn't use much of anything, right? I think just Shadow Dance, and I guess the Dazzle ult. His Treant ult is down. Hookshot was used. Here. We're going to play around this vision. So have this ward on the high ground here. 33. Is going to queue up that Blink Dagger now. So we'll have at least a better form of catch, because it is still a little, you know, for Tundra jumping on a hero. Hasn't been an approach that they want to do. They're kind of just walking into the fights. He does want to go for that next.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, Roche. Next on the menu, Butterfly forgot the juice finished.
Tundra, they're definitely going to want to have a say about this one, surely.
Pure is 10 gold from BKB also, so he might have BKB coming out for this fight.
Oh, Zayas trying to watch from the high ground.
Here comes BKB. It's coming on the courier for Slark. So they have quite an easier way to approach this fight, it does feel, than Na'Vi.
And Na'Vi need that perfect combo. They need that beautiful jump from PMA or Niku to really start things off. Without that, the fight very likely to fall into Tundra's hands.
Roche is going to shift. Teams have to be prepared for it.
Swung over to the other side of the map here through the twin gate.
Pure can't get... I guess he can TP tier 2 and then get there, but it's going to take him a moment. Tundra. Claiming high ground. Pure is running over. He's connecting.
Niku, he's in with the jump. He'll find the silence. They drop the arena, but again, it's only onto Whitemon. They catch the dazzle with the arena. Dreamcore will hold down 33 for now. They're trying to bring in the damage here. We've got the juice coming in from the side, but Ari's able to get 33 out of harm's way. Drags him back to safety. 33 can separate from the rest of the fight for now. BZM, he's ready to go in. Gets in with the roar. The BKB was off in time from Got the Juice. Spear holds back Pure for now. Requiem will come out from Got the Juice to the side of the fight, but Pure is still ready to keep going in at the front of this. Now he has to be careful though with the Shadow Knives coming to an end. Pops the BKB, but the right clicks are going to do it. Got the Juice takes him out through the BKB. A massive kill to be found. They're going to see if they can maybe get more in RV. Tundra on the retreat. PMA, another spear connects in on towards 33. BZM trying to turn back up towards PMA. They've got the lasso here, 33, but that is not going to work out. 33 taken out. Na'Vi finding the chance there to kill off Pure. I think, you know, Pure just overplaying his hand a little bit there in a situation where he definitely himself, he did not expect to be dying as this slug.
Too much damage from the SF, the extra little hits. Honestly, Niku, that was an insane play from him, just jumping, I believe, completely blind into that high ground there for his team to get this potential, this great start when the Slark's just not really there. They get the catch on Whitemon. It starts a little awkward, but then afterwards, it's great. The Requiem fears everybody off of the stun.
They made it work, Na'Vi. They really did. Now ready to come in with the push around the Sages. See what they can find upon this top side of the map. I mean, Tundra, what's the play now? You know, because do they still feel strong, or they're looking at that last situation saying, well, hey, you know what? Pure actually ended up dying pretty quickly outside of the Shadow Dance. We've got to reassess how we take these team fights.
I think they probably still do feel strong. I just think, yeah, just the way that they approach it. I mean, Niku just kind of caught them off guard. Like, they got the information. This was a crazy jump from the puck to see the dazzle, get the catch, and just break the team fight completely. It also wasn't all 5 of Tundra at the start, right? The Slark was a good 5 to 10 seconds away when the fight kicked off. But heads up play, and that's gonna, I mean, put some fear into Pure for sure, as you said. As Juice with that butterfly, Pure feels like he needs to go back for another item. He needs to go back for this Bloodthorn and then look for the play.
Yeah, very solid signs of life here from Na'Vi. With the Sages.
I'm
definitely
glad to see
up
that
and push.
Niku did this Aeon disc too. I think this has been a big difference maker.
No, absolutely. Niku well on the way to the Aghanims, just about 1,200 gold off having that as well.
BZM going for Bloodthorn as well, so they're probably going to have 2 Bloodthorns. BZM is it's still feeling like he could potentially be that carry, but...
I mean, they're ready to start playing around with Pure. Pure's got to be a bit careful now. Riddies has got the hook shot at the ready. He's going to try for the TP out with the BKB, but a hook shot's there. Pure's TP is easily going to be put to a stop. They'll try and make them work for it, but Niku's ready to chase. That's Pure dead. I mean, obviously the death before dying in the team fight, but now here getting picked off alone. These deaths, it feels like these can't happen on the slug. This is rough.
It's real rough. Riddies, he did not give respect to the hookshot. Riddies was right on top of him. An instant smoke too, looking for another play. Really good plays. I mean, Niku again, finding the catch. Arcane Rune on Niku. He's got an Aghanims now too after the last 2 purchases. He's also going to be dishing out a crazy amount of damage if he gets a multi-hero coil. Age is still for 2 minutes. They're feeling that power.
PMA. See who can find here. He's going to get the catch on the BZM. Whitemon, can he do anything to help him out? Pump him with the heals, but the hook shot's back online. Riddies comes across, catches on towards BZM. The Raw's there, but the Lotus was out. Gets reflected straight back into the face of the Beastmaster. BZM gone. I mean, Na'Vi, these last few minutes, they're absolutely outplaying Tundra. Tundra getting caught out and shaken up big time. This is quite the turn up here for Na'Vi.
Last 8 minutes or so, right? It feels like Tundra's been trying to do these maneuvers, try to get this vision control and play around their vision with the Slark kind of making that move earlier. But it's Na'Vi just, like you said, outplaying them. Heads up moves, heads up catches, and they're keeping that ball rolling. Every time a hero respawns, hook shots back up, coils back up, and they're thirsty.
They're into the base. I mean, there's no BZM for 50 seconds, no Ari for 25. And Na'Vi, they've got that pushing power.
Oh, that's impressive. Long time and no Beastmaster since he did buy that Bloodthorn.
Yeah. They could go for a second set. Over they go.
And PMA has a full refresher. Like, they can just keep, they can probably continue. See if they respect the Beast. I guess it's a 2-2, so they'll back away, but they've got full 2 sets.
That's crazy. And Na'Vi, the play has been very well calculated this game. Yeah, it did feel like, they were sort of slowing things down, but you know what? They were just putting everything into the right moment. When they knew that they could come in with this hit, get this team fight together in which they're ready to turn, make the jump, punish, as I said, Slark, Pure as the carry in the team fight, then find the opportunity to pick him off and then quickly turn it into a move to kill off BZM. Like, the last few moves have been absolutely top tier from Na'Vi, and Tundra shaken up. Gonna have to try and find a way to get their hold back on this game now that they're 2 sets of racks down. And as we've seen in the team fights now with this sort of lead especially, it's not clean and simple for Pure to really get involved and try and kill off the enemy. If they surround him, wait out the Shadow Dance, they will kill him. And bottom, BZM, he's having to put the BKB and TP to get the hook shots there. Riddies, again, coming in with these fantastic BKB TP interrupts. Another huge kill. BZM dead, again without buyback. Tundra, they're really starting to fall apart in this game, Fold.
And Navi's just completely, but look at this, they're still here. Juice is saying, let's go hit tier 4.
He's just end the game.
They have double arena. And Tundra, how do you fight this now? 60 seconds.
I don't know. They just might not be able to. Well, for all the setup this game that Tundra came in with, so many times, who could blame them? That approach has worked out many times before. Na'Vi, they did their homework. They were like, well, if we strike exactly at this moment,
they gotta go.
Tundra's not going to know what hit them. Pure. Going to try and go in here with the Shadow Dance, but that's coming to an end. He'll put the BKB now. The arena's out. They've got the catch on the 33. Grave will come into play, but Pure's just dead. It's over. It's over. I mean,
it's over.
It is over. There's an Octarine core on the Slark. It is over. Tundra, I don't think they're going to know what hit them that game. Because Na'Vi, they were just slowly warming things up, and then, my goodness, they came in with an incredible knockout punch that I think Tundra's going to be sitting there scratching their heads, and indeed they are.
He is. 13 minutes of it feels like like Na'Vi kind of danced around them. Tundra, they got these timings, setting up some wards, looking for a potential fight, and then Na'Vi, they find the godly fight with Niku, clean up, get Roche, and from there, holy shit, that was quite a game from Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, it's speechless on Tundra. Literally, you could see none of them. They're like, what just happened? They just got completely knocked out by Na'Vi in that performance. What a game, what a win for Na'Vi. They take the game against Tundra.
Yeah, well, in case you missed it towards the end there, the game is over, I would say.
Is it?
The game is over. It's over for Tundra, but Na'Vi, my goodness, came out swinging. You did give them the benefit of the doubt this time around, Quinny. You said draft looking better than their first best of one. You weren't overly sold that it was going to get them the win necessarily, but you really liked all of these building blocks they had for themselves.
Yeah, I'm impressed they were able to hold on to this game and pull it back. I think it shows somewhat of the weakness of this offlane Batrider. I think you look at this game, and it had very similar start, and then he was really farmed, and then eventually it just kind of didn't do that much, and it felt like the Shadow Fiend became the king of the world. Like you said during the draft, it was banned every other game, and apparently for good reason. It kind of felt like, I think compared to this SF compared to the Gyro, actually could deal the damage, and that him being, you know, the main damage dealer was okay, because it was enough that he could just kill everybody.
Look, this is totally not, you know, what is it? It's a science, like correlation, not causation.
Yeah.
And I think this is going to be a correlation thing, not a causation thing. But out of the 2 times that we've seen Batrider as a response to Treant Protector, it's not worked out in favor of the bat. And again, I'm not saying that it's the bat that is necessarily, sorry, the tree that's necessarily shutting down the bat, but it is just that coincidence. Right now, we've seen a correlation between the response of bat against tree and it actually not really coming to fruition.
Yeah, I don't think the gameplay outside of the lane or the early game is that good. Like, Tree is this invis stalker dude who has these trees on the map that see you. Like, that is all about getting the jump historically.
Sure.
They, you know, 33 played more of an aura style this game, as is typical, but I think a lot of what Tree does is pretty good against Bat. If you do try and run into lasso, you get overgrowth. He's helping, you know, these strong right-click damage dealers like Shadow Fiend that are, you know, now you can stand in formation and your turret can stand there and hit the bat when he tries to run in. Like, you can see the fights are not that easy for Tundra to play out. Like, they were up a substantial amount of gold. They're playing on a ward in that big fight in the triangle that sort of broke the game wide open. Like, in a lot of ways, it's a pretty good spot for Tundra to take the fight, and they still just get owned.
I will say the clock in the later part of this game, Riddy's had phenomenal hook shots. The early game, I'm gonna like the hook shots were so whatever. There was nothing really that came from them. Yeah, land on a couple heroes, no follow up. Still had that evasiveness on the side of Tundra. Then you get to that middle part. This clock feels like he can't do anything, and it's like 4 hook shots in a row that he's using to disengage to get himself out of positions. And then as soon as BKBs come online for the side of Tundra, it's like this clock has no worries at all. He's hook shotting in. He's landing amazing hook shots to cancel TPs and just really picking off one after another at Tundra heroes.
Which is weird because normally you feel it's the opposite with Clockwork, where he's owning early game, and then at some point he becomes a complete useless bot, and you don't even remember he exists. But this game, yeah, no, you're totally right. He was doing nothing, and then at some point he flipped that switch, he turned it on, and he hooked 1 billion dudes in a row. So, I mean, it really was like, they really did look shell-shocked at the end, and I think they may stray away a little from this Batrider or potentially this Beastmaster. The second time we see this hero, and it falls kind of flat. A good early game, and then doesn't really do too much.
Well, I'm gonna add another cherry on top of that one. Beastmaster's been played 3 times right now in Blast Slam and has lost all of them. I'm not saying 3's a lot, but I'm saying the fact that we've seen it 3 times already and it's lost all 3 of them.
I think it's definitely not a coincidence, the 2 games we've seen. I don't think it really did very much in either of these games. He's farmed, he's top net worth. Maybe he kills a hero here or there, but I think a big problem with that hero is you win your lane and you just can't use it. Like, you have to go back and farm the camps because the hero just doesn't function in aggressive areas very well. The boars are great at chasing you down, but if you're under your tower, then the boars are just free snacks. Similarly with the axes, you need to get a lot of stacks up, right? So if they just walk back and reset them, then you can't keep the stacks up. So Beastmaster on like a functional level, Roar is the same thing. You need to, like, they need to be out of position so you can roar them and sort of just like actually hit them. But if you roar a guy who's far away, you can't get close to him enough to hit him. So Beast, just positionally, he doesn't work well when the enemy is in a defensive position. You've got this turret like a Shadow Fiend, and there's a lot of range carry turrets right now.
I thought the Marcy might have filled that void though, right? Especially because you go the pick-me-up facet, he roars someone. If the Marcy is there ready for it, you can actually really close that gap quickly. I mean, Marcy, Ari, right, playing Marcy, did a lot of fantastic things in the earlier game, and it felt the inverse of what we saw for Clock. Clock struggled early, had impact late. Marcy had a lot of impact early. She used those pick-me-up super well, super clean, being able to get the Batrider out of trouble, being able to get the Slark out of trouble too, and then later on, you're not really actually able to do much more on her.
No, you're not. It's a support hero that is a right-clicker. And that's a problem, especially when you're playing in Tree. It's the second time we've seen Marcy picked into Tree, and outside of the lane, I don't understand this matchup at all. Like, you just don't do anything. Also, when a guy is rooted, you can't pick me up him, right? Or leashed, rather. And it's a leash, so to me, it's just very strange. You know, I think this fight is like a pretty good showcase, I think, that both teams sort of have these slippery heroes that you can't really latch on. And then at some point, Mars changes that. He's got Blink, he's got BKB, he's got Refresher. And now suddenly, Na'Vi has a turret. Tundra doesn't. Tundra's got this sort of useless Slark. Na'Vi has the Mars. Tundra has Batrider. Like, as the game progresses, it just gets really easy for Na'Vi in a way that I didn't anticipate, but it definitely shifts that in that direction. I
will say that's also what we saw for Slark in the other Tundra game that happened earlier, where he had this great beginning for himself. And then I don't know what it was, and I still don't know if it's as a hero, if it's the itemization Pure is doing, if it's the way Pure is playing Slark, but he really struggles. He kind of has these deaths that feel so unnecessary, right? We also saw it in the bottom tier 1. He's kind of pushing around that Wisdom Rune area, and then all of a sudden he gets caught out. That's where the hook shots are coming in. So it feels like unnecessary deaths. And then he just really struggles to get back on. And another hero needs to fill in that void during that time period. So now I wonder, yeah, what is it about the Slark that really lacks in that area? And who was supposed to step in there between the Beast and the Bat when something like that happens to a Slark?
I mean, to be honest, Owen and Fog called it out. I think this Midas is crap. And I feel like this is a bad item. People don't buy this item for a reason.
As Owen said, not even the griefers are picking it up right now.
Exactly. It's a bad item. It feels bad even if you're ruining. Like, I don't think you should buy this item. Slark is a hero that is aggressive by nature. You want to snowball these night times. You buy this Midas, that means you're throwing one nighttime in the trash. And every nighttime needs to be used to the fullest potential in Slark, because the hero is broken at night. It's like Bane on Giga Crack. Like, you need to go ham. And if you're not going ham, then you're just sad because you don't farm fast and you have some serious timing issues against a hero like Shadow Fiend. There's gonna be some windows where you just can't do anything because you won't cut through him fast enough, especially with that living armor.
Yeah, so then Slark kind of missing a window. We've already talked about it. Beast just kind of being an AFK, not just in this game, just as a hero right now. That's his archetype. And then a Bat offline? Well, he was offline.
He was offline
and offline. He was both of those ones. Yeah, just not really having it going for the aura builds there. Puck is one more hero that we haven't touched on yet for Na'Vi, and I don't really have a clean segue into this, but his items going for an Aeon Disc, you did not like it when you saw it get picked up.
Yeah, it's a little peculiar. I think it should have been abused. I don't think it was particularly good. I think Lincoln's probably would have been a better choice. But the thing is Tundra's playing so slow and so chill that every time his Aeon Disc popped, he got to wait 2 minutes for his Aeon Disc to come back up, and so it looked okay. I think he needed a defensive item there. Lincoln's is probably better, but like it's fine at the end of the day if it doesn't get punished like that. Now, part of that I think is Tundra didn't look amazing in this game. They didn't play particularly well. Game was very, very slow in typical Tundra fashion, but not slow in a way where you felt like they were going to win. It was slow in a way that felt almost aimless. Like they were just sort of wandering around, and it was slow due to poor play, not slow due to intention, which I think is how it typically feels for me when I watch Tundra.
Right, it's normally intention. We're going to farm up. When a certain item's hit, we get to end the game. We go 0 to 100, it's done. Exactly. It was the inverse. Na'Vi had that. Okay, we sit back, farm it up, get the win done for themselves in a beautiful fashion that way as well. And Spirit earlier today had a good win for themselves. They're coming up against Liquid now, who didn't really have the best showing. It felt like a janky sort of draft and something that could not be played to its full potential if you came out of lanes behind. And now I wonder if that's something that can potentially be remedied so quickly off the back of a best of one.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just have to be real with these best of ones, and you have to look a decent amount at draft, to be honest, because you can't change a ton in like a couple of hours gameplay wise. You can look at a replay and say, maybe generally do this a little better, or we messed up this or whatever. But I think make the game easier on yourself draft wise. I think Liquid is a team that likes to play very fast, and I think that play style and their aggression historically is very good against Spirit. I think Liquid has a good matchup against them. So if they can pick themselves some comfort and some, maybe heroes a little easier to execute, then I think they can have good chances against the team. I think they match up well. It's just a matter of how easy they make it for themselves.
What would you say was the hardest hero to execute in that draft previously? Because we had the Kunkka, which was kind of unusual. First pick Wind Ranger, and then Nisha Husker, which isn't bad by any means, but he's just not synonymous with the hero.
Yeah, I'd say no more Boatman. I'd say
Conker's the #1 on the list.
Yeah.
Gone.
Or at least, like, if you're picking Boatman, do it for a reason. Like,
Boatman.
I saw, what did they see? They saw Brewmaster and Skywrath Mage. Like, he's not good against, he's whatever. It's the most shmeep schmop thing I've ever seen. And Kunkka is not a hero you pick whenever you just need a guy. Kunkka, you're picking for a specific purpose because he sucks. And you don't pick bad heroes to counter good ones. You pick good heroes to counter good ones. That's a Matu quote, and it's true.
Oh my god.
It is. And it's true. You can't go all the way down at the bottom of the totem pole and drag something up from the mud to counter a dude who's been sitting on the Himalayas.
It's so, I mean, I do agree with that, right? But there's like a caveat to it where Dota is so cyclical that there is sometimes a hero that sits in the bottom 5% that genuinely can topple someone at the top. That's why we see new things fall into meta, is when something that is its hard counter is no longer in meta, and maybe not even in the draft, which is coming our way. It's Spirit and Liquid. Spirit won their earlier best of 1 against Na'Vi here on the Xtreme. Liquid also played earlier today up against OG. And whilst the draft was a little bit questionable, so were some of the plays that coming out for them. But that one's a tougher, issue to tackle there. And so we do not want to be seeing Conker picked up for Liquid, and easy solve for them as Spirit have banded out along with the Ursa. And right now, Shadow Demon and Treant Protector being taken out by Liquid.
That's big of them to offer a helping hand like that, helping out their brothers in arms. You know what? The Conker's bad for you.
Spirit's like, we've been there before, man. Freebie, all right? We'll take it out.
We'll even the odds a little bit here. That's a fair game. Fair game. And I respect that, you know. That's camaraderie.
Everyone's been baited into picking a hero like that before.
My goodness. The Ursa ban is interesting to me. That is almost like PTSD. They were first phase banning it against Aurora because I think in some ways it's good against Spirit because Collapse plays a lot of the melee bros. He's very like Mars, he's Tidehunter, he's apparently Largo, a hero that they were not prioritizing particularly highly in the online tournament prior. So it's interesting that they've now upped the priority on it. And Liquid have left it, so we'll see what they do against it. AA is something we saw in response. Shadow Demon is another great one, so you can purge the armor stacks from his strumming.
Well, it's banned.
It is banned, so there's no strum, no strum reduction.
Sorry to burst that bubble.
But I think against Largo, you need high damage because he does have that healing. He's got that armor stacking up, so you need something to pierce through it, whether it be healing reduction or whether it just be like some super high damage range carry. You need one of the two, or you can have damage problems.
Ooh, Razor. I was kind of thinking to myself, these first phase bans, something's missing that we've seen in all the other games, and Razor is definitely one of them. From the get-go today, it was taken out by GamerLegion in our second best of 1. Spirit took it out themselves. Then the next one after that, it went untouched until the very last phase. And then, yeah, it wasn't really looked at too much either. So, yeah, it's just one of those ones that is dabbling its way, and Spirit didn't like it, the idea of it in the previous best of 1, but this time around just not focusing it. Is this that bluff that we talked about, Quinn, where you kind of have to question and play a little bit of poker with your opponents if they want to pick it up?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I think Spirit is also a team that is okay if you first pick cores a lot of the time because they're great at countering that hero's identity. You know, you have Razor, now they're going to look for something that outranges the Razor or something that is difficult to link, and they're going to counter you and make it difficult for Razor to run into the fight. They're very good at doing this sort of identity countering. I think better than a lot of teams this, probably the best team. At the same time, I think Razor should be quite good against Largo, especially as an offlane Largo. I don't think you want to play that matchup very much. Razor fits very much in that category of the frog runs in, strumming his thing, and you run in and you suck him, and he's just cooked. So I think it works pretty well for Razor, and it's also a hero that can flex to 3 core roles. You can play it offlane, you can play mid, and you can play it carry. So you've got a lot of flexibility. It's a hero that makes a lot of sense on second pick.
Can Liquid play it in those 3 roles though? You know Ace better than anyone else.
Ace can play it. It's not his most comfort, but he can play it.
Okay. That's always the caveat. It's like, just because they can play it doesn't mean that they want to play it.
I think his Razor's fine. It's not incredible.
Sure.
But it's fine. Like if
what would you like? B? B plus?
Yeah, I'd say B.
Okay, all right. That's yeah. That's pretty much what you're describing. There.
Holy schmoly! What the heck?
Isn't it like only viable in the mid lane? Spirit? Did he get changed in the patch 10 days ago?
I don't think so.
That's your job. You should know that.
I forgore. I don't think it did. I don't think it did.
Just joking.
But I don't think it's like Boxy's the kind of player that would think about playing it for. Which I don't think is very good, but it is a melee hero that could pair with a Razor offlane potentially. I do think it's kind of crap, and I also think now against a Jakiro and a Clockwork, that's two heroes that are very good against wave pulling, and Spirit needs to pull waves to get through that lane if he's a 4, which makes me think, okay, probably more toward that mid lane. I also feel like on an identity level, it's not very good against Largo. It's now they've committed it to a core Largo because it ain't Clockwork or Jakiro core. So Magnetize, I think, is pretty bad against Largo's way of playing. You sit there and you play your guitar and you heal everyone and you give everyone
you want to be in
armor.
close proximity of them, right? Which is also...
Yeah, like, I think you want burst damage against Largo. And Spirit is long fights. And you're playing long fights against heal that generally doesn't do very well. And so I question the idea of this pick.
Okay. What is the build for Largo then? Because if he has that natural inbuilt heal for himself, does it feel that innately you want to go for auras, like you're doing the greaves and the pipes and things like that? Or is there a different way to play Largo?
I think you have to rush the Ags.
For the 2 songs,
yeah,
it's pretty freaking OP.
Otherwise, you just don't do any damage. And it's a bit illegal to be a core hero and do 0 damage.
Yeah. And so then you think the shard is resigned to either getting it by the Tormentor or if you play support Largo?
I think you might buy it a little bit later, but you don't really have anything you're pressing on your teammates early on. I think a lot of people go Ags into either a team item or you can go full greed and go stuff like Kaya Sanj into Shivas. Are the 2 paths is you go Ags into auras or you go Ags into full greed core type build.
Okay.
There's a Sven. That's really strange.
Super astute. That is a Sven, yeah.
It's so strange.
You're very good at naming Dota heroes.
Thank you. Rogue Knight claims another. Nah, I also, like, this to me is sort of that Matu quote of, I think Sven is a trash hero, but it makes sense against Largo. It's the burst damage, it's that you chop the frog down, and you take a fast fight where you get bursts. That part of it makes sense.
Can I just say as well, when you're playing Largo trying to strum his ultimate, if you get stunned at any point, and maybe I'm just so musically challenged here and like have no rhythm in anything I ever do, but it feels terrible to try and get back on the rhythm of his ultimate. Oh my goodness, I waste like 600 mana just trying to get back onto his ult.
You gotta install Clone Hero and play it while you're queuing. You gotta play Largo. You gotta place them through the fire and flame.
I feel like that's definitely a me problem, but it feels so annoying to come up against. But there's even more stuns. So Mirana coming out here for the side of Liquid to the leaps and bounds facet is what we saw Whitemon playing earlier with it, and I'm not too sure that the facet will deviate much here being picked up by Liquid.
Yeah, I doubt it. Seems to be the meta facet right now, and Tofu, he loves Mirana. Does not surprise me he's picked it up.
He's smiling. Oh, he's like, Mirana.
He does love that hero. The thing is I think Spirit is going to put the Jakiro in the off lane with the Largo and the Clockwork in the safe lane. And I think the support matchups are going to be pretty bad. I think Jakiro is going to be very good against Sven in lane. Largo is a super strong laner. You have some psychotic level 1 damage. It's part of why the hero is such a good offlaner is because his level 1 damage is so stupid. And he has great HP gain and starting HP. So I think the lanes already for Spirit are looking pretty good. Spirit is one of the crappiest laners in the game, especially on a support position. So Spirit, they've still got 2 picks to go. They think something's real funny on Liquid, but it ain't this draft. So we'll see. Maybe they prove me wrong, but I would not be counting my chickens if I was a Liquid fan right now.
No, that's super valid. What is the skill build for Largo in lane?
It's like 3-4-0-0. Like, I think you skip your ult.
Wow, okay.
Because the ult is honestly not very good until you get
super
Ags.
early. Yeah, that's valid.
Yeah, the W is very high damage. I think you can farm stacks. Like, the hero is quite AFK until you get Ags. I think he's mostly farm bot He's strong laner into take tower into he's not good at making moves, right? He has no catch really. The lick is not real. So a lot of his gameplay is you just push the wave and you farm the camps.
Each to their own. Dota is a very opinionated game, so you know.
Okay, I'm not gonna trample too many toes.
That's fair.
Just some toes.
Just a little. Storm Spirit here for the mid lane. If it were the two spirits facing off against each other in Earth and Storm, who would you slightly? You already don't really like the Earth Spirit. I can kind of.
Mid Earth Spirit is okay.
Your body language is. It's not vibing.
It just doesn't make sense to me against Largo. You buy Vessel, but he can licka the Vessel off. So.
And then he gets the regen.
Yeah. So like.
HP regen.
I feel like Largo should be good against Earth Spirit in many ways. Like if you magnetize, he can lick that off. If you Vessel, he can lick. Like he's just licking everything off. It's like as an ice cream cone out here. I think I don't like it against the Largo. And Storm is also good against Earth Spirit in lane. It's somewhat favored. Earth Spirit can pseudo draw, but if it's a good Storm, can beat an Earth Spirit somewhat badly if you play it well.
Okay. Not instilling confidence, but again, we don't know for sure that it is going to be Earth Spirit man. We're saying more often than not that is where this hero will be played, but we don't see another support right now. Sven and Razor aren't really going to be sitting in those archetypes of being a support.
Yeah, definitely not. So it's Mirana support, and this Earth Spirit is still up in the air a little bit. They could pick an offlane here, they could pick a 4, and they could pick a mid on Liquid side. Whereas for Spirit, they're picking Yatoros here. What does the big man want to play carry?
I will say with the last bands of Spirit being the Husker and the Puck, that is reading a support Spirit. That is what Spirit are putting everything into.
Yeah. And also a lot of times whenever it comes down the stretch and someone is flexing a support to mid and support, oftentimes you just ban the core heroes because the support heroes are not going to be as impactful unless it's something big like an AA for some specific reason, or a hero that hyper counters the carry you want to pick. Otherwise, you just ban the cores because if they have Willow or Shadow Shaman or whatever ambiguous 4, it doesn't make that big of a difference. It's a nice Winranger pick. It makes this Razor offlane uncomfortable, which then further worsens their draft night. But Winranger Clockwork lane against a Razor, that's not a lane he's happy going into. So now you have to ask further questions about, do we pick a new offlane and put Razor mid? What are we doing here? They have to juggle their options a little bit.
Yeah, I'm also trying to think about just different ways to deal with Winranger. Like the hardest thing about her is she will just sit on top of you and use focus fire. And then are there like different solutions that come out from either support or a different role, like a Centaur ultimate here to hopefully try and outrun. Do you know what the difference is in movement speed when you're Centaur ulted compared to Windrunner? That's a really, really tough question to answer, by the way. If you don't know, like,
I think Windranger is almost tasted. Like you'll probably be 50 to 100 movement speed faster on Centaur.
That's enough.
It's fine. Yeah. My real question is, I'm not sure how this lane actually goes because I'm dubious of how well the lane pulling will go. And while Centaur, when he gets more levels, Windranger can't hit him. The retaliate is too much. In the slightly earlier levels, Windranger will beat the crap out of him. And he's got a really weak support in his lane, so I think there is some potential that Liquid's lanes go horribly. Mid lane is good for Razor, but the other lanes, I don't know.
Well, I'm looking at all the information that we have on our screen, and I do want to say that right now Tofu on Mirana has the Starstruck facet, so the second iteration of Starfall blinding.
Yeah.
Not the leaps and bounds.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I don't think it overly matters even in this game. They have plenty of disable on Liquid, so it's not like having a little less impacts them overly much.
Is that really annoying for Windranger?
I think it probably is mostly a laning facet because Starfall is just such a mess spell. Like you can't double Starfall Windranger. Like you'll never be in range to do it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It kind of feels bad if you are, I guess.
Yeah, if you are, then you're Giga Stomping or you're Psycho.
It could be both things. It's Tofu right now, you know? But where would you favorite as we head on into this best of one? Liquid or this side of Spirit getting that Lago for the first time today?
I think Spirit has done a lot better, and I think the Frog will come out with a dub.
All right, you're all in on the Lago basket here. Ribbit for the Frog as we head on into our first game one. Our best of one for Liquid and Spirit.
Ribbit.
Welcome back to Blast Slam. It's going to be myself, Cap, and Avery taking over the broadcast now for this matchup of Liquid versus Spirit, which Avery, I mean, we may be casting two TI winners matched up against each other here, but in particular, Liquid have not been in the greatest form lately.
Yeah, does it feel like two TI winners? I mean, that's the more important question. It really doesn't.
Well, maybe a two-time TI winner in the side of Spirit, but it doesn't feel like the Liquid that we've seen of late has really reached their top form.
We will see them a lot today, though. They have, like, I think 3 games we're going to cast or something, so time to show up or go home quickly, I guess, which might be a good format for them, honestly, because sometimes they are just terrible in these online leagues. And so I guess if you get eliminated quickly, you know, you can move on with your life. But
they've already got that claim to fame with Dream League. I don't know if they want to continue that reputation.
You got to add to the resume, you know. It's, but I'm kind of excited to see what Spirit can do with this Largo, particularly Collapse. I mean, it's Collapse, right? But I think we were discussing this off stream. Is Largo a Collapse hero? Like, this hero just does not really fit his archetype of hero. It's not a jump stunner. It's not a big playmaker in terms of skill shots or, you know, multi-hero stuns or something like that. It is a hero that can farm and build ores and that and stuff like that, but that's more, you know, ace if I were to pick 2 offlaners between these teams. So I think it's a weird hero for Spirit, but I do like that they're trying it out because I think this hero gave them a lot of issues in that Fissure Universe finals that they were playing in a couple days ago. So they're kind of like, all right, you know, this hero's in the meta. It causes us problems. We either have to just ban it every game or start playing it ourselves. And Spirit are not going to shy away from a challenge, so they're going to start playing it. And they'll find a way to make it work.
It does just feel like it's a neutered Team Spirit, though. If Collapse is on Largo, like, I'm sorry, I just don't know if you know, you're really pulling out the amazing plays with that hero. It is going to be 3 bounty runes going to Spirit as Panto manages to nab 1 away from Liquid. So they'll have the early regen start for their lanes. And it did sound like Quinn was not super happy with Liquid's draft, and particularly he said the lanes could be quite bad for them.
I think the 2 side lanes are auto losing lanes, but they are going to start trialing here for this Fen, and this is a pretty nasty trialing. The kill threat with this trialing is mega high. Triple stun lane with a lot of follow-up. Blood Grenade almost guarantees it, but the roll unsuccessful. That felt a little forced, maybe. Like, they rushed it a little. So they're just going to take the Starfall, harass, and then send the Earth Spirit top. You can't leave Centaur alone too long here.
Why didn't they just go after Largo and let Sven lead with his stun into the roll into the arrow? Like, I thought we were going to see some sort of 6-second chain stun here.
That whole sequence felt weird. Like, Boxy's positioning, I think normally you'd just be on this tree line by the lane. So, like, when the creeps meet, you just insta-roll on the dude. And I think he got kind of spaced off by the Jakiro's positioning, which is not what you want with these pseudo tri-lane starts. So, unsuccessful little first blood attempt, maybe, you know, some OG style there, looking for something cheeky, but it didn't do ace too much damage because Centaur level 1 is, there's not a lot this lane's doing to him level 1.
And OG might be on their mind just because they did already lose a game here at Blast Slam Group Stage to OG. And, well, this laning phase isn't going so well against Spirit with Yutoro picking up an early kill on Boxy. So combined with the early bounty runes and now an early first blood, you're going to have Team Spirit with a healthy net worth lead if this continues.
Yeah, Sir Spirit's getting abused early on in this lane phase. He has been relegated to courier now. Boxy is just a chicken faring Centaur items. A lowly life, but this is the price he pays for his hubris at trying to make this hero work as a support.
Level 1 rolling boulder. He's not even a good courier. He's not even fast at it, man.
I mean, he's faster than without rolling boulder. He's like, hey guys,
that's true.
I'm efficient. They can't shut me down.
I am a robot. Yeah, just
all right, well, we're already kind of seeing how the top lane's going to be, and I assume there's just no way you're going to beat Jakiro Largo. That just sounds like a really tough lane with a lot of HP between the two of them, so
it's pretty disgusting. I mean, they already have close to 1700 HP level, and they're still level 1 and 2, so
Yeah.
It's you have attack speed slow, you have dispel. It's not a lot of lanes that are going to put the pressure on this guy. And I mean, that's the hero's strength. Like, he's a formidable laner. He's always going to get something. His early nukes are pretty good numbers-wise. So you can always pick this hero early and find something to do with him. I do like some of the answers Liquid proposed in this game against the Largo. Like, I think Sven's an interesting idea. I think the Razor early pick was also interesting.
Oh, look at that damage, man. Nicky doesn't stand a chance. He goes up to lane, and he gets frog stomped, and he tries to get out of it, but he's slowed. He's pulled back by the lick. Like, the little reposition of the catchy lick is so much more powerful if you have some sort of slow to combo with it, and that's really all you need.
Also, if you have a high damage support, I think Largo really enjoys these high damage fours behind him early on. You just get so aggressive so much faster, and you ramp up that lane pressure. Like, I don't like watching Largo in these double melee off lanes, for example, or, you know, with some like Treant Protector or something. Like, yeah, Treant's a great hero right now, but I think this hero shines with a high damage aggressive support with strong early nukes, and just start laying into this carry and force the trades that a lot of carries are not going to outtrade Largo early. He has really good base damage, he has very good early stats, and he has strong level 1 and 2, 3 nukes. So to me, you have to use that to get the most of the pick.
Well, the one matchup we haven't talked about too much, because frankly, it's probably a boring matchup. We have the Razor versus Storm Spirit in the mid lane, which Mirel is doing very well for himself. 24-3 against this Razor.
I mean, he's straight owning. This is supposed to be a slight Razor victory, I believe, over the long run.
What if Razor doesn't go any static link, not even a level 1?
Yeah, that's that definitely hurts your ability to win the lane. You're kind of just like conceding. I mean, Storm is just a gimmick hero, to be honest. Like, every time I think Storm is supposed to lose lanes, it just, you have to be an extremely proficient player to abuse Storm out of lane. Like, I'm sure maybe Quinn would, you know, be up in CS here or something, but I think the margins are pretty tight. And if you don't play the early waves well, then Storm is just going to remnant out every creep wave. And then,
yeah.
I mean, you can't beat him at that point. So, yeah, Mirel is doing quite well here. That is a good sign for Spirit, because their two side lanes I think we're always going to win. Though, kick back top, Yatoro feeling a little heat. The thing is, Spirit got both Lotuses on these side lanes. So, yeah, Yatoro's going to get chipped here, but he does have Fairy Fire Lotus. He'll pop it. Man, you lose both Lotuses with a Mirana lineup. Feels bad, man.
Well, I guess what's the upside for Liquid coming out of this? They're not too far down in this laning phase.
Oh, what? Hello?
Goodbye, Tofu.
Hello, this is Leap available. Direct call to Tofu. Do you accept the charges?
What happened, man? No, I don't know.
He had it the entire time. It's one of those, you know, I've done that. As Boxy's also going to go to, man, these supports for Liquid are struggling. I've done that where you're like, you know, I'll just leap the last second, you know, and then you just die and you look like a fool. But I don't do it on, you know, a big stream where everybody's watching me, so.
that is true.
Not nearly as embarrassing in the random ranked club. Man, strong start here for Spirit, and I think a lot of it is just taking advantage of the weak support laning duo from Liquid. Like, the cores are honestly doing fine, but this Mirana or Spirit, they don't give you a lot on these early levels. They don't really win trades against Spirit supports. They're not crazy good at making rotations. Like, they're going to try and force this, you know, classic, oh, we're going to go to our strong niche of mid-hero now. But he has no link, so I don't know how much damage you can really do here in terms of chasing people down or getting that crazy team fight. Maybe steal some stacks is your best option if Spirit have any.
And they talked about it pretty extensively on the panel about how roll in to Rue behind the mid tier 1 tower, going after this Jakiro, but not an easy kill. As again, they don't have the static link, so it's not that quickly. And Nisha is now left in a 1v3, which he will get the kill on Rue. Maybe he can get the kill on Panto as well before he falls, but he's definitely caught. He's definitely killed. He gets a double out of this situation, but Spirit walk away with 2 kills as well.
Honestly, I think that was a better outcome for Nisha than it was supposed to be there. Because again, without the link, I was not confident in you going in there against Storm, who can just mobily play around you. You have full resources. That's such a dangerous forced engagement that I think Liquid feel like they need something here for this Earth Spirit. This is not a support hero that can just waddle around the map with 0 net worth, no levels.
They don't even have the best heroes for clearing out stacks or anything, so it's not even like he could rely on that, you know, just stack up and then sharing the experience when the time comes.
I mean, yes, Sven.
Yeah, but that's a little bit later on, right?
Yeah, he can get it later, but early on, it's gonna be a struggle here. He's Raindrop City, man. It's not a fun destination to visit as a support.
Pretty terrible place to go. Nice find of the ward, though. Nisha apparently just doesn't give a damn if he gets gone on here.
He should.
And he will be gone on. They're gonna kick him out. Boxy. He manages to save the Razor. Too much grief. And Morale doesn't really figure it's worth chasing after. He's just content to farm.
Well, this period has not been terrible for Liquid. They kind of, I mean, they forced that mid gank, but otherwise they're just giving bottom to the Mirana to catch up. The Sven's jungling. There's no real punish going on the map. The Centaur is just sitting top. Spirit do not want to bring heroes up there to kick him off the lane, which I think is an option. Like when you have Clockwork, you can always kind of get on the Centaur and keep him controlled for a while, but it's a question of does Yatoro want to throw this focus fire into him? Do you go an early javelin to give you that capability? Because if you don't, it's a very tough kill. And he's thinking about it, but he's opting not to right now. So Spirit rather play through Morel on this mid lane, get Storm the power runes, and I think that is the better strategic option here.
Find a ward.
Overextend.
Put a little pressure on mid, but they want to back up with the rest of this arcane rune, make the play for the Centaur. So what you were talking about, but Panto doesn't really get the positioning to catch Ace initially. So for now, Ace is going to be good.
I just don't think you go for this guy without the javelin. Like, yeah, you have the kill shot, it helps a little, but there's gonna be a response from Liquid. Even if you get the Centaur kill, you don't want to end up in a situation where you lose Wind Ranger to the TPs coming in, and you give some double kill to Razor or something like that.
You're also gonna need detection soon, as level 6 is gonna be here for Tofu, given this safe lane solo experience. He'll get it now.
He's been down here a long time. Some classic Mirana gameplay. This hero can get really farmed. I think it's a pretty good support Mirana game. I mean, that's kind of weird to say, but I kind of like that he has, I mean, he has 2 stunning cores to go in and set up arrow this game, and he has good heroes to land the arrow follow up on. And
nice roll in for Boxy. Catches Rue, keeps him in close enough to Nisha that Nisha can finish off the job of the Jakiro and still survive against the Storm Spirit. So he doesn't go down. Mirel's just going to have to TP away. So Nisha trying to put the pressure on, but here comes Yatoro with the TP out for the Storm Spirit, but this is still not a good hero for Yatoro to be hitting as
pulled him out of it.
Focus Fire kills him. It's the same thing, whether it's a Centaur or a Razor, you're matched up against that Thunderhead facet. He just killed himself on it.
Dude, he took so much. He took 700 damage from that Thunderhead. That is disgusting amount of work that a passive just did there. And he didn't have Javelin for this play. He went for the Mithril Hammer. Well, this is really curious. I mean, to me, if you go with this, it's more of like I'm going to hit neutrals and stuff. It's not higher damage on a focus fire kill. It's just higher damage if you're jungling and stuff.
Yeah.
So that really hurt him there. Not the cleanest response play we've seen from Yatoro. Is going to have to win run out from base right now as Liquid get to make another fast play because they gobble up that power rune. This Razor is kicking some ass right now.
And they are going to go after Rue again. This time the roll-in doesn't land, but it doesn't matter. They have plenty of slows. They'll take this kill and kick the Wind Ranger out of lane in order to take the tower. But Team Spirit still want to contest for this. Just like they tried to contest for mid, this time around, Storm Spirit's going to be full on resources.
You are not contesting this. This is a 2,000 HP Razor with shield rune in the bottom.
Yeah, actually.
So his EHP is insane right now, even though it looks like he's low resources.
Well, that just makes things even worse because now it means they brought heroes up here, but they're not even fighting for it. They're hitting some neutrals, but not particularly efficient. As a result, Team Liquid is up 2K now.
Spirit really got outmaneuvered in this mid-on-mid with support battle. Like, and Tofu's just sat down here the entire time. He's level 8. That is really disgusting. Like, the fact that Liquid got away with this is just so efficient that I mean, that is your 2K net worth lead. It's basically Tofu sitting down here while the Razor moves work. And now this Razor has Vanguard double bracer wand power treads. Fast Crimson Guard rush for Nisha. He is going to be near untouchable unless you're willing to bring the whole like 4-man hit squad minus Wind Ranger.
Yeah, who is he gonna focus fire?
I don't know, dude. You're gonna have a pipe too, so like you're gonna have pipe Crimson at 13 minutes or whatever here. I don't know what you do against that if you're Spirit. I don't think you have the damage to fight it. I think it's one of the weaknesses of Largo is, yeah, he does a lot of damage, but it's all split damage. It's a terrible burst hero. So if enemies buy auras and they have some early HP, it can be really tough to win the fight.
So you're saying it kind of goes both ways, because the panel they were talking about, and I agree with it, it is really hard sometimes to use damage over time lineups to match up against Largo, but it actually feels like with Liquid securing this early lead that they're going to be the ones with the longer drawn out team fight that is successful, just because Yatoro can't put damage on anybody.
I would agree. I mean, I think that is a fair statement. Like, I think flat DOTs against Largo are kind of inherently bad, but I think heroes that stack damage are inherently good. And I think Razor is one of those heroes.
Yeah.
The Static Link is effectively a stack, so the long fight is not terrible for Liquid here, especially with auras. Can go both ways.
Well, they've got the Maelstrom, but at the same time, Nisha is already completing the Crimson Guard, so you have the magic damage, but you're going to be missing the physical damage to put on Liquid.
I don't think Spirit want to fight right now. This aura timing is insane from Liquid. They're even going to have a mech on this Mirana who's just sat bottom the whole time, so it's going to be a triple aura timing before that 15-minute mark. Big question is going to be, how do you force the fight if you're Liquid? He's going to get poked down here.
Force out the pipe. Force out the invisibility. They're going to go back in with the stomp into the arrow. Collapse going to take a lot of damage here. The roll in, the silence, and they almost finish him off. He gets a little bit more heals. Should be able to chase him down, though, as 2 easy kills for Liquid as they bring in the numbers to this bottom lane, take over the tower, and I assume go for the Wisdom Shrine.
Liquid were incredibly fast at looking for the counterplay there because, I mean, you could see it. Like, they have all these auras. They know they cannot lose a fight right now. They are going to instantly TP into any sort of engagement Spirit give them. I don't even think Spirit were trying to take an engagement there. They just wanted to poke the guy, keep farming towards the Largo Ags, but now you get to steal some stacks, and this is exactly what Nisha wants to do in this game.
Boxy is in a little deep.
Yeah, what's he doing there?
What the hell was that? I just look over, I see him roll past the tier 2 tower. I'm like, what the hell? Goodbye, Panto. Panto went for the steal on the Wisdom Shrine, which he does get it.
Dude, I swear, sometimes Shackle shot is just... I know every Wind Ranger player always says, like, how's the Shackle not land, you know?
Yeah,
but
you said it last night, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but, well, that wasn't for Dota. But how does this... how does that Shackle not land, dude? Someone explain that to me. He was in direct line behind that Satyr creep. I think sometimes Gabe just says no. I think there's a built-in chance on that spell that there's like a 5% chance it just says no, screw you. And if you roll it, it doesn't matter how lined up they are, you just don't get it. And honestly,
I would love to see the code on that.
If that's true, I kind of respect it. I think that's a move Valve when they can holy Valve, you know.
If that's true, more unconfirmed rumors from SVG.
I mean, if this were a League of Legends spell, there'd be like a 30% chance it latches no matter what, even if the guy's like 100 yards away. So, you know, which world would you rather live in?
Well, currently we're living in a world where Nisha has a haste rune alongside that Crimson Guard and treads he's rocking, so he is incredibly tanky, but...
Panto's like, get away from me, please. I don't want none of that.
What do they do with all this strength, right? Like,
Yeah.
You feel so good, but can you actually push into tier 2s? Like, are you strong enough for that?
So there's two things Liquid kind of want with this aura strength. One of them is objectives. It's almost too early in the game to force any of those, though, which is the problem they're running into. So the next objective you take is just space, right? You take away ancient farming runes from Spirit without feeding your heroes, which is kind of what Nisha's trying to do right now. The other is, in theory, your Sven should be accelerating, because Mickey is completely unpressured, untouched, and he is a Mask of Madness Sven just going to town. So, you know, these are the two big things Liquid run right now. This game does not have to spiral out of control for them to feel very comfortable right now, given what this Sven is taking out of the jungle compared to a Wind Ranger. But they do have Blink on Centaur, so you can make some, you know, Blink stun arrow follow-up plays, and you always have that geomagnetic grip to bail you out.
There's plenty of time where Team Spirit are going to be lacking BKBs. And they're going to go for the hunt. Yutoro, Wind Run, trying to get away, but is going to be hit by one stun. Once one stun lands, there is plenty to follow it up.
Yeah, you just can't escape these chain stun ganks. With Stampede, it's impossible. And I like that play. They left the Razor mid. They know Spirit cannot go on this hero. He has Stampede to bail him out. And look at him. He's just going in 1v whatever here.
He is going to be gone on here. They pop the Stampede, but stuck inside the cogs. Nowhere to run to. Overextension. Now Mickey joins in on the fight and will be able to kill Panto, but Team Spirit still having their two cores up between Morel and Collapse. The overall exchange where they lose Yutoro, not great for Spirit, but that specific little dive from Nisha, not value for Liquid.
I still like him playing there, though. I think that is the correct play, and then maybe what actually hurts him in that sequence is that Liquid committed both supports to that initial smoke gate with the Centaur, when I think he only needed one, and the other should have stayed with the Razor, and then he can keep that position, because now you're going to give up a lot of map control, and that's what you were playing for.
No Stampede.
This guy down.
So Ace may be tanky as all hell, but he's got no mobility to get out of here.
Oh, the arrow. How do you even shoot that, dude? That looks gimmicky as hell, but... Alright, another power rune for the Razor. They do lose the Centaur. Spirit always find some little kills in these games, no matter how behind they are.
Essence Ring adding on to everything else for Nisha. And Sven working towards BKB. So he will have the first BKB in all likelihood in this game.
Boxy? Magnetized direct call. Do you accept the charges? A lot of charges not being accepted.
Boxy's having a rough one today. What?
I don't know what's going on, dude.
Still rolling in after Rue. Got a lot of stolen damage. No way that Team Spirit can fight this. They're going to leave their two supports behind. So, Nisha, he agrees with you. He says, keep up the game plan. Just run into these heroes in mid. Draw attention there.
Why not? There's unkillable right now, and Magnetize just destroyed him in that team fight, dude. Like, absolutely wrecked him right there. So
long range, premeditated.
He was magnetizing in real life, you know, like getting the team on the same same wavelength. I mean, the panel talked about it, right? Magnetize is terrible into Largo. Well, Largo can't counter your Magnetize.
Oh my god, perfect. Liquid. Jump in with the Stormhammer stun, the follow-up, both the arrow and the rolling boulder there from Boxy and Tofu. So another pick off. Team Spirit's map is getting darker and darker.
Really nice wards right now from Liquid. Even killed the sentry that was gonna kill their obs, and they got another deep one behind the tower. They have two more up in this upper left quadrant. All these wards are just looking for Yutoro, because this is not a hero that wants to go to that Ancients triangle super early. They kind of know where this Wind Ranger wants to play. They have hunted him. They've kicked him out of this area. They'll get a storm kill instead, as everybody's vacating from the top half of the map, and that secures Tormentor. So this vision has paid off for Liquid in this game.
Well, Collapse did get himself the steering signet, which significantly helps his farm, but they have yet to take a tower, despite having a Jakiro, because Spirit has never really felt like they've had the strength to just approach a tower straight up. The most that damage has ever been done is Rue right there, sneaking in some Liquid fire hits while the Tormentor is being done. But he gets punished, and Liquid now up 10k.
This is rough, man. This is not getting anything. Don't feel like we've seen a single hook shot or any sort of smoke attempt from Spirit to try and start a fight on their own terms. They just got outpaced to these auras and then basically conceded all of this early game. They do have the Largo Ags. Plus Kaya. I mean, this is one of his better timings. You're just so far behind in the 5-on-5 in terms of items. And, like, I don't know what you're doing against this guy. I think this 3,000 HP Razor with Crimson Pipe Greaves behind him, Essence Ring on top of it. Like, this is a monstrosity, dude. I don't know. He already has a strength talent, too. What am I looking at, dude? This is what the mid-Razor is supposed to look like, you know?
And we were just talking about the style of Chinese mid laners, the turret style mids. Talked about how that was you know, a style that they used all the time, going all the way back to Vici Gaming Super. Well, Razor's one of those heroes. He can be in the right meta.
This is going back to even like Manila Major Fada gameplay. The old mech mid invoker. Maybe utility mids are back on the menu.
It could be. 20-minute Tormentor, 22-minute Roshan. And Team Spirit have no response for either of these.
Rocket Flare. Got him. Hook shot steal? This is slow. This is really slow road.
Panto's going to go for it. And he is going to be hunted before... Yeah, he is not getting that. You'll set up in the stomp.
I like how he ran forward. He's like, I can still get in. I can still get in there for the teeth. No, you can't, son.
And now
stuns in this lineup.
An extra life on a Razor that already looked pretty unkillable. Kick, Yatoro went through the gate here. And now he's going to be Yule set up into the arrow into the stun. I can't believe he went through the gate.
That was a misinformed decision.
Yeah.
Sure. They're going to bleed out more here. This is spiraling very quick. I mean, you cannot escape Liquid's range. Like, their range is insane with the Blink Initiator, Stampede, and then the follow-up on the two supports. Either of these supports can chain stun follow-up from 1,000 plus, so the second you get spotted in this huge vicinity around Liquid's lineup, you're just dead if it's not a straight-up team fight. This ward is still potentially securing Liquid some extra bounty here. I mean, what is your timing here for your Spirit? Like, you have your items on Wind Ranger, but you have to be able to enter the fight, so it's got to be the BKB on the Storm, which is still a ways away. You might need BKB on Largo, too. But I think that timing is a must fight for Spirit if you're not going to lose your base before then.
And Nisha is going to go high ground. 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Illusion Rune with an Essence Ring. Like, he is extremely tanky. He's not afraid of those tower hits whatsoever.
Full Greaves Solar Crest on this Mirana is just so much extra HP for this Razor on the front line.
A heart third item for Centaur. They just tanked up. They saw Largo and said, you know what? Maybe this hero makes it so, you know, the opposing squad has some damage issues sometimes, but it also means that they have damage issues.
Ace really likes his Heart Centaur, I'll say that much, man.
Yeah.
I will say, I feel like most times he goes for it, they lose, so not to curse them here, but I don't know how successful this Heart has been for him historically.
No.
Spirit are going to take the fight before the Storm BKB, so Mirel is still very vulnerable here versus all the stuns and silences, but they're going to try and make something happen.
They need a better opportunity than just going on the Razor, but the Razor is what they're going to find, not what they wanted to get. Yule Scepter on the Storm Spirit into the Stomp. He gets silenced up, but he gets pulled away by Collapse. Good grab Morel's gonna live here on the low ground. Panto disrupting the back line as best he can with the conch. Now the jump back in, trying to hit that stampede. Two-man stomp, and Yotaro's in trouble. Half HP, trying to bail him out with an ice path. A little bit of focus fire damage onto Mickey, but he has to run away. Yotaro's on the run, back to the base, still being chased by Boxy. Re-up the Magnetize, re-up with the Yules, kicking back into the team, and Yotaro will be hunted down. That is a wipe with nothing lost for Liquid.
The Lick was good, but the arrow still hit. So even though you bail your Storm out, he's stunned that entire duration. Can't do anything. Liquid just run you over. The Sven damage. That fight looked okay until Mickey enters that fight. And then the damage is just out of control. He's just cleaving through everybody. Absolutely diced that Frogga. Like, just murdered him. And you're taking that into this Aegis Razor. So Nisha is always going to be an untouchable target in that fight. Which means you pretty much, I think you were limited to either finding Liquid split up, which is just not going to happen this game, or you somehow find the Sven first.
Yeah.
And if neither of those happens, it's just not going to be a fun time, because I'm still not sure who Yotaro really wants to focus fire in this game. I mean, ideally, again, you find Mickey. But how are you finding Mickey? Through all this front line, all this jump. You don't have that BKB Storm to go in and give vision. Even then, he can get stampeded away.
Yeah, despite the reset there of the Lick, like Team Spirit chose to go back in and somehow ended up stacking horrifically, where Centaur gets a two-man stun on Yotaro and Collapse. Like, that shouldn't happen.
The choke points on those ramps were pretty brutal for their lineup.
Yeah. And an early gem. So now Nisha's running around, untouchable, and gonna be killing any lane wards that Team Spirit have laid out, like this one up here. So there goes that. Catching the clockwork, giving absolutely nothing for free. Yotaro may have gotten the tower, but he's gonna lose his life for it as Yules is stun. This Yules has been perfect. Boxy setting up the Marana arrows, setting up the Centaur stomps, the extra catch on a game that, you know, they started running over, and now just any extra disables, high value.
Oh, I like the build. They played the Surf Spirit as a 5, just a 5 catch follow-up hero. Just blink Yules, brown boots. Like, he's not greedy, he's not taking waves, he just run around setting kills up, and that is what Boxy does best.
And all that with the hero with no facet.
That's true, man. Imagine if he had a facet.
Yeah.
Broken.
Rue spotted on the Lotus pool. Nisha will waste no time killing him.
Goodbye, son. Oh, that's a slick move right there.
Boxy with the setup. Vamp damage in the bottom river area, but I imagine Liquid is just going to play it safe until they get another Aegis, and then we'll see them try and end the game. Ace just going full right-click Centaur mode. He says Heart AC is the build for this game.
Yeah, that'll do it. I mean, you get to that point, you're just a freaking monster. Can't be focused, and you're starting to contribute a lot more damage to the fight. You can always pick up that shard later, too. This is not a target Spirit could ever prioritize. I don't know, maybe if you get some amps later, like, you know, Parasma Storm, like some crit on Wind Ranger, then I think this Centaur becomes a viable early target, but until then, he's just impenetrable. So you gotta find some other opening in this game. Liquid's backline, find their supports. Honestly, I think if they can find Earth Spirit, take Boxy out, that'd be amazing. Caused a lot of issues for Yotaro, who still does not have BKB, which is insane.
Yeah, they don't really have a lineup that can get Shivas, but you're right with the Parasma imp. They go long ways for Team Spirit's damage, which they still have a lot of magic damage to throw in. Oh, you gotta bait out the BKBs first.
I think think Morel has to just go Plasma here. I don't know. I don't see anything else that's going to impact this game to the degree they need it right now.
Tormentor, then Roshan. For Liquid, they're going to head back to the corner of the map.
Well, this Largo still finding farm, I guess. Most farmed hero on the side of Spirit somehow. I don't know if you want Largo to be your most farmed hero, though.
Yeah, no, that's probably not good. Unless you have just run away with the game early on, just taken some early fights and Largo gets all the kills. Like, but instead, this has been a game that Collapse hardly hit any heroes. Every single time we look at him, he's running around somewhere in Liquid's jungle trying to take whatever neutrals he can find, hoping that farm will somehow solve their issues, but...
Shiva's does do a lot this game, but I don't think it's going to save you against the Sven burst is the issue. He already has Daedalus, he has Satanic. The Sven's massive with all the space the Razor created. You have to land some crazy shackle and just start the fight on the Sven so that Mickey cannot just ult man up, kill your frog. There's the BKB for the Wind Ranger. That gives you a shot here. It's a very low chance shot, but it does give you a shot.
Collapse under a ward. He's going to have to BKB TP out if he wants to live here, and he doesn't BKB TP out, so he dies instead. 2 quick hits. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Team Spirit seeing some heroes out there, but they've already TP'd to the outpost. They're going to be here. Yotaro, half HP, making a run for it with his BKB. Harpoon back into the rest of the team, and the win run doesn't change anything. Too much damage. Mickey joins in and just ends the fight.
Yeah, they didn't even get a team fight in this game. It was just complete rout. Well, we asked some questions, you know, what is Spirit going to look like with Largo? I don't know if this was the best example of what they're going to look like with it, but it was not a great debut in some sense. The Largo looked okay, but they never really used it for anything.
I will say, though, this is not how I imagine... This isn't what I want to see when it comes to, like, Nisha specifically in his gameplay, but I will say it's pretty nasty if you throw in another Aura guy alongside Ace.
Yeah.
You know, like...
It's too much HP too early, man. It's just, you just don't have the numbers to bring these heroes down with such an early pipe Crimson on top of the high HP pools. Then you get a Marana to that. You had a tanky Earth Spirit. It was a lot to get through in this game.
You said Liquid, you felt like they still needed to find their style with this new squad. Could this be it? Could it be that Nisha has to play some more turret heroes? And Ace just keeps going his auras and they just double it up like that? Roll in, take Largo out back. Put a spanking on him, Mickey.
Damn.
Collapse is just going to call the GG before the rest of his team even dies.
Yeah,
the moment he was dead, he was like, this is over. We're done. We're out.
I mean, yeah, 100%. Like, man, that Sven really just completely busted that Largo up. I don't think we got to see the Largo really play his timings at all. So I don't think that matchup is as one-sided as it looked here. I think the rest of the game kind of dictated it. I think what that Razor got to do around mid with all those power runes and not really getting pressured too much was just, that was the breaking point in this game. The rest is just kind of smooth sailing from there. But nice execution from Liquid. I mean, you brought it up, but what is this team's identity and style? And I think maybe we're starting to see a little bit more of it.
An incredibly one-sided game. I mean, for the first 10 minutes, it seemed kind of even, but go into the mid-game, and it was just full Liquid at closing it out in under 34 minutes.
All right, so far we have seen 15 competitive Largo games in Tier 1 Dota. The 16th one, would you argue that a solid answer has been kind of put into play against it?
I mean, I feel like teams are slowly figuring out you need a lot of damage. You also heard like Quinn talk about it before. You know, the guy, he plays his guitar, he gets some heals up, he gets some armor going. So you need like a lot of damage going through. And Liquid, yeah, I feel like they let Spirit they didn't let them play a single Dota game here. Like not a single minute. Like maybe 1-2 plays here, but from start to finish, you know, you get your auras running, Nisha on his Razor, who in my opinion, this is a Giga hero. Absolute Giga hero.
What, because of the build? The 404, the kind of like the be the body, the tank up, or?
Yeah, like he can flex. You can also see here, like he has versatile item builds, he has versatile roles. I feel like he can also do different things in like the game. He can be aggressive, he can build auras, he can run in first. I wasn't too sure with how Liquid played the map, at least a little bit. I do feel like they stuck around mid like quite a lot here, but Spirit also kind of played into it. I was a little disappointed with them in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit, their lanes are pretty decent, right? The Jakiro, the Clockwork, they brought a little bit of life there. They had, what, all 3 cores at the top of net worth. It was how they moved after that where they just fell apart. Liquid, of course, utilizing the Razor. You know, Boxy, his Spirit early on, there was a couple rolls here or there.
He gave us the entertainment.
It was entertainment. But then, you know, he locked in, right? He understood that with the multiple layering of stuns, it was so much easier to play. But I think Liquid's just reminding us that if one guy buys a Greaves, one guy buys a Pipe, another guy buys a Crimson, you are going to have this 20-minute window of how do we fight anyone. Normally, it's an offlaner buying 2 of them, maybe a support, but 3 heroes, 3 auras. Spirit, Wind Ranger will never do damage into that. Like, you have damage problems into this type of itemization.
And it's like also, like, if I just think of some of these players, like Ace to me, he's a bit like up and down, in my opinion, like in terms of his performance. If he can play these heroes where you get these auras, he has a good lane, I think this is really when he looks like S tier. And also Tofu and Ace, they played in Gaming Gladiators. Like, this is their type of style. They're really good at it. And if this is the meta, which it looks like, honestly, Liquid might just be pretty good right now.
Sure. I mean, it also helps that they put Collapse in this weird position, right? Like, Collapse playing a Largo, and it's like, Collapse wants to be the guy going in, doing the job. And you can do that on Largo, but when you're down and out and your team's already doing nothing, how many times did I watch this little Largo just strumming his guitar, just farming? Like,
I think especially also like when you have a stand-in, right? Like you have Morelli on the mid, and it's like
Morelli?
I'm just gonna call him Morelli.
Yeah,
I don't
fuck
know.
it. Morelli. All right, cool. That's how we're gonna do it. Yeah.
There's a lot of weight on his shoulders, and I think also, because I agree with you, the way I would like to see Collapse play, you know, a Primal, a Tide, a Mars, do good in the lane, do stuff for your team, but this hero, he needs a lot of farm. At least, I mean, he's not the most figured out hero, but what it looks like, you need your Arcanes, you need your Soul Ring, you need your Ags, and then it's like, okay, you slowly like start playing with your team. So maybe switch it up just for, you know, the sake of the team.
But then it also could work, where it's like if Collapse does farm and gets that from the laning phase,
true,
and then he gets to play with a Yatoro that actually wants to play with him, then, you know, there's a world in which it would work, right?
Yep.
So it's either axe the Largo, keep the Wind Ranger, or axe the Wind Ranger, keep the Largo. But like having both, it just feels like too counterable.
Yeah, I feel like also that they could have done it, because Yatoro, what I liked, he did actually go for the kill shot. I feel like would allow you to play a little more aggressive, like early on, you know, you can join the fights with the power shot, like help your team out, but they did so poorly in the lanes. I feel like they didn't really know how to like recover in the mid game with what they wanted to do. And then, I mean, yeah, if you play into these multiple auras, it's just hard to come back if you don't know how to like stabilize the map.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? With the way that Liquid played with the Mirana, that map is never going to be stable, right? There's multiple pickoffs. We have a highlight package to show you as well. It's like they're always going to utilize just a body to then find a hero, and then Liquid will collapse in, right? And we talk about how Spirit wants to fight. You got Mirana with movement, Earth Spirit with movement, Razor, naturally a movement-based hero. Sven, you blink in, Centaur, you're a body. Like everything about Liquid's lineup is like motion. It's like get in, get out, get your kill, like be annoying. And Spirit, they want to try and do the same, but again, they just don't have the items to match it. So you saw the first clip, like 30 minutes, they get a kill. 3 minutes later, they find Yatoro. It's 4, if not 5 heroes going to kill this Wind Ranger. And then minutes later, Storm Spirit's going to farm a wave. Guess what? Now Sven's coming in with another hero on top. It's just so much pressure on the map that you never get to see this like Largo gameplay of 5 heroes utilizing the song. It's like, it just never is a map state to really utilize.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like how Liquid want to play. Like when you think about how they want TI, you know, they want to play fast, they want to connect with the other players of the team, you know, do well in your lanes and then start connecting. But for me also, like what I liked a lot in the draft was when I saw Spirit have the Jakiro Clockwork. Those heroes are really strong together, but they never really found this connection, because the game is playable if it doesn't like explode and get out of hand. But I feel like it kind of got there like a little bit too quick. So like the early game from Spirit, I'm usually very impressed with it, but this time around, kind of an L from me.
Where did you put them in your kind of best of one finishing placement?
Top 3 or top 4?
Yeah,
I might have to check. I have like a goldfish brain. So.
Yeah, I put it up there as well. I'm like, I put them top 3. But there's so many best of ones to play, of course. Oh, God, we have the. Oh, here we go. All right,
I put them first.
You put them first. Right, goldfish brain, brother. But no, yeah, I think in regards to predictions, I did put them in 3rd place. Of course, there's so many best of ones to play. There's still, you know, times for teams to take other games with each other. But any big surprise, you'd say?
I mean, from what I've seen so far, like most of us put REKONIX like quite far down because we don't really know too much about them. Apart from Nat, I think, because she has Spirit twice in her list somehow.
Does, yeah, don't talk
Maybe
about
she
it.
knew. But they actually look pretty good in their games. Like I saw them up against Tundra, and they nearly won. It was like some 70-minute bloodbath game. They played another game that also looked quite good. So for me, at least, you know, from like the obvious teams that are gonna look good, they look quite nice.
GamerLegion also sitting at 2-0, right? So they're upsetting a lot of predictions. Again, their qualifier run hasn't, in January, didn't really inspire anyone too much. It was the odd win here. But today, they're trying their best to inspire us, of course. And going back to Spirit before we move on to our next series, coach, loss of a coach. Now they don't have one. Looking towards maybe getting a new one. Like, is there even like a person out there right now that you're thinking, that's the guy? I already know who it's going to be.
I don't see a prospect unless you're stealing from like some other really tier 1 team. Like I feel like also for coaches it depends a bit because what do they want? What do they need? I do feel like, because we talked about it earlier, like they don't need a guy that's go like, yep, great idea, let's run it. They need like, you need to rile it together. Like they have a lot of good players, a lot of strong opinions too. So you need to like be the right guy that can also bring it together and like nicely and not just say yes just for the sake of it, but because it's actually the correct thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, that might help them, of course, win a finals potentially in this year, if they are to get there as well in Blast. And our upcoming series, we've got Falcons HEROIC. Coming into it, I was expecting to be talking about how HEROIC are this lost team. They've got no identity. They're struggling through qualifiers. Yeah, I mean, on the taxi drive here, I was like, all right, let's edit that one. Let's maybe change it. Like, of course, they have gone from, the Divide era, now having Tai Long, and then in the qualifiers, they looked okay. Their last qualifier they just played, they just dominated GamerLegion in the grand final. So they clearly are moving in a direction that is going to be successful. They've utilized Broodmother and Meepo as well in earlier games. I'm still at a question mark with them because my expectations are so high. It's like, is this going to be the tournament where they actually make a decent run, or is it still kind of like the growing pains for this roster?
They're a bit of a question mark to me still. I mean, I believe that Whisper could switch to mid because he did it before in his pubs. He plays a lot before, but I feel like at some point it didn't work out anymore. He's a very emotional player. Like I coached him before, incredibly mechanically gifted, super good, but he relies a lot on like team atmosphere. How does he feel? How do the pubs feel to him? Is he enjoying himself? And I think at some point you could tell that mid is just not what he wanted to play. So him going back to the offlane and also Tai Long, like this new kid on the block, he's incredibly young. Like I heard about him already like last year. They kept like telling us, look at this guy, it's a new like Sumail coming up in the mid lane. And he's performing really well. And I've seen him play multiple different styles. So I'm honestly just kind of excited to see because I don't know that much about this team.
Yeah, I mean, he's just like a scary prospect in the fact that he has his own hero pool and he's ready to also, I guess, listen, because like when you see him in pubs, like he's playing like a morph carry, he's playing his Razor mid, the Viper mid, but he's still ready to play like the active guy. So like if you are able to actually like harness this and like really utilize his toolkit, like you are going to have a really dominant South American team. But it's like if you don't use him correctly, if let's say you've hurt his progress, then like you really need to make sure that you nurture him pretty much.
Yeah, but I think it's good because also the way I see like Yuma in the team, to me, he's a bit of like the standout player. I think he's very versatile as well in terms of like what he can do in the team, the heroes he can play, how he can enable you. He also speaks a lot. Oh, you're shaking your head.
No, I'm thinking.
Give me the tea.
I was waiting where you go. I feel like Yuma, he had moments where he was the standout player. He's also had times in the heroic history that he's kind of fell into like the sideline, like the kind of the wayside, like he's kind of just been there as a player, but like he's a bit too inconsistent. But I think overall as a player, if he can find a better consistency, then yeah, I'm a big fan of what he can bring. Like the fact he plays these Meepos, these random heroes, like he's annoying as a carry player. He also spoke to great lengths in previous blasts how he used to be over aggressive and that would make him kind of forget what he needed to do as a carry. So it's like you've got a really young mid laner, a carry player that's still kind of a little bit too volatile. So there's inconsistency potentially throughout the mix. And then talk about inconsistency, Falcons, game one, day one Blast, they are the most inconsistent team. I feel like on a day one at Blast, it's a loss to GamerLegion.
I think it was Amar who spoke about it recently. He said he doesn't even know how. Like, it doesn't matter what team they play against. Like, day one, game one of whatever tournament it is.
He said there's 0-11 in scrims. Do you believe? No. They said they lost every scrim and they would go 0-11, sorry. Do you believe him?
No. What? How can this team... No way they can go 0-11.
That's what he said. He was like, yeah, we're garbage. I've added some extra words.
This guy is an absolute clown. Like, you cannot... Like, it's very hard to believe what this guy says, at least straight up. But I will say, because we see that at least it's facts. When they go to a tournament, I don't know what it is. Like this team, maybe they need a couple days, they need a couple scrims, or they don't take it serious. But, you know, they need a bit of this warm-up to be the real them.
I believed him after game 1. Against GamerLegion, I was like, man, whatever you just said in that interview, I believe you. I believe that you lost every scrim. I believe that you're going 0-11. There were some moves they were making there. It felt kind of weird. But again, they fixed it going into their next game, right? They are, of course, not 0-11 because they're currently 1-1.
Yeah, they've only played 2 games.
They've only played 2 games, but yeah, the first game was just hella shaky from them.
Yeah, but it's also like a lot of the teams, they sometimes come into tournaments with like a really like bad record of like scrims, but then it's like where you can iron out, these heroes are good, these heroes are actually garbage, we shouldn't play these anymore, let's play these strats together, or maybe you have some problems that you actually get to fix, and I mean, you know, their TI winners, they're pretty good.
Yeah, no, yeah, I was trying to counterpoint you just for the fun of the panel.
Good luck.
I can't really counterpoint that, but again, yeah, that's to be fair. Like the whole logic of best of ones, like if you have 3 bad series, you just got to win the others, and then you're still going to be in a non-elimination place. You're going to potentially get it. Of course, you know, that would help if we get to a draft. We can then talk about more important things than just best of ones. So the draft of HEROIC and Falcons is now ready. All right, so HEROIC, Falcons. I said game 1 as if there's more games. It's only a best of 1.
Well, it is
game 1 of a best of 1.
We'll fly with it.
We never introduced ourselves, by the way. Welcome to the evening panel where Kezu and myself, the governor, will be taking you through 5 best of 1s actually. We just technically covered the
6
today.
one.
6 today, yeah.
Could be 7 tomorrow.
Yeah, it could be. But either way, draft's begun. HEROIC banning out the Ancient Apparition. That's like a little Huskar nod.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, I mean, it's absolutely hero you have to be afraid of when you do play against Falcons. So, you know, they just go for it. Well, this might be the fastest 2 first picks we've seen of the entire tournament. But like you said, you see the AA pick coming, ban coming out, you kind of know where this is going. It's like, okay, there's a high potential of like a Largo, there's Huskar, but you play against Falcons, so the Huskar makes more sense. And, you know, Falcons, they just go with their insta response.
And it's also a hero that Liquid, when they picked Huskar earlier today, they banned out Sniper Razor to protect their Huskar. So it is an indicator of like, what does Nisha want to ban out when he's playing the mid Huskar? HEROIC's banning out the A, which of course is, you know, the #1 ban. But Falcons taking it, you know, if it is to be Malrine in the mid lane, you will probably go 4-0-4. You'll just shove the wave, you'll be efficient, you'll play on the double camp near your tier 2, just keep farming up. You're never really enabling Huskar to kind of win the matchup. It's just a farm trade.
Yeah, you need to like kind of cheat against this hero, because Huskar is not really, he's not a real Dota hero, not when it comes to the laning. It's like he beats like 99.9% of all Dota heroes, so you need to find a way to like go about it. I've even seen and heard a little bit more about like, you know, people like dual laning mid and like, you know, trying to make his game hard, or like pulling waves, or having like the support start with like an early smoke and killing him, because yeah, this hero, if you give him a free game and a free lane, and it's a good player on it, he will just take over the first 20 minutes like nearly on his own.
It's a matter of just respecting that early game though, because once you get over that window, if you're kiting him, you're getting to, you know, contesting the Aegis and not allowing him to kind of snowball you, it is just a Huskar at the end of the day. Like he needs to have kills, he needs to have tempo. That's where Falcons, of course, I think supports are very important in that. Like you mentioned, having the ability to make the move. If Huskar ever does step up, bring a support or a TP, get the kill, he can then become like a kind of a handicap to his team where he's not providing that kind of extra stun or whatever.
I mean, I've always kind of liked Windranger in a way against Huskar. I think you're one of the supports that doesn't like kind of insta-feed. Killshot can be quite nice. It's obviously Huskar. He is going to play on like lower HP most of the time, because that's just how his hero works. Other than that, like, because for Falcons, at least one of the players I love a lot in this team is like Crit. He can play all the melee force. He can play all. He's like the most complete position 4 player that I think you can like ask for in any team. He can play the range force in the lane, he will enable you, he can take 0 gold, still have a lot of impact, but he can also be your Tiny, your Tusk, he can roam a lot, make things happen. So just want to see kind of which support they take out of the phase here for Falcons.
Been completely irrelevant to draft. He's also one of the few supports that plays Grimstroke.
I actually love that hero.
Because Grimstroke is, to me, a broken hero. 15 talent on the right, spell damage, insane on Soulbind, but no one really takes it. Alas, Falcons, they then go for a Shadow Demon. So again, positioning, kiting is their main game, right? You got Razor, who's able just to shove the wave, walk away. You got Shadow Demon now to just slow the Huskar, save whoever gets jumped. It's really is kind of a statement to HEROIC. Like when you initiate, you need clean initiation. You need to have a backline jump, because if Huskar's the one trying to run through the high ground and start your fights, high ground not being tier 3, I mean just on the map, the jungle areas, you are going to have problems. Like, you need other forms of finding the backline, where, you know, Clockwork and these heroes will come to mind.
Yeah, I mean, especially also, like, we've seen, like, Razors, it's getting a lot more normal, right? That, like, you have an early mech, you have a Crimson in the mix, maybe a pipe somewhere. So if you're, like, Heroic already, you need to find a way that you have enough damage. Sure, Husker, if he gets to hit, he can do it. But so with what we're alluding to, you need to find heroes that, like, allow you to get into the fight, or maybe kite the SD, kite the Razor in, like, their strong timings of the fight. So if I'm Heroic, a hero I could be thinking about in this phase already could be a Centaur later. You know, the Stampede, great against both of these heroes. You can buy the Blink later if you want for, like, a potential jump. But for now, it's very likely that we just see like a double support pick coming out from them. Oh, they will just go for the Centaur straight.
Yeah, I have no idea where this analysis is going to go, by the way, Kezu, but so far in the 3 games that Heroic has drafted, they drafted Meepo in game 1, Broodmother Sniper game 2, and now Husker game 3.
They're on the dirty train.
They are. It is absolute filth.
I mean, why not? You know, you come in guns blazing, especially when you've had a bit more of a like rocky last couple weeks. You know, you gotta pull out all the big boys. But yeah, Centaur makes sense, of course, to talk about the Stampede. Jakiro, incredible support, like just great laner, great follow-up, can move, you know, most of the time to whoever. It's good follow-up damage for the Centaur.
I mean, it helps the fact that, I mean, Jakiro, again, one of the best 5s in the game. We don't need to really talk the hero, but just being able to twin gate and give purpose to Centaur. I think Centaur often can feel more like a farm-based offlane. But if you have a good support that goes through Twin Gate, now you're actually kind of playing into the catapult wave, doing more. But if you have like passive supports, then your Centaur will just farm. Your supports will just wait to stack a camp. Like Jakiro gives a bit more of a kind of playstyle option for Centaur.
Yeah, I think it's also nice with Husker, because so if you're Husker, I feel like you want one of the two in like a very strong way. And what I mean by that is you want either catch, or heroes that if you're not catching them, they're paying a price. Jakiro makes you pay a price if you don't go to the area that the Husker and Jakiro are going to be at together, right? You're going to level 4 Liquid Fire, you're going to truck down some towers, you get the Aegis. So if they're not coming, sure, maybe you're not catching them, but you're applying pressure, you like make the pressure that someone else can. So overall, I like what Heroic are like building here.
Yeah, they're also kind of putting Falcons in a position of like, if you do make mistakes in the early game, we'll keep reminding you of the mistakes you made, right? Because like a Sven, after a week laning, you just need more farm, more time, more everything. So for Falcons, it really is just kind of respect what Heroic has, but if they aren't threatened, if the net worth's even, I see this inevitable Sven moment where he will blink in with BKB, he'll kill the Husker instantly, and now everything falls apart for Heroic. I can see the kind of the 20-25 minute moment for Falcons to really lean on. And Crystal Maiden, a hero we don't see too often, but with AoE, with Snaking, it is a hero that kind of they gravitate towards.
Yeah, they always like the CM. I feel like for a lot of support players, it's a very hard hero to make work because you're just kind of food the moment you step out of position. But Snaking, you know, one of the, I would say even, yeah, one of the best fights at like understanding where he can like place himself and like his positioning.
And in this game right now, it's like Frostbite into Centaur. That's kind of like the main thing, because into Husker with Cauterize, you're never really doing anything. He's going to dispel out all of it. So it kind of just feels like a way to secure the range creep in the lane with the Sven, where Centaur +1 is going to be so dominant. Sven will farm, but range creeps aren't an option. So Crystal Maiden, secure the range creeps, enable the early farm. Crystal Maiden will then go make some stacks, maybe go throw some spell here and there, but it's like, it just feels like the hero to make Sven happy in the first like 8 to 9 minutes of the game, so that he can enter the jungle with comfort.
Because Sven is one of at least my favorite heroes when it comes to like, especially Centaur. This is another hero, like he gets very beefy. You need to have like a condition where the hero can die, like even through his auras. Like Sven, sure you care, like any Dota hero cares, but he can over damage. Like with a Blink BKB Crystallis or like the Blink BKB, you get the stun off before the auras come out. Like Sven in this type of game already, he threatens these heroes a lot, at least with 2 to 3 slots.
Heroic to go for, okay, Shadow Fiend. Yeah, I want Heroic to be kind of a bit more chaotic on the map, right? Like when you see Crystal Maiden Shadow Demon as your support duo, like they're going to be able to counter-rotate quite nicely, but you like you have to disrupt and then you Crystal Nova. It's like, it's not the big explosive damage, it's like annoying little control. So I want Heroic to just make that statement. You know a Sven's farming, you know a Razor wants to farm, have the damage. When you go to an area, bring 3-4 heroes, kill the guy. Don't allow them to keep kiting you and do this shenanigans. But Husker and Shadow Fiend, I'm assuming Shadow Fiend to carry Husker to mid. Sure, it can both be flex, but I think I prefer the original setup that I just mentioned. Yeah,
I think you definitely do just keep it that way. I mean, they hit very similar timings. Of course, they're both strong laners. They're both good in the early game. They both love skirmishing, and they have very, very strong mid game. But I will say, eventually, they also share the same counters. Like later, you know, being jumped, they can be kited quite easily. So while they do like, you know, help each other in like this early to mid game stage, it's something that Heroic need to keep up. They need to keep the tempo. They need to keep the lead even, because to me still, SF doesn't really answer Sven in any way. Like later when you're even net worth, Sven can just continue to run at you until like way later. Like eventually SF can stand a chance again.
But if you don't get to way later, if you're playing on this kind of mid-game timing, assuming let's say Sven's had a difficult time in lane and you're able to find some kills, that you can just take the H of the Huskar, put it on the Shadow Fiend, click the buildings, force the tier 3 glyph, take a Rax. Like there is like a window that Heroic can really play on because you've got auras on Centaur, you've got just the right click damage of Shadow Fiend, Huskar just being annoying and just soaking spells for other people to shine. Again, the 4 position for Heroic needs to be a bit more of a playmaker. Like the clock that we mentioned earlier, the tiny, like they just need a dude that goes crazy. Of course, a player that was Schofield, but he's not on the roster anymore. So Fiolacore, he needs to take the essence of Schofield and slap that into that pick.
I mean, I feel like to me, like Theolicor, he is very, I don't know if I would say open. I feel like he will play whatever is necessary, but to me, he doesn't have like these 2 or 3 standout heroes that when I see this hero on him, like I connected with him. I don't really have that, so I feel like he will maybe just lean on what the team feel like they may need or like what Whisper wants in the lane. Because when I see a CM Sven and I have a Centaur, you can definitely go aggressive in this lane.
I mean, heroes that he's played before, like a Dark Willow, is a hero that maybe historically I'd look towards. Having the early root and just kind of the team fighting shenanigans paired with Centaur could be an option. But all right, Undying.
They're playing Zombie 5 and they'll probably put the Jakiro as a 4.
Exactly, yeah. But, you know, Jakiro then playing into Sven. Sven is quite a passive laner. He wants to just shove the wave into Centaur. He feels happy, and that matchup's dependent on what the 4 position is. So I wanted damage in the 4, put in Jakiro there. It will annoy. All right, level 3, just constantly throwing spells on the Sven. I don't know how much Crystal Maid's going to do to stop the Jakiro just spitting on the Sven though.
Yeah, honestly, not much. Like I'm a little worried, at least for this lane, because I do also like the Undying. Like Undying SF, obviously insane lane, super good combo. Even more like mid game, you've got the Tombstone. Also, when you play against SD, you know there's very high chance of like stacks coming out, so you have a good safe lane already for Heroic. Undying loves invading if you have a good lane, which should be the case. And very likely Falcons are looking for a little more teamfight. And most teamfight heroes are melee. They're gonna be at least slightly countered by the Undying. So not just a good pick for them, but also good against what Falcons are very likely looking for themselves.
Yeah, Heroic's made the statement that they want to be the early game aggressors. They want to set up the lanes in their fashion. They want to be able to, you know, take all the runes and everything they want. And they want to dictate. And for Falcons, it's a matter of just survive and get to BKB. When you get BKBs, what does Heroic really do to you? It's really a matter of, does Shadow Fiend have Daedalus at that point? Like, do they have more items to deal with the fact that Undying, Jakiro, Centaur, Huskar won't do anything? And now Falcons, they go for a Kunkka. So yeah, they really are just going, you know what, please, make your moves, Heroic, in the early game. You are going to eventually make a mistake, and when you do, we will be ready. We will be there with our timings. But Kunkka offlane, we saw it fail earlier today. In this game, into a Undying plus Shadow Fiend, do you think that's a lane that he can get through?
It's not easy, but I think the hero is pretty good. Like, yeah, this is not a great lane for you, but he should get like out of it maybe like a 40, 60. You should have like some stacks to play with, but like just thinking about what I thought coming into the series, I feel like Heroic got a pretty good like draft on their hands here. Like I would have expected, you know, when this draft to end that I favor Falcons more, but I would actually prefer to play the Heroic draft myself. Like just if I put, you know, like the names out of the picture, because they've got the pressure, they have good lanes, they can kind of like play nicely, and it's, I think, very like clear what they want to do. Sure, it's similar for Falcons, like it's kind of clear you don't want to like fight into them, but I feel like it's more on you to outplay Heroic and not give them what they want, that you get to the stage where you can securely play the game.
I also like the fact for Heroic, it's like the shining star, you know, the young mid laner from South America. He's getting his first pick Huskar, playing into Falcons, like the best Huskar team in the world. Like, you know they're going to counter you. They know that, you know, they have all the Huskar tech, but you still want to play it. You still want to show, you know, what you can do. So I think that alone is like testament to, if they are to win this game, you know, this is a player to really look at for the rest of the tournament.
No, for sure. And honestly, they're kind of set up, I would say, for success. I will say that for Falcons, like one of the times to me where Amar really stood out as an S-tier laner was when he started playing Kunkka like 1.5-ish years ago. There was a high meta, so honestly, he's also set up with like the SC. So while it's a hard lane, I think there's a lot of like mix and match that they can do together. Like Razor comes to the off lane, they maybe make a move to the mid lane, because Huskar, he will play aggressive, and that's something else that you can abuse. So if you're Heroic, that's something you need to keep in check too. Like, are we overplaying? Are you playing the right line? Because when you cross that against the good teams, they will immediately punish you.
Yeah, and for Heroic, again, it's got to be clean Dota 2, right? A couple mistakes, the stuns that they have, the way that they play the map, it's going to be you know, expected. When you see the Shadow Fiend, when you see the Huskar, you know the moves they're making, you know they want to go for Tormentor, you know they want Roshan. So for them, it's like, Falcons know your script. They know everything that you want to do. If you play it cleanly, you can break them. But if you make the mistakes, Falcons will be ready, and they'll be, you know, ready to punish anything that you try to do.
No, for sure. And it's like, I just kind of feel like we've got a game on our hands where I think it's more down to the gameplay. Like, while I slightly favor Heroic, I think it will just come down to who can execute what they actually have on their hands.
Well, you know what, Kazu?
Yeah, please.
Less about us. Luckily, we have two casters, Cap and SVG, and normally I always forget the names, but luckily, it's those two lads that are going to yap about this game.
Thank you, Robson. That's right. He's stepping into the host role wonderfully. He is learning all kinds of new things, like remembering the names of the other people that you work with. So he's doing a great job. Him and Kezu are killing it on the panelist desk. Avery, Falcons have gotten their first game of the LAN, the loss that they have to take every single LAN. They've gotten that out of the way for whatever reason. Every single time, the first game that they play is gonna be an L. But now they've gotten that out of the way. If this is gonna be a Razor meta, it feels like it's gonna be a Falcons meta.
I was just thinking that. I mean, there's some heroes right now that are pretty popular. The Huskar, the Razor. Maybe we'll even see the Largo come out for them as a support. Snaking likes those juicy farming supports. Some of these sound pretty damn good for them, especially if they're, you know, the double/triple flex threats that both ATF and Malrine like to play. So I agree. Some of these heroes could definitely make some waves for them. That said, the wave maker, the Kunkka, I am not sold on this pick at all. I think this pick was absolute trash.
Oh my god, why? Why was it so bad?
Okay, well, there's an asterisk. It's trash with an asterisk. I'll say that.
Okay.
This reminds me of the last blast that we had in Singapore, where there was that game where Falcons last picked ATF Legion Commander.
Yeah.
Remember that game?
Yeah.
And on paper, it made a lot of sense, and it just did nothing. And I think this game is like, it might be the opposite. To me, this pick makes no sense, but it might end up doing a lot. So that's my asterisk on it. I can kind of see this Kunkka doing a lot for Falcons lineup, and they do have an SD you can stack for him to get him farmed, but this is an unlaneable lane. You picked Kunkka into Undying Shadow Fiend. Like, what is wrong with you, brother? That is some of the most masochistic shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, this guy wants to just never be able to walk up. I mean, I don't know what you do in this lane. It's an unenterable lane for Kunkka. So
okay, but
either you're stacking or pulling, or you know, you're just doing shenanigans to get out of this with the
SD. Yeah, surely they're going to be pulling. Well, they're going to be going out of Yuma, or at least thought about it initially. But it's an Undying lane, so you're just going to pull anyway, right?
Right. So that's the asterisk to me. Is like, if their identification was, if ATF is sitting there going, guys, there's no hero that I can pick that is going to do anything in this lane because it's SF Undying and it's just the most broken lane ever. So I'm just going to pick a hero that can go do stacks and contribute utility from a low net worth state. Then it's like, it's pretty genius.
Okay, geez.
But what a block.
He's just dead.
Yeah,
Blocked
this is why
the disruption illusions and first blood for crit.
I mean, okay, it's like, this is just outplay, right? This is outplay. That's what I'm saying. I feel like on paper this pick should never work, but they're going to make it work because I kind of see why they went for it. And, you know, they're just laning beasts. They got a courier too. Oh my god.
Outside of the lane,
this is
I feel like Kunkka has very good synergy with their lineup too.
No, it
right?
does.
Sets up with the Razor. Like you have damage. All you want to be able to do is just keep heroes in an area.
No, I agree. That's why it's like, the pick is trash because it can't really play the lane at all. But if nothing can play the lane, then the pick becomes good. Because I can see Kunkka doing the most from anything you could have thrown down here. With a limited farm capability contributing to the rest of the team, you know. It's like Schrodinger's Kunkka. It's simultaneously trash and goated.
All I'm hearing is a whole lot of backpedaling from you.
No, it's not bad. I'm just trying to explain my idea. Like,
well, I can't win the lane unless they do win the lane. But even then, outside of the lane, it's still good later on in the game.
They will not win this lane over the long run. Like, that was an incredible outplay early, but there's no way you can win this lane over the long run.
Sure. And that is going to be the story of the laning phase as a whole because, well, they've said it themselves. Samar said there's really nothing that beats Huskar in lane. Him and Quinn were, you know, going back and forth in theory crafting. How do you deal with Huskar? And, well, Falcons, they ended up on a mid-Razor. It did not stop the Huskar from doing Huskar things.
No, you don't beat him here. I'm also not really sure what beats Huskar. I don't think anything does. I think some heroes can counter farm him. I'd still be curious to see the sniper matchup, but sniper did get banned first phase in this game.
Yeah, they said
one sniper.
They said sniper is like one of the counters to Huskar, but it's not a real hero.
Right.
They said it's basically just a lane winner, and that's kind of it. Killing the tombstone. Snake
They brought
King
the CM down here. Try and skew this lane even more. Because, again, it's not laneable for the Kunkka to just sit there. So you either have to gank forward or stack. And they're going the gank route. Not a bad route when you have Crystal Maiden.
Back through the gate. Because he can't really stay out of the lane for too long. It is a Jakiro lane, ultimately. So Skeeter is going to take a lot of punishment if Snake King doesn't stay here.
I mean, this is a lane win draft from Heroic. Like, they really went in on insane lane pressure. They're going to try and rout Falcons in this early game with a triple lane victory. This is not a gank that is going to be easy. Oh, he kept the link.
Got a bit of damage, but it eventually breaks. And Maureen, he makes a break back for the tower, and Crit is going to tick out to the Burning Spears.
Oh my god, this hero's so disgusting, dude.
Yeah.
It's just such a disgusting hero. He is almost 2 levels ahead of Maureen. He's going to be 6 here. This Razor's going to be level 4. Really played the lane well. Got the solo kill. Kept the lane control. Denied him a lot of the extra early CS and had the early stick for the bump. So this Huskar is cruising right now. And it will be a triple lane win for Heroic, which is exactly what they wanted with this lineup. There's going to be a lot of pressure for Falcons to respond to. They're not used to losing lanes, and they're getting cheesed pretty hard with this lineup. Like, this is a lineup that can just force objectives very quickly, particularly the Roche.
Maureen just had to TP away because Tai Long pump faked the life break. He didn't even use it. He just, the threat of the life break got Maureen to TP back to Fountain. Nice little 2-man stun there from Skeeter will dissuade the aggression here of Whisper and Theolacor, but they are taking over this lane still.
You get Yuma bottom. Some nice poison stacks from Crit in the 2-on-1 finished him off. So that's the bigger kill on the map right now. I mean, Falcons really salvaged this off lane, but it's still a lost lane, even with all the cheeky outplays and the multiple SF kills. And this game is going to become a Huskar game. Can you deal with the armlet Huskar that's going to come out very quickly here? Don't have the best heroes for dealing with this guy.
Theo getting low, still had a fair fire to work with, so Snake King will have to back down here. They're going to take the fight to Tai Long. Razor gets a good link. Tai Long breaks it. No real threat. They're trying to deal with the Tombstone. The Tombstone does eventually die. Maureen will be able to get out. Honestly, any situation that there's a scuffle that goes on and he doesn't die, I have to assume that's okay for Falcons because...
I agree. That's a victory right there.
Yeah.
That's a well-fought victory for Falcons. Nobody died. Huskar didn't just slice your entire team up on this rune.
All this skirmish power, though, off of winning lanes, can Heroic take it the extra mile? They're not really set up to go for, like, steals on Wisdom Shrine, which is kind of what I expected.
Unilar courier again.
Yeah, they've lost a lot of couriers down in this bottom lane, and SF has died a lot in this. Disruption goes out, trying to slow down Maureen. He's going to get on top of Yuma here. Yuma, he turns and fights where he can with the Raze, but it's not much of a threat. It's only a level 2 Shadow Raze. Falcons just outmaneuver them in this bottom lane. They did not expect the rotation of the Razor.
I mean, this game could be 4 or 5K lead for Heroic if this bottom lane was not going the way it is for Falcons with these sneaky outplays. This SF has just been completely shut down. Double courier death, triple death by the 7.5 minute mark, and he has a last pick of dying. He's coming back into this lane, but this is the lane that Falcons, they have to attack. There's nowhere else to attack on the map. Is he dead again?
Pull him back in, half HP, the tombstone. It'll push back on many of these heroes, and they're gonna chase after Snake King, see what they deal with the zombies. Torrent, KJ, he gets a little bit low, gets off another decay. Snake King not quite dead. The raindrop protects him, and it's KJ to die instead. Yuma, he's still in trouble. He's gonna head up to the high ground here. Falcons are not gonna chase him, but he can't really lane either.
The freaking Glacial Guard saves the CM from the right click. CM enjoyers thriving right now.
Maureen
propaganda.
Chase it after Tai Lung, but he gets hit by the ice path, and now he's going to be kited around a little bit. Tai Lung, he sees the opportunity to turn back around in the 1v2. With the armlet toggle, they'll both survive.
That's such a close margin. But Tai Lung outplaying Maureen here, gets the armlet delivery while that overextension is occurring, and then you're just completely screwed. So this Huskar is still doing work in this game. I mean, this is absolutely unstoppable. What do they have to deal with this guy? Like, the Razor's position, he's a support dude. He's about to be potentially last net worth hero in this game. He has gotten the Huskar treatment, and Maureen has not enjoyed it. And now he's making a move, looking to shut down the one hero who's kind of chilling up here.
Skater will burn out.
Dispel.
Tai Lung getting a little bit more damage on Snake King. The Sven definitely dead. They're going to kill it. They got Snake King. He ticked out, so they're going to get 3 kills out of that dive. Tai Lung with his first rotation as the Huskar. Massive success for Heroic.
That's such an expensive TP for ATF, who is doing work in that bottom lane. He's their most farmed hero, just TP's up straight to die to Huskar. Boat doesn't even rub anybody. Just die too fast. That is not the play you wanted to give up if you were Falcons trying to control the damage here in this early game. Huskar's completely out of control now. So much for the Huskar Masters. It appears that they need to restudy their own counterattack, because to me, this is not an anti-Huskar draft. They did not respect this first pick hero, and they are getting abused right now.
Tai Lung will be able to play with that freedom that comes from hitting the early game portion with a successful Huskar laning phase. He just dives into the mid-tier 2 area, not giving a damn. And
he's creating so much space.
The space he creates allows them to be able to make the kill on top. So Whisper is incredibly farmed. Vanguard, Blade Mail, he's pretty untouchable, and he's going to get a Crimson Guard next. So Falcons can't do anything to him. I mean, really looks like the only point that they can keep on attacking is this SF.
And he's into the jungle. You don't really have the best playmaking in this lineup. I mean, who's going to get aggressive and find gank heroes in the jungle? Your 1 X offlane Kunkka. Like, this is not the lineup to do it. So you kind of just have to farm and try and not give up kills here for your Falcons. The game is completely open for Heroic right now. I mean, you can make moves, you can AFK farm, you can go early Roche. You can just play behind Huskar invading areas. You can join him with your team fight. You can farm with your team fight. Really do anything right now. Just so far ahead. And you're not afraid of much. I mean, you're not really afraid of the level 5 CM running in with some gank brigade.
No.
Dude, the AUI CM propaganda strikes again, man. He's always got to get that in every new patch. It's got to be, you got to play this hero, and then they play it and they lose it, and we don't see it for like 3 months.
Well, at least they're getting some early information on Crystal Maiden, you know? Early on in the season. The last thing you want to be doing is having faith in this hero when it comes to, you know, TI.
Oh yeah, you're never going to see this hero TI.
Aureen pops his ultimate. Tai Lung doesn't give a damn.
He should give a damn. He should not give a damn.
Yeah, apparently you can't touch this Huskar because one of your only disables is Frostbite, and Tylong just keeps on dispelling it. Oh my god, dude.
All right, he tempted him.
They're going to throw everything they have to kill Tylong, and it will be enough.
Didn't get the Fairy Fire off. I think he might live there. It's close. Demonic Purge killed his Force Staff, which he went early Force Staff into this Pike. So that's kind of why he was playing so aggressive there. He felt like he could, you know, Fairy Fire one Force Staff out of there, but against Demonic Purge, he got bamboozled. That's a massive kill in this game. Absolutely necessary kill for Falcons to get, and they're clearing stacks that the SD got up in the meantime. So Crit, as reliable as ever. Somehow he is 2-1-5 on this SD. Halfway to an Ags, got stacks up, one bottom lane. Well, absolutely just doing straight God's work right here in this Falcons match.
Mara completes the vessel. So they killed the Huskar without the Spirit Vessel. Now they've got an additional weapon. It's this high regen hero.
Yeah, but cauterized Huskar doesn't care as much.
Yeah.
That's my issue with the Vessel against this hero. Like, there's a lot of games you go and you Vessel. You can't Vessel him early. You have to wait with it, which kind of defeats the purpose a little bit. But what else is he going to go here on this offlane Kunkka? Will also be a fast Lotus Orb for Whisper, who is also mega farmed, as we mentioned, so you'll have another strong Dispel here. Quite good Lotus Orb game. I mean, you have Lotus for the Dispel, but Lotus against Shadow Demon, CM, Sven, Razor, you can literally reflect big spells across 4 of these heroes.
Yeah.
Pretty nasty. So, Heroic's still in a fine position, but gave up a little bit here. Falcons getting some efficiency. They're checking the Roche. They don't want to get this Huskar Roche sneak against them.
It does look like Heroic's just going to wait until it goes to top, where they have a bit better control for it.
It's theirs to take in this game. Like, they don't have to necessarily rush it, but the earlier you get it down, the faster you're going to get to those number 2 and 3, which are the real valuable ones. Not really a Roche Falcons can contest if Heroic do it properly. Like, you're just going to set up with Undying Tombstone and set our front line. I don't really know how you engage that. There's a great pig off, though. Something.
Whisper playing a bit too fearless with his myriad of items. Breaking apart the Vanguard for the faster Lotus is a cool idea.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I don't mind it at all. I don't think you need a super Crimson timing in this game. So here's that nighttime Roche swap. They might try and do it instantly here. Again, just trying to accelerate the timings as fast as possible. No God Strength, absolutely no shot to contest this. So this is just free road.
Yeah, you really don't need to be coy about this. Huskar Undying, just go in the pit. Dare Falcons to fight you.
I think this was always going to be the case, but Falcons take it a little bit during this window. Everybody's farming on the map. Chris is going to try and scout it a little bit. Power Rune is bottom. That's a big one. Amp damage. I'm already able to pick it up, see if you can get out of this area, and you will.
Line's been drawn. Whisper really wants to just focus on top lane. He's going to cut mid, and they're going to use this Aegis to bulldoze the first tier 2 tower of the game.
I mean, you should assume Falcons are going to dodge this Aegis Huskar, so I don't want them to just group behind Tylong and watch him hit towers. I'd rather see them go for the pickoff play or, you know, get into Falcons triangle, take Ancient Camps away from this lineup right now, try and find the Sven while the Huskar controls the map. You should be efficient right now. You do have an SF farming, but gave up that tower bottom. Everybody from Falcons continues to hit creeps. Unless you're just going to go high ground here. But
I was about to say,
I don't think that's heroic style.
They're not playing that the way you wanted it to, and I thought, okay, maybe they're just going to go for high ground, but no. And TP back. Tylong deals with mid.
Would have been a legitimate option. SF is actually quite strong in these early high ground lineups. You have the Undying Tombstone for the high ground position and zoning. You have the early Lotus Orb. I would not... You have the Liquid Fire, too. I think that was the correct call. Like, if you're going to bring 4 heroes up there, I think you're supposed to hit that high ground. Maybe not fully commit, but at least force Falcons off the map and have to defend it. That is not something they want to do. Instead, they just got the farm. And we're not seeing this lead grow. This is the downside of just grouping with this Aegis Huskar. Yeah, you're getting tier 2s, but you are not growing a net worth lead, which is what you really want happening during this first Aegis period, more than anything else.
So then the question is, if Falcons is able to get items during this period of time, though Malrine will find whatever item he wants, which is BKB, to be delayed by this gank. Are the items going to make a difference? Kill on the SF is going to be a nice turn from Falcons as they lose Malrine, but make the play in the bottom lane.
Man, I feel like this is an uncharacteristic game for Yuma.
Yeah.
In my mind, he is usually an incredibly stable carry who rarely has bad deaths. In this game, it's just been littered with bad deaths. And they're going to get the high ground. I mean, this is a game where you could have just grouped the SF with the team and gone high ground, even without BKB. They're going to make the play anyway. I guess no God Strength to defend this, no boat, no hope. I think this is just a lane, maybe. Glyph.
Well, if they can kill it with a plasma field, then Amar's going to cut the next wave.
Oh, but they already have the read.
Yeah, they do. Dio is just sitting on him with the invis. Amar, they'll pop Blade Mail, but he's got no TP. No way to get out of here. TP gets delivered, but it's still on cooldown, so he'll die. He picks up the shard alongside his TP, so they'll have a little bit more high ground defense, but...
Did kill the wave, which is what he wanted there.
Yeah.
Buys time for the ults to come back up before a high ground push. But Heroic's still happy with that claim. They have not found the true carry in this game. Austin, the Shadow Demon, the crit Shadow Demon, continues to farm towards that Ags, towards the double break. He's getting there.
I suppose if the SF doesn't actually get a lead and the Huskar gets answered by the Ags, I could see a world where Heroic kind of stall out.
The issue for Falcons is going to be the extra net worth on this Centaur. You can just get a fast Ags here. You can load the... Whatever core gets jumped by Sven, if you just load them in the cart and reset the fight.
Right, yeah.
I don't know what you do about that. You know, you can't demonic purge.
That's actually a big
freaking Centaur cart, so... That's the real lingering problem in this game for Falcons down the road that they will have to overcome somehow. But they do have solutions to some of the other general cores, and this SD is going to be a big problem. They fail the Tormentor attempt.
Oh, got him on the last little sliver there. Snake King gets his TP denied as Heroic continue to try and clear out the map as much as possible, leaving Tai Lung at top. They push through bottom. Just want to make sure that Falcons isn't getting farmed. But again, they're not really stopping Falcons. It's still kept at just a 3,000 net worth lead.
Falcons have gained a net worth over the last 7 minutes here. Testament to how efficient this team is. Still a fine position for Heroic, especially given how much the SF died early, and he will get rewarded with a shard.
Wow.
So it's all about this next Aegis for Heroic. And that is a scary Aegis for Falcons to play into if it goes onto the Huskar and he can just go high ground. You're going to have a BKB SF at that point. You're going to have potentially more sustain and utility to throw in this Huskar. He's going to be tankier. Potentially even have the cart. I think he will have the cart before that Aegis fight. That is going to be a tough timing to deal with here. You will have the SD Ags, it looks like. Yeah. It's about 200 off.
Yeah, they also have the BKB on Razor. Question is whether or not Skeeter can get to his BKB before the Roshan is taken and they go high ground with it.
He would have it for a high round 100%. Will he have it before Roche? Depends on the spawn, I think. It's going to be close. If he does have it, though, do you risk the contest if you're Falcons, or do you just play for the high ground? Because the high ground fight is not necessarily...
Yuma. Pulling back into the boat stun. He holds on to his BKB. He's got his 2 supports behind him. There is no real threat here.
What's flying out right now? Is that... Oh, no. Still doesn't have the... No, he does. He does have a card already done. That is a pretty ridiculous timing here.
I cannot believe they're not going on a Mar down here. 4 heroes down here, and they're skittish about chasing after this Kunkka.
There's bigger fish to fry on the map right now. Like ancient camps.
I was about to say, is there a bigger fish to fry?
No,
Don't
really
you just kind of take whatever fish is in front of you?
Unless you're going to go high ground without Aegis.
I feel like this is not a fish scenario. This is a, you know, birds in the hand scenario. Kind of want Heroic to just take whatever kills are presented to them. I feel like they're almost giving too much respect to Falcons.
What year is this in the Chinese calendar? Is this the year of the... Is there a year of the bird?
This might be the
chicken,
year...
right? Rooster?
I thought that was last year. I think it's year of the horse.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's the year of the horse.
Oh, shit.
Big centaur patch.
Year of the horse, ladies. Oh my, yeah, it is actually, it is Centaur's time.
The Stampede chasing after Amar, and they'll catch him this time.
Year of the horse. Get owned. Falcons, they did not understand the meta at all.
No, they didn't.
Oh no.
It's the year of the fire horse, so if you can somehow light that horse on fire.
Oh, dude, if somebody has one of the, like, tainted cosmetics.
Yeah.
Like a burning horse cost. Oh my, it's over, dude. They're just gonna win TI. Dude, somewhere Ame is licking his lips right now. Getting his offlaner to play Centaur and cart him to victory. Wait, is Magnus a horse? Like creature? Oh, we'll figure that out later.
No, no. I would say he's far closer to like a rhinoceros.
Could be a horse, though. We don't know. We don't know the genealogy.
Okay.
Roche just kind of waiting on Roche, which is available now. So I expect them to just instantly do it. It's very fast spawn, actually. I want to smoke first. I don't really know about them ever smoking this game, to be honest. I think it's one of those lineups in games where you just never smoke. You just go to objectives and you just play the fight straight up because you don't really have to jump anyway. I guess if you just find a Razor on a low ground, but...
Gotta pop the BKB and fight this. Maureen already getting a lot of damage out here. Nice tombstone save. Maureen's gonna make a run for it, but Stampede, they're just gonna run him down.
Yeah,
it looked all right in the initial part, but proves that Heroic, their team fight, is not to be trifled with.
There's too many problems in the fight. Like, there's too much HP. Nobody can sit there and kill the tombstone. The Huskar is just in somebody's face, and unless you can land some clutch breaks, the SD getting jumped early is also just a death sensor. ATF gonna try and contest this.
He does have the tumbler toy, but he's already been spotted, so no way he's getting close enough to use that tumbler toy.
He was gonna go for it.
He was gonna X tumbler toy and grab the Aegis.
Skeeter maybe trying to make something happen here. Does have Blink available, does have God Strength level 3. Ooh.
All right, they kill the Centaur and make a run for it. So the trade-off, Centaur for Snake King's Crystal Maiden. Not bad for Falcons.
Oh yeah, you take anything that slows this game down. They did give Aegis to the Shadow Fiend, which was another option here. I think if you are forcing high ground, you give it to Huskar almost all the time. So maybe Heroic aren't gonna force it. Of course, you can just put the SF on the high ground too. Totally fine seizure. Maybe you feel like the Huskar just can't die anymore in this game with Tombstone plus card save if he gets broken.
Yeah, it's not, he didn't go like a Blink Dagger or Ags build, right? He's going a Satanic build. So I could understand if the conversation was our Huskar can't die. Like he gets the Satanic, they can't burst him down.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think this is the correct build too. You don't need to catch anybody in this game if you are a pro. You're just gonna push.
Lead off X-Torrents. Amar gonna have some of his damage just ignored as Yuma combined with the Tombstone and the Stampede grab. They actually do manage to kill the Undying. Didn't notice that he put himself inside of the Tombstone there, but Yuma gets to keep his Aegis.
That was incredibly awkward from Heroic. Like, Yuma just went early. The team wasn't there. He gets jumped. And then they waste both saves on basically nothing committed from Falcons. End up just losing their Undying passive. I mean, you can't just go again here.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping you. Undying instant revive. 3 minutes still left on the Aegis. The SF has mostly lifestealed back up to full HP.
Full Daedalus done too. That is a spooky hero to try and deal with now.
Try to hit the high ground again here. This time around, the stomp goes down into the Requiem. Yuma pops it early there. Really doesn't hit much at all. Falcons, once again, getting a lot out of Heroic in these little pokes.
I don't know about you, but I'm not being convinced by Heroic right now. This is, like, these are some of their better timings in the game to just end the game, honestly. Like, you go high ground, you get a fight, you rack. The game kind of just ends as a result of you winning that sequence. It's just getting stalled out here, and the execution on these high grounds is not convincing at all. There's no clear game plan. It's just kind of walking into it, and then something goes a little wrong, and then they just run away. And you're not building a net worth lead in this game because you didn't itemize or play for the catch. You played for the push, which I think is correct, but then you have to execute the push. So I am not being convinced right now, but
no.
Still,
and it seems like Heroic have not convinced themselves that it's a good idea. They are going to back off, and it looks like we're in for a longer game here.
Well, Falcons are leaving the base, though. That is dangerous for them.
There's an opportunity. Smoke is instantly dispelled as they spot crit immediately. Now, Maureen is trying to hit the back line, but the fact they were going to lose the Shadow Demon right away, not good for Falcons. And it's likely going to be Maureen having a BKB TP out. Will he make it, though? BKB TP away. A lot of damage from Tai Lung. Inside of the fountain, he will out-heal the Burning Spears.
Oh, that's very close, but that was a dubious smoke. I don't know if that smoke ever works unless you just find a completely isolated hero, which is never going to happen in this game. And now you get the banner. They didn't use it before. Also interesting that they did not use it before. And now you get to still go with this Aegis for a minute.
Shadow Demon up in 12 seconds. Skeeter still has his God Strength. They could somehow put Heroic in a bad position here. Trying with the tidal wave. Doesn't really get anybody too far out of position. Yuma thinking about the Requiem, but holds on to it this time around. They'll deal with the banner. Try again. X-Torrent. Keep poking at him. See if they can get this Aegis out of him. 25 seconds till it's gone anyway, so there's no need for Falcons to really push this, but they get it out. And now on the second life, he's going to have probably... he's got the Lotus. Doesn't have to BKB right away, threatening the Requiem. Once again, Snaking stepping a little bit too far forward here. He's going to be gone on there. Start draining the damage away from the Huskar, but it gets pulled into the cart. Instantly breaking the link, and now what a tombstone save. Yuma, he still dies, but it cost Skeeter his life, as Skeeter had to stick around way too long in order to make that happen. It's up to Maureen to carry through the damage now. Going after Whisper. Whisper X back into the Razor here, and the Razor with a fresh static link should just be able to run Whisper down, trying to give him a force stamp, but he is surrounded. Falcons, with use of buybacks, will manage to win the team fight.
What a weird fight. Like, I'm not really sure how this Huskar died so easily, to be honest. He did not get broken. He just got hit by a boat and Tidebringer down. So kind of a weird fight from Heroic. I think there was definitely some misplay there. The Sven getting on top of the SF is the biggest thing, because even if you BKB, you can't win that man fight. The Tombstone save was great, but ultimately you still come out to death. Huge team fight went to Falcons off of that expiring Aegis.
Yeah, there's so many little things there that didn't quite go right for Falcons too, which makes it really concerning, right? The static link gets broken right away. The Tombstone save was a bit of a problem, you know, and they didn't use buybacks. I don't know who I thought used a buyback there, but no, they just won that fight straight up.
The dragon doesn't really work. Like, you know, you cart here to kill the maiden, but then you don't have cart for your SF or Huskar. Like, he pulls him in a little bit here, but then he gets boated anyway. And Tai Lung, he's not vesseled. He did get broken at the very end. Okay. I mean, he was just kind of screwed at that point because your SF's gone. The Razor is in deep. But he didn't really get anything done.
Yeah, it didn't look like he got any satanic usage out of the Huskar.
All right, weird exchange. Like, again, this game has not been convincing from Heroic at all, given how far ahead they were. Falcons just making these team fights work, man. It's been scrappy. They're getting the job done, and they're starting to scale up. You can get a refresher on Maureen, that would be huge. If you can get the Daedalus on the Sven, you have your late game DPS.
And you get to that Daedalus, combined with the minus armor from the Razor, and you might be able to, maybe the Satanic doesn't matter on the Huskar. Maybe you can just cut him down so quickly.
Still a lot of scale in the tank for Heroic. I mean, you still have like 2.5 more slots on this Huskar. You still have Butterfly Satanic to be built for Yuma here, which will allow him to man fight that Sven a lot better. Yeah. Especially, like, he gets low, you put him in a Carter Tombstone, he comes out, BKB Satanic. That can just win you the fight. But man, very well played game from Falcons, given the game state and the draft and everything. Very tough to play these Huskar games when you're just under the gun all the time.
Skeeter, oh no! He somehow does not get spotted. TP's away without use of the BKB. That could have been one of those situations where that could have been game right there, because he just bought out the Daedalus. Like, if they kill him there, there's a chance that Heroic just go high ground.
Well, Crystal Maiden did her job, you know. It was just too juicy. So. Roche is available, though. Straight back that nighttime, top spawn, crit trying to get wards out to maybe give him a chance to contest this. But I still think these Roche contests are just, they're so damn difficult. Do have the vision control, though. Gem on Amar plus double obs around the pit. Very good control for Falcons right now. On the map at 4v5, down a hero, they're still set up for this. So they can kind of bait Heroic into their vision and get a good jump with this Sven. You have a refresher on the Razor. You have a lot more sustainability to play with, and look at the war doing it.
And they spotting Tai Lung first. Jakiro goes down in an instant, and so will the Huskar. This was a fantastic start for Falcons. No buybacks available for Heroic either off of those two deaths. So this is kind of guaranteed Falcons winning this fight and winning Roshan.
Where was the save? Just not in time. Dude, I mean, this is, I don't know why ATF's getting tipped. This is all crit, man. Like, the crit has absolutely just salvaged this game for Falcons. From laning phase to the stacking to the early ags to the vision game, setting up these plays. I mean, there's a reason this guy is one of the most consistent fours ever, and he will get a refresher shard as his reward. Didn't even have to use the refresher on Razor. Now they have a cheese. I mean, I don't know. This game was...
Maureen runs right into him. Pops his Manta. Does manage to dodge out the stun from Whisper, and that's one of the only reasons he doesn't take a ton of damage there. Now they're going to catch Yuma inside the river. BKB goes off and a TP away. No Requiem, already used that one, so they just got to call it. Whoever dies, dies. It's not going to be the SF, but it will be the Undying and Centaur.
Undying wants TP? He doesn't want a TP. I think he could have TP, but doesn't really matter, I suppose. This game has felt thrown away from Heroic.
Yeah.
I mean, Falcons have played it well, but this was Heroic's game to lose. I think this Huskar was out of control. They just did not play the high grounds well. They did not play that Roche fight well.
And look,
I guess the Huskar Master's too strong.
Look at the mess he's under, right? Because he was going Satanic and then Ags, but now after that last team fight, he gets hit by one Disable and bursted down by the Sven. Now he's like, okay, I guess I have to get BKB, so he's got this useless point booster as he tries to swerve his item build.
He was trying to go for this timing Satanic on those high ground pushes, and you know, I'm going to have Satanic, I'm going to be so tanky and invincible, Aegis SF. It made sense to me, but because that failed, this whole build got thrown off, and now he's just died back to back. It has not done a lot for him. Very awkward build up for him, and if you can get to some more defensive items here on Falcons, can really kite this lineup out.
Radiant are scanning.
And an amp damage in the river. Look at that.
Sick pickup. Oh, Amar went the mandible. Metamorphic mandible. So he's got the insect form. Increased magic resistance against Huskar, Jakiro, Centaur. Doesn't sound too bad. Little spooky lowering your armor when you're already up against an SF who reduces your armor by 8, but
to be honest, I feel like most of the tier 4 neutral items are kind of meh.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think I ever feel good taking any of the tier 4s. I mean, we see a lot of like Rattle Cage, but honestly, Rattle Cage is very hard to tell what impact this item actually has. Yeah, if you get a Giant's Maul on somebody, it's kind of nice, but is Giant Maul... I don't feel Giant's Maul is that much better than Gunpowder Gauntlet.
No, I agree. Well, there's a lot of tier 4s where the active doesn't feel super impactful, right? You've got the Metamorphic Mandible is definitely one of the most questionable ones because losing that much armor is like kind of crazy. I see the Idolist Griok. I don't even know how often that really gets used. Like theoretically, phase movement and evasion is really good, but you know, does it even have an effect? I don't see it in fights, you know.
It's very hard to tell. See ATF try and bait this one out. Nice high ground position for Heroic. Cannot Requiem the X Pirate. We do have that Satanic Butterfly timing for Yuma. So this is when the SF can stand his ground and hit pretty hard. Might just be able to lay into that Razor.
Let's see if Yuma can make up for his early game sins. Carry this game for Heroic now that we've definitely gone into late game. 41 minutes in, 7,000 net worth lead for Team Falcons are currently smoked up.
It's scary going into this high ground with Tombstone and potentially good positioning.
The high ground ward is what they're going to be pushing into here. The plasma. Oh my God! Those were some nice crits. He kills some of the supports, but an instant buyback from the Jakiro, and now his first life gone, coming back on the second life without a God's strength. Is he going to be able to do anything about Yuma, who's standing there delivering what damage he can? A lot of minus armor being put on and off of this Razor. The Razor with his ultimate is going to work here. Tai Long jumps in and just dies like that, and even without many of their extra strength, it just doesn't matter. Falcons is reached the late game, and they will take over this team fight, and they will end it. One team fight is all it takes. GG is called from Heroic.
I knew this stupid Kunkka pick was going to win somehow, dude. I just knew it. Like, I don't even know if Falcons should be happy about that game, because I think you're supposed to lose that game 9 times out of 10, honestly. But
yeah.
Crit played like a freaking beast, and In the ultra late, they do have the capability to kite this lineup out, and I think they scale better. So they kind of got to that point, you know. And then the team fights, it comes down to skill, and this is a super high skill team, so they can absolutely clutch those out. The Razor's going to scale like a beast. The Sven is always going to be able to take the man fight, but I feel like they're kind of laughing like we got out of a very tight situation there, you know. I think there is some sense that we were not supposed to win that game, but the CM propaganda prevails, I guess.
It does. The Kunkka finds a win, the Crystal Maiden finds a win. Somehow Falcons, through it all, they managed to find a win as well.
I think Kezu and I kind of share the same sentiment, right? As both Cap and SVG. You know, the Heroic, they had so many moments to take over this game. To actually like close out a game, win against Falcons.
No, for sure.
Unfortunately, just a couple blunders here and there, and then the Sven, the vision of the Razor, the last fight there, like Razor goes in, they know they have the high ground ward, using the plasma field for the vision, to then get the Sven jump on the double supports, like the small little things that Falcons did to
It's
break
just one mistake too many. And obviously you understand, like, Falcons are a great team. Like, if you give them this time to get what they need, because they do need it in this game. Like, we talked about it even before, you know, your lanes are good, your draft is good, you have the right stuff you want to play for. You know, you can get the first Aegis with the Huskar, make stuff happen, but just a lot of small things that they weren't allowed to really have happen to their gameplay, because you can even see it. And they also touch on it very nicely, you know, crit on the SD. It is a sleeper hero, but this is the type of hero, if he gets the net worth, especially in this game, he got his Ags at some point, you know, then he will help everyone, he breaks the Huskar. So if you're Heroic, at least this is a loss that you can learn a lot from.
Yeah, this is a replay that you instantly load up after the game. Like, before you play your next best of one, you're identifying what are the pressure points, because if you can get this type of draft again, you are meant to dismantle teams. Like what Tai Lung was doing in the early game on the Huskar, solo killing Malrine, putting threat across the map. This was the fight which was beautiful with the Razor and the Sven getting a double support kill, but like Heroic, again, they were meant to win this game. But yeah, for Falcons, in the future, we are going to be showing some little highlights on what they're able to do kind of in that, but yeah, Amar Kunkka. Like,
I'm saying it straight, people are hating for maybe the right reason.
Amar or Kunkka, just to be clear?
Kunkka.
Okay,
like,
cool.
Nobody hates Amar.
No, I was just checking, because you kind of said it in such an open way, I was worried for you.
People hate Amar in pubs, but no one can deny, you know, this guy is amazing. They did a lot of cool stuff in the lane, but, you know, like, he has SD in the lane, which is quite good against the Undying. Then they played very nicely to it. Like, of course, you know, they know who to help, like, in this early game. If you help Amar in the lane against Yuma on the SF, who, I mean, I kind of agree with you. You know, I was hyping him up a little bit before this match, but he didn't really have the game that I expected him to. When you like look at, he's gonna play in this lane. He has this team like to like back him up with the other heroes. Not what I'm expecting.
After the early game, he just kind of existed a little bit, right? Like, he died a couple times. Like, there's this highlight package that we're going to probably show you now, which is about like snaking, what he's doing on this Crystal Maiden. Like, at the 5-minute mark, right? He's going through the Twin Gate with the Undying, and you see, you know, Yuma, he's there. He's like, all right, cool. I know my supports are leaving me, so snaking. He's like pressuring top a little bit. Fiorika's diving, and it's like, okay, things are happening. But during this time, Yuma dies by himself, but he knows his support's dying. And here, snaking, as he walks past the 3 heroes, at night time, he had a little bit of vision. The catapult aggroed him. If he doesn't walk down this way, if he doesn't aggro this catapult, the tier 1 tower will fall to Undying Centaur Jakiro. The map will start closing out. So I think for Falcons, like, they make this move top with the Crystal Maiden, they kill the Shadow Fiend at the same time, we can continue playing the clip, and they take the catapult away. Then you fast forward like a minute later, Crystal Maiden comes back through, you're applying pressure on the Shadow Fiend. Of course, he died before. This time he doesn't die, but simply killing him, simply just reminding him that, you know, there is heroes here, stops their early game. And Falcons, if they don't make these small little moves in the first 10 minutes, this game easily could have been first Aegis, lose, you know, one side, second Aegis, lose the game, right? So snaking, kind of doing a lot of small hidden things to kind of keep this game alive for his team.
I mean, and you're saying it very nicely, and I think it's maybe sometimes not so easy to like understand, but Dota is all about the small things. Like, the big things, they don't just happen out of thin air and like naturally, you build them up slowly. You can see it there, like snaking what he did, he like slows down the game. And like what I want to show too is like in this mid game, it's very small things, but this is where good teams win or lose. So you have the Aegis here on Heroic, you know that Falcons don't want to fight you. So first of all, this tier 2 tower, you can take this at any point. But the bottom tier 1 tower, Falcons can only take if you let them. So this is already like the first thing that plays into a little bit, because you're showing all your heroes, and even after you take this tower, look what happens. They're just going to have to TP out and like evacuate their premises. They're not pushing further. They're not doing anything else. No, this is now 30 seconds later. Look at the map. You have Kanka down bottom. You have Snaking up top on his CM. So again, Falcons, they don't want to fight you. And now, if we play out the clip, we need to like show what once more happens to the map, because the gold lead stays very stagnant. And this is at HEROIC.CET one of their strongest timing of the entire game. There's not much that can happen. And because of the way they play the map, sure, they take some tier 2 tower in mid, but they lose Yuma again on the sidelines. And it's all these small things of like what HEROIC didn't do, which then allowed Falcons to like play the map here, get this pick off there, which then it's the only reason they got to this late game to then win the game.
Yeah, I mean, like the Shadow Fiend in that clip, like he needs to be with his team. Like if you're trying to play on a Huskar timing, there is always the argument though where it's like with an Aegis, if you group up too much, Falcons will play around you, like you just showed with the Kunkka and the Crystal Maiden. Then you kind of get out farmed. But if you're not together, you can never progress. So they had this like awkward window where they wanted to play more of the map whilst progressing the map, and it just didn't feel like there was one clear call. It was like everyone kind of doing their own thing, and it's like then the Aegis after. Shadowfiend has it gets taken by Razor, then they get jumped, they die, and then the game's complete Falcons, right? So it's like a team that wants the Aegis, wants to utilize it, didn't utilize it correctly, I feel like at any point. And Falcons were, again, like kind of, I don't say lucky, but you can see relief when they win this game.
Sure. Like they know, like they're a great team and great players, and I've heard them in like other tournaments when they win games that they should, and they're like, you know, we kind of understand we got away with like murder here, you know, from this game. And I think they understand that also for them, this is a game in a draft they need to watch, because you start with the Huskar first pick, you put a Razor into him straight up, like instant pick. I've never seen a faster pick in my life. Bam. And he got absolutely destroyed. So maybe they had a different read of the matchup. Maybe Tai Long is just a god, I'm not sure. Yeah, because it went too bad for that being your counter pick.
Was you expecting 2-point static link into Huskar? Or was you expecting more like the plasma and push?
No, yeah, I thought he would try to like maybe cheat the lane more, but perhaps it was just kind of about, you know, like him thinking that he is going to be able to do that with the static link. I mean, for me also, he is one of the best Razors in the game. You know, it could just be like a gameplay thing, you know, like a little mistake that like happens in the lane. You overstep a bit too much, because as we all know, Huskar, he's one of the most like dominant mid heroes right now. If you make a small misstep, Tai Long, my boy, he's gonna do something like this.
But that's why I feel bad for Tai Long, because again, like we're looking at these clips, like everything about the early game is all about Tai Long, the new guy, the young kid on the block. Like HEROIC should have been able to capitalize on this. So that's where like the replay review, truly understanding like who was out of position. Was it the Shadow Fiend at the bottom tier 2? Was it the lack of pressure with the first or second Aegis? In this fight here, we briefly mentioned it, but that was the kind of the one that really broke them. So yeah, again, I think there is a path for HEROIC to follow, to feel good at least, but it is about kind of reflection and understanding why this game went wrong. If they don't actually understand the points quick enough, then this won't be HEROIC's tournament. But if they can understand this game and move to the other best of ones, they're scary. I think Tai Long is like a player you need to respect.
No, like they've already done like pretty well, I would say today. Like even in this match, of course, like we're highlighting their mistakes, but in the first place, they were like in a good position, up 4k gold, up 5k gold. They've got the Aegis, so because Dota is really multiple times we're gonna say it now, but it's about the small things. Sometimes you just need to fix like this one small thing, and the entire game will go completely different.
Yeah, no, it's exactly that. And again, the Falcons, to finally comment on them. Are they like? Do you know how they have this aura of like being shaky right now? They're doing this all this like wordy shit. Like, yeah, we're not gonna do very well. Like, do you think at some point it will click, or do you think this will just be a tournament where we are just gonna be like, yeah, Falcons, middle of the group, whatever? Like, do you see them making these little micro improvements throughout the best of ones, or are you still seeing the same Falcons in this game compared to the first game?
No, they always make the improvements. I don't know exactly like what it is. Like I think because they tell me every time like their boot camps are garbage and like the scrims aren't good and we play the wrong stuff and this guy, why is he buying these items, and like they have to like slowly figure it out. But they're always a team they start like semi-slow, but then eventually like once the playoffs hit, straight up.
Well, luckily, we have a billion best of ones happening, so we are going to look at the standings to refresh ourselves what's happening. Of course, we are seeing here, as it will update in a second.
Live update.
There it is, live update. And would anyone have said after the, 7th best of one today? GamerLegion currently sitting up top. I don't think many people would have said that. Again, Falcons, we're talking about them looking shaky. They are still sitting at a 2-1 scoreline. Of course, both HEROIC and Falcons were 1-1 coming into this series. Down at the bottom, though, Mouse, we've seen interviews with Celery about how fatigue it might be hurting the roster. They are currently 0-2. And then REKONIX, getting into the international stage from the SCA team, but not really able to get any results as of yet.
I mean, I still hope they keep it together. Like, I will say, they have looked good in their games. Like, because Falcons, they're 2-1, and we're talking about them being shaky because they are. Like, this is not like, their S-tier performance where they just cruise through, they first pick the Amar hero, he goes 10-0, and they do their stuff. No, they're showing, like, cracks in their armor, like, for sure.
Yeah, and that aside, Liquid Tundra. I want to instantly jump into it. I'm bored of watching Slark, all right? I've seen Pure play a couple Slark games. I'm a bit tired of it. Do you want to see Slark? Do you want to see Tundra do something different?
I mean, the first thing is they're probably not going to do something different because they're Tundra. But I personally, I like watching Slark. I feel like, you know, nighttime hits, he buys some aggressive items. What do you hate about Slark?
I don't mind it.
You just said you hated it, or you'd rather don't want to see it.
Yeah, it's well, okay. That's true. A good point. Again, the goldfish brain. I think that's going to be the title of this panel.
We'll keep going back to it.
Yeah. Nah. So like the thing with Slark is I don't mind it, but it's always like high risk. You know, like if you have a skirmishing lineup, can utilize it. If you play on positioning and kiting and doing all these small cute things, Slark will look very good. But in games where the enemy team doesn't care about your kiting and will just click down a lane, you will fall victim. So like the Shadow Fiend matchup was really hard for the Slark. But in the first series, against like, I think it's like Wind Ranger or something, kiting versus kiting, it looked really fun. So I think it's like there's a time and a place for it, but I want to see Slark as like a reaction when you see the cause, rather than like opening up your draft to then get counted.
Yeah, they had a bit of a weird ending to the match we had earlier. Like they were like kind of ahead, and then like one guy gets picked off here, one guy gets picked off there, and the game like kind of just fully collapsed. But the reason I like when they play Slark is that, because you're saying it's risky, which I fully agree with, but Pure is the type of carry that, to me, he needs to have like this hero that has like options and surprise factor and like can overplay, can go back out, can go back in, and like keep doing this back and forth, because this guy to me is like a real big X factor. To me, sometimes he's incredibly good, then he has an off game, but Slark, I feel like, you know, he can toy the line pretty nicely.
And then it goes down to the Midas talk, right? Because Slark, if you don't buy Midas,
I heard Owen talk about it.
Yeah, I'm just repeating what they said, right? Just to refresh the people. You know, with the evening crew, that was the morning crew. Like with the Midas Slark, I actually think it's kind of a core item on the hero.
I think it's good,
Like, I literally don't see a way. Like if you're playing Slark and you don't buy Midas, your only option is to like go like diffuse and try and kill heroes. You're not buying Battle Fury. You're not buying any farming tool.
There's not like a Mage Slayer Radiance meme. I don't think that's any good.
But it's like if you're not buying the meme builds on Slark, Midas is the only option for you to feel like you can play a stable game where you're not griefing your team by falling off, right? So to kind of close the chapter on the Midas Slark, I think it is a core item on the hero. That isn't the problem with the hero. I think it's like the kind of the draft that you play into, I think, is the problem for the hero.
No, like to me, it's also because I agree with you. I think Midas is good on the hero. Attack speed is good. Like if you want to like not like insta go because you feel like, oh, on my diffusal timing they have some answers. Like you want to keep it like more solid with like your progression. I think the Midas is good. The one thing I was lacking in his build is the Ags. I know maybe nowadays you don't really want it as much as before because you get the Essence Shift anyway if you pounce them, but still having like the double charges on it, it's still quite good. So, you know, like toying, it's practice. Day one, BO1s, go through, get all the games out of the way.
And then Liquid, their opponent of the Slark team. They've had kind of volatile games, right? Against OG, and Natsumi just absolutely popped off against them. And then against Team Spirit, Liquid then just popped off against them. So I think Liquid's had two different games, right? One great win, one great loss coming into this series. Any real kind of expectations and thoughts? Any specific heroes that you're looking for?
Let's see. I mean, even a few days ago, the only reason like Kunkka is on my radar is because I saw Ace play it like back to back in I think the Fisher tournament that just happened, and he destroyed. He had like a 40-minute Chiva into like a 50-minute Chiva the next game. And we saw them play Razor in the series just now, which I think we will be talking about Razor a lot more, simply because heroes that are strong, versatile, both in lanes and itemization, have incredible value.
Yeah, I mean, Razor does that thing where it's like, the fact that you can buy aura and
you really don't want to talk about
I don't want to talk about Razor, man. It's just like,
guys, you know? Day one, game two, already done.
No, it's like, I mean, in the history of Dota, when you ever talk about a hero plus an aura, it's like, ooh,
I mean,
great.
yeah, you're like kind of back to, you know, you need like a fast mech, you need like a fast path as Crimson Pipe, and you go fight. But I feel like that's why maybe Liquid could be quite good.
I mean, but that's why Liquid did really well in Spirit, because they had the Greaves, they had the Crimson on the mid lane.
So just do it again.
Just do it again, yeah. Because it's like, Ace wanted to buy auras, and now he's like, you know what, guys, let's divvy out the auras to one apiece. But I think any team that can actually get the trifecta of aura at the 20-minute mark, I mean, Dota is, I don't want to say like relatively scripted, but like the early game, you know the timings. It's the 20-minute Tormentor. Are you going for Roshan from 15 to 20, or are you going to go for it after Tormentor? Like there's Wisdom. Like those are the three big things. So if you can pick one of those and itemize for that moment and break your opponent, you're normally going to have a good window after that point as well, right? So if Liquid is going to copy-paste this mentality, be ready for that 20-minute time every single game.
Yeah, like I will say, if you can get to these auras where the enemy team can fight you, which right now it seems like you can get to this timing rather easily. And then for the enemy team, you kind of have to do the same to match them and fight. or you need to be very good at like playing the map and like delaying that the auras, okay, you have auras now at like minute 18, 20, 25, but when I get to like my data list or my carry, I can go fight you again. I will say that Tundra to me seem versatile in a way that they can do both. They can match and fight you, but they're also very happy to just farm and like take it there.
Well, luckily, we get to find out if they're going to fight or farm in this upcoming draft. Game 1 of a best of 1, Liquid versus Tundra. I'm going to do it every time, by the way.
I like that.
Yeah.
I think it's a good meme.
It's a great meme. I just thought, you know what the worst meme actually is when you're in a best of 3 and it gets to game 3 and it's like, is that a best of 1? Just like, fuck off.
It's just like, I feel it's like the fluff comment, you know,
It's
like
such
some
a
guy
fluff
needs
comment,
to like
yeah.
add his point, like his half more sentence, you just say that.
Oh, God. Well, either way, Liquid banning out the BZM Invoker straight away, of course. Earlier today, we got to see that in full force. We talked about Slark to pretty good length coming into the series. That's the type of mid laner you want to enable a Slark. We saw Beastmaster as well. Didn't really work out, but it's the same archetype. A mid laner that will say, I am the center of attention, and if I get the vision, I will win a game for you.
Yeah.
Invoker, Beastmaster, they are the type of mid laners to be able to do that.
I mean, BZM Invoker, need we say anything more? This guy has like put so many games on his back, and generally speaking, they also just understand. They will play with like a lot of stuns on the side lanes, you know, help the brother out, give him some Sunstrike kills. But I like what Tundra are doing when it comes to like the first phase bans are either the meta bans currently of like the heroes that are just too OP and mixed with like respect bans. You can see it here with the Invoker, but you can also see it with the Underlord. Like, I want to keep talking about Ace because to me it's very important because he's a hero that he's a player, if you feed him net worth, he will have a crazy good performance. But I think when he lacks net worth, he can really not look good. Like, I don't think that's his strength at all. So you want to help him. You want to try and help him have a good game. And obviously on the flip side, if you're Tundra, you should look to shut him down. Because when he gets these early auras and he can just play his stable game, he is one of the scariest offlaners.
But it's also an offlaner that if he gets his first like 6-7 minutes of the game, he doesn't mind being by himself to then give freedom to Boxy to make moves. Like, he's not the type of offlaner that's like, play on my lane, play on my lane, like, come to me, I need your attention. Like, he kind of sometimes wants you to kind of forget about him, and that's where that kind of net worth comes from. And I think that's where we saw Liquid shine against Spirit. As the Earth Spirit, the Mirana, this kind of combination of supports, they just kept moving around the map so freely, and Ace was able to just kind of do his thing on the Centaur.
No, for sure. And that's also why it matters a lot, I think. Like, what type of players do you have in your team? Like, if you have this offlaner who wants to be left alone, it's amazing because you have Boxy, one of the most kill-hungry position 4 players that like are playing in the scene right now. So it's not just good for him, you're gonna understand with like the heroes you play, and then it's the same for like Boxy's hero. Picking a hero that can go around, you know, his Tusk 4, he did it with Earth Spirit Pulse 4, it's like playing some hard mode game.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you have good heroes, you have stable stuff, they just know the script that they want to execute.
Liquid taking some time in their reserve time to think about what they would pick. Tundra going for the Shadow Fiend, though. This isn't a surprise, right? We've seen it to great lengths throughout multiple qualifiers. Mid and carry. From mid lane, of course, it's Yashikaya, Blink, and then playing on Requiem. And then from carry, Mask of Madness and haha, I right-click.
I mean, it does seem like one of the most prominent safe lane carries, I think, especially when you talk about metas of auras and like playing fast. You do want these heroes that also benefit a lot from it. Like, SF has very high damage, and he has great spells for a carry. He's like a gyrocopter type carry. He's good in lane, doesn't need too many items, has good damage output. But Liquid, I'm not too surprised. Like, they're the team that might play the best Conquer of all. You know, Ace has been pubbing a lot, played it a lot of tournaments, so they just jam it out.
Yeah, they did lose to OG with it, but again, there's many other little layers to that. It's like the Lesh solo killing Huskar and other factors to put into that. Liquid being second pick, I'd argue Kunkka, is it going to follow the Shadow Fiend in regards to like the lane, or would you rather just see it go straight to offlane for Ace?
I think I mean, they both can play it, but I would assume you'd rather play this lane offlane safe lane than mid-mid.
Okay.
Just because then you have like a bit more of like the support matchups also playing into it, because you're gonna be with a range guy, and generally speaking, I think Tundra will have a melee bro with them, like maybe Zombie, maybe Tusk.
It has to be a melee guy normally, right, with the Shadow Fiend?
Yeah, and I think then like the support can make a bit more difference, whereas in mid, I think SF is quite happy in that lane.
Yeah, I'm thinking mainly for the mid is the fact that it's like when Shadow Fiend steps up, you can then bring Boxy in, you get a couple kills on him, and now it's like your mid lane needs to farm what, 6,000 gold. with pressure being applied due to support rotation. In the 1v1, sure, but when you bring the 2v1, that's when he gets hurt a lot more.
We will also have to see about Liquid because it seems like they're one of the teams right now that prefer Mirana quite heavily. I don't know if Boxy also plays it, but I know Tofu likes it a lot. Of course, you already have like the X-Mark setup, which is great. Because to me, it seems like they have very, not scripted, but they have a lot of like duos that they're like gonna go for. Like Ace knows, okay, if I play this hero, I want Boxy and Tofu to be like, you know, this and this. When we have this, we can set up for this later. So wouldn't be too surprised if we just see like some more casual support coming out of the face that can abuse like the X-Torrent combo later.
It's like Moonlight Shadow really is just very impactful. Tundra though, the couple bans that they have are towards Shadow Fiend carry, I'd argue, right? Both Wind Ranger and Muerta, carry to carry matchup, just don't care too much about the Shadow Fiend. Like every item from Shadow Fiend is like physical damage in the moment. So you put Muerta into or Wind Ranger into her Wind Run, yeah, that's no damage. So maybe Tundra kind of giving an indicator to Liquid, like, hey, this is where we want it. Or they're just protecting their flex by not wanting to be forced, oh, we have to put it mid because of it. Liquid, though, they pick up the Tiny for themselves. We saw Ari utilize it really beautifully in game 1. There was like this really nice clip where like REKONIX are going up to the high ground. They go for this, there's a 3-man torrent on I just realized about Ari, and it's Liquid. Either way, back to you, Kazu. There was a sick play from Ari in this series, but not on Liquid.
No, but there was a good tiny play,
lost.
In the other game. It's all good.
Who cares? Yeah.
Okay, the tree, and I did forget about this hero a little bit. So it's definitely a hero I've seen like a lot lately, and he is incredibly strong. Like this is one of the most obnoxious laners you can go into. So obviously you have a good lane with like the tree and SF. You have living armor later to like help your guys around the map as well. So I will say it's pretty good. They also go with the Rasta. I would say it's a very volatile +4 hero. So they might have like a bit of an idea of what 33 wants also, like later down the line. Because I will say the support duo, it can give you like good amount of team fight, and of course Rasta can give you like the objective, but they're quite slow. They're quite clunky heroes.
They are clunky, but once they get into the mid game, the vision and like the pickoff that they provide is very scary, right? Like Tree having that vision through his shard or positioning, Shaman playing behind that with a blink dagger. Like it doesn't matter who steps up, you're gonna get comboed down. There are a lot of cheap stuns for Liquid to utilize to combo break the Shaman, be it a torrent or an X quick break into avalanche, whatever. So Liquid have tools to deal with the Shaman, but kind of the vision, the setup, the fact that when they get into an area, Shadow Fiend right-clicking the objective, Shaman Tree kind of playing in the shadows, that alone is quite disruptive if you then have like an off lane and a mid that just seeks to fight for you.
Yeah, I want to see how Liquid go with like this double pick. I mean, the easiest would be that you go for Tofu's pick and then you maybe find like a semi-flex. Like the 16-17, this double pick from their side is not always the easiest.
Liquid have no damage at the moment.
Yeah.
They've got kind of setup, control, ways to like ensure a fight is in one position, but that's about it. They go for a Keeper, a Light, and a Largo.
Interesting. So I still do feel like that, because I haven't seen Ace play Largo. Like whenever they have played Largo, it was always Tofu actually, if I believe so. And I have seen Boxy play the Kato, which maybe that's just the type of lane they're going for. You know, you cut some trees up top, you have blinding light against the tree, and you can push the wave, play on some stacks with your Kunkka, which is cool. And of course you can amplify the Tiny. At least that's where I feel like they're, you know, leaning towards.
I mean, if this is the way that they are leaning, it does give the damage, at least, right? Because the Largo will then buff the Tiny or the Kotal when they're running around the map together. Tiny will then start the fight, bring them in. Keeper Light potentially can even go for the Solar Bind to then amp the Tiny's damage rather than going for recall. I don't really see any big recall options as of yet. So it's like Solar Bind on Kotal, then you got Croak from the Largo, Tiny finding heroes. Like there is a way that tempo can be applied from Liquid for sure, but it really feels like for Tundra, it's like just respect that tempo from Liquid, play your own game, get to your item timings, and you're going to be pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I wonder where Tundra want to take this here, because if I look at this draft already, it heavily relies on, like, you need Nisha on this Tiny, presumably, to have a good game, and the two supports want to like rally with him, right?
Isn't it Brewmaster? You don't care about the Tiny jump, you get X, you can ult, you then lift up the Largo or someone else who's going to try and apply some additional buff up to someone else in the fight.
I mean, I definitely think they will be looking for this type of hero. I'm leaning that they're going to pick their mid hero here, just because I feel like you want to shut down JK. Giga bonkers here with the Brew. I mean, it is also a great hero. I like a lot of the changes, right, that they also did to this. I will say there have been times in the past where I wasn't too fond of 33's playstyle on the hero, because I do feel like every now and then when you have your timings, you want to like try pretty hard to like use your split, get stuff going, and I think he can have those games where he sits back quite a lot.
But is that because it was a matter of like going for Radiance? Right.
It was definitely a different meta. I have not yet seen him play this hero in this meta.
Okay, because right now the Brewmaster meta is, it's a kind of a 50-50. You either go Vessel Axe, or you go Midas Axe, right? The Midas Axe secures your late game where you'll always get to AC in the other items. The Vessel Axe can be a little bit more, volatile, but it gives you so much more window of play. So we'll see where 33 is going to land on that, but yeah, I think he's going to be somewhat more active on the fact that Radiance isn't really in the
it's
the
honestly quite weak.
I mean, Axe is just so good. Like leveling up your ult an additional point so early on. You level 2 or level 3 ult, it does feel exceptionally good.
I mean, let's see, because for now I can see Tundra at least, like if I look at Liquid, they have a lot of sustained damage, I guess, in a way. Whereas Tundra, I think their damage is still not like the highest. Of course, when Rasa pops his spells and you have like a tree and overgrowth, and during the split, they're incredibly strong. But if Liquid can like heal each other, with the Largo, with the Caudal ult, and like the boat, and like sustain and live through this type of timing, I think they could still shine through. So if you're Tundra, I'm still looking for like another layer of damage to like help you with the fight.
And then of course for Liquid, just the carry, right, is all they need?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, you kind of want heroes against Brew that can stay there, but a lot of those have been banned already, because like you want either the Weaver type or heroes that in like mid game, they have like a BKB, because it's really hard to play against this guy. So the Luna ban also, kind of on the money.
I mean, you want a BKB buyer, but also a Manta buyer, right? Because you want the Manta for the tree, you want a BKB to not get lifted, to actually do your damage, not get hit by Shaman.
And I don't think you really want a range hero that much with Caudal. Like, I think it's kind of nice if you can have a melee bro.
Technically, Kez buys both Manta and BKB. But I just don't know into Brew, does it? I mean, you just get lifted. Can be annoying. But you buy these items to jump onto the Shadow Fiend. I can see a world where they go for it. There's enough Chaos and Skirmish in the lineup that it can feel okay.
I'm trying to think what they're going for. I mean, they don't have... I think they actually have like no reserve time at all, like later when it's going to be liquid side of the pick.
Yep. And then Tundra, of course, we mentioned that there could be a mid laner in play for them. Pretty much just any active mid laner is what I'm looking for. Shadow Fiend, most likely the carry, playing with a tree, happy days. BZM just needs to kind of connect some dots.
Yeah, I feel like
the Ember, the whatever.
I think it makes the most sense because it's nice with your subs. And you're gonna have like the Flame Guard, to like
frame perfect
through.
By the way. That was Ember into it's nailed it.
I mean, let's see. There's some issues with the pick I'm gonna mention, but I think it's good for their own draft. It could be like some bristle. I do think you can struggle, obviously, against like, Rasta later, you have SF with like minus armor, but they should be looking for like a mid-game type of carry, I think.
They go for the drive.
I think it gives you like a solid lane. Like, even if you have like this double range bros on this easy lane, you have a lot of wave shove if you want to play with it. You've got some Largo who can throw in his frog. You've got Gyro who can push out the lane with flat cannon. It does give you a lot of damage as well, and maybe like a little bit of safety. I'm trying to wrap it all together.
Gyro's kind of like the generic carry pick, right?
Yeah.
It's just like the dude that's going to sit in the lane, like you said, he's just going to do his job. It's nothing special, but the items are going to come online for him, right? Like he buys the early BKB to withstand what, the Shaman, the tree, the shenanigans there. You got the flak to kill the Brew. Like, it's a hero that you can rally around, and that's, I think, all Liquid really needed, because I'm still looking at Nisha, Boxy, Tofu. What can they create in the early game? Because if they're quiet and not doing like this map play crazy stuff, I am just looking at Tundra having a cleaner lineup overall.
No, for me as well. I also think like this overall, like SF was picked first, and apart from like displacing him later with like a toss back or like a tidal wave from Kunkka, SF enjoys the matchup into Gyro. Like, it's not a bad matchup for this hero at all. For me, it's the same. I'm looking a lot at like the 3-man ball. Like how do the mids interact with the supports? Because Liquid, to me, I feel like they need a good start and then like buff each other up and like stay in this formation within the fight. But if Tundra get to like break you, kite you, space you, get an early vessel and like go around and find these pickoffs, I think they're happier, and I slightly prefer the Tundra draft.
Yeah, and that's where Liquid, Boxy, we're talking about the solo buy and the recall, which facet is he going to go for? He went for recall. So when you're talking about Tundra out positioning you, trying to kite you, when you have recall in play, you're always going to have, the correct hero in the correct fight, just going to be able to drag them in. So that's where Boxy's going to have to utilize that throughout the entire game to make sure that they are disciplined enough to beat Tundra. And we are ready for the game with Cap and SVG.
Two teams coming into this 1-1. Both of them have had a slip up on day one. For Liquid, I would say not terribly surprising, though it looks like they're kind of finding their bit of form. At least they did in that game against Team Spirit. Tundra, though, not being a guaranteed top 2 grand finals team is kind of confusing to me, Avery. I feel like I thought this was going to be a season where Tundra was going to come in and just be, a Falcons from 2 years ago. I thought they were going to come in and just kind of dominate.
Well, it is a blast, so they'll probably win it in the end. So
that's true. That's
not
true.
Get too far ahead of ours. The script is already written. They already know it. So maybe they're just chilling right now because they already know they're going to win another. They just win every blast. It's inevitable. They do also have Treant Protector, who I believe is undefeated so far in this event. He has a 100% win rate when he gets left through. So I guess Liquid have already lost, which is unfortunate for them.
Yeah, 3 games, 100% win rate. One of those perma pick or ban heroes alongside other heroes that are currently top picks and bans. Viper, Largo, Razor, those are mostly perma ban heroes. They've slipped through once or twice, like we saw the Razor from last game. Huskar being another one of those. I mean, we definitely see a trend of the heroes that are mega viable right now.
It's just too annoying. I will say, how the hell did Liquid not last pick Huskar there, dude? I can't believe they didn't last pick Huskar. I feel like Tundra were like begging them to with this Ember pick. Because then you have nowhere to throw this Ember. Like, yeah, you can put SF mid and play safe lane Ember, but then he's going against Kunkka, and Kunkka would just manhandle him too. So, and I think they had the lineup that could have utilized the Huskar really well. So I feel like Liquid kind of went for the safer pick with this Gyro. Like, just some well-rounded hero. They're going to play Dota, but they didn't go for the jugular, Oh, look, they're already reading this play. Cutting trees, sentry down, prepping for Whitemon. Whitemon not happy about this.
Wants to save the trees, but they're going to pull him out of the trees to the visibility. Mick going to try and hunt him down. Not able to get the first blood quite yet. Finally get it. Boxy gets a little bit low. Mick, he's likely to fall here. Takes a lot of damage. Actually body blocked pretty nicely. He's able to get out. Tundra do not get a return kill. And now Ari, he's going to be pulled back in by yet another lick. Heroes being slowed down. They've got another lick up in 3 seconds. Tundra have somehow just given away a massive, I mean, that just wasn't a first blood fight. That's 3 kills for Liquid.
Vincere got so much out of that. Afterburner going to work, just laying into people. They are probably going to get 3 runes here, it looks like. A massive blow for Tundra. Trying to defend the trees.
Oh, look at Tofu, man. He's sticking on Pure. Pure's dead. 100%. He's just gonna die. He's not gonna pop his fairy fire. He wants to die just so he can come back to lane 100%. So Liquid are going to start the lane low on resources, but high on gold.
And experience. This Largo's already almost level 2. Crazy amount of XP won out of that fight. The blinding light from that Coddle honestly did a lot of work. It hit on basically everybody. Not often you see Coddle impact these early engagements, but that is a 90 damage nuke level 1 now. And when you land that extra mischance on everyone, it did some work there, man.
Damn, you see that play? Boxy pushed the SF into the torrent with blinding light. He missed the range creep as a result, so that doesn't feel the best, but it was cool.
You remember, Pure cannot die up here because he TP'd back in the lane.
Right, yeah.
So that would be an absolute disaster. Dude, there's something... These teams are throwing this Kunkka into these very tough Kunkka lanes versus SF, and they're just taking the fight to him. And it's been working out so far in this game and last game. Just cheekily out laning some of these players on a very powerful hero.
This is quite the interesting draft. I haven't seen this one yet. Largo with Coddle. Largo support. I assume like we're with like how good is Croak of Genius combined with Chakra Magic, right? If they're just putting them both on Tiny, and Tiny's just hitting combo after combo, and the combo's doing extra damage, and he's casting it more often because of Chakra Magic. This does sound a little dirty.
Potentially very dirty. They can all come together here for Liquid. They did take Recall. Boxy took Recall instead of the Solar Bind. Right. I thought was interesting because I think both of these talents are viable. I think Solar Bind is stronger. We see it more often now. I think that is a very strong facet, especially in lineups like this where you have so much magic damage to play off of and so much kiting potential. It's almost impossible not to take it, but he still opts for the Recall because Boxy just loves playing the map, setting kills up. And maybe, you know, you can play late game with like some buybacks, send Largo in first, he dies, you buy back, recall him into the fight, or you can just recall his Tiny around the map. It's definitely a strong facet if you play well around it as a team. But it did surprise me a little bit he took it here.
I mean, if it is a good Chakra Magic game, that also makes it more incentive to go recall, right? Because you get the Chakra Magic on the recall, and he's got both Gyrocopter and Tiny. Like, he's got two cores that have high magic damage dealing nukes with very low cooldowns that fully take advantage of Chakra Magic.
Wait, you don't get that anymore, do you?
What?
You don't get Chakra on recall anymore.
I thought you did.
No, they took that away.
Upon teleporting, the increased movement speed buff are applied to both Coddle and the teleport target, and the latter also receives a Chakra Magic. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I swear they took that away, but no, I guess not.
Another Sentry drop. Whitemon Pure chasing after the Kunkka here, but pushed away, so Pure can't hit a number of raises. Actually still hits the long range one. Gets the Kunkka a bit low. Meanwhile, Ari is going to be chased down by the Gyrocopter. This is going to be tough. Pulled out of position by the Catchy Lick and then run down by, you know, Rocket Barrage with Afterburner Gyrocopter. It's going to be tough to not get killed down here.
Especially with blood grenades in the game. Just so much chase down potential. He's just going to go mid. He gets scanned out too. Kind of an interesting scan. So they know 33 is down here alone. They'll be able to zone him off. His gyro is ginormous off of the early fight, plus a free lane, plus some extra kills. It's gonna be a powerhouse for Liquid this game. Other lanes are, I mean, the lanes are going fine for Tundra. It's just that first blood fight was such a disaster for them.
Three. They got a lot of damage here, and once again, Afterburner proving to be a problem. Blood Grenade slowing down 33. Fortunately for him, because the extra little boost of movement speed, he is able to get out of range, and they're okay. Mid lane matchup, 24-6 for the Ember Spirit. Looks like pretty even on CS. Nisha's maybe slightly behind, but he also had the Ember got double water runes earlier, so
Ember's cruising
a bit low.
I do like the Ember pick here. I mean, this is potentially a very free Ember game. I don't really know how BCM ever dies, unless you just get completely crumpled in a team fight. But him just running around the map, playing the map, setting up his supports or fights for the Brewmaster should kind of be a free game for him.
Trying to kill himself fast enough, and he gets it. He pushes Ari away with the blinding light. Really fast reactions, because I don't know if he anticipated a TP in from the Shadow Shaman like that.
The Hellbear also didn't miss.
That's true.
Hellbear don't miss. Hellbear, he knows what his job is. 6-minute power rune. It's a big one for BZM if Tundra can control it.
Oh, he got the Arcane Rune. I can't believe BZM and Ari didn't attack him a little bit sooner. Tofu.
Yeah, what was that?
He does have 21 charges. Maybe they thought there was going to be more behind him or something, but they just kind of let him sit on that despite the setup from Tundra already being there.
I thought you just shackle him there and use Remnant to take the rune. I mean,
yeah.
Even if it gets interrupted, like that was a massive rune for the Ember. I'm gonna try and kill him anyway.
No longer having the 20 magic wand charges. He'll die finally.
Well, that was incredibly awkward for Tofu. As BZM gets his kill in the end, that's earn charges for the Ember. So that's a nice kill to snag. Lanes are slowly going Tundra's way. I do think they have stronger lanes here. They're trying to overcome that early deficit. But that gyro is still just massive. And I mean, this is a hero that Liquid can move around the map. They can send Mickey through the gate. They could collapse on top, especially with the extra XP he has. So that is a move that Tundra need to be a little wary about. They also need to think about the stacking if Liquid just try and go for the economy game here. We see 33 with the boot lock, and then he assembles it as the missile hits. So he's just throwing Boxy's tech back in his face here.
Yeah, he is.
Boxy is definitely not happy about that. And he dies because he's tilted now. He doesn't know what to do. He's like, I am the boots disassembler, sir.
I mean, you did always
not
ask,
dare.
who else does this? And it really was just Boxy, but you know, 33 said, yeah, that's good tech. And he needs that tech in this lane because he is constantly under assault here. And you know this man hates using regen.
Is he gonna assemble? Nope, he keeps it disassembled just to throw more mental damage into Liquid's face.
Now he's gonna start healing up off the Tranquil Boots combined with the Living Armor. Nice bit of heal. The Tiny goes down in mid. Tundra beginning to cook.
I mean, this game, ever since the Tranquil Boots disassemble, reassemble bottom, this game has fallen apart for Liquid. I mean, Boxy needs to get his own disassembled Tranquil Boots online. I mean, there's just nothing you can do to this guy. Look at him. You damage him, he assembles. Instant heal. This is fruitless down here. This lane is over for Liquid. It's time to play through Nisha.
Yeah, he's somehow keeping himself just healthy enough that he can continue to lane.
Broken. Absolutely broken.
Peak efficiency right here. And of course, 33 needs his hand to Midas because he doesn't have stacks to farm, so he needs some other way to boost his net worth.
It's definitely an I told you so game for Boxy right now.
BZM is gonna never really have a Flame Guard. I do almost wonder, like, should he be maxing out Flame Guard if every fight he's just gonna get licked by Largo? Mass TP's coming in the bottom lane, trying to save the Gyrocopter here, but the SF is already on the other side. There's no way to bail out the Gyrocopter, and in fact, it's just going to be more heroes potentially dying as Tundra freely diving the tower, going after both supports here, and will collect both. The Tornado on Boxy, Blood Grenade to slow him down.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful connections here from 33. An absolutely perfect first ult usage. Gets all the lifts, all the extra barrel hits, and just not a fight Liquid are ready for. But that's a very telegraphed fight. Like, this Brew gets 6. You should be thinking about Tundra collapsing this lane. They did not make the first move with the gyro. But you got to remember, this gyro was mega farmed, mega leveled. I'm kind of surprised. I feel like Liquid more often than not makes that type of play first and faster than their opponents. And so for them to not make the play on the SF, instead get gone on by the SF, while Ace is just kind of up here, never even TP'd into that. Or got canceled.
It's such good setup for it too, right? A Kunkka off lane,
yeah.
Like he's begging for a core to rotate in because he has all the disables. He just needs a bit of damage follow-up.
That's a very surprising sequence for me. And I think it points to this Liquid team just not firing on all cylinders yet in this season. That was so much gold for 33, man. He's gonna have Midas very quickly here, and the panel is debating, is he gonna go Vessel, is he gonna go Midas? It's 33. He's gonna go, if he can get away with the greedier option, I think he will always take the greedier option.
I think he also needs it just purely for levels, right? Because he's matched up against Kunkka with the cleave, and Gyrocopter with the flat cannon shots. Like, his level 1 Brewlings are going to die so quickly in fights. So he kind of needs to boost himself to level 12 as quick as he can.
It doesn't give you extra XP though.
Oh, that's true.
Yep.
Forgot they took that away.
15 years of Dota experience has only made you stupider, Austin. That's what Valve does to us.
I actually
knowledge
do wish
against you.
I could sometimes just wipe all previous Dota knowledge just and start afresh, you know?
Yeah, it's a very big change to the item because to me the XP was almost more important than the gold.
Yes.
Like a lot of the heroes, it was about getting extra levels, getting to like late game talents or some faster level 12. So to me, that is a reason the item's garbage, because I do not think this item being a pure gold generator is enough to justify it, especially when like Helmet Dom is still in the game, when there are some cheap farming items you can buy on a lot of heroes that can pick up that kind of gap. I'm not convinced by this item, honestly.
Well, if 33 is going an item, I have to assume you're just wrong. So, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's usually how it works, but I don't care. He's wrong. What does he know about Dota? Nothing.
Holding on to the tower as long as they can. The living armor, level 3, is slowing things down. They have the overgrowth. Pure is set up. Can anybody else from Tundra make this rotation? Seems not.
No, they're taking it right now.
Clearly wanted to make that fight happen, but RE and BZM have made a different call, which I think is fair. Take the mid tower instead.
Oh yeah, that's a way bigger prize. Your SF is jungling anyway. Pure is mega farm off of that bottom fight into no pressure going on to him. Liquid never went up here.
Finally catch Whitemon. As pesky as he has been.
At least you get something for your troubles up here, but it doesn't feel like enough. I don't know, it feels like Liquid need to find some way to pressure this map right now, because this Panda with Midas is pulling away his bottom, getting a lot. This SF is free farming. They're going to pick up another freebie here. And it just feels like they're losing out around the map, and I think Ember is a lot better at controlling this style of play than Tiny is this early on.
For sure.
Once you get Tiny Blink, maybe you can just run around with Coddle Tiny and try and make something happen. But again, you don't have the Solar Bind to make the two-man combo as deadly.
Yeah, they definitely built for tempo and speed, which means if they don't actually have enough damage out of this tiny combo to burst down these heroes, if Tundra get too far ahead, you're gonna feel pretty damn bad about this game, because it feels like much of their game plan has been get Tiny to get Blink Dagger, he runs around the map and he just sets the entire pace of the game. But Tundra is up 2K.
Ember had too good of a laning phase. This SF got too good of a fight bottom, and your skirmishers are behind on the side of Liquid. That was the Blink delivery for Nisha, by the way. He just died getting a power rune that isn't even a good one. 3 cores ganked him in the river. Like, that tells you everything you know about the pace of this game right now. It's completely in Tundra's control. This is not the tempo that Liquid want with this lineup. So
we don't even have the levels on Tofu for maxed out Frog Stomp, which is a good combo with Tiny, but it also means he also has no levels of Croak of Genius, which I feel like is part of the later game plan here with this support mid duo.
Let's get your Roche toss.
Chasing after Ahri, toss back. It's gonna take a little bit to kill him here. Centaur Stomp helps out a bit with the wards. Are they gonna be able to still fight around this at all? Tundra looks like they're just fully foregoing this entire situation. Overgrowth goes out. BZM jumps back to the other remnant that he had down, goes down the cliff area. He'll be good. Liquid playing around the Largo, feeling like they are untouchable for now. Nisha blinking in after BZM underneath the tower, knowing BZM used much of his mana, much of his remnants. Does manage to get a TP away successfully, though. They lost track of him, and he slips into the night. So, heavy move from Liquid. All they got was Shadow Shaman.
That is a really big escape when he's so low on remnants. That overgrowth bailed him out. They still do have very good wards here, though. They got a ward behind the tier 1. They got one on the cliff. Scouting out this SF. It would be a monster grab.
Yeah, if they can get a quick pick off on like Whitemon here. Toss back, toss in. Pure trying to get out the Requiem. No, he gets stunned up here. Unable to do so. Hit by the torrent. Can they burst him down? Another chance at a Requiem. Pure trying to let it loose. The blast coming in. He got off the Requiem. He stays alive. Veering back much of Liquid. And the rest of Tundra will find the kills. They get the Tiny, get the Coddle. Now trying to get Ace as well. Trying to get him with the illusions. Body block him up with the slight chains. It does the trick. 3 deaths on Liquid, and Tundra they get away with so many heroes so low.
Treant Protector, man. Living Armor is a hell of a spell. Just bailing Pure out of that situation. Tanks so much there. But part of that is also he's just so farmed and so high level. It's level 14 SF now. He had almost 2,000 HP going in that fight. That's what gave him the confidence to run in there or get tossed in there. And ultimately, it's this Ember doing the work, man. Like, BZM is just doing so much damage in these fights because the Ember, he can't be killed easily. There's just no real combo to bring him down 100 to 0 through the Flame Guard. He's getting Vessels off. He's their big DPS dealer. Liquid are in a little bit of trouble right now. They don't have the damage to take these fights. They didn't snowball the early game. And now they're losing stacks to the Ember. Brother, this is illegal right now.
Not good. He's not good at all. They get the high ground ward, but BZM has already done the damage. He's taken the entirety of the Ancient stack.
And Ags is done for 33, dude.
In trouble. Tumbler Toy can't get it off in time. Hexed up, caught in the wards. And there really is just not the greatest saves on the side of Liquid. The Lick isn't going to do enough.
Well, he's just beating Largo's ass. Holy.
Chasing him all the way back to the tier 3s. He's got him. 33. He just ran him down.
Oh my god.
And he still has a little bit of time here in the Primal Split now. Nisha's going to get the toss back into the tier 3s. And 33 will pay the price for that one. It's going to take a little bit to kill him, but surely underneath these tier 3s, he's not
Midas in one.
Midas?
I mean, value.
Okay, he gets it off.
Value Midas right there.
Oh, now we got the toss back on the tree as well. Oh, Requiem, Blink Requiem, point blank on Nisha.
Well, that's kind of worth it for Tundra. Well, that was not a bad Ags delivery into Brew sequence for them. Continues to build the lead here. Such an early Brew Ags. Not much you can do against that. I mean, the damage is just insane at this point in the game. Absolutely destroyed Largo. Largo haters is thriving right now. Are there Largo haters? I don't even know if that's true.
What? You are a Largo hater.
I am a Largo
What do you mean?
Yeah, but I hate him conceptually. Like, I don't despise Largo. You know, like,
well, as what? As opposed to, like, personally, like, he wronged you in the past?
No, because like some people, they're like Tinker haters because they just hate Tinker. They hate playing against it.
They hate when it's on conceptually what the hero is. What are you talking about?
Still admit that the design is fine. They just don't.
No, they don't.
They just don't like Tinker's face. You know, there's a difference.
Okay.
I don't have any problem with Largo's face, so I will say it is kind of annoying. So maybe I do actually. You know what? I took that personally.
Here comes Ace with the Shivas to try and bail out Tofu. They are a little lacking in damage when it comes to this trio without the Ember Spirit, without the SF, but Pure and BZM, they're going to join in now. Looking for a 4 versus 5 fight off of, well, they don't have Requiem for 12 seconds.
Can't rule though. 33 starts it.
He gets it off.
Oh, this is
gonna go for the Largo first. Caught Nisha as well. Blast going down. No hero dead just yet. A lot of heals coming in. Now alongside the boat. These heroes are not going to die easy. Nisha, he's trying to make a run for it. Won't be able to get the blink off. Gets off the avalanche. A blink opportunity. And he is away. BZM, he's going to go after Tofu instead. But the heals are just too much, man. He can't cut through all these Largo heals. The 5 stack of Liquid is beginning to heat up.
That goddamn frog. And just as I was saying, his stupid face is annoying. He does it again. He sits there, he plays one note. He probably had the highest impact on that fight. We don't get to see the healing numbers, but he had 25
He played it
strokes.
25 times for 34 health each.
That is, you know, it's probably what, 1600 heal? Which is all getting multiplied by all the armor and everything.
Yeah.
Jeez, man, what a hero. He's still strumming. The man just don't care. If they had the thing is, this fight I still think is great for Tundra. They just don't have Requiem. If the SF can blink in there and Requiem them, I think they're absolutely just fried. Like,
for sure.
They just get obliterated. So some of that is Liquid reading the cooldowns. But that cooldown was very close, so That's still
that
scary.
felt like 33 jumping the gun a little bit because they spotted him. But if they played more defensively and played to contest Tormentor, they would have had Requiem up for a Tormentor fight.
Yes. I think the idea there was correct from Tundra. Just they misplayed the timings a little. Liquid take advantage of it. They get a good fight in this game.
They get the super sick shard, which is the encore for Largo. Not that he has any of those utility items right now, but
yeah, it's completely useless right now. But it is a 6 shard. Well, now you have BKB SF. So now that kind of team fight becomes a lot easier. There is no BKB interrupt in this game. One of the downsides of this Liquid lineup against the Shadow Fiend, who is a great BKB carrier, is, well, he's guaranteed to do whatever he wants every fight. So that's kind of scary. And Tundra instantly smoked up. They have the blink on the brew. He can start the fight. You can get the SF in there, and then you can just lay the overgrowth on top.
There's that frog. Whitemon, Tofu. They go for the frog first. Bursting down nice and quick. 33 blinking in, hits the clap, now the ult. Catching, oh, nice blink away there from Nisha.
That really
downside of the Brewmaster Cyclone. It doesn't do any damage when you come down from it, so if you're somebody like this Tiny, you can't just instant blink out.
Honestly, I'd almost like 33 to play that slower as well. Like, I don't think he has to ult too early in this game. I mean, the thing with this Ags build is you want to ult because it just does so much damage. But like we saw there, you can't really kill Liquid on your own. You're more setting it up for the 2 other damage dealers. So maybe he will think about playing these fights a little slower with his ult, because I don't think he will ever die 100-0 against this kind of lineup. Maybe if Tiny was like Mega Farm or something, but you just run in a resist stance. You're not going to get combo down, and then you can just bait some more spells. You can maybe set up something better for your SF combo. Because right now these ults they're zoning Liquid, but they're not winning you the fight you're looking for. So it's something to consider here. Very interested to see what he goes next too. I feel like 33 always has some weird, unique idea for every individual game. Maybe he'll go something cool here, like, I don't know, Dagon 5, E-Blade, Brewmaster. That sounds dank.
Well, right now he's getting Boots of Travel, which I find kind of odd. Between Treant Protector and Ember Spirit, I feel like you have enough lane shove and map play, you know what I mean? And I feel like you just want stronger team fight.
Well, Boots of Travel is a farming item for him, you know?
Yeah, but he already has his hand of Midas. He already has.
The man likes to farm, okay? The man likes to farm. Don't question it.
All right.
Strain to Refresher. What's better than 1 brew ult that does nothing? 2 brew ults that does nothing. Can't argue with that logic.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it does allow him to play a little bit more solo, and that solo experience valuable to get him the level 3 or rather, excuse me, level 4 primal split because of the Ags.
Shiro also has pretty good late game talents. They're not insanely broken, but they're nice. So you kind of want to get there too if you can. Shiva's done for the Ember, as well as Lothar's for the Shadow Fiend. Nice.
You can't call it that.
Yeah, I can. That's still the name in Dota 1.
No, that's a dead name. You can't. Nowhere in
dead.
Dota 2 doesn't say anything about Lothar's. There's gonna be people out there who have no clue what you're talking about.
As long as the memory of it lives on in us players, it will never die.
Maybe it should die. Its time is over. It's Shadowblade now.
I mean, Lothar's was a better name. Why'd they change it anyway?
Well, because probably had to do with Warcraft 3, I assume.
Well, Blizzard's dead now, so you can put it back in. They got killed by Valve's ultimate business strategy of doing nothing and letting your competitors destroy themselves with time.
Classic.
It's a classic Valve maneuver. They got him. They got him, folks. So it's time to bring Skeleton King back. You know what I'm saying? It's time, dude. The people are demanding it. The people yearn for the Skeleton King.
Radiant's courier has been
Real quick, can we talk about Croak of Genius?
Okay.
What is this ability? I feel like
it's fundamentally busted.
I think it's fundamentally busted, but like also not good. You know what I mean? Like from a game design standpoint, you like put it on a hero and you don't really see its impact.
Yeah.
And I think it makes it even worse because it's probably a broken ability. Like it's probably too good.
I think fundamentally it's stupid. I mean, they can always tune it to a point where it's bad because it's just tuned so low, but fundamentally it's kind of a stupid concept. But I agree, they should make it like repel or something where you can actually just see it on the dude.
I also think it's I feel like, what is this duration? You know, it's like you just set it and forget it. You just put it on somebody and you just walk away. And I kind of hate that for something that feels like it's fundamentally broken, that you don't even have to like think about like, oh, I'm putting it on the tiny right before he jumps in. You just put it on people just constantly. It lasts 30 seconds on the max level.
Well, he's not doing that, so maybe you should let him know. But I will say, I think you just fundamentally don't understand that Largo was designed for players who don't actually have to play the game.
Boxy, Forstaff trying to get away from Pure, and he's good for now. Pure, maybe he has to use his BKB here. He's got a lot of backup.
He's chilling.
They're going to have to drop some serious spells if they want to get this BKB out of him.
Okay, he's not chilling.
He makes his commitment, and Pure, it makes a BKB run for it. Mickey still trying to chase him down. Doesn't really catch him, though. Whitemon was ready to go with the overgrowth, so frankly, it wasn't really close. BKB for BKB, though. I almost feel like that's good for Liquid. Like, I think I would rather make the SF use his BKB almost no matter what.
Oh, the SF BKB is untouchable in this game. So every time you get that down, it's an opening. That's how you have to think about it. But again, it presents the issue of this Liquid lineup where if you don't, I want to say if you don't get a toss back, but a lot of times in this game, even if you get the toss back, Tundra are going to be able to walk it off. Just because you don't have the BKB Pearson. Gyro is not he's not Sven, he's not TA. He's not taking some incredible high burst damage fight to this SF. Maybe with Daedalus or Divine territory later, we can see some of that. But for now, Liquid just have to be patient. Like, you have to just not let Tundra build a lead, kind of scale up your Tricore here, get some more items on the Tiny especially, and just prepare for long fights. Your lineup can be very powerful in long fights with double healing supports.
That's actually where I feel like I favor Liquid, though. It is the fact that, like, yeah, they can't make that commitment against the BKBs, but they have so many good ways to, like, to have a poke at Tundra, whether it's the toss back. You know, maybe you don't get that kill, but you get that hero to use its BKB and run away or TP out or whatever, right? And you could just kind of keep doing that between the X torrents and the toss backs, you know? They have very low cooldown abilities in that regard. And they just keep it up. They just keep wearing down those BKBs until you don't have anything left.
If you can play that style of fight, it's very good for the lineup. And this is what it's designed to do. I just worry if the Ember Chains and the Brults, the Overgrowth and the Hex Shackle are going to catch you when you're going for these kind of plays. Particularly Nisha, like, you go in and look for these plays. If you get Shaman Hex because you don't BKB early, that fight can just end off of that. It's scary in the Ultra Late here.
Sure.
That's kind of the power of Shaman.
Hex might be a problem for both of them because we've got Boxy building Scythe of Ice as his next item. So that'll give him a little bit more, you know, that toss back actually has some bite to it if you're tossing back into an instant stun.
By the way, side note, is Coddle innate the worst in the game? I think it is.
Is Coddle's innate the worst in the game? Yeah,
think it is.
because I didn't even know what it was.
Yeah, I think it's a literal no impact innate. I think it only has impact like once or twice in laning phase. And honestly, if you watch a lot of Coddle games, it doesn't even impact laning phase because it's almost, it doesn't give you enough to cast a spell, so like who cares?
Tofu breaks the smoke and gets broken in turn 33. Once again, very aggressive on the primal split. They get a pick off and he just blinks straight in, pops his ult right away. Liquid just reset. Lose the courier, I guess, but are they going to be able to do Roshan during this primal split timing? Because the primal split's not going to last too much longer. They have to do this Roshan fast, otherwise Liquid They're going to come in for the contest. About a third HP. Mickey, he's going to drop his ultimate here. This is a possibility. They can actually
got Hex on the jump.
Take the fight. They X jump in. That is rough. Nisha gets instantly controlled and then requiemed. It's an Aegis for Pure and a one-team fight for Tundra.
I told you, dude. I felt maybe I cursed him there or something, but I said if this tiny jumps without BKB, and they're just gonna lose the fight. And like Ari just had his number the whole way. They had vision. The Treant was scouting. They knew when that jump was coming. He did not BKB, and that's the fight. Like you cannot be greedy with it this game. And that might be one of those game-deciding things. I don't know how favored Liquid are in that exchange. I think that's a hard fight no matter what. Like even if you get Aegis steal there, I don't think you're winning that.
Sure. So, I mean, you're fighting into another primal split because of the refresher. Yeah. There was a lot of team fight there, but it could have. Liquid could have had a better shot.
Oh yeah. I mean, that was your chance to potentially turn this game around. Now you're going to be down a lot. This SF is getting level 25. He's a monster.
Yeah, Pure is big boy.
Do you have some downtime on these brew ults? If you want to try and find something around the map.
White Mon. Do some good vision down. He gets down a tree. He gets down a nice aggressive ward on the side of the map.
These eyes are just so annoying to play against. I think mainly because you're not used to it yet. So I feel like a lot of players are just not, they don't have it in the back of their mind that this Treant is placing all these Eyes of the Force so early in games. You almost have to think of this hero like TA now with traps.
Yeah.
But it's very hard to do that when you're used to a hero not having some capability for a long time.
Daedalus now complete for Mickey with level 20. So this is one of Gyrocopter's big spikes.
He's doing some damage now. Got the serrated shiv as well. Need Hex in this lineup though. We talked about that boxy Hex. I don't think he's made any progress towards it. And without that, I don't think you have enough chain disable to threaten the Brew before he ults or the SF before he BKBs.
Do you think so most of the time Largo is going to be playing his movement speed and his heal, but the Bull Belly Blitz, do you think that probably works with all the flat cannon shots, right? Grants their attacks additional 25% magic damage? So that's an interesting lobby test, I think.
I would actually lean towards it would only proc on the main hit, not every flag hit.
Really?
Because, for example, like if you buy Diffusal, right? Diffusal doesn't burn mana on every flag hit.
Yeah, but I don't think it's an orb in that regard, you know?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Is it just applying a flat buff? But it's like Broach, right? Like Broach doesn't apply to every flag hit. And I imagine it's the same effect.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I guess the question is it based off of, is that a buff being applied to Gyrocopter, or is that like something that is on the enemy heroes, you know, and would they get hit by an attack?
No, I think it's a buff. Like, I don't think it applies to all flag hits. I think it just gives it to your main hit. Like 80% sure now that I'm looking through all of it. But it's good with heroes like Windranger or something. Saw Spirit try and run that combo.
One-shot Requiem, slight chains, and just like that, you do not have BKB, you will die here. Now, Pure is in pretty deep for all the... Jesus, man, those raises, level 25. Shadow Raise applies attack damage. Man just nuked Nisha from orbit, good God. And the Gyrocopter's gonna die as well. They're just getting one shot. The whole team is getting one shot.
This facet goes hard, bro. Dear God. Especially when you crit like every other raise.
Yeah, seriously, those crits were nasty, man. He got a little lucky on the RNG on that one, but that was still intense. Pure. His Aegis will expire here, so it slows down Tundra a bit. They're still going to get the full lane of barracks off of the Primal Split. And a ton of economic damage done to Liquid.
Oh, yeah. 2 buys. They held the gyro buy, probably because Mickey feels like if he cannot get the Satanics, game is just not winnable anyway, which I would agree with. But I mean, this SF he was just putting nails in the coffin right there. Dear Lord. That did not look right. That did not look right at all. Though I think he crit Nisha 2 out of 3 hits on that first burst.
Yeah.
Which was just not
he got
fair.
insanely good RNG, but
that is still the issue in this game. Is like you gave a later pick SF with a lineup that can really build around it. I guess it was early pick, huh? They saw it. No, it was first pick. Yeah, what am I saying? It was first pick SF, but I don't feel like you picked heroes that went through his BKB or caused him issues in the team fight, which is one of the better ways to deal with this hero. You kind of just picked a bunch of like soft magic damage dealers. Gyro is not a great matchup against this hero. Kunkka is like, kind of okay, but you get outscaled eventually. There's no like spear breaker in this game. There's no, you know, like hard chronosphere or something to just lock this guy down. I feel like it's a very free SF game for a first pick carry hero. And now you're in that point where he's going to take over the game. And like, who is fighting this dude? He's 9-1-9. Basically a perfect game from Pure.
McKay says it's divine or bust at this point. He's given up on the Satanic, has the relic queued up, and I don't know if I really blame him because the way he got chunked down by that SF, I don't know if Satanic really saves you from that.
No. Your option is jump this SF first. I mean, that's what this game is coming down to. By the way, he finished Satanic, so if you don't burst him, he is not going down. They might not even get to Divine here. Tundra just looking for the game ender right now. Gonna go in through bottom. Very sneaky. But you can see the SF aura here if Liquid are looking at it. So it's kind of hard to go in here completely.
And they also can push out waves very safely because of Coddle. So Tundra don't have the immediate opening.
Did get Divine Rapier though. Disassembled Daedalus for it. Yeah. So it's not the true Daedalus Divine damage ramp, but you do get there. They'll Ward Trap their own SF. Secret strat only known on NA servers.
Pressure is on. Tundra have already taken a second tier 3 with the Primal Split and the wards. They don't even have to put heroes out on the battlefield in order to threaten these buildings. So the Divine Rapier is going to be shown here. No surprise reveal that wins the team fight.
You can always cancel that, but you don't want to get caught.
Back on 33, managed to get it, but 33 with a BKB and a refresher. He's good. He's not going to die here. At the same time, Liquid probably happy just being able to force out that refresher, which is going to be used for the second BKB.
I think is he kind of wanted to use it anyway, right?
Sure.
For this ult, and you just go down. I guess they didn't get a lot off that.
Well, he also wanted to use it for his Hand of Midas charges, you know.
Very true, yes, very true. Gotta keep the Midas going here. I mean, he is farm. He's the second highest net worth hero in this game. Build has worked out, and they will re-smoke it up. Strength Blink. A very expensive item that does almost nothing, but it does look dank as hell, so I respect the choice here.
Dire are scanning.
Proc Cinder Brew. That's one way to think about it. You don't have Radiance, you know.
Sure. To me, this item is the definition of luxury item.
yeah.
You are never buying it, except when you've basically already won the game and you're capped and you're just like, I don't want to lose my gem, you know. So I gotta spend my gold on something, but I don't have slots. So I just buy the upgrade Overwhelming Blink. The slow is kind of nice, but it's not worth an extra like 5,000 gold.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, Roche is guaranteed spawn. Liquid know it. Now, if you don't contest it, I don't think you can win the fight against SF with an Aegis here. Tundra also know this, just hugging the eyes in the forest.
Yeah, tough fighting into that much vision. So they're gonna give this up. I mean, the roar goes out. Maybe do they have a smoke? Were they waiting for roar to smoke up? Tofu's got it. They're gonna start running, but yeah, it happened so quickly. They're gonna be late to this. This is going to be another situation where the Aegis already grabbed before Liquid can even get there. And can they even get there? Blocked down by BZM with the slight chains. There goes the Roshan. The Aegis picked up. And now Liquid on full retreat will have to play with a high ground defense.
Uncontestable, Roche. When Ember and Brew can just sit in your face. Because you don't have that Hex. You have no threat on them.
Yeah, how close are we to that?
I mean, we're not close. He went back for Vlad's, gave up on it.
Okay, well. Level 20 on Nisha, so he's got the toss back. Doesn't require any targets.
I don't know how much that matters here. But...
No.
I will also say I can't help but feel SF is... I mean, SF is a first pick hero, so whatever. Like the bar is already pretty high, but I do think this hero owns Largo.
Yeah, I mean, any hero that can do pretty intense amount of burst, which is SF early on with magic damage, later on physical damage, like...
You're also a minus armor hero, and this hero can struggle to get armor up at a good timing. You're also a team fight displacement hero. Like with this you go in Requiem and then you split heroes in the fight, right? You kind of break the ball and then you can chunk somebody. I think there's a lot of things about this SF that are good against Largo.
He's a range hero as well, which is, you know, melee heroes can get kited by the extra movement speed that Largo gives everybody, so.
And if you end up laning against offlane Largo, probably own him, so. This is a support Largo. It's not the biggest deal if like enemy carry owns you. I mean, it's kind of what they're supposed to do, but I think in general it's an interesting matchup. I also think Drow owns this hero, but I still do not understand where this Drow is. I just do not see this hero ever, but I think this hero deserves some gameplay. Maybe we'll see it eventually. I mean, the frog, let me tell you something. Frogs do not like hypothermia, okay? If you have ever frozen a frog, they do not enjoy it, Austin. Not that I have.
Not. Isn't it the opposite? Aren't they one of the creatures that can survive being frozen?
Yes, they survive, but they do not enjoy it. They're not happy. They're not a happy frog because he cannot play his song when he is frozen.
You would rather be dead? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not advocating to freeze any frog. I'm just saying,
okay,
should a frog happen to get frozen in the wild, he is not a happy frog.
Minutes left on the Aegis. Tundra should be approaching the high ground soon, and we'll see whether or not Nisha, I mean, it's largely up to Nisha if he can find the openings to get the right tossbacks. Also not die for that tossback, right? So that requires him probably having to BKB. Oh, jump in from 33. Instant overwhelming blink hit on 2 cores, completely going to ruin any opportunity for Nisha to get the initiation first. It's a tossback on Pure, but it doesn't really do much at all. Pure, BKB commits. And Glyph goes out actually last second, so Melee Barracks might survive here if they can clear out all these wards and siege wagons in time.
Catapults.
They got him.
All right, base defended. A successful high ground hold for Liquid.
Yeah.
33 will bots to continue farming.
I mean,
towards 25.
They can't really go in again because even if he has Aegis, BKB being on cooldown, puts them in a precarious position. So I think Liquid, yeah, has managed to stall the game potentially another 10 minutes.
I guess Pure just doesn't want to jump into their tier 4s to take the fight. Like, theoretically, I think you can with how strong you are, but it's probably just unnecessary to do so.
What do you think of this? Kaya Sanj, and then Sanj into Heaven's Halberd against the Gyrocopter.
Okay, I can dig it.
Like, he can so easily get to the Gyrocopter to Heaven's Halberd, which might force him to use BKB early at some point.
Disarm still got nerfed in duration and everything though over time. This item's just kind of bad, but it is very good against Gyro.
Trying to get the toss back on the SF. Got him. X pulls him back into a decent position. He's going to lose this Aegis, but he'll lose it outside the base. 33. He's going to have to run in some interference. Make sure that Nisha can't get another toss back, and yeah, he goes for it. He runs in with the Storm Panda. Hits the Tiny. Make sure there's no initiation there. Pure. Jumping after him. Tofu gonna be in some trouble. Tofu run down by the Ember Spirit. BZM commits his BKB in order to get that, and it's going to be Mega Creeps. Tundra. Very well sieged. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
I mean, you can just refresh Brule if you really want to force it here.
Yeah, surely they should be able to get this. Toss back on a Pure, but if they lose a bunch of heroes for it, Satanic goes off, heals him back up the full with the Overgrowth covering him. They get that fine little barracks, and now they get Megas.
Very disciplined. This is an incredibly disciplined hire. I think they could have just tried to end it, but they are really trying not to give anything up here versus the tosses. Don't want to end up in the fountain or anything like that. They'll back up. Successful Megas. Turns out frogs do not like fire either, Austin. Because he got burned to a crisp.
Is there anything frogs do like?
They like nice, murky ponds, you know?
Well, too bad this game status is not very murky. It is looking quite clear that Tundra are winning and should win out, with Mega Creeps a 34,000 net worth lead and Liquid being trapped inside their own base.
Though, to be honest, Morphling is probably pretty good against this hero too. So even though Murky Pond beats his ass, I guess frogs just don't like anything. That's all I'm learning this game. All right, we got a lot of gold on Tundra. You gotta spend it on something. Gotta buy something here, man. Nags got eaten by Pure. He still has another 4,000 gold. Picked up an amp damage room.
Do you see these quick buys on Liquid? Ace, Nisha, and Boxy. If they could pool their gold together, they could buy a Scythe device. In fact, they could buy 2 Scythe devices, but as individuals, all 3 of them are lacking enough gold for a single Scythe device.
To me, this is the item they needed the entire game, and they never get one. Just got delayed and delayed. They couldn't win team fights. Just don't have a threat on these tossback plays without it, man. I think there's a reason a lot of times in very clutch games like Deep at LAN, if you look at TI series and stuff like that, a lot of time when Tiny gets picked up, he gets picked up with some instant stun. And it was the same story with Magnus. When Mag was being played in a lot of those grand finals, it's almost always with a hero that when you get this toss, when you get the skewer, it's into a Bane grip, it's into a Lion Hex, it's into some Wyvern, like something that can instantly go off and make that chain stun work. Because sometimes you end up in games like this where, yeah, you can keep tossing heroes back and then just keep running away. There's the Hex though, so Nisha will do it himself. But
would you agree that I think it's the Coddle that has been the more lackluster of the 2 supports? Like, I really haven't feel like we've seen much impact out of him. We haven't seen we never got to see the Chakra Magic run around Tiny killing things nonstop.
We just never saw this combo really get off the ground. And then when you fall behind and you can't kill anything, you're not doing much around the map. So I agree, it's looked pretty lackluster this game, but I think some of that was Tundra using this Brewmaster really well.
Sure.
Coddle's not... He's not fun to play against Brew or Ember. Like, these are really tough core matchups. You don't have the lockdown. You don't even have the Solar Bind. But you have no hard lockdown built in your kit. Nothing off the Shard, nothing off the Ags. It's just... You can, like, try and get to this Hex. And that's kind of it, but that's not really a great pathway in a lot of pro games. So I don't really blame Boxy. I think it's just a tough Coddle game. If your Tiny doesn't just go Ultra Ham, which is what it was picked for, and that didn't happen, so... Yeah,
almost
that's life.
level 30 on pure Shadow Fiend. He's going to get a refresher next to add on to his stockpile of items.
Just farming stats or what? This is...
I'm waiting for yet another Roshan. Gotta give some respect to the Daedalus divine gyrocopter.
Nah, this is too much respect.
What do you mean?
There's a point where it's too much respect. And then
and that point is them not closing out the game with this Aegis. But first you gotta give them the chance to actually get the Aegis.
No, this is... That smoke was too much respect. Like, come on. Come on. Like, I would rather not smoke and and then Liquid go, they didn't smoke, guys, we can take the fight, and then they fight you outside of base. That is a good outcome, you know? That smoke was so respectful, it was disrespectful. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, I'm glad you're not gonna say any more on the subject, because I don't really understand what you're saying.
No, the people understand, that's what's important.
I don't think they do either.
No, it's like a point. It's like old Tundra, you know, people...
No, you said that's all you're gonna say about that.
No, I'll say this is my last thing.
Okay.
You know, there's a lead limit, right? If you build a 30k lead, you're disciplined. If you build a 40k lead, okay, you're playing on the ultra safe side, you don't want to throw some clutch game, we understand. Once that lead goes to like 50k, 60k, 70k, that is just... It's too much, you know? Then it becomes wrong. It's just wrong. So we're kind of in the, we're getting near that territory where it's just wrong. That's all. That's all.
You get to that territory, you've reached a higher tax bracket.
That's right. It's like playing with your food. It's disrespectful. Or you don't know how to end the game, in which case you've gone from, man, we crushed these guys, we built a 30k lead, to I don't know how to win this game with my 60k gold lead. And then you just look like a fool, you know?
I'm pretty sure Tundra don't look like fools. Not yet.
I'm telling you, we're at that point. Like, if they end it right now, it's going to be a nice, clean, conservative closeout. But if they mess up this fight, it goes on for another 10, 15 minutes, what are we going to be saying? We're going to be saying, oh, I don't know, man. Maybe they should have played more assertively when they had that 30k gold lead.
Like I said, going to end it on this Aegis. They have 3 minutes of Aegis time into work.
We'll see.
If they don't manage to close it out here, we get to 60-minute items. I will agree that things start getting murky. But first, you got to give Tundra the chance to close out the game. And they're trying to do so with this smoke. Ward Sentry laid down. The smoke is going to expire sometime soon, but maybe they'll get their opportunity. The initiation Hex quickly out of the gyrocopter. Lots of damage, half HP. Gets off the Manti, gets off the Satanic, and all the flat cannon shots start raining out. Ari almost dies. Glimmer Cape keeps him alive for now. So nobody actually dies to all those flat cannon shots, but Tundra also didn't quite get the initiation they were hoping for. Whitemon still stuck inside the base. Overgrowth into the Requiem. Tofu? No, it's going to be the gyrocopter. They got the shackles on him. Ari, who did not die earlier, stays alive long enough to get the kill on the gyrocopter, and now the game is over, and the only people who look like fools here are Liquid and Avery.
60k gold lead. 60k gold lead. It took 60k to bring the TI champs down. Pyrrho wrecking his way to victory off a stolen rapier, and it was all getting baited on that tree and protector in that bottom corner. I bet 33 very much enjoyed that game. He got to go Midas first. He got the Tranquil Boots disassemble in front of Boxy's face. Extra mental damage. Boxy not happy about that at all. That's a tough game for Liquid, man. I feel like they just got outplayed. Outside of the initial fight was amazing, right? They went up like 5-1, the Gyro's mega farm. And I think since that point, it was all downhill.
It was downhill for Liquid, uphill for Tundras. They're making their way up when it comes to this group stage bracket.
I'll be honest, I really was holding back a yawn. I'm not even gonna try and lie to you. I was holding back a yawn. Like the game, I was so excited to like hype up, you know, the Shaman hexes, how many pre-casts did he have throughout the entire game. You have Pure going for like this hybrid carry build of Kaya, Yasha with the Blink Dag, and then going for the Data's 25 talent, all this cool stuff, and then there was like, you know, a period of nothing.
I agree. At least it did still happen, but it's like 20 minutes ago, you know, it's like it's all like fresh and stuff. But I will say, Tundra to me, they had a lot of like small clutch things like in this game, like what they were doing, because the level 1 play, they lost like 4 heroes on like this little skirmish in the top lane, and that stuff matters a lot, especially in these games. Like I will say that you already mentioned Pure's item build. I thought it was super cool. I've seen it sometimes, but not in pro games. It's usually just, okay, you're safe lane, you go right click, you're mid, you go magic. But a lot of like small things, and this clip too, right? So many things that happened where Tundra, they barely scraped by in this fight.
Yeah, that fight there was like the blinding light, the pushback. I couldn't really tell. I believe Ash might even keep the Shadow Fiend alive because he's close to the tree, but so many little moments, like Liquid needed to win these fights. If they don't win these fights in this moment, create this tempo, then the game will stall out. Tundra will be able to find their time, their item, utilize the vision of the tree, and again, if they're just replaying the highlight package, you are just going to watch Nisha get hexed. Like every time he jumped in, Ari was ready. Be it from a vision from the tree, from a Bruling giving some vision as well. There was something in play so that Ari had Nisha's number. Nisha finished the game 0-7-8 on the Tiny. Like, we needed him to be, you know, like 8-0-7, you know, to have a completely different game for Liquid. Like, that is the only way that they really feel happy in this game. But yeah, Nisha pretty much just shut down throughout all of its skirmishes.
Yeah, I was wondering if Liquid could have played maybe a little bit different, because while Kunkka doesn't give you catch, he's a really tanky body to like, because Nisha, he's the only jump. Like maybe you can like X him even in the mid game, you know, so when he tosses back, you bring him back out, because what also happened in his mid fight is that he does get the toss back on Pure, but he gets insta-hexed by Ari, like you said. So he doesn't really get to get bailed out ever because he was a bit quiet. I mean, the whole of Liquid were kind of quiet. I think what you looked at is that at minute 20, they had like 11 kills, then they end the game with 12.
Yeah,
so it's like, you just know that Tundra, they had their number from like minute 20 onwards towards the end. There was honestly not that much life from Liquid in this game.
I mean, you brought it up. We can just instantly show the first highlight package, right? The 20-minute fight. We have a beautiful screenshot as well to really highlight how awkward it is. For Liquid, we are going to see signs of what their draft is meant to be, right? It's kind of huddled together, utilize the ultimate from the Keeper Light with the Illuminate for additional heal, the Largo with the Rhapsody pumping out more heal, you know, hold each other's hands, kind of push each other through the fight. Because if you can do that, you can out-sustain Tundra, you can deal with what they have at this stage of the game. The problem for them was, after this kill, they just didn't ever kill again, right? And I think they ended the game on, what was it, 12 kills total? And of course, I just wanted to highlight the itemization from Liquid, right? If you see the underscore, the kind of the red indicated items, it's all about tankiness enabling each other, right? It's Tofu, Ace, Nisha, all with an Essence Ring. They want to get into the fight, get a bit more HP, push themselves forward. Boxy with the Locket, the Force stuff, so much utility for fighting and enabling. And then for Tundra, they only had a Shivas and a BKB for that type of kind of concept. So Liquid, they had all of these items to try and fight. They had, what, 11 kills? Fast forward another 25, 30 minutes, they end the game with, what, like 12, maybe 13. It's like they found 0 kills when they all invested in buffing each other up to push each other into fighting.
It's also because we've talked about, like, in this meta quite a lot, you have all these auras, and you saw it in the screenshot too, right? Essence rings and heals and buffs, whatever. When you play against this other team that isn't investing in these items, and they actually get to beat you or like go even in these fights, it's a very big deal. So when you have these teams go up against each other in like minute 20, 25, like the SF, you know, hyper carry team, they win this fight, it's a very high chance the game is going downhill for the Aura team.
Yeah, and I am a sucker for a beautiful team fight with vision. And the next clip that we have, it is all of that combined, right? Tundra outside the Roshan pit. They have the Bruce to see the Tiny here, but Whitemon, with his own vision, he doesn't opt to cancel the Tiny blink because he knows that Ari is in the pit pre-casting the Hex. So they want Nisha to blink and they want him to try and contest the Roshan because they know the Hex is ready. Other players, other teams, lack of communication. They cancel the blink. Yeah, cancel the blink. Oh, it's great. But no, they actually let him. They invite him. Please, welcome to the Roshan pit. And then they send him straight back to the fountain, right? Like, that little bit of communication between Whitemon and Ari is what steps them above the rest and why they are, you know, the best blast team, right? Whenever in this tournament, like, Tundra are the team to always look at.
It's also like a cool thing because I think with the hero like Treant, you don't always see this guy's impact. Like even when Miposhka like played Treant, you know, game 5 wins like TI finals, you know, whatever have you, you don't really see it so nicely. So having it like visualized that, you know, his shard is showing heroes here, he's in this, he's saving Pure and like making all these fights happen, it's just very important because there's a lot of like shadow impact from these heroes that it's not that easy to spot.
You know what is easy to spot though?
Next game?
No.
Okay.
I was gonna segue there, but I decided not to.
There.
I want to throw one more dagger towards Liquid.
Who's getting stabbed?
Ace.
Okay.
But it's like a polite one, you know.
A polite stabbing.
Yeah, it's a polite one. Like,
Take it
sir, your Kunkka, get out of here. All right, what are we thinking? 2 games now, 2 losses with the Kunkka off lane.
I mean, the problem is it looked really good, like just a couple days ago, and in this game, like there's some life, but maybe revisit like what you need around it. Like at least if you want to continue playing it, you can't just blindly go next game, oh, this time it didn't work, it'll work next time. Like find what was missing, whether it's the gameplay or a timing you didn't use. Sure, the hero isn't, I would say, amazing, but I still see gameplay that can be improved, because I never really saw him like walk in first, like use his body, use his Shiva, like give the vision around to make it easier for Nisha. He always had to like jump in first, get the toss back, jump in first, get the toss back against an instant hex, the tree that we saw that gives the vision. It's not set up, you know, for ease of execution.
Yep, and now? Do you want to continue to the series? Or would you like to go? You want to go next?
We're ready to go.
All right, next series, OG Yandex. We can change some LEDs and whatnot. Who do you want to start with, OG or Yandex? I'm honestly chill. I'm giving
you the LEDs. I'm happy with OG.
That's why they did the zoom on us, right? Because right now they all the things.
No,
like
I'm happy to go with OG. They're 2-0. They look very good. I think they have looked really good ever since they swapped like everything around in their organization, right? They picked up Aureus, super hungry team, SEA players. They play super aggressive. They play very fast. I'm honestly just a fan of watching this team play.
Yeah, they are the best team at finishing 5th and 6th, right? In the last 3 tournaments, 5th, 6th place. Do you think they're going to make a higher placement this time around? Lower placement as well? Like,
I mean, they definitely will make higher placements throughout this season. Will they do it here? Ask me again tomorrow.
Oh, God. Ask me after I have like 4 more games.
Okay, they will make it better.
There we go. We're going to need to have belief. You need to full send it, all right?
That gaslit me into it.
Kezu believes that OG are winning this Blast Slam. Thank you very much. In their green attire, of course. No, yeah, I think for OG, it's like they clearly are moving in this like beautiful direction of SEA having consistency. It's just there will be a tournament at some point where it will click and they'll find their run. Like it feels inevitable. Like other teams, like in like, you know, T1s of the past, right? Like it's happened for them in like the odd tournament. But I think for the majority of teams, like you kind of say it, but you don't really believe in it. But like when I look at OG's roster, the way that they play,
you don't have to fake it for them.
There's like there's no like broadcasting of like, they're gonna do it. SEA's back. No, seriously, there will be at some point it will happen.
Yeah, I mean, even if you just watch them play, like their drafts make sense. The heroes are good with each other. Like there's synergy. They have individual pop-off performances, which is you need that in a team. And then like pro players, like you need to be able to not like fake believe, oh, my offlaner, if he's the one that has to do it, like you gotta believe that he can do it. You know, like your Collapse, like your Ace, like whatever. You know, that they can take it away and take the game for you. And I think they've got that going for themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, I believe in Natsumi. Like, as soon as they kind of changed from Aureus to OG, Natsumi just, I don't know, he just leveled up. Like the way that he's like commanding games again. The TA game earlier today, like he really is like, give me my hero and I will do the work for you. Just set me up for success, right? It is refreshing to see. But that's where, when they go up against Yandex, they are such a scary team, you know, conceptually, right? They add Saxo to the roster, and now suddenly it's like 3rd place Fissure, 2nd place Slam, 1st place Dream League, 3rd place Fissure. Like the last 4 teams, tournaments that they've played, they've made top 3 in all 4 of them, right? Like they've been a bunch of names where beforehand they were, you know, captained by Solo, and then of course that roster got changed a bit, but you still got the same like kind of core duo to some degree. Like they've gone through changes, and at some point, click, boom, now they're grand final or in the final day bound of any tournament they go to. Like, is that like a honeymoon period, or do you think that is truly the consistency that this team will have?
I feel like it's just a good team because you keep going to like event and event. I was guilty of this too. Like I'm like, oh, that was like a one-off. That's a one-off, and then it's like the 3rd time, the 4th time. You're like, okay, like this team is good. You can like see it in their gameplay. Like, you know, they have Sox. So he's, I would say, like the biggest name within the team. Like a lot of experience. I know that they've mentioned too. They look up to him a lot, like the way he speaks, the calls he makes, and too with like, you know, if you have Watson and Malady, even if it was only a short time, you know, they played with Gaiman, who had incredible players. You know, you've got the Quinn, Ace, the Tofus of the world that like teach you what to do, like these small things you need to change, because, you know, Watson was #1 on the MMR leaderboard for like the longest time. But tournament performances weren't really like the same. And I think now he's actually starting to level it.
I mean, I'm going to be honest, I didn't watch the last online tournament, the one that they got 3rd place in. And then for Dream League, it was during the Christmas breaks. You know, I wasn't as in...
You were chilling, having a good time.
Watching, but not really watching properly. It was like 3rd monitor content, not
like
2nd.
3rd, 4th, 5th.
Yeah, exactly. It was on my iPad behind me, you know? So it's like, for me, Yandex, like, I'm not up to date on them, you know, in regards to since Blast Slam. And the problem for me is like, from Slam, the finals against Tundra, Tundra dismantled them. So in my memory of Yandex, I'm like, Tundra slapped them in the finals, then they went on to win, and then they got a 3rd place. So it's like, I've still got like a foggy period since.
Yeah, you're not sure where to connect the
like,
last.
Where did the win truly come from? Like, what is the glue? I understand, of course, the roster and everything, but I'm looking at this group stage for myself to truly study Yandex, to actually kind of just get the knowledge on why they're so good now.
Definitely what I can see from them is that they have a lot of young players who can keep improving, and especially when you like put a player like Saksa within the mix that I think isn't afraid to like step down to say, bro, like whatever you did here is like stupid, don't do this again. We have to do this instead and like play as a team. For me, they struggle a little bit with nerfs. It was very evident on like some of the recent LAN performances, I think especially in the finals. But you know, you need experience, you're young, go through it. It's sometimes it happens, you know, there's a lot of emotions in the Dota game that isn't just the gameplay, and yeah, I think they're doing great.
Well, luckily, they're going to be doing great now, in your words, and we'll see how great they're going to be doing in the draft. Game 1, the only game in this series, because guess what? It's best of ones. Guess what? There's 11 of them today. Guess what? Kezu and I aren't going crazy because we haven't both been awake since 9 o'clock this morning, watching all the games. And yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. There's only like, what?
A couple more.
A couple more.
I think 3.
Yeah, it's fine. It's a healthy amount of games left.
Absolutely. It's the BO1 madness. You know, we love it. The players have got to go through it, you know, prep for this team, then you play against the next one. We just lost. It doesn't matter. You got to prep for these guys.
Just to warn you, that's normally our feel on day 2 or day 3 of the group stage. If we're using it day 1, we got some problems, but
nah, we're fine.
That's fine.
Yeah. Let's see. Because what I saw earlier already, and I like this a lot, like there's a lot of teams who like shy away from immediately counterpicking because maybe it feels a bit weird, but in the previous series, because I want to explain the bans that are happening. Mouse played against Yandex, and Mouse first picked Brew, and Yandex immediately went for, I think they closed the phase with Weaver. I believe I just messed up the teams, but it was OG against Mouse. So now that Yandex banned his Weaver in the first stage, you can see that OG respect and understand this just happened to us. We just did this. So we now have to like ban out the Brewmaster. But I think there's some teams they wouldn't even dare to like pick Weaver that early on. But when the enemy team shows you their hand, you need to answer it accordingly. Yeah, and that's something I respect, and something you need to respect about the best teams.
I mean, it helps when you do get the ban and they have the 2 bans after. You are kind of like hinting like, hey, if you don't do it, we'll take the free pick. It is a hero Yandex has utilized throughout the last tournament, even this tournament. I mean, they haven't played it so far because, of course, guess what? It's been banned every time.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, Noticed, to me, is a very, very good player. I know that he was also like... well, he was one of the many players on the potential OG offlane player list of the last season. But
last season you had like 200 people on that list.
Exactly.
What are you on about?
But I will say for some of the people...
I was on the list for 5 at some point.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
For some of the people that, you know, there were like complications, this guy was always very good, high leaderboard, got the good stuff going on, and he's still quite young. Like, this guy has a lot to prove, a lot of room to grow, and he's showing it.
Yeah, I mean, noticed that, I think it was on Cybergeese he played? I was covering some like Eastern European qualifiers. They're called Cybergeese back then.
He did play in some like random.
Yeah, he was always a player. You go, you know what, fair play. Like, I can see a point where you make it, but again, in Eastern Europe, like there's so many teams, and obviously the top teams don't make that many changes. You're kind of stuck being a qualifier player until some magical team steps up, and of course Yandex kind of is that roster. Again, they go for the Razor, hero that we've been talking about to great lengths. Can pretty much play it in any core role. You buy. If you carry, you can do the Crystallis build of Manta into Crimson. If you're mid lane, you can buy Auras as well, Greaves or Crimson. Just being annoying is the kind of MO of what Razor wants to do. Yeah,
I want to see how more other teams will go just about this hero, because you will keep seeing teams just jam him because of his flexibility and what he can do. Mars is overall a good answer. You kind of force him to like play on his BKB, because Razor, he's at least like a timing-based team fight here, a little bit like an offlane Brew, like during his ult, during his BKB, during his Link, he does want to get stuff done. And Mr. Force, Nico on the Mars, very good hero player combination. They should be quite happy with this one.
There is a world though that Mars often runs into damage problems in some games, right? Mars is the best hero at setting up the fight for someone else to shine. And with a Razor in the mix, with the meta of buying a Greaves or a Crimson or any aura, depending on what damage OG chooses to kind of enable the Mars, Razor can deal with that. You spoke about BKB timings for Razor. I don't even think in this meta he cares about the BKB timing if he has, you know, SMY plus 1 aura, right? Like you can just soak the arena and then 4 other people on your team will shine.
Yeah, I fully agree, and I think that's also like if you're OG, you have to recognize this, right? Like when the meta moves and item builds of heroes move, like interactions with other heroes will greatly change. So that's also, in my opinion, why we see more of these heroes. I think Sven and will be picked more and more to like cut through these auras. We've seen, well, Razor himself can do it. We've seen SF in the last series. I would be a little surprised if Yandex, you know, don't at least think about a potential ban on the hero. He's also very good with Mars. Like you can combo the Requiem with the Arena. You've got high damage. Unless Yandex have an answer, we'll see.
They go for the gyro ban, right? And that's Sumi's specialty. But of course, for OG, opening the phase with Shadow Fiend, going Mars Shadow Fiend, it's quite a statement draft, but it is possible. You just flex your Shadow Fiend a little bit longer. You then pick your double support. Like there is a world where if they are respecting this hero, they will just put it right now here into the draft. They go for the Snapfire. Another old-timey classic with the Mars. Hero we don't really see too much. It's like when there are auras, when the game does slow down, you're not getting kills with Mortimer Kisses, you can kind of feel sometimes a bit lost on Snapfire. You will buy Greaves and the classic utility items, but you need things happening on the map to feel like you're kind of enabling your team.
I mean, I do at least like the hero because he's not played very much, and I kind of understand why, but I mean, you've talked about it, right? You're playing Mars, you are on the lower damage side, you need to at least enable it a little bit. It is a very old combo. Of course, Snap Mars are great together in the lane. You've got Cookie into potential spear back. You can Cookie people away from the Razor Link in the fights, and you're getting the follow-up damage for the team fighting. So overall, I think OG have a pretty chill setup here.
Yeah, the problem with this opening is it kind of just gives the mid lane a bit more of creative freedom. Like, do you want to pick your Storm, your Quap, your Ember, your annoying, elusive guy that will just threaten the Mars Snapfire the entire game? And we spoke about how Razor can soak an arena. If your mid laner is highly elusive and the Mars has to buy Yules to then catch that guy, it just complicates it more.
Yeah.
So again, I don't mind Mars Snapfire, just like in a drafting sense, you need to be ready to fix problems that teams will present.
Yeah, as Yandex go for a very, I mean, this looks like a very solid, but also like standard, like trio of like first picks. You have the core that goes in, he's very happy. You've got Dazzle to like back him up. You've got like, you know, the post 4 melee guy that goes in. You've got Dazzle in the back who's pretty happy with what's going on right now. Like he's a solid laner. You've got heals, you've got Graves for the guy that's going in. Tiny can be flexed, but most likely it's just a Saxa hero.
Just to confirm, Yandex is going to be going in, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
No, absolutely.
Might have not caught that from the...
No, I mean, all these heroes want to go in. If you're playing Dazzle, you want the bros to like really be in there, you know, use your heals, use your Grave, play on your Illusion. So I kind of like what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, I mean, Yandex winning lanes, it will be a treat to watch. It's just every hero puts another hero into kind of a happy position, right? And it does threaten what OG, the weaknesses that we've already mentioned. They do need to pick up position 5 mid carry. There are 3 roles left for OG.
These are not the easiest picks for OG because they haven't, like Mars doesn't answer Razor at all in like the early game. It's like more you think about like the later stuff. So if you're putting, I mean, because Mars is pretty much going offlane. Yeah, he can go mid, Yopaj can play it. But if he goes into the safe lane, like if Mars goes offlane, you can just put your Razor there and start counterpicking the 2 cores, or like at least one of the cores that's coming out here for OG.
And they go for a Clinks. So they're respecting the fact that Yandex will have this ball lineup of just nuisance, and they are throwing the Clinks into the mix. But with a Void as well, is it going to be the...
I mean, it's time zone support Void, huh?
Potentially. We saw it from REKONIX, right? Earlier, the pos 5 Void. So what, Clinks carry the pos 5 Void. I was thinking maybe there's the argument where sometimes your Page plays the mid Mars, but then you're talking about like offlane Void carry Clinks. But yeah, I think realistically, a 5 Void, Clinks going into the safe lane.
Yeah.
Clinks just needs a body to be able to play his lane. And then you throw a Dilation into a skirmish-based lineup with Dazzle Tiny. It makes sense.
Okay, let's see. Because I do, like, Clinks has high damage. Void is still on the lower side. If I'm Yandex, I would be looking for an offlaner that, like, gets me, like, a pipe later on. I think that can work. This is a very annoying matchup for Clinks in the lane.
Yeah, and if it is a vibe, a 5 Void somehow.
Of vibes.
A vibe. Then yeah, you're gonna just pretty much just watch your Clinks just get out the night.
Snapfire has to go into the safe lane, but the problem now is you have 2 not giga high range heroes that don't deal well with Eidolons, and if they try to, I mean, we've seen this lane before. You're getting Ava-tossed.
The problem is I have a lot of respect for what this SEA OG has been able to achieve.
that aside, it looks the respect is like, it's holding me back from wanting to say my true thoughts, you know? Like, it kind of feels a bit more like a pub lineup.
Well, I'm currently not vibing with what I'm seeing from OG.
The reason why I don't vibe with it is you've got Snap to enable Mars. That's one thing. Void to give life to Klinks in lane, which now doesn't exist at all. So it's like you pretty much got an ultimate to enable another ultimate, and that's basically your entire MO until Klinks has 2, 3, 4 items, right? So I'm just worried that the early game is very scripted, and you see one spell used, you then take a tower elsewhere. You play on a different catapult wave. So.
I mean, there is at least a way where Klinks will eventually have high physical damage, which can be annoying into Razor Enigma. Well, unless you have like a really big timing on like a Crimson Guard coming out. I just see a lot of holes. The good thing for OG, and if you're an OG fan, is that they have last pick. So their draft can look worse. They still have like their best pick of the entire draft to come out. But you don't really want to be in the position where your mid player has to do like a lot of stuff, and he's potentially laning into Razor that like limits your options.
Okay. Thinking. So for OG, they have 2 options. One, a mid laner that goes super psycho crazy, like a Leshrac or like a sniper kind of annoying dude. Okay, not sniper, ignore me. Leshrac, that's the first option. Or 2, you go for the hyper scaling, never lose an objective, that's the sniper. There we go. I just combined 2 points into one.
There we go.
So it's like when you have all these bodies, the Mars, the Void, even Snap with his utility, there is a way that you can just drag the game out forever, just keep defending. Like the mid keeper light that we see from certain regions, the mid sniper. So that's one thing. Or the fight that I can mention with the Leshrac, but still it's a lot of kind of pressure, I think, on Yopaj. Like the wrong pick here for him on last pick, this could just come crumbling down very quickly as Enigma just takes over the game.
I mean, I guess the good thing for them is that Yandex kind of have to show where the Razor goes. I think there's definitely a chance where Razor could go safe lane with the Dazzle into the Mars, and then maybe you're like, okay, you know, your options open up where maybe you get to pick a mid against a different mid that's not Razor, but Yandex kind of have to show here, unless they found... Ooh. It's actually kind of creepy in the studio, like
yeah, kind of. But it's just mean. I look at Yandex, it's just toxic, right? Because now let's OG win their lanes, right? We got to that point of the game. They're taking a couple fights with their big ultimates. One song, all right. How do you take the second fight? How do you disengage? How do you reposition for that next engagement? You're always locked into the moment for OG's lineup so far. So yeah, Naga Siren, a pretty toxic pick. You got the laning advantages of Enigma to take tower by pipe. You got the song disengage from a Naga Siren throughout the entire game. Raze just kind of slapped into the mid lane to be an aura bot. Yeah, Yandex, it feels like they've got the number on OG's lineup as of yet.
I mean, you need some Naga answer. You need either Mjolnir hero, Zeus mid, maybe do some crazy stuff. You like pick some... I mean, even Darkseer wouldn't even fix this game, and you do like some Mars mid. I think they're in a bit of a pickle. Let's see what they've got. But they do actually go for it. I mean, I do feel like this was a bit far-fetched. I think it's one of the ways that you can try to make this draft work, because it helps your Void for, like, you know, you pull some waves, you play some double melee, and you at least, I guess, like, Mars against Razor isn't horrible, because if the guy runs on you, you can, like, just spear him away and play for your own farm.
Yeah. It's one of those drafts where, like, on paper, I see so many holes in it that I need OG to show me the line in which they see the win, right? Like, them picking the heroes in this fashion, like, is it just all about the containment? Like, Natsumi will get to Deso Daedalus, and every time he steps up to the fight, it's inside a Vakul combo, underneath a time zone or a arena. Like, if they can play around Natsumi perfectly, there is a lot of setup to make Natsumi feel like the main character. But a couple mistakes on any player, and then Yandex will take over the map. If you give Watson the ability to get the illusions to skip waves, and now Natus is playing on the back line, black holing Natsumi every single fight with no black hole cancel on a BKB, like, Yandex have all the tools to play the macro game, to play the map, to do these toxic things. So OG need to be just so disciplined with a draft that looks very hard to play.
Yeah, I would definitely give Yandex the ease of execution, and like I would prefer to play it. What I see for OG, or like an angle that they should be looking at, is that at least Yandex's heroes are quite slow. Like this minute 8 to 20, they all want to like do their own thing. Like Razor kind of wants to farm, Enigma wants a side lane, Naga wants a side lane, whereas you should have an aura on Darkseer, like Klinks can run around, you know, you have Snap ult with like Mars Arena. So I'm looking for them like minute 8 to 15 to like really speed it up, take a lead, and not really drop the ball. Because if they do, I think there's really hard to come back for them.
I mean, Yopaj, in the early game, he needs to be like the MVP of this team. Like, he needs to make the moves, connect the dots, and I am very excited to see if OG can do it, or if Yandex once again will dominate another tournament.
An undefeated OG who have managed to take out both Mouse and Liquid so far in day 1 of the group stage here at Blast Slam 6, while Yandex, they did drop a game earlier coming into this with a score of 1-1, loss to HEROIC, but did manage to get a win against Xtreme, which is respectable. But both these teams are kind of on the cusp, it feels like, Avery, of, you know, however you want to separate tiers of teams. It feels like they're just outside that tippy top tier of like consistently winning tournaments. Yandex have managed to win one already, but we'll see if they can continue that that run as time goes on. And OG are still looking for their first tournament win.
C in general, I don't even remember the last tournament C won. It was probably that land that Yopaj won. So I guess they got that guy. That's good. Skem won that as well. But it's been a drought for sure. And what's gonna happen on these ruins? They're gonna try and sneak the top with the void. Might get 3 here. OG sneaky as always, man. These guys, even with the smoke that got insta-popped, still able to eke out a minor victory here, though Tim's not gonna be happy about the poison touch up there. I will say this, Austin. I think this is the most one-sided draft victory I have seen in a good amount of time, several months. And I give one of these teams a 2% chance of victory on draft alone.
I assume that is OG. I assume that you think OG got Giga outdrafted.
Yes, this is not even close. It's an absolute draft booty slap. So OG, to me, OG are gonna have to play out of their minds to win this game. Like I legit think it's just completely one-sided.
Nico is dead.
Yeah, well, okay, so what I'm going to say is that I think both these side lanes are horribly losing lanes for OG if Yandex played them correctly. I do not think you can play... Like, this Darkseer pick works in theory because, okay, you can kind of push waves against Naga, but it doesn't outscale Naga, and it cannot lane against Dazzle. Dazzle owns Darkseer. You kill the wave cutting with Poison Touch if you want to go that route, or you zone him off the wave while the wave pull's happening, or if they play the lane straight up, you have Shadow Wave, and they can never man up with Double Shell and kill you. Especially with Naga, with Illus to throw the heal on, plus the minus armor synergy. This is a non-winnable lane for OG. Bottom, I also think, is non-winnable, because Tiny's just going to pull. You have Eidolons, once they're level 3, you can't clear through them. Don't have any AoE physical in this lane. Enigma should take this lane over, and then he has a free black hole game because you don't have Chrono in this game. So there's another scaling issue. Meanwhile,
time zone.
You threw this Mars mid against Razor, free lane for Chira Jr. Yeah, maybe you can like spear the Link or whatever, but it's still a losing lane for Mars. It's still a pretty good Razor game. I mean, outside like the Clinks matchup, he can go whatever item build he wants, but I think Yandex should win 3 lanes here. I think they should have better scaling with the uncounterable black hole. Naga Song can set up for it as well. There's no real good answer for that. And I think I've made my case.
Okay. Can I ask you to be devil's advocate here? Can you explain why time zone support Faceless Void is a thing and why time zone is good?
Time Zone is a very strong ability in the right lineup. To me, this is not the best Time Zone lineup. But, you know, Time Dilation and Time Zone are very annoying spells. I do not doubt the support Void's scaling. If you can get some items on this hero, you become survivable. You can go Greaves, you know, you can go Crimson. You can kind of build anything you want. And you just jump in and out of the fight. You dilate people. You buff your team up with Time Zone. It can work, but it's very slow. The laning's terrible. Time Zone is a really long cooldown for an ult to play off of that is a non-damaging ult. So there are some problems with it. And you are going up against Naga.
I don't know what the identity of this ability is anymore. Like you say that it's not the best Time Zone lineup. What does a good Time Zone lineup look like? How are you supposed to use Time Zone as a support ability?
Just cores with cooldowns that can get refreshed quickly. That's how I can do it.
You think that's the identity of it?
Yeah, to me. I mean, that's kind of the best way.
Sure.
They did catch the Dazzle isolated with the Ion Shells. No illusions, no wave. Oh, bad misplay from Malady. I mean, OG are doing way better on these lanes than I think they should be. But that is some of Yopaj playing really well mid. And the Clink's having some good early farm. Will get harder down here, though.
The Eidolon's building up. Natus is going to get run down, but he got more Eidolons out. So Natsumi's going to take some damage in return.
OG playing this early portion really well. Like, they're getting something out of these lanes, which is exactly what they need. I have not improved my assessment of this game at all, but power to them, man. They are definitely a team that can make anything work.
They overplay the lanes, and that didn't inch your win % chance at all for OG.
No. So Malady gets caught isolated again.
Slowed down by blood grenade, time dilation, brought back in by the vacuum.
He'll
be fine.
Yeah, he's playing hyper aggressive because he knows how strong he is in this early portion, but you do not want to feed some bad kills away to Faceless Void support.
Toss back into the Eidolons. Cookie to get him out. Natsumi will survive, and he has a death pack coming up in 5 seconds for some extra HP.
That is a scary lane with these Eidolons level 2 now. It just gets harder from here. They're so damn strong, and Malady will get the chase down. Lane's
got the lockdown of the ensnare, so the Faceless Void isn't free.
Where can you even make moves? I mean, I guess you can play around the arena mid and like bring supports to Yopaj and just try and nuke people down, but your Faceless Void support offers no damage unless he's with the Ion Shell. You could rotate into the Naga lane with the Snap or the Clinks and just try and make the game chaotic. That's another route. I think it's very difficult to rotate into Natsumi's lane. I think it's very hard to fight the Enigma. Even if you kill him, the trades are likely going to be unfavorable. And now you're starting to bleed a couple more kills. So you got to make some move with your supports here.
They can't even go on Shira Jr. Okay, Skem, he'll TP out.
Dead?
And he will be successful in getting away, but that doesn't inspire a whole lot there. They start off with 2 heroes against the Razor in the river, and they feel like they can't go for him.
Yopaj solo smokes bottom, trying to find this Enigma. He needs to get this arena cooking because he has to give mid to the Void.
Get this kill. You might also be able to play for Wisdom. Got him inside the arena. And a spear. That'll be the death of Natus. Clean up some of these Eidolons as well. Push into the tower with the Siege Wagon and the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine. So Yandex definitely going to have to scramble to respond here.
OG playing well. They're finding these little openings. I don't know if you can contest this shrine, not with the Razor TPing down for sure. Yopaj finds the Enigma, buys some extra experience and space for Natsumi. Maybe he can now make a move with that.
I like that a lot because even if you don't go for the Wisdom Shrine, right, it forces the Razor to mirror you without getting anything done, right?
True. You know, you're not just sitting in the vacuum against him getting beat up. Tim's with the stack clear here. A true Ion Shell classic.
Radiant are scanning.
Some efficiency in the jungle for OG, making some moves. But now this Enigma level 5. Yeah, good luck touching this dude, man. This tower, I think, is just gone unless you're willing to bring the Mars down here again with the next arena.
Yeah, if you trickle in heroes one by one, it's just going to be Soxa getting the pick off with the tiny toss back into the Eidolons. Skim, frankly, a bit lucky to be alive with that close contact. TP is coming in from Tim's. They're really trying to bring some heroes into this without having their level 6s. Now, these supports do start doing damage if they have their ultimates, but this This feels a little unnecessary. They're drawing in Yandex, toss back. Skem taking a lot of damage there. Soxa turn back around. Okay, there goes Snapfire. Skem never getting off that scatter blast he was looking for, and Soxa gets the deny on the neutrals. So the tower is going to be kept alive because of Yopaj and his rotation brings down Noticed. It does cost OG some heavy rotations.
Bringing the Mars down here twice. Pretty much what you have to do. I mean, nobody else can really fight the Enigma. You do get the kills on him before the black hole. That's pretty nice. You delay his push on this tower. Trade-off is the Naga's free farming, but everything in this game for OG is going to be a trade-off. You're just trying to get through this early game and get your team fight online. And we're almost to time zone. Some decent levels on Nico.
Chip it away at the offlane tower. Just trying to get Yandex to rotate. Yandex seems pretty chill for now, though.
They're just kind of farming. Depends where they want to bring this Razor. He's kind of the big playmaker in the squad. If the Enigma is not confident enough to push into this bottom lane because the Mars is sitting there, then you're going to bring this Razor. Time zone available.
Junior, he gets the regen.
Ooh.
They have time zone, but they do not have Mortimer Kisses for Snapfire. Skem is still level 4. Which I feel like I would rather have Snapfire be 6, because then I could combo with the arena. Time zone, I don't know what you're comboing with if you do not have Kisses.
What do you mean you combo with arena and then they can't leave the time zone arena?
I guess so, sure. But as you said, they don't have the best heroes to utilize the cooldown reduction. Mars is probably their best hero, though.
You're just hoping Yopaj doesn't die in this game. Like that, if you're an OG fan, you just do not want to see this Mars go down, because he is so much of their playmaking, so much of the early game. He's the thing holding it together. If the Mars dies, Enigma's just going to push him bottom and take your tower, and the map just collapses really fast. So that's #1 priority, is just keep Yopaj alive. If you can get in some runes, awesome. If you can get him some extra kills, awesome. But do not let Yandex find some connection on him. Maybe looking top, maybe some... Again, you can always send the Clinks through the gate. If you think you can land some spells on Watson here and bring him down and kick him out of this lane. That's what you would like to do with this Darkseer.
Natsumi assassinates the Siege Creep with a Death Pact. And thought about going through the gate. Instead, sees that somebody is coming through the gate towards him. Spots Malady, but this is
the tower.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they should, but this is just a lot of wasted time for Natsumi. He hasn't hit a creep outside of the Death Pacting that Siege Wagon for a full minute.
If you don't make the move first, the creeps are going to make it for you. A lot of ghost shove in this game with this Yandex lineup. Our Siege in his top tower. This is not a tower I expected Yandex to get up for free. Maybe worried about where the Clinks is on the map, though. They don't want to
that's fair, especially since they don't have Song.
True. I'll give it up. I mean, I think this laning phase could have been a lot worse for OG. It is Yandex coming out a little ahead, but not as much as I think they could have. The Mars moves really slowed down this off lane for them.
Tim's just being the ever-present threat. Haven't seen a time zone from him. He just kind of shows up to areas and goes, I have time zone.
I don't know if he's a threat. He's a nuisance.
Okay, yeah, maybe that's a better descriptor for him.
I wonder if they even call that on the comms. Like, is that a thing, you know?
Yeah, Void's missing. Who cares?
Void's out the map, guys. He's going mid. Like, if I'm Chira Jr., do I even want my comms flooded with that nonsense? Like, it's another Mars gank in the bottom. Definitely the MO of this game.
Oh, they spotted Natus. Just who they wanted to see. This is perfect. Natus, I mean, especially since Natus is playing more and more cautiously, like they took that offlane tower with just Eidolons and the Helmet Dom creep, like they didn't show any heroes. And despite him trying to play so carefully and off map, still getting caught by the rotation, does wonders for OG.
I don't really like that Yandex left them on an island so much this game.
Oh.
Like, we haven't seen the Razor go down there once. The Naga never went through gate. The supports played with him a little on like the tower push, but they aren't really tanking any of these smokes or stopping the Mars from just walking down there and arenaing him 3 times in a row. I think Yandex could have blocked these moves a bit better because there isn't really anywhere else for OG to go. But OG made the most of them, and now they got a blink on the Mars at a very solid time in this game. And this is a Mars that can get ion shelled in for some extra damage in that fight. So this blink counts for a lot right now. And they're making the move towards mid. The time zone is being delivered.
Spear back.
You did not
quite
it.
Getting the latch. Eye Storm goes off. Tim's not gonna drop the time zone. Still waiting with bated breath. Tossing him in. Still no time zone.
It's coming, Austin. He's about to drop it.
Time walk. The time zone. Hit him with the spear. Chira Jr. vacuumed over to the side. They do have the shallow grave save. Still, though, the kisses are going to be raining in, and Chira Jr. should take out from that. No matter what heals the Dazzle does, he's not going to be able to outdo this damage. Spear lands on a Malady. 3 kills off of the time zone. Tim's finally lets it loose.
They did not respect this team fight at all. It's just your biggest team fight in this game is like Song and Black Hole, neither of which are in that fight. You're 3v5. OG just running at you with ion shells. You just gave it to him, man.
Yeah, not particularly inspiring play from Team Yandex.
No. I don't really think they've done anything in this game, honestly. Like, what did they do in this game? They just got a Midas on Enigma. I don't think we saw any of their cores move once out of lanes this entire game.
Yeah, it's like they expected to win lanes hard, and then they just wanted to keep that laning phase going. But as you said, they didn't really win the lanes as hard as maybe they should have, and they haven't rotated around. Natus has been caught out multiple times as a result of that. It's given Yopaj a game the fact that he's found those kills on the Enigma back to back to back.
You do not want to let this Darkseer get out of control, because the 5v5 can become difficult. If the Razor can't be in the middle of the fight surviving, then you might lack some damage until Scaling Black Hole comes online. But of course, if these cores start to get involved more, the map can become a lot better for you. Like, Watson is still very farmed. He's going to go Orchid here. I like this. Turn this Naga into an early threat. It's a pretty good Orchid game against a lot of these heroes. You will always scale against Clinks too. But a bit of a sleepy game from Yandex as OG take advantage of it. It was a very good time zone though. Could not deny that.
It was. Finally got to see it in action.
I still think time
zones into Yules, so none of the like Rod of Atos Gleipnir.
No,
you know, where you lock down people inside of your time zone.
Utility and survivability, that's what it's about. Being as annoying as possible. I still think time zone has one of the laziest icons ever created in Dota. It's just a freaking clock. It's just a purple clock. Like, come on, dude.
It looks kind of cool.
They couldn't come up with an icon for this, so they just put a clock. What time is it actually on the clock? I never thought about that. It's like 12:10.
Well, you can't really tell which, like, what is the top of the clock in this metric, you know? Like, we're kind of viewing it from a side angle. So, Saksa, you still on a Lotus. Hey, where is the shallow grave? Malady gets off the heel, but not the shallow grave. And now he's gonna die as well.
Man, what a weird game this is turning into.
That was also an arcane rune usage for that. So he's gonna have the Arena of the Blood back up in a minute. Notice is already being spotted by Natsumi. I mean, if this continues to spiral here, this could be very bad. Notice he's just gonna die. A little bit of heal is not good enough. And now, okay, if he got speared there, it could have been very bad. No detection. He's good. Oh, the cookie, they got him.
Oh, Yandex are falling apart, brother. What is this?
This is just hard to, I mean, this is hard to watch, dude. I don't even know what their idea is right now, other than like Watson get an Orchid and go try and find some kills. It's very discombobulated right now. But OG will love the chaoticness because their lineup thrives off of it.
Oh yeah.
They still have the ults available. They have kisses. They have time zone. They are massive threats around the map. That arcane rune means Arena already up again. Yopaj just doing whatever he wants in this game. 405. Man is a menace.
He's killing it. He's killing it for sure. You do need to keep this momentum up. I do feel like I don't want this game to stall out too much. Cheer Junior's almost to that BKB.
Tiny's close to Blink. That changes a lot for them. You can always scale into this Enigma BKB, and then Naga can keep scaling. Find another quick pick off. Ult's just to shove the wave. Wow. Well, it tells you what Yandex's idea is right now, which is rat, and hope Watson carries, which he might honestly still have a decent chance of carrying this game.
Yeah, he might, but OG is playing it smart while they get those pickoffs. They're also doing Roshan, so. Doing Roshan before first Tormentor even spawns. Like, I love this play specifically where you take it right before 20 minutes, and while you're already here, you have the option at least to go do Tormentor. So it looks like they're gonna push out and try and get a pick on Saksa. Oh, Tumbler Toy away and puts Yopaj in an awkward angle. He gets the spear, and they're still gonna go for the kill off the kisses. So easy.
Everything's free right now. If Yandex do not group and make a play, then basically any hero you see on the map is just food. You jump them, you kill them, and you build up some Deso charges right now.
Yeah, this is rapidly becoming a game where it feels like Yandex, if they whiff on one of those, that first team fight where they put to use the song or the black hole, they might just get run over from there on out.
It's getting into spooky territory. I'll raise my 2% to 8%.
Damn, you really do not like this draft.
I mean, it's always the drafts you hate the most that end up winning.
That is true.
I'm an OG fan. That's how you know I'm an OG fan. I've cursed them into victory. You're welcome. I mean, right now, they're just a better team. Like, let's be honest.
Oh, yeah. They are massively outplaying Yandex. But that's kind of easy to say because Yandex just aren't really doing anything, you know?
Yeah, they haven't done anything, but I still think it's just looked better. Like, OG are playing Dota. Yandex aren't playing Dota, so the draft almost doesn't matter if you're the only team playing, you know?
Yeah. Right now, Yandex is just playing some sort of farm simulator.
They're playing Naga Dota, which is... This is not how I like teams to play with Naga, but sometimes you get stuck in this game when your lanes don't go as well and you can't fight. You just gotta rat for a bit. Hope your Naga can get deep on the map and cut the waves, split the enemy up. Don't let them take the fights they want to take. Your other heroes can recover. They are making a smoke play top. A smoke play from Yandex, Austin.
That's right. making their first move. This is all important that it actually does land in some regard. Razor here on the other side goes after Natsumi, but Natsumi doesn't give a damn. They have the shallow grave. Okay, he does give a damn. That's going to be the first one going out. Chira Jr. is going to be stuck inside the time zone here. The arena spear goes out. The song goes in, trying to save these heroes inside the arena, but it saves none of them. Now on the run. OG, can they catch anybody else off of this?
Paj wants Watson.
Oh, and he got the real one too. Thanks to the shard he has, he gets the real Naga Siren, and he's going to be run down. Oh, there goes the heal. Malady, did he just bail out Watson or not? Do they have the extra heals a little bit more? Yopaj, he's going to jump in for it. Contribution. No, he's there. Misses next. No, Watson. Okay, he's going to be pummeled by the Clinks. It doesn't matter how many spells Yopaj miss. Gets there in the end, and they will wipe Yandex.
Dude, what is happening in this game?
OG's just better.
I mean, they ran the Razor into the Clinks, not necessarily intentionally, but he had 2 lives. He's kind of winning that damage battle anyway. You keep him alive with the Grave, but that fight is just not the setup you want. You never get a black hole. We might never get a black hole in this game.
Yeah. Wait, what did happen to the Enigma in that fight?
Well, he got run down to the base at the end.
Yeah. I guess they hit the song and like the fight was already over because they already lost their Razor. Like the song couldn't bail out the 2 heroes inside the arena. So what's the point of black holing at, you know, at that junction?
I mean, you could still go in with Naga, but yeah, I guess.
Art complete for Watson, but that is going to be a full out Ags for Natsumi. Now, this is not the game-ending Ags it used to be, but this early, it is very strong.
I mean, this is turning into the Watson prayer show right now. Like, please just get items on this Naga and carry us somehow, because nothing is going right in these fights.
Catching Saksa. Got him on the spear, slow him down with the time dilation.
He bought. He had dieback.
They're playing it slow, making sure that they do not get caught in a rebuttal there from Noticed. Taking their time, they bring down Saksa. Start closing out the map.
Yeah, this is one of those games where I would have expected like this mid Razor to go like the Crimson build or like a Pipe Enigma, and they would have had early auras and group up, and maybe OG would have lacked damage. It's just not looked like that at all.
Oh, Yopaj, man. No matter what moves Yandex is making under the cover of a ward, they get caught, and at least the Dazzle survives, but we're still Razor going down yet again. Chira Jr. is, I mean, he's going to be a non-factor in this game. He went BKB first and is just being out physical DPS'd by the Clinks.
He's too far behind. He's almost irrelevant. Like, this Clinks just shreds him. He doesn't have the armor to survive. Can grave him in the fights, I guess, but that's about it. I mean, this is just the Yopaj show. He just took this game over. He got to make the moves he wanted. He got to the early blink. He brings all these initiations and team fights online. And we'll get another pick off with the Naga, but seems like all Yandex have been able to find is a couple of kills on Tims. Oh, on the hunt. Maybe he gets Schem here.
Toss back. And the ensnare with the Orchid. Little picks will do Yandex some wonders here. Oh, why does he want the Hyperstone?
Who?
Oh, right. Full out Bloodthorn. Sorry, I forgot what the build for that item is.
I like that. I like this over trying to push towards the Butterfly, because I think you need more threat on the map. You need more of these kind of pickoffs, some damage for the Clinks who...
Chira Jr.
is about to shred that
Jump scare time.
Jesus. That is a burning army right there. What is that shape? What is this first burning army shape?
Yeah.
I'm not going to say what it is, but we all know. That's That resembles Klinks as a hero very well.
No.
It's a garbage can. That's what I was thinking.
Oh, right.
Very long garbage.
I was thinking an arrow. I was pointing to where Razor is buried.
Well, Watson still farmed. He only died once. 20k net worth. Level 18.
Yeah, even the Enigma's farm doesn't look that atrocious. It's just the Razor, man.
Yeah, he's out of this game. He's just out of this game. Like,
he will not be playing any Dota for the rest of this season, I believe.
He's 0-5-0. Like, the only way he gets to play Dota is if they find Klinks early on. If they find Natsumi and kill him early, the fight is really open for the Razor to BKB run in, because the rest is kind of magic damage. But
yeah,
it's really tricky to find Natsumi. He's played this game super well. He hasn't died once. He's very tanky now, and he has a bunch of heroes that just go in front line for him. Like, how are you going to ever catch him first in a fight? It just seems impossible.
Yeah, it kind of feels like he should always be able to get off a Burning Barrage and a Burning Army.
Yeah, so like if he doesn't get his whole kit off, something went really wrong for OG. So hard to make this Razor a factor. You can always do these like sleep black hole combos though. If you're OG, you do not want to clump ever. The instant you clump and you get song, that fight can end. So still have to be careful here. Like,
yeah, I love that. I love that Scam is actually trying to get a save. He's building Aghanim Scepter.
That's interesting.
If you can get
Definitely
to full out like
something
Blink Ags and then bail out Natsumi in that black hole.
Can you even maybe get Wind Waker on this Void later on? A very nice Wind Waker game. They definitely have itemization pathways to scale against black hole this game. It's not the end all be all, particularly with how rich they all are. And Scam always gets rich, man. This guy is the Artesia of 5s.
Yeah, it does not require him to be playing Jen or Venomancer. He kind of always finds farm as 5 position.
Oh, I was going to say he almost had his career ruined by Bulba, but then salvaged it. But yeah, that too. It's a joke. It's just a joke, dude. I swear.
It's just a pet prank, bro. OG. They're going to take Roshan here. Watson is in the neighborhood. Is there a chance that Watson stops this? Okay, gets off the song before the initiation comes through. He just has to TP away. Roshan is secured for OG. That was, for a second there, I thought it was going to be dicey.
How do they just give that up for free? Like, their team is so good at fighting around the pit. It's a big comeback opportunity where OG are going to be clumped, and it's just not, they're just farming, man. Something went wrong for Yandex this game.
It looks like Yandex just didn't have an idea of how to play this draft that they put themselves in, you know?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, they're just getting hunted. It's a feeding frenzy. Oh,
noticed? Got him on the Yules. So it doesn't matter if you miss the Arena Spear. Continued to get picked apart, and OG with 4 minutes left on the Aegis, a Daedalus about to be picked up for the Klinks. They have quite the intimidating high ground push that is going to be coming. The Yandex are pretty much all in on a good black hole to keep this game together.
Or you get the Naga on the Klink somehow. Like, that is another, we just haven't seen it at all this game, but the Naga can shred that hero. But with Nico so farmed and kind of protecting everybody, it's really hard to go in the fight and lock on a target when the Starkseer is just going to vacuum, surge somebody, you're stuck in a wall, like you're getting Shiva slowed, then you get punched. It's so much disjoint. It's hard to see a pathway where Watson can go in and stick on somebody because of Nico's presence. This is OG's time to shine. They have Refresher completed on Yopaj. The man doesn't even have the mana for his full kit. Says, I don't care.
You're gonna have to make some really good use of that Soul Ring.
Ward the base, look for the jump. Well, they're gonna shoot him in.
It was a whiff. Little bit off target there.
Yeah, I should have played it any longer.
OG.
Game would have been a little.
OG do not need the pickoff to hit the high ground. Though, it seems like they want it. Yopaj. They smoke back. TP over to the side of the map. See if they can hunt down the Naga Siren. Watson's looking to be already out and gone. He's left his illusions behind. He's going to spot Nico here, but Nico's pretty much alone. He will be forced to use Song, though. Just in case, because he doesn't know where the Clinks is.
2 minutes left. Take a Tormentor, still a banner. I'd be surprised if OG didn't try and go high ground again. But maybe they feel like the trade-off's just not worth it. Like, you're gonna go high ground, you're gonna get stalled, there's a toss back threat, and then Naga's gonna clear the whole map. It doesn't feel great. It probably feels better to try and hunt somebody. Though they have no smokes right now. I think they used them all. There it is, Boots of Bearing, the time zone counter, except it is on Void. So he has countered himself.
Thank you, Avery. Very good.
Is there a Boots of Bearing builder on Yandex? Not really.
It can be Enigma, right? Because you go the drums build with the Eidolons, right? Like, he could have gone that, right?
Yeah, he could have done that. I mean, it is like the best. So.
Banner goes down. Natsumi says, I don't care. Toss back into Watson. Oh! Oh, no.
That was so good. His positioning is... It's awkward.
It could be black hole. It could be anything. Notice he gets off the BKB before the spear comes in. Now he's trying to get the black hole off, and he catches Natsumi. Shalgrave goes out on Shira Jr., but the archers will lay into him. Staying alive a little bit longer. The heals, it's just enough. Shira Jr. doesn't even die for that. A song reset while the Razor heals. They bite it out a little bit. Now they have the ults to get rid of the Orchid. Nope, he actually can't get the Time Walk away right away. Tossed up, Avalanche, it's okay. Time Walk's out still. Yandex, because of a sick toss from Saksa, they are able to hold the high ground, but you could see it's still a bit of a mess, even with the freebie on Clinks.
No, it's really tough because the Razor has to man up into him, and it's like a suicide mission, but you're just basically banking on Grave bailing you out.
Yeah.
It's just so awkward, though, with the wall, the arena blocks so much of the fight, people stuck in time zones. It's very hard to navigate these fights, but the BKB usage from Shira Jr. dodging the spear, absolutely on point. So that first arena spear just basically got nothing, and the second one is too late in the fight to impact it. So it's a successful hold by Yandex. Their lineup is very difficult to go high ground against if you don't have an instant hex or something for that tiny blinking in. And I think that's something they could have played for. Like, they have Yules on the Void, right? You can kind of set the Void up, and if this tiny wants to jump toss my Clinks, I instant Yules him. But they weren't really ready for it. They kind of lazily gave that opening to Yandex, and that might be one you regret in this game. Almost reminds me of that OG high ground push from TI, where Sumail was going high ground and Thompson had the Yules, and they were playing for it, but the blink displacement just happened too fast.
Gonna get the bash? Support Void! It's not enough. A 12% chance
1 point.
as he's only got level 1 time lock. No stats, or sorry, lots of stats as he is level 17.
This is the correct build, so
sure,
not gonna fall for that. And he is working towards the Wind Waker, which would be a huge item in this game. Whereas Skem built a Dagon, clear through some of the illusions. I mean, OG's still ahead, but that threw away a lot of their lead.
Caught Watson inside the arena.
He has a BKB, though.
BKB TP out for him.
Nothing you're doing about that. As a defensive item purchase, but it does bail him out there.
Sounds like Tim should start leveling up time lock.
Honest? Well, yeah. I mean, you're going to get Song, but
they're going to BKB TP out on you.
I mean, that's not your problem in this game. Like, who cares about that? You know? Your problem in this game is ending. It's going high ground or finding pickoffs that let you go high ground.
Yeah, you know how you get those pickoffs. Make it so their BKB TP out doesn't work.
Okay, well, how is he supposed to leap? I mean, does Ags just instant stop it?
Huh? What Ags?
Like, if he just Ags leaps into the song, he would cancel it. The Void Ags. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because I'm thinking, like, oh, he needs BKB and then bash him. But no, you can just go Ags. Just jump on his ass.
That's true.
Next level. I actually think you do want the Ags at some point on support for it.
Yeah, 100%.
Kind of a luxury item, but it's also really annoying to play against. The rat continues.
Yeah, Yandex continuing with their ratty ways. His Soxa has played up in this same part of the map for quite some time. Cutting off waves. Natus is pushing in bottom with his Eidolons.
Oh, that's a big shield rune for Chira Jr. Not often you say that at like a random 40 minutes, but he freaking needs it this game, dude.
He needs every bit of boost he can get because he is behind Skem in net worth. He is so poor, or rather, Skem is so goddamn rich. How does Skem get this farmed on a support that doesn't even like it farms, but it's not. It's not Veno. It's not Chen.
I mean, this hero farms pretty fast if you're just clearing waves. Like, it farms really fast, especially with the cookie charges. You can just hop around the whole map and get yoked.
And I guess,
and he's playing in the game against Eidolon push and Naga push, so.
And he has two cores that probably don't want to show on the map. Mars definitely doesn't, and Klink's, you know, it's a risk every single time you do. So
he should be pushing waves this game, and he has 200 CS, so this is quite a lot. He'll pick up a boost of travel just so he can split push and still join the team.
Damn, what a guy.
Soxa hunting here.
Smoke initiation on Yopaj. Got the toss back on it. Straight to the rest of the team. The instant hex-up from the Dazzle, and he couldn't even get off the arena.
That's Gem.
Got him in the ensnare. Tims. He'll be eaten by the Eggs. They actually tossed him in. Tims is going to be able to time walk, but straight into an avalanche. Toss them together. Vacuum wall goes out. Watson holding off on the Song of Siren. Now he's going to pop it. BKB committed from Nico is trying to slow down Watson where they can. Now is Yandex going to just reset? Yeah, they're not actually going to TP away. They're going to go back in after this Faceless Void. Gilscepter protecting against the Orchid, but he gets tossed back into the rest of the team. No more disables though. Time walk back out. They're spending a lot of attention on this Tim's Faceless Void, and they're not actually killing him, and Tim's just going to continue to chase after him here. Chira Jr. slowed down. BKB TP out from Watson. Go after
Where is the time zone?
Got it, the time zone. BKB running away, and the final bit of damage. Natsumi with the crit on the final hit for 767 damage. Will finally give OG the pickoff.
Of course, it's Chira Jr. that dies somehow. Like,
yeah.
Of course it is, but they did get Yopaj and they got the Mars buy. That's a lot of value. And they didn't use Black Hole either. So you have to keep that cooldown up. You are going to lose this Roche, though. Not much you can do about that. But that was a good pickoff for Yandex. Seeing OG starting to have some issues against the toss back threat and the Black Hole threat, right? This Blink BKB now Ags Black Hole. Natus working towards a refresher. It's deadly in this game. Unless the Klinks is outside of it and can just kill him, it's pretty free.
Yeah, so what do you do if you're, because you used that buyback on Yopaj, you got the extra life, but nice Ags usage, and we'll get an Aeon Disc out of Malady and kill Natus. Goodness, he dies fast. Oh, well, that's perfect. Now they don't have to worry about the Enigma. They can go for the high ground push and force his buyback.
Absolutely a great time to strike right now. Pretty much have everything available.
Banner ruining the glyph usage here on the tower. Tower's going to fall pretty quickly. Dazzle's going to try and deal with the banner with his form here, his projection, which it works. Banner gone, creep wave mostly taken out, but the Klinks doesn't need long take out these buildings. And it seems like Yandex are not willing to use their buyback on the Enigma, but that's still 30 seconds. Jump in. Tim's covered by the Avalanche, tossed up in the air, but once again, they lack the disables to keep this Faceless Void from time walking away. No matter how deep he is shot into the enemy team, all they have is Avalanche toss.
He's so annoying. They need a Hex or something, otherwise they have to just ignore him, and ignoring him is... You're just giving a free ward in the fight that sees everything as time dilating you and can always throw out the time zone. So I have to come up with some solution for him. A successful lane for OG. Very happy about that. Continue to find farm on all 4 of their cores.
BKB level 25 on the Clinks. So this multi-shot is not quite the same as it was with the C patch. You know, it used to be that with level 25 and Burning Armory, it was just like a guaranteed team fight win. There was nothing you could do about it. Still very spooky, but not the auto win it once was.
What about with an amp damage, though? I mean, that's...
yeah, that is something else.
It's got to up the chances here. They do get a Hex, though. Malady actually finishing a Hex in this game. So there's something that can bring this Void down. Teams might not expect it.
Watson in some trouble. He's going to have to use the song here. There's just no way out of this one. Either way, Shallow Grave goes off, and he gets off the song. Now making a run for it, TPing away. But Nico with a refresh. That punch does not stop the BKB TP.
He is so lucky to get out of there. Dear Lord.
Yeah,
that was a refresher shard, though. So that's just gone for Nico. Kind of sucks, but valiant attempt.
And the lanes are decently pushed in, so kind of feels like OG are going to have to address that.
Yandex are like hanging on to this game by a thread. They are hanging on. I don't think I've seen Chira Jr. gain any gold in probably like 20 minutes, but they are hanging on.
Yeah. Last time I looked at him, he was around that 15,000 marker, and now he's at 17, so that was like 10 minutes ago.
I'm not gonna lie, he should have just bought a freaking Ghost Scepter in this game, dude.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You don't want to buy Ghost Scepter on Razor, but at this point, you are just distraction. Just go in, Ghost Scepter, distract. Hope they use spells on you and hope the Naga Enigma win the fight, you know, like. There's just nothing you can get that's going to survive against this Klink's damage. I guess Skem can hit 25 too. That's pretty nice for OG. The kisses do so much damage, especially when you have double arena.
Yeah, pretty much guaranteed. If Yopaj gets a successful spear initiation, whoever is hit by that can be 100-0, right? Refresh, re-spear him during that level 25 kisses. It's too much burst damage. Talking like 6,000 damage in that window of time.
Be able to bombard the Dazzle in the back somewhere and just straight nuke him.
Burning Army goes out. Cheer Jr. Oh, he's vacuumed back in. The BKB comes too late. Shallow Grave goes off. He'll stay alive. Okay, not quite the free pick off that OG was hoping for. Get a lot of damage on the tier 3 though.
And they got to refresher plus buyback on yours. I mean, that's something that can, again, hold you in this game, but is there just going to be too much net worth on the side of OG? I mean, they have a full Wind Waker on the Mars. They can get another Wind Waker on the Void. They could get a Blink or a Wind Waker on this Snapfire. They can build items to bail people out of Black Hole. It's not guaranteed because you're just so far behind. But it is powerful right now if you can try and find some action. The other issue you run into is Watson's just, man's capped. Like, he's sitting on almost 10,000 gold, but what do you spend it on?
If he gets super luxury, but if he gets the Ags, right, that is another way to control the Faceless Void, right? He self-yules to get rid of Bloodthorn. You can net him during that yule. Soxa will be picked off. Immediately Yandex spreading out the mid and top lane, trying to push in all the lanes where they can, but OG unlikely to go high ground without another Aegis. unless they get the right kind of pick off, which is what they're looking for right now. Can't believe how farmed Malady is.
He was doing a lot of cutting. Died a couple times forward, but he has 125 CS. It's not bad.
Can't help but thinking the Satanic is like such a... It's just a prayer for Chira Jr. Even if he can get to that Satanic. Like, he's been shown to get bursted so quickly by that Glinks. If he activates Satanic, does it even save him?
No. But you can get graved into Satanic.
That is true. That is true.
You can land a big link. So it has a good synergy with the lineup. On its own, no. But with the whole lineup can come together, maybe. There's an
Razor showing top. The rest of Yandex. 4-man smoke out through mid. Razor will join his team in this expedition.
In theory, you can just blink BKB Black Hole the Mars. But it's pretty tough if you don't know where Clinks is, who can insta-kill you, and you don't know where the Darkseer is, who can counter
good scan. Good scan. Natsumi was so close to being caught.
And Tim's is just going to break everything. He has Aeon Disc Yules.
And here comes Nico just running in with the Shivas. Instantly, they have the Scythe of Ice and a wall. Caught on a 2. They caught the Dazzle. There goes the Black Hole. But a Wind Waker on the Clinks. Now the refresh, a second Black Hole. Notice goes for it. Another Wind Waker. And the Natsumi's not dead. Double Black Hole for what?
I mean, Yopaj just, he just destroyed him in this game. It's not even close. Best player in the lobby. Mid-diff this game.
Absolutely mid-diff.
Draft didn't fucking matter. This man, he was just going to win this game no matter what. I tip my hat. Good sir. OG in top form today. Absolutely top form.
Yandex stalled out the game for 50 minutes. All for that moment right there. And one man denies their entire combo. Their late game combos, Song, Black Hole, double Black Hole, doesn't matter. One Wind Waker, one Refresher, that's all that's needed.
This OG team does so many things right. It's insane. I don't know how this team came together so quickly. It's hella impressive.
Spear goes out, another Wind Waker though. And now catching everybody inside the arena. A very picture-perfect finish for OG to a near perfectly played Game 1. Chira Jr. will eventually go down off of all this. Yandex gonna use their buybacks, but they are struggling to get any kills off of this. Notice they have to do it without the Black Hole. And no target is easy at this point in time. Look at that Naga Siren just getting blown up. The only saving grace is perhaps that shallow grave and a trip back to the fountain, which he does manage to make it. The kiss is raining in. Not quite good enough to finish off these heroes inside of it, but the Clinks' damage is enough to kill the Razor.
Look at that. They'll leave him in the game, you know, just to farm a couple more kills.
Still another minute until double Black Hole is up. Yandex fated to be playing against Megas for the rest of this group stage game against OG. Toss it. Ooh, blink away. Notice. Looking up to the skies, seeing a flying Mars. Gets away from that one. Bit of initiation on Natsumi. Not a heavy commitment, though. An appropriate response. Song goes out. Song for what, though? No Black Hole for 12 seconds. You're just stalling out the game at this point. Can't even immediately go on top of one of these heroes and go for an execution. Watson not really putting out the damage to threaten things too much.
They do have Black Hole available.
And double Black Hole in 10 seconds.
But here comes the Burning Army. The pressure is on. Yandex, a toss back onto Natsumi into the black hole, trying to finish him off. They do have him. The time zone is not going to save him here, but the Ancient is still going to fall because the Burning Army is going to work. You may have killed the Clinks, but you didn't stop his army.
Man, OG in top form, absolutely. And my favorite thing about this team, honestly, is their itemization. We've watched them for a long time now, but I think their itemization is on par with any team in the world. Like, there's thought put into every item they buy across the board. What is your role in the game? You know, what's your role within this drafted lineup? What are you trying to achieve? How are you playing the team fights? Every item always comes in at such high value for the squad, and we saw it here in the late game.
Maybe not out-drafted, but out-itemized and outplayed. Yandex will fall to OG.
I mean, an incredible game from OG, right? In the draft, we were skeptical. On paper,
I was sussed out a little bit.
All right, it was looking sus, right? But their play, right? It kind of leveled up. It doesn't matter what heroes you pick. At the end of the day, if you know how to use the heroes, if you know how to break your opponent, that's where it kind of truly shines. And you know, a Snapfire in this 5 position, ending game 10, 3, and 12. Your Page mid-Mars.
My boy.
Again.
That was some giga performance.
Yeah, like they're styling on their opponent, right? And for Yandex, a team that has made top 3 in the last 3 tournaments, they didn't look like that at all. All right, OG just really had their number, and yeah, pretty much make Natsumi the main character, be chaotic, and just bring him to life, and make Yandex just play on the back foot, which the entire game.
Yeah, and I liked it a lot with how they were moving too. Like you can see like all these initiations, you know, Yopaj just going like beelining in, or they're splitting in, you know, Tim's on his face is void, or he jumps in first.
I love the animation, by the way, on that, because like still to this day,
yeah,
why is there no actual animation?
I don't know.
Like you get eaten by the Aghanim's, you're just like T-posing perfectly over the like, whoo, bam. Like yeah. Anyway, sorry. Back to your actual analysis.
No, it's just like they were playing. And this is just like S tier from like OG in terms of, you know, when they play well, they're very free. You can tell like, you know, Natsumi is like walking around Invis, killing whoever he wants. But at the same time, I mean, you said they broke their opponents, and they quite literally did, because there wasn't that much Dota to be played. I think Watson definitely tried. You know, he's playing Naga, cut some waves here, but yeah, I think they left a lot to be desired from their gameplay here on Yandex.
Yeah, the problem here is like, how do you want to pivot this conversation? We either can go to the obvious analysis of the offlane, or do you want to go skirt elsewhere? I'll let you choose. Do you want to start?
We can go to the offlane. I mean,
straight away?
To be fair, there's actually more than that. Like
there is
0-9 Razor in this game. Like I understand eventually your draft like doesn't function fully together until you get like certain items or like you align. But so you rush the BKB, but no one else really wants to fight. Like your Naga wants to split, your Enigma, you know, beeline the Midas. You go like first item BKB, you want to fight. Nothing is really working out or aligning. Whereas for OG, you heard Avery say it. Every item makes sense. The way they move the heroes makes sense. The way the teamfight makes sense. Well, I'm just gonna get owned.
Yeah, I mean, Cheer Jr. and Natus combined, between the two of them, I couldn't pick who had a worse game. Like they both,
it was bad.
They both were just like missing in the game, right? Like we saw multiple clips in that there were like Razor steps up, of course, into Clinks, you are going to get 100 to 0. But then even with Natus, like he's meant to be the hero that pressures the lane. He's meant to be the hero that kind of rallies his team in the early game. That's where the Razor itemization, you want to play through the Enigma.
Yeah.
But when Enigma doesn't have a game, Razor's itemization will look really badly, because like those two are meant to hold hands. And then behind all of that, you have a Nagasarian going, hey, I'm skipping everything, enabling these people. So because Razor's struggling and Enigma's struggling, like you're expecting OG to do really well. And I think that's where OG, they knew Enigma had to have a good lane, because we have some clips here where Yopaj on the mid-Mars, right? He early on TPs to the bot lane, goes, you know what? Let me find the Enigma. Boom! Let me get a quick kill. And I feel like we've actually added some music to this. Hold up a second. And then there's another time where they go to Natus, who's level 5. Oh, let's get another kill from Yopaj. Oh wait, Enigma, you want to show yourself again? Another kill from Yopaj. All right, 3 in a row. 3 dead for Natus. He steps up. Now there's a Clinks killing him. At all this time, he's got a Midas to his name. He's trying his jolly best to get into the game, to show that he can do it for his team. He has the Nagasarian, he has the Tiny, multiple forms of setup and toss, but not once did I see a black hole do well.
We get a Spitteroni. This is what, number 6?
I
don't know if he wasn't even like the main target of this clip, but he's like collateral damage, dies in like...
Oh, but look here! After all this farm, all this time from Yandex, 1 black hole, Wind Waker from Yopaj. Refresh, new black hole, Wind Waker from Yopaj. Like,
what I love about the very end of the... First of all, great compilation of clips. Thank you for the, you know, the edit on top. But Snapfire, like 25 talents, some of them are so freaking funny. I love you get the 25 talent. He just keeps shooting. Like he was basically the one actually killing the Enigma like through BKB. You know, you had the Wind Waker, Yopaj is like kind of owning, but some heroes, they're just fun to watch.
Yeah, they are.
Not this Enigma though, and that's supposed to be a hero that's kind of hype.
I mean, that's his
It
specialty.
was dead weight.
There was a point in time where people would be first phase banning Enigma against Natus because that was like his bread and butter, his way to play out the fights, the game, the draft, whatever. But
yeah,
it's been, again, I haven't covered too much of Yandex personally, but I haven't seen games be that bad for multiple cores for this team. So OG, again, props to them, knowing how to dismantle them in that fashion.
I mean, they did make like a lot of good stuff. I mean, we saw it in Eclipse, right? Yopash, you know, doing it early on and like shutting down the heroes, so like you understand like where the weak point is. Because I mean, I just want to make it sound like we're only kind of like shitting on Yandex, because OG themselves did a lot of good stuff. There's a reason they're now still undefeated, I think, with 3-0. So pretty happy with them. They should be happy with themselves. Good.
I just want a storyline where we don't have Falcons Tundra as our top two. Blast Slams have become this world in which we see those two teams. So OG, if you are listening, probably not, but if you are, just try and break the status quo that we always
They're not
do.
listening, but they can do it. You asked me before if they can do it. I think top 4 is very potentially in it for them.
But you didn't predict them in top 4 at the very end. So now you're changing your...
You said, can they do better than 5th, 6th? I said, yes,
all
sure.
I'm saying is you're now saying
He's gaslighting me
you believed in them.
back,
You
guys.
believed in them
Yeah.
from day what? 1 after however many series?
But then you were
no
like,
shit, they're undefeated. I believe in them too.
Well, now you do.
Yeah, they're winning.
So you basically did the same as me. You're like, I want to see some more. Now you believe.
No, I don't believe actually. They're going to suddenly lose every other game now.
No, they're good. They're good.
Of
They're
course
going to
they
be
are.
like,
They're good,
I don't even know where I rank them. But I think OG, they always like the, maybe they are the 5th, 6th.
Yeah,
like you always say.
The strong mid-pack team. Other mid-pack teams historically, Heroic and XG, they are our next series. Between the two teams, Heroic coming into it, again, very shaky with the change of certain tournaments having the Americas qualifier. There's been a bit of a battle between them and Gamer Legion. Even in South America, they've lost to Peru Rejects, which have now become Pain Gaming. So it's like Heroic's journey throughout January has not been clean.
Yeah.
So shaky, as always.
At least like kind of on the up again, I would say. Like we saw them earlier today. I mean, it wasn't great, but definitely like doing better. And everyone has to like remember, you know, they did a lot of swaps. You know, Whisper went to mid, now he's back to offlane. Pick up some new players. You have Theolacor, you have Tylong in like the mid lane, who looked very good earlier today. Like even though they lost that game, I hope, you know, they can keep up like the confidence and like keep instilling that into him as well. Like they were tipping him a lot. You know, he's the young guy on the block, had to do a lot for you. Make him feel good. Keep it steady. It's a lot of BO1s. It's a lot of games. You're going to have to get through them. There's going to be Ws. It's going to be Ls. Got to learn and just keep going.
Yeah, I think our takeaway from that series was they should have won it. I think even Falcons knew that they should have Heroic should have won that game. So it is a matter of, they've had, 2 hours since then? Plenty of time.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I have lost all track of
Yeah, I have no idea what time it is, but it's fine. Again, it's only day 1. We still have playoffs of 2 best-of-5s, by the way, just to remind you guys.
We'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Let's get to Xtreme Gaming.
Okay.
Because, you know,
Who's your favorite on the team?
My favorite of Xtreme?
Yeah.
With bias, it's Xnova, because I coach him. He's amazing. Lovely guy, lovely human, amazing player. But in terms of skill and what they do, I think it's XXS. I think this guy, he gets talked about a lot, but he's incredible. His itemization, he's always stable. He's perfect. But what I want to talk about are the drafts of XG. Because it's kind of it's a Chinese special that you focus a lot on team fights, the heroes you play, and it's also historically known that they're not known, you know, really for like their laning stage, but what they're known for are these types of heroes, you know, the Mars Willow combo, always like a strong carry that plays fast, has a lot of stuff to get going in the game. You have the Gyro, and then the other draft as well. Literally every single one of these 5 heroes is like a prominent team fight hero. So if you don't beat this team in the lane, and you give them these type of heroes, there's a very high chance that they will just destroy you. They're gonna have the auras and they're gonna have all the spells.
I mean, they always have some type of combination, no matter what. I think that is the treat of watching GamerLegion.CET coach a team, is because he's always gonna have the Mars, the Willow, the Shadow Demon, the Mirana, what you just mentioned there. There's always like something to play on, but I think that then becomes potentially predictable, where you know it's like, when a hero is coming, it's like, okay, there's going to be the obvious combination, because when you look at their drafts, I wouldn't say they're like, oh wow, this new tech. It's just really traditional, strong foundational stuff. But if you play it well, you will break any game. If you play poorly, you're probably already kind of predicted in the draft and there's some counter pick down the line. But it is really fun to see, like GamerLegion.CET, when he does have these like
when he's
1+1. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because I think they're also, I mean, they have been shaky. Of course, they did well in like, you know, the most recent qualifiers, and they're like kind of going back on track, because for me, I mean, you talked about the roster changes before, like.
All right, I'll jump in real quick. They post-TI, China had like the worst roster swaps that I could have ever expected.
Yeah.
And like in all my competitive Dota of like
coaching on like commentating since like 2019 or whatever, I've never seen a Chinese roster shuffle where I'm like vomiting after. Like after TI, I was like
riveting.
It was awful. I was just stuck in the toilet for like a month. It was the worst roster shuffles I've ever seen.
It was not pretty because even at TI, like they did so well, you get second place, and they had so many good performances. Like you had Jin-Q on the post 4, you have XM mid who was like a very anti-mid hero type player, or like anti-mid player because he always like, he shut you down. He didn't care so much about himself, but rather like about owning you. And then it was like a really big downgrade, especially if you at least looked at the gameplay. But now they're slowly like grinding back to where they should be.
Yeah, I mean, that is also going to take some time, right? When you have a player like FY, like old school player, you're going to get him up to speed again, like what's happening in modern day Dota, right? Once he refines his form, plus nothing to say, kind of coming back to the roster, like there's so many little things for them that it's inevitable at some point, XG, it will click for them. Don't know if it'll be this slam, maybe a future slam. Of course, we have a draft to just understand where XG really lands. Another best of one shall begin between two teams once known as the best of their region.
True.
One still is, one maybe not. Okay, moving on.
Let's see. I mean, Xtreme Gaming, for me, I mean, I am probably at least somewhat biased. I think they are, I mean, they're for sure the best Chinese team at the moment, but there's still more that I do hope comes out from this team. I will say they definitely have stepped it up quite a lot. I know Ame, you know, he's like the uncrowned king and people love him a lot, but he still has quite a few performances, I would say, where it's just not to, you know, like the par of how people talk about him, and, you know, like how he's spoken about, oh, he's like one of the best carries. So for me, it's not, the eyes aren't only on like all the others, but on him as well, because he is kind of the centerpiece as well. Like they very often put all of their games into him. They make sure he has a good hero, a good matchup, good network. So, you know, I've got my eyes on Mr. Ame as well.
Has anyone ever spoke to you about the idea of what happens if the uncrowned king becomes crowned? What happens to Dota? Is it actually net good for Dota to crown him?
I don't know.
For me,
I feel like he will stay this way and it's good.
Yeah, I kind of think like the second place king, keep it up, boss. You know, 4, 5, 6. You need to continue this streak. Like, as soon as you get the crown, he might just sit down and stop. You know?
It would be amazing if he like announces like way ahead of time, this will be my last TI, and then he does it like Cinderella fairy tale.
Yeah. Okay, all right, yeah.
But otherwise, like, you know, stay that way. Second place TI is fine.
Like if he quietly does it, wins, and then just, you know, never plays again, no announcement. It's like, come on, come back one more time, please.
Yeah, and like to the point we talked about earlier, where like nothing to say in FY. I don't think that Dota is like an easy game. Like how do you say? Like if you take a break from this game and then come back, this game's not easy on you.
No.
That's why I think, you know, like what no one has done, what mid one has done to like take a Giga break or like play in the lower level and then grind your way back up. It's kind of Giga. It's really freaking hard.
It's really impressive, but also it shows that Dota nowadays also, outside of mechanics, it is a lot about like the synergy between the players. You can't just have 5 players with all raw skill and go, we're going to win. Sometimes you can have 3 players who are like mechanical geniuses, and the 2 players, if they bring the right philosophy or the correct vibes or the correct something in the game, you can have, let's say, weaker mechanical skill, but like the synergy of the entire team outweighs having every single player in every single role doing it. So I think there are some teams that you could argue aren't, you know, best in every role, but because of how they work together, they truly shine and make these epic runs.
No, for sure. It's like I like to say this, like there's a lot of stuff that decides a Dota game that isn't only the gameplay and the way you press the buttons, but like how stuff like works together, how the players feel together. But so if we go into the draft, so what I saw from Razor last game, obviously you want like giga damage into the hero. So we saw that Klinks worked out pretty well. I think SF is a good answer that we've seen in other games. There's also heroes like Weaver that are quite good, right? You're very elusive, you don't really care about the gank. You can build high physical damage if you want. You can build a Linken's. But it seems for now Heroic are kind of just jamming 2 cores back to back here.
But everything you just described is range damage, right?
Yep.
Range damage throwing into the Razor. We just saw Chiro Jr. die 9 times to a Klinks, and just right click. You put a Mars Arena, you hug it correctly, walk into the correct side of the wall, you do hard counter that. And then XG, they pick up a Timbersaw. Okay, hero that I don't think we've really seen too much.
Not that
Again,
much.
I don't know if I've seen on maybe it's on the B stream that we just haven't seen yet, but I mean, on paper, it's going to look good. You Timber Chain, you don't care of Razor, you always get rid of Link, so you're not giving him the damage. You frontline for the Mars, so you just body whatever he's trying to do. You just kind of force him to think about, oh, do I want to press Arena now? Or do I need to waste my Spear? And there's no, I mean, there's a Yules from Mars to stop the Timbersaw Ags pre-BKB.
Yeah, this is definitely, like, this wouldn't be on, like, my first 5 hero list that I would think about here on the spot, so I do feel like it is quite interesting. They will follow up, I mean, with one of the other supports, and I mean, SD Timber go well together. You know, there's lots of stacks, there's like lots of damage that you can go with. Wow, Heroic are speedrunning some of their picks, like, again.
Also, it's like they're not even hiding anything. It's like, we want our Razor, we want our Mars, Ember Coddle, yeah, throw it into the mix. But in fairness, they are all strong heroes, right? If you did it in a different drafting order, I think we'd still be praising it in that sense. Where it's like the Coddle praises the Ember, you then have a Vessel Buyer to eat through the Timbersaw. There's only a Shaman to lock down an Ember, so it's a pretty free game there. And then Chakra Magic on a Razor, Mars, or Ember all have a spell that they want to have reduced cooldown on in the early game. So yeah, it looks good. It's just a matter of XG. They see all the cards, you know, face up.
I mean, it definitely matters a lot for this, like, Ember hero that a lot of the first phase bans are heroes that kind of dumpster this hero quite hard. Like, Viper is taken out most games early, as is Huskar. I mean, for Heroic too, I mean, you know, maybe a lot of their first phase bans also play into this pick. There's no Slaughter available. There's, like, no 18 Morph, which would kind of dismantle both Razor and Ember, so...
I was thinking Morph, and I look at the bans like, oh, okay, yeah, it's already been... Let's just get rid of that instantly.
Yeah, because I want to see if XG want to, like... You know, do you go for the mid here because you just want to, like, slow down the Ember's game? Because he's, I mean, pretty vital when you have, like, Coddle Ember together. You want to, like, kind of slow down. I wouldn't say that, like, Ember doesn't mind Storm that much. Sure, you know, Storm does pretty well in the lane, but later you've got the chains against him. So I don't think Heroic should be too sad, you know, about this closing pick coming out from XG here.
Yeah, the concern, I think, for XG when you pick Storm is, yes, it's going to be good for punishing the lack of lockdown of Heroic, but there is still this window where Heroic can just snowball the game, right? Like, you put Coddle with the Ember, you run at the Storm, Timber, both quite greedy. You get a chains onto a Storm with another hero, he can die. You get the Vessel, you can kill Timber. Like, there's already a lot of mechanics that Heroic can play on, but if XG do get online, it's really hard to kill them, right? The Timbersaw items that we mentioned, the Ags, BKB, whatever aura he wants, Storm just zipping around, Witchblade, BKB, Sanjikaya, like, it's this thing that we mentioned. Like, XG, when you get to 30 minutes, very scary team. If you ever shut them down early, they can just lose games in like 15-20 minutes because there is a lot of greed. And I see two supports that need cores to do well, and cores that need supports to do well. So if at any point one of those goes wrong, everything can start kind of crumbling as you're waiting for another guy to step up and try and do something.
I mean, also what we touched on earlier, because it's definitely true, like against Razor, you kind of want like range, high damage, or like at least high damage type heroes. So Mars can kind of nullify that. If I'm looking at XG, I'm more likely looking at like a melee carry who's going to give me like a mid-game BKB, right? So there's no chains, no Mars Arena that you can stand your ground and like fight into Razor. So I could see like Sven is one option. They're at least one of the teams also that play Alchemist. I think Alk isn't always picked because he's like giga good against the enemies. Of course, it helps a lot. But he's also, I would say, quite good with your supports. They can stack for you. I also think AC and the 15 talent where you give AoE armor on Acid Spray could be quite cool against these heroes.
Yeah, I like Alk, and when you said BKB, I was like, oh, okay, Lifestealer, Jug, haha. But then, like, with the Razor historical counter to it, you could argue Lifestealer with Aghanims, you don't care too much, is jumping into things, but it's still like, it's just uncomfortable picking those heroes. But they're very good into the Mars and not caring about the Ember. But like, is Razor a big enough deterrent to stop them going for, you know, a hero that can counter the other two cores?
I mean, I guess you can always think about the fact that Storm and Timber can deal with Razor, like in like the mid to like later stages at least. They're mobile, they can play around his BKB, you have pure damage. Sure, he's tanky, but those heroes kind of had unlimited damage if they are given the time within the fight. So yeah, I actually feel like actually do have quite a lot of options. They did take out the PA on Heroic. I have seen Ame play it quite a few times, so don't mind that ban either.
Yeah, at this point for XG, it really is like, you have to pick between countering Ember and Mars or respecting Razor. Like, between all that, you then can find your solution. There's so many different heroes that are available. Ame, of course, is one of the carry players where he'll just kind of pick what he wants. Like, he'll read it, he'll go for a call.
That's true, and sometimes there's like literally 1% chance you can call it, or even zero. I mean, he's always had his love affairs with some heroes, like some Juggers and whatnot. I mean, I'm still leaning towards the Sven, but then it also depends. Like the hero you want, what is like Heroic's potential answer that's still left in the pool?
Yeah.
Because it's probably a support pick.
I think Alk was of all the heroes we mentioned, Alk feels like the nicest. You itemize to deal with the Mars and the Ember. You also have Blink, so it's like you have that explosive entry to the fight. So yeah, Alk was like the nicest of all the heroes that we mentioned. You also shove the lane, so when Mars is like quite a passive offlaner, you need your 4 to be quite aggressive to feel good. Alk will free farm through that, so yeah, XG's lineup, as always, you look at it and go, yeah, well-rounded, but...
Yeah. They could pick, so, because now it depends, like how do you want to double down on the Alk? You could look for like an AA. Yeah, you're gonna bleed your lane probably a little bit. I think your support duo
Storm's gonna be really happy.
It's kind of ass if you have Cardle AA, but if you're like, we can deal with the rest, we only want to deal with the Alk, you can go for this. Like you could go for A and like kind of squeeze the game into like a different direction. Otherwise, maybe there's more stable stuff. Kind of trying to look.
Is there a world where you go like +5 Pugner and then you just overwhelm the early game? Like Decrep saving people from the aggression, you're healing people up, you're taking the Alk's tower, progressing the map through the Mars, the Razor. You then have like laning against Timber. Sure, there's a Shadow Demon to stop you from getting consistent Decreps, right? Because of course he can Demonic Purge, but...
Why not? I think
Why
it's
not,
fine.
yeah.
I was also looking at like if they want Razor carry.
But then your lockdown's so...
Like,
yeah,
it's weird. I could see like maybe a Tusk. The save is like kind of okay. You have a good lane with Razor.
True.
You give like a little more lockdown.
I think I prefer that actually. Like my suggestion felt like 20 minutes and Alk's now ready to fight if you haven't shut down the map correctly.
Yeah, so for me it's more like what do they value? Do they like want the lockdown a bit more and like a bit more laning? Do they want to be cute and like do some AA? I think it's a lot more risky and volatile, so if you want to take it safer, you like do something else.
Well, the 4 seconds they have, they do go for the Tusk. Yeah, Tusk is the... Once you started talking about it, it feels like the reliable option. There's no volatility. Like a Pugner is volatile, an AA is volatile. Tusk is like, you know what? We respect that you have an Alk. We're just going to make sure that we are okay in our lane, and then we'll deal with it later on. Maybe we twin gate with the hero. Of course, Tusk is one of the best twin gate rotating supports in the game. So yeah, Heroic, they have just equal combinations, right, to XG. We talk about XG being like a combo team. Here, Tusk, Razor, strong. Mars Coddle, shove lane, strong. Tai Long, enabled by Tusk or Coddle, is going to be strong, right? Like, Heroic's going to be very happy. For XG, you could probably say the same statement, right? I think they're pretty happy with what they have.
I think so. I mean, they need like maybe like it's a little more, what's it called, like complicated?
It is,
or like it's like more finessey, like what their heroes need and how they want to like interact with one another. Because like Rasta, SD, you know, they like need some time. Heroes need to go in for them. But I'm personally a really big fan of Alchemist and like how they play it, and I think with how they're gonna play and itemize, I slightly prefer their draft. But Heroic, you know, they've got the tempo, they've got the combo, so it's a lot, again, to me, it's a lot up to the gameplay, really. I don't favor one draft that much over the other.
Yeah, I think the only glaring thing for me is like what happens if XG loses the lane, gets a couple kills or a couple deaths across the board, then they might just never get back online. Alk's chasing his item, he doesn't have the 4,000 gold lead, it's like a 1,000 gold lead, and he's not really commanding the game that you expect from an Alk pick. But Arme, one of the few Alk players that goes for Mixologist, he doesn't want that extra little bit of gold early on. He's playing for the cooldown reduction later on from his stuns. So personally, I'm a fan of that. I don't really like the carry going for the gold facet. It's like you get a little bit more gold now.
Also, the Dispel is quite freaking good in this game later. Like there's Chains and Solarbind that they will play on, so it gives you like more options. So yeah, I think we're in for, you know, gameplay deciding the game, but I'm slightly leading, you know, towards my Alchemist brothers here.
How many minutes are you putting on this game, boss? What are we saying?
38.
38 to which team?
XG.
XG. All right. I'm going to go like 55 to XG. Like they're going to tease us for the tier 5s, but we're not going to get there. But thank you very much. The draft is over and the game is ready.
Fourth game of the day for these two teams, Heroic versus Xtreme. Heroic coming into this with a score of 1 and 2. Xtreme have had a bit better start to their group stage, a score of 2 and 1, with only that one loss being to Yandex. They can close this out with 3-1. It's a good start to day one of this Blast group stage, which can be rather challenging. Avery, isn't that right? Because you used to play in some of those TIs where you had the big round robins, where you had to play up against, you know, just a different team, you know, 3 or 4 times a day. That can be tough to constantly be adjusting to opponents like that, right?
It's pretty fatiguing by the end of the day for sure. You end up kind of just not even adjusting to people, and you just try and figure out what you're doing and play as good a game you can, and just not even look at opponents as much because it's too hard to prep for BO1s when they're just back to back and teams are changing all their stuff anyway. So like the prep is almost worthless because you don't have that much data. The data is changing rapidly and you're trying to figure out what you're doing, and you can't adjust in a series because it's not a series. So you kind of just have to do what you're doing to the best of your ability and keep building on it over the course of the day. Just gain momentum that way.
Looking at these two teams, interesting pickup for Xtreme, going for the Alchemist for Ame. Is this a hero we're going to see more of?
I don't think so. I think we'll continue to see him occasionally. He's a okay later pick when a lot of the other premier carries get banned, and he can still win you some team fights, but the hero has not impressed. I think he hasn't been too impressive of a hero. The Radiance nerf not helping him out. What other item pathway do you really go on this hero? You know, all these old school fighting builds, like you used to go Shadowblade, or we even saw Sanjin Yash at some point. Like, none of these are like, he doesn't do much with it. He can be a little low damage. So your item pathways are a bit limited, and I think people don't favor the hero for that big reason. But Ame still likes it because you can get Mega Farm, Mega Fat. And he does have 2 other damage scaling cores in this game, plus 2 very hard scaling supports. So you did not need a huge amount of scale or damage from the carry this game.
Disruption into Unstable Concoction for a lot of damage. Not enough for the kill, but certainly stacks up. Xnova perhaps trying way too hard to make that kill happen. Might just be run down here by Whisper. He will. First blood for Whisper. He'll just give his life up to the tower, but that was silly.
That was very forced, though honestly not the worst outcome in the end, because Alec gets solo XP, which is amazing for this hero. And he gets some free CS, amazing for the Greevil's Greed, and he got solo XP from the kill. So honestly, I don't even know if Xnova's that sad about that. Ame's very happy. They're gonna go straight back in with the extra levels now. Mars to level 1.
Do not have level 2 for the Spear to stop this combo from going out. Theolacor does get his level 2. The Blinding Light will keep him alive.
I do like XG's lineup if they get out of lanes in a good spot. I think the Storm has a very free game. Heroic have, you know, chains. Okay, yeah, you can sometimes chains a Storm, but Spear can be tough to land if you don't go the Yule's build. And then outside of that, he's just dancing on everybody else's team. And you have so much damage follow-up. You have a save that can bail him out. Shaman gives you the objective taking that Storm and Timber kind of lack. I think this draft is pretty well rounded. It can be a bit slow, as the panel mentioned. Definitely a lot of heroes that want a lot of items, but I don't see a lot preventing them getting there unless Heroic can play a really fast game here. Which Whisper did say fast Dota at the start of the game.
Oh, did he? Missed that.
Yeah. So maybe that's their game plan. Fast Dota.
Looks like early on, Heroic side lanes. The Razor's doing well, the Ember Spirit's doing well. Mars not having the most CS. I guess with the constant back and forth of the unstable concoction disruption plays that are happening. Maybe has interrupted some of that CS, but the big part is how well Tai Long does against the Storm Spirit. As you said, the better the feels like a pretty free Storm game. So the better the Ember Spirit can do early on, perhaps stop this Storm Spirit from snowballing the game too much. Got a link on FY. Ice Shard blocks him in. Beautiful place by KJ. And a tag team, which will be the death of FY, and there's really not much XSS can do about it because Yuma now has so much stored up damage, 100 from the static link. He can't really fight into all this.
He's cruising down here. Absolutely free lane for him. And he is lapping it up right now. Lane's going very well for Heroic in general. Alec is doing fine, but that was, I mean, that was always going to happen here when he had last pick, basically.
Sure.
Did Water Rune steal with the slight? No.
Got XXS again. Couldn't break that static link with the Timber Chain. Goes for another Timber Chain back to the tower, but The damage is done. He's going to have to pop a healing self just to have a chance to come back in the lane.
Some extra denies here for the Razor too with the bonus damage. Yeah, this lane's going swimmingly for Heroic. It should free up KJ later on if the Razor can be left a little bit alone. I mean, it's a very high kill total on this lane no matter what happens, so I don't know how much you can really abandon Yuma, but making rotations into that Alk lane is always giga value.
Got FY again with the shards. And they're even fighting deep into the trees, but like the best place for the Timber Saw. You got a massive whirling death. And it doesn't really change the outcome whatsoever. You get some damage onto Yuma, but still not strong enough to continue the fight.
These Tusk levels are doing so much work on this lane. Very hard to fight this hero in a slow brawl like that with the bitter chill plus tag team points. It's like, good luck, man. Not an easy lane for XG, and they are biting the bullet with a hero on Shaman that can be very tough to recover on. And you just end up chain feeding the whole game.
Yeah, this feels like a game where FY might put your previous assessment to the test. You said FY is kind of coming back into his form, not at his peak, maybe not even close, but you said he's kind of getting back into it. It's been a rough start to this one. Tai Lung finds Xnova in the river with his level 6 and plays for the power rune. FY, nothing to say, will stack bottom lane. Tai Lung will see if he can snatch that one away with a sleight of fist steal. Rune doesn't even spawn there. It's Arcane Rune at top. Big pickup for the Ember.
Very nice, especially with Chakra Magic behind him this game. Ember is going to be powerhouse around the map. And that's where if Tai Lung can win this lane, which he did, and get off to a faster start than the Storm, and just limit NTS's impact in terms of snowballing with galvanized stacks and pickoffs, and maybe find some of his own, it could sway this game by a massive margin. Especially if he gets a fast vessel. Very good against the Timber Saw and the Alchemist in this game. No real way to get rid of it until later on with some of the dispels coming online. So it's going to be really strong in the early game. All eyes on this heroic mid laner to get the job done right now. Everyone's been hyping this kid up. Well, at some point you got to deliver on the hype, Austin. You can't just get hyped up and then do nothing.
Well, Heroics still have, I think, quite a ways to go to be able to prove something here, because they've only just now proven that they can beat Peru rejects in order to get out of the South American qualifiers and into some of these international lands. So
that's some juicy. Oh, Ame just, he gets all the Skelly boys off the camp top.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He is, this is Ame's dream right now. He doesn't even know if he's awake. He thinks he's sleeping. Zhao is yelling at him in his dream, but he doesn't have to listen because it's a dream. He's just farming skeletons with greed. Oh, this is prime Ame territory right now. Look at him go.
He does have a bit of a net worth lead. Not a massive one. Not yet. Nothing to say. Doesn't have much mana to work with here. Arcane Boots will give him one more jump. And that jump will take him far enough away. He's good. But the triangle is under pressure and creeps are being stolen away.
XXS has nowhere to go. I mean, he can't lane bottom. He's trying to get jungle. His jungle's getting stolen.
Slight chains onto Snowball, immediately stopping the shackles from FY. FY making a break for it. The Ancients will not be able to get the last hit. Tai Lung's flame guard gets the kill instead.
That was passive. Screwed him on that one, dude. Tanked all the neutral hits, and then the Ember finished him off. That was pretty awkward timing. But your boy Ame is farming, and that's what matters right now if you're XG. In Ame's mind, he's already won this game. It's like, guys, they left me alone for 10 minutes. How can we lose? I got the free farm and there's no Magnus, equal auto win.
I think you're jumping the gun a little bit here.
No, I'm just telling you how Ame thinks. This is not my thing.
I don't think Ame's thinking that until he has his Radiance done. You know, like no matter what farm you get, off of the laning phase and stuff, it doesn't matter until you get the Radiance, right? You get ganked, you know, once or twice before you actually get to that Radiance, then all of your timings have been delayed far too much and you don't get that big snowball effect.
No, it doesn't. It's not even about the hero, dude. I'm not talking about Radiance. I'm not talking about Alk. I'm talking about Ame, dude. If you leave this guy alone, he thinks he's already, like, he's gonna 1v9 this game, you know? Will he actually 1v9 it? No, I don't think so. But he thinks like that. That's what matters. That's what makes a prime carry a prime carry. It's all mentality. You either have that clutch gene or you don't.
Yeah, and you think Ame has the clutch gene?
He has the confidence.
Mr. 3-time TI finalist.
Hey, it takes a lot of clutch to get there.
Yeah. Well.
You know?
Amp damage for Tai Lung. The power rune rotations continue to go Heroic's way.
He has Vessel already done. Amp damage in that bottle, as you said.
Vessel, amp damage. It would be a shame if that Radiance got delayed here.
Not like this.
Light chains. Vessel. Run. Last goes out for a bit of damage, and they're just going to turn to kill the Shadow Demon instead. Whisper does not make it in time to catch the arena. We'll just take the support and take the tower.
Great gank tank from Xnova. That would have been. I mean, they have two carries farming both sides of the map doing stacks right now. This is very efficient for XG, trying to recover a lost laning phase. So if the Ember can't get a lot done during this period, that's good news for Xtreme Gaming. As Tai Lung is mega strong, just taking the fight to NTS. Who is
my biggest concern was that XXS was not going to be able to smoke farm that ancient stack that he had earlier, because he really needed that recovery. He was approaching support levels of net worth, but now that he's cleared that out, he's almost catching back up to the Storm Spirit.
It almost makes you wish that heroic gank had gone into the triangle.
Yeah.
Like, I think that was the bigger play and the easier play instead of trying to find this Alk, which, even if you kill Alk there, it's not the end all be all for his trajectory. But if you killed Ember and like took that stack, oh my, he's just done. So, but they couldn't have known that necessarily. Amp damage gets popped to see if they try and force anything with that. Looks like Heroic are not playing the fastest Dota we see.
What would you say to a change to smoke that your smoke duration decreases for every creep that you kill?
That's insanely broken.
What do you mean broken? What? I'm trying to nerf smoke, and I'm trying to nerf, the smoke farming of stacks and stuff like that.
Oh, like that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you just want to nerf like smoke taking a stack, you can do it like that, yeah. But is it that abusive of a thing? I think it's pretty costly to use smokes like that, honestly. You're conceding a lot of utility and aggressive potential and move making later on. It adds up.
Maybe. But at the same time, there are some heroes that can't recover without that kind of smoke stacking mechanism. And I do think Timber is kind of one of those. You fall behind in lane, as Timber saw. You really need those stacks, and it helps a lot if you're smoked while doing it. Nothing to say. Dies in mid lane. Sure, the rotation out in bottom. That works. But the fact that they get the extra Storm Spirit kill on top of that. Massive pickup, and now Tai Lung, with use of the power runes that he's been gobbling up, will run down FY as well.
Now the game is picking up some pace. Find this Chakra Magic, Solar Bind behind this Ember with Vessel, and anybody dies. This combo around the map, so the lanes are becoming very scary for XG. They're bleeding out towers. Now they're losing control of those extra camps. They do get the Radiance on Ame, who still thinks he will carry this game. But the load is becoming more burdensome by the minute. He is in a race, perhaps not against himself, but against his team's feeding right now.
Oh, XXS. Ooh, make a run for it, brother. They know about the high ground ward now. That will be addressed. The high ground ward does kind of do its job, though. It stops XXS from dying there, and it helps them set up to protect their Wisdom Shrine, which Heroic is not even going to go for that invasion anymore.
They're going to give it to Ame, dude. That's dank right there.
Yeah, I mean, well, his supports already have level 6s, so I guess probably his best is just stack everything on Ame from here on out.
Got him. Well, these will not be the most effective wards.
Well, they're pretty effective at giving Tai Lung a bunch of extra farm.
Oh yeah, this is great for the Ember right here. Like, thank you, FY. Please come back again. Here's your Grease on the Storm, so I guess NTS is ready to fight. The stacks are being accumulated. I don't know, this feels like one of those games where XG kind of lose lanes because they pick greedy and then they stack to recover, but then they don't do anything and then they just eventually lose. Those are some juicy golems, though. Holy moly. I think if Ame dies once this game, they just lose. That's my gut feeling. He cannot die once. Not to put any pressure on him, but...
He almost has Blink Dagger, which is maybe where we will see Xtreme make their first move.
Always a risk.
Defending one of these towers, they're going to go for it on Tai Lung here. Unstable Concoction. Chase after the Ember Spirit, chasing him away from the tier 2.
If you take this aggressive fight without the Alec BKB, it can backfire sometimes really hard if you get bursted, and then your game is just shot. Sometimes it's better to wait for the BKB. It depends how strong the rest of your team is. Right now, they are not that strong, but they're a little tanky. I mean, you do have the Shield Rune, Grease, Storm at the moment. You have this Timber with some decent HP to absorb some hits. I think the Ember is your biggest issue. This guy is just untouchable right now. Ame is not happy that he is trying to steal his Ancients. He says, get the hell off my Black Dragon. Okay, you can have it, bro. Chill. Dog, I'm out of here. Like, come on, it was just a prank. It's just a prank, bro.
Spirit back on it. Nova, he'll tank the gank again for his out.
That is the most Ave sequence ever. Like, nobody steals my camp. Just a prank, bro. X-Nova, tank it for me. They're ganking me, X-Nova.
Well, he got back to his Ancients in time to stack it.
That's true. They did get the tower.
Or not stack it, rather.
It feels like every time X-Nova dies, it's like great for them somehow. And it's not great for him. This game sucks right now, but his cores thrive.
Oh, I say cores. I don't know. Are you talking about anybody outside of the Alchemist? Because XXS,
you got a lot of
nothing to say. Look pretty poor still.
Yeah, but this Timber's recovering, right? Like, he's only 1,000 behind now. He got bottom tower. He's level 12. In fact, he's the same level as the Mars. So, did he really even get shut down? If you think about it.
I thought about it, and I believe he did get shut down.
Yeah, he did. 18-minute power room. Everybody wants, even Ame wants this one.
Tai Lung, he's going to be hit by it. Nice snowball save as the response, and Ame's going to be in trouble. They focus down Ame. A disruption goes out. He's going to come back, though. Hit by Yuma and quickly killed. Now the ward gets dropped onto the Razor. See if they can get the Razor kill at least. FY is committed for it. But Yuma, he's just too tanky, man. 2,200 HP when he's on Strength Treads. And without any damage from the Alchemist, who died first in the fight, there is no hope for Xtreme to win that one.
Yeah, I feel like that's what I see every time I see his out hero. He's never that far ahead in gold. And then the first fight he joins, he just always dies. And then you feel really bad. Yeah, that's a rough one, dude. That's what I'm saying. Like, you need BKB on this hero because he jumps in the fight and he just gets vesseled, and he's just dead off Slight Chain's vessel. There's no Dispel early on in this lineup. There's no like Lotus Orb Rush. the Greaves is on the Storm, and that doesn't do anything for the Alec. There's no way to remove it from him. You can disrupt him, but he comes out and he's still so low. Just get chunked. Man, it feels bad, man. Feels bad. He's having a perfect game.
Well, he said Ame could not afford to die a single time. So now somebody else on Xtreme is going to have to step it up because this Alec is not in a position anymore that he can do it alone.
He'll still be strong with BKB because they don't have a lot of physical they can munch through, but this Razor is going to have BKB too, and he already has Mjolnir. He's super farmed.
He might not go down easy, but he's also not going to do any damage. No. He's just going to get linked every single fight.
Well, backup plan time
to go. Along with his illusion rune, heads up the top. He's working on Shivas, almost has that. Blink Dagger for the Shadow Shaman. So more and more initiation for Xtreme. That is the one thing they've gotten spades here. Starting fights, but maybe can't finish them. Nothing to say, chased away, can't get the kill on the support. XXS gonna be speared here. Snowball in deep after nothing to say. KJ will not be able to get that kill. Now slowed down by the Demonic Purge. Him and the Timbersaw run headlong into each other. And it's the Timbersaw who looks worse for wear.
Again, XG do not have early dispel items to bail out some of these vessel charges going to work. Like, you have a pipe on the Timber, but he's still just getting run down. Razor's getting free links. So Ember still had Aegis for all that. And it's a Deso buildup for Whisper. Worth mentioning here is there's board. What a beastly pickup.
Yeah, they're not going to lack in scaling.
I like the Deso here. I feel like we should see this build more in games you're snowballing. It just, it does so much freaking damage to these low net worth supports that they just can't play the fight. Like, you go in the fight, if you show with this Shaman, you're just dead to the Mars solo. Yeah. And he has Chakra behind him, so you can kind of reamp this Mars spells if you're playing like the 2-man kill combo or whatever. You have Solar Bind, you can chase people, so
yeah, they've got a ton of synergy, right? He hits him with the Deso, lets the Sleight of Fist do extra damage to everybody that got hit. They've got minus armor off of Eye of the Storm.
Plus the Tusk physical.
Yeah.
The 1-2 punch, though.
Amped up by all that.
A very nice Deso pickup, and puts a lot more pressure on the Alc, too. Alc has to go very early AC. Maybe you were going to go it anyway in this game, but it reduces its value. There are wards on the ground. What?
I guess he didn't want to show that he had wards.
I guess.
In case they had vision somewhere near the base or anything. He wanted to fake that he was getting a ward up in the Dire base.
Dude, he still has this Aegis. This Aegis period has felt like 20 minutes long or something, dude. Full Shiva is done. Some more anti-healing just to make these two side laners' lives more miserable. But Ame, keep up the farm. He's still top net worth. Still believes he will carry this game.
Radiant are scanning.
Yuma's almost level 18. It's 23 minutes into the game.
He's a big boy. Do you have Demonic Purge for him, I guess? You can kite him around a bit. You have some mobile carries if you can break Link.
XXS pushes out the bottom lane while his team smokes behind him. 3-man smoke. Not gonna find anything initially. And one thing that they do find is not something they want to trifle with. It's Yuma's Razor. They're still going to go after him anyway, see if they can burst him down. They do manage to do so. That was fast.
That was really fast. Did not get BKB off, did not expect that jump. And once you're hexed, disseminate, you're done. Like, there's a lot of damage in this lineup. And that is a way that XG can always win team fights this game. Is if you get a solid hex jump and there's no snowball save, because it's either used previously or you can grab the Tusk at the same time, your single target burst will always be there. Like, it's insane. So, gotta be careful with who you're showing in this game. Particularly if the Ember dies. Like, this Ember's had a free game, he hasn't died yet, but if Tai Lung gets caught by a hex and just bursts down, I think that team fight's open. For XG, you take that Vessel out of there, you take that Shiva's, your healers are a lot more powerful. It would be amazing.
Oh, spotted him off of the shards. FY got greedy with it, hope to be able to see out on the map.
Okay, he's dead.
Whole lot of fanfare for somebody who's just gonna die anyway.
Yeah, but it looked cool. I mean, his first mistake was thinking he's gonna outplay King Jungles in the jungle. Maybe if he was in the river, he would have lived, but not against the King.
That's a good point.
Is Mango the worst item in Dota?
It's pretty bad.
Because I just saw Xnova send his enchanted Mango back to base to get sold at 26 minutes. And I feel like I never see Mangoes, and for very good. I think it is legit the worst item in the game.
I feel like if you ever buy Mango, it's nowadays it's in some very specific circumstances, you know?
Oh yeah. So there's like a couple supports that can kind of use it well, because you get that, you're just spam harass early and you need that, and then you just Mango up to get the first blood or something. It's kind of justifiable, but I don't know, this item's garbanzo.
Yeah, you're like a Night Stalker during nighttime and you want to stay out on the map. Clarities have already been bought out. Slight Chains, XXS does have it, his Aghanim Scepter. So they'll be able to kill him, I believe. It'll just take a little bit. I'll just have to kite him out for a while. KJ giving chase, ready to go with another snowball. XXS cannot Timber Chain away.
Well, the pickoffs continue. The Alec is farming, but Heroic are controlling the map. Kind of building a lead, getting Deso charges, scaling up all 3 of their cores. It seems difficult for Ame to somehow carry this, but the boy is a beast.
He's gotten to his basic build. BKB, AC, Blink Radiance.
He has to go with damage item here, though. I refuse to believe he can go another survivability item to win this game.
Demonic Purge put on Tai Lung. Doesn't matter though, Xnova will be chased down whether it's Tai Lung or it's Yuma. We'll die to something here. Nothing to say. Long zip as he TPs out. Xtreme just being forced back to their base. Mid and top both being pushed in. It's still just kind of Ame. He continues to find farm out on the game, but everybody else from Xtreme gets more and more poor.
Did buy a gem though. FY bought a gem, so they're kind of taking a stand here. And I feel like when you buy this gem from this position, you're saying, I refuse to give up more space. We need to control something on the map. We need to control some vision. Make sure we're not getting jumped. It's a pricey investment that is likely going to be lost in the next fight. So either use it to P-Ward and put it back in Fountain, or you're saying we have a good enough timing now to take the head-up engagement.
I don't know why more players don't bring their courier out with them when they have this gem, you know?
Because it requires extra effort, and Dota players are inherently lazy, which is why they are playing Dota for a living in the first place, Austin.
Yeah. That's a good point. You do
if
have...
somebody wanted to micro a chicken for 30 minutes, they would have become an accountant or something, you know? Like,
both's gonna break. And it's on the Razor. Not somebody they want to initiate on unless they know he's isolated in some way.
Cannot jump him if you believe the team is there, because your only way to go is hex him, and if he gets snowball bailed out, it's a very awkward scenario.
Yeah, he gets snowball saved, rolled into the middle of you. He activates BKB Satanic. And he just gets back to full HP, and you lose that fight.
But now you have no chemical rage. So you just have to try
jumping in after them. Shiva's hitting on a 3. The arena catches the Shadow Demon. It's going to be X-Nova down first. XXS with his Aghanim Scepter is tanking a lot of damage here, but now that that's gone, Yuma makes very short work of him. He had so many Eye of the Storm hits on him.
This is turning very one-sided. It's just very hard to see how XG can win fights outside of some insane smoke angle into the Hex jump. As Roche is going to toss, King Jungle says, oh, want none of that. That's a banner and an Aegis for the Razor. High ground is wide open now.
Yeah, extra life for Yuma and an extra life for Tai Lung, as he's got a shield room. So, and extra life for the creeps too, is with the Roshan's banner.
And a Hex on the Mars. Another huge item for this lineup. Yeah, this game is... It's getting to the point where it's almost non-recoverable, even with like some perfect team play. I think Ame has to go Bloodthorn, maybe? Just pray and connect on somebody?
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is
See what he can do here. Level 20. Has his shard. Pops the rage.
Immediate side device response, keeping Tai Lung healthy, and with the shield rune, Xtreme know they cannot overcommit.
Could purge it off. I mean, there's a route there, but yeah. The snowball save is making their lives very difficult. They just can't all in some hero. That's all their lineup really does, is jump with the shaman and all in a hero, and Tusk save is preventing you doing that, so you're just kind of stuck in this game. Hoping Heroic throw it. Ags? Okay. That's kind of interesting.
For the Storm Spirit?
Oh yeah.
So he can... So he can pull people together into an unstable concoction? Big wombo combo play?
Honestly, I'm kind of down. Like, I was suggesting Bloodthorn, but honestly, I'm not even sure you can connect with it against all these, like, the 2 BKB cores, and there's 4 staff on the Coddles. At least Ag Storm, if he does somehow pull 2 or 3 heroes, and you can combo that, I could see you winning that fight. I don't know what the chances are you landing it are. Probably less than like 5%, but theoretically it can work. And he will buy it out here. Now you could also give it to FY for the shackles. Oh, well, your soul got jumped. Okay.
Comes through. They just gave the Ags to the Storm Spirit. The Ags Storm Spirit does survive. He was not the one focused down there. They have had a hard-on for X-Nova this entire game, and they will stick to that, killing him first. On 3 with the unstable concoction, but a snowball save, a pickup on all 3 of them. They are going to be low, and they're still going to be clumped up, and they're going to be diced up inside the base. Yuma fighting it out with his BKB. At best, he can hope to kill Ame. Not even that. The Ember Spirit's going to go for the kill. Does manage to get it. Decimates the backlines, too. His X-Nova. Tai Lung just trashed them, man.
What the? That was just straight nasty. He absolutely diced them up. Gunpowder Gauntlet Ember just triple killed you at the end of that fight that otherwise was going pretty well. You got the big vortex. The snowball save was absolutely clutch and on point from KJ. Otherwise, you just get wiped there. Still not a bad fight from XG. I think Ame should have just hit the Razor when he was stuck in the shards. He wasted like 4 seconds trying to run out of the shards and did nothing. Could have outputted a lot more damage. Might have just killed him there. I don't think he was as weak as he thought he was. I mean, he was trying to like reset, come back in, but it's kind of it was just sick plays from KJ in that fight. And then Tai Lung at the end, showing off 10-0-7. Gave him the old 1-2-3 punch.
Yeah, that was nasty. They got. I assume they just got hit by so many Eye of the Storm hits. They still had a decent amount of Midas armor, combined with just being kind of low in resources. Tai Lung comes back into the fight. Wants that one again.
By that Razor.
I mean, what a grab! Beautiful unstable concoction combo with the Storm Spirit, but
and they almost killed the Mars before the snowball came out. I mean, he died anyway. And here's where I think, like, Ame should just hit him, right?
Yeah.
Look at how much time he wastes, like, trying to run out of the shards. It's not going down, and he could have done a lot to Yuma there. He can't make it out. He took 3,000 damage for that Razor, 19 Eye of the Storm hits. It's pretty brutal for him. There had been, like, a single Dispel or Force Staff there. That might be a teamfight victory for XG. That was a very clutch Ags pool from Ame. Very clutch decision. I told you he's got the clutch gene. Oh, you doubted it, but now what do you doubt? 0-2 out.
The clutch gene hasn't pulled them out of the hole just yet. They're still down 15K, and there's not another Aghanim Scepter in sight to bail you out. They got the surprise catch the first time around, and even that was answered by KJ. I don't think they're going to get that same initiation a second time.
You never know, man. You never know. That's all I'm going to say.
They're approaching level 25 for both the Razor and the Ember. And the high ground push. Hit it a second time, Xtreme. What do you do this time around?
They are not going to clump this time, and Banner prevents you out spamming it, so your options are significantly more limited this time around. They will concede it. Ame farming though, working towards another Ags. Who are you even gonna give this one to? I mean, yeah, you can refund Timber, but is that good enough to win the game?
I assume it's Shadow Demon. Like, the extra demonic purges are not bad.
Yeah, it's all right. I don't think it's game changing though for 4,000 gold.
I mean, he does already have the shards, so it's 2 demonic purges and 2 demonic cleanses.
I'm telling you, you give it to the shaman and then you shackle the Timber and he just goes in.
There's no way that does enough damage for it to be worth it.
I don't know, that thing can kind of do some serious damage.